Chapter 91. Time seemed to have stopped in an instant. After the pause, there was a deathly silence, followed by the crazy flow of black mucus. They initially occupied the territory of the bedroom in an expanding posture. They attached to the ceiling, blocked the cracks in the door, and crawled into the ventilation duct. They crawled out of Zhu Ning's body and sucked the collapsed spirit as their own nutrients. If allowed, they should crawl all over the entire Noble Queen store, constantly invading, and even occupying most of Area 103. They feed on Zhu Ning's negative emotions, and at this time it seems that their rations have been suddenly cut off. It seems that the master's orders are above them, and there is no room for refusal, and they have to obey. It took shape, a black creature hanging upside down on the ceiling. It was like an upside-down bat, and it was like an upside-down black mummy. This is what grew out of her body. This is a part of her, and it is also her enemy. Its empty eyes looked over, and Zhu Ning knew not to look into its eyes, otherwise she would die. That mysterious and powerful power seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. At this time, Zhu Ning was looking directly at it. Is this a pollutant from her own polluted area? Or is it a high-level alien species that fell on her to reproduce and regenerate? Zhu Ning didn't know what it was. They were parasites that fed on her, just like a system that parasitized her. Parasites should just be parasites, just like vines must rely on big trees, and Zhu Ning is that big tree. She may never be able to get rid of these things in her life, but the subordinate relationship between them must be correct. Zhu Ning is the master, and everyone else can only rely on her. They were screaming, and Zhu Ning heard them. It was a painful roar. As if they had to obey the orders of a more powerful existence, the black mucus was melting, hanging on the ceiling, falling like raindrops, regrouping and reassembling. They were climbing towards Zhu Ning, or to be more precise, Zhu Ning was devouring them. They returned to where they came from, and tons of black mucus were pressing on Zhu Ning. A little girl's body was so small, and she looked so weak under the tsunami-like mucus, as if a willow branch had to bear the weight of tens of millions of pounds. The willow branch was pressed to the extreme, using its toughness to withstand the strong pressure, and it bent into an arc, as if it would break in the next moment. But she did not retreat, nor did she break. The data stream in Zhu Ning's eyes was flashing, emitting an indescribable light. If she was really an experimental subject, her bones and flesh were artificial, and the system in her brain was a pollutant combination machine. At this time, her gears were rotating at high speed, and sparks burst out under high-load rotation. Her heart was beating violently, as if it was about to tear her chest apart and jump out immediately. At the limit, she might collapse again. This time she would be crushed into pieces in the true sense, but she would not retreat or give in. She looked directly at the enemy in front of her, and felt the black cold mucus returning to her body, like the sea water pouring back. They entered from the back of her neck, began to climb along her spine, and dispersed in an orderly manner with the spine as the center. The mucus wrapped around every bone of hers, attached to the white bones, and then disappeared, attached, and disappeared. Infinite attachment, countless absorption, and finally merged with her flesh and blood. Monster, Zhu Ning had never felt so clearly that she was a monster. She could not describe what she was doing, and any of her existing knowledge could not explain her state. Crack, she heard the sound of her spine breaking. Boom, a loud noise suddenly came from the upstairs of the Honorable Queen store, and wine bottles fell to the ground with a crackling sound, like an earthquake, and like something buried underground was reviving. What's wrong? An earthquake? A customer asked. What's the situation? The well-trained clerks reacted faster, and even so they kept a decent smile. Their professional training included crisis management. There is a special situation today. Please leave immediately, and the bill for this consumption will be free. Some customers were not very happy, but the acting store manager gave a good apology, and the shaking was still continuing. No one wanted to lose their lives here, so the guests reluctantly accepted it. The guests evacuated very quickly, and they left in an orderly manner. No customers were consuming in the basement today. After the people left, the other staff asked, what happened? This store has never experienced such a scene since it opened. The earthquake has been going on. What is Boss Song doing? Hatching evil gods? I don't know. The acting store manager also didn't know. His expression was very solemn. The basement is blocked. The entire underground passage was blocked. People outside couldn't get in. The acting store manager said, let's go out first. The Noble Queen store has store rules, and they act according to the rules. What about Mr. Song? The clerk asked, just ignore him? Acting store manager, he'd take care of it. Song Zhizhong leaned against the metal door. He could feel the trembling behind him. Something indescribable was growing. The small queen store was not a qualified place for birth. If it grew big enough, the store would be submerged. Song Zhizhong had always been well prepared, but at this time, he realized that he was weak, and the safety of this room could not withstand it. He had cleared the corridor. Lin Xiaofeng was trembling. She was too special, and might be more sensitive to the emotions inside. Song Zhizhong did not leave. It was useless to run anywhere in this situation. In this situation, his ability was most suitable for use. The safe house inside was not the last line of defense. The last line of defense was Song Zhizhong himself. With his ability, he could choose to block this place and truly realize a cage, like pouring cement, completely blocking the living things inside. He could do it, but Zhu Ning would die in it. What Song Zhizhong feared more than Zhu Ning was that he could kill Zhu Ning, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to kill a living human being. Song Zhizhong remembered the first time he met Zhu Ning. She was wearing a black protective suit, like a motorcycle suit, and she asked him where the hot pot restaurant was. Song Zhizhong pointed her away, and it was he who pushed Zhu Ning to the established road paved by Prometheus. So Song Zhizhong had an inexplicable sense of responsibility for Zhu Ning. You led people astray, so you have to bear the consequences for it. He remembered that Zhu Ning slept on his sofa without any defense because of excessive use of mental value. He also remembered that the other party said, "Isn't I your baby?" Song Zhizhong could bury Zhu Ning at the cost of himself, but he didn't want to. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to sacrifice his own life, but that he couldn't bear to sacrifice Zhu Ning's life. Lin Xiaofeng felt Song Zhizhong's fear. She had only known Song Zhizhong for a few days, but in her eyes, Song Zhizhong had always been elegant and stable. Now his eyes were red, and something was constantly flickering in his eyes. Lin Xiaofeng had never seen Song Zhizhong's expression. She had been able to infer adults' emotions from their micro-expressions since she was a child, and to adjust her own reactions, never making trouble, and always being more obedient. Song Zhizhong's expression showed that Zhu Ning was not in a good state. Zhu Ning might have been in trouble. Lin Xiaofeng's mind was a little blank. She leaned against the metal door. The door was obviously very heavy, but at this time it seemed as fragile as cardboard. Lin Xiaofeng slowly curled up her knees. She stared at the plush slippers on her feet. These slippers were also bought for her by Zhu Ning. They opened the online shopping page and looked at it for a long time. Zhu Ning gave her full choice and let her choose the clothes she liked. Before she met Zhu Ning, she never had the power to choose her own clothes. She was just a doll that people could dress up at will. Now she has become a transparent person. Obviously, she doesn't need to dress up at all. All the decorations are unnecessary for her. Outsiders can't see her existence at all, but Zhu Ning treats her as a real person. Go and choose what you like. So Lin Xiaofeng chose a pair of black rabbit slippers. It was a bedtime story told by Song Zhizhong, a rabbit taking revenge on the interstellar lord. She retracted her feet. The plush slippers were so warm and soft, and the things behind her were so terrifying and piercing. The two sides seemed to form an exaggerated contrast that could not be ignored. Lin Xiaofeng covered her face, feeling that Zhu Ning was still by her side and had never left. Click, Lin Xiaofeng and Song Zhizhong didn't know how long they had been waiting. Suddenly, the metal door behind them made some loose sounds. Lin Xiaofeng had been leaning on the door with all her strength, and now she was a little dazed. There were two metal doors in total, one at the door of the bedroom and one at about 1/3 of the corridor. They were outside the second metal door. Now the two metal doors opened automatically, revealing the room at the deepest part of the corridor. They were so anxious when they escaped that they didn't close the door at all. Now the door was open, like a huge mouth of the abyss. Lin Xiaofeng raised his head, and Song Zhizhong frowned. The safety door entered the emergency procedure, and could no longer be intervened by humans. If it was open now, it meant that either Zhu Ning was attacked and killed by the emergency device inside, or the pollution concentration has stabilized. The blue earrings on Song Zhizhong's earlobes flashed. He couldn't connect to the data in the monitoring room, but Prometheus could. Prometheus just said that the pollution concentration had dropped. 50%, 30%, 20%. Song Zhizhong was a little dazed. He looked down at the secondary brain. Half an hour had passed. It only lasted half an hour, but he felt like a lifetime. Song Zhizhong's legs were stiff, and he couldn't move. He slowly found his thoughts. Xiaofeng, I go check it out first. Don't move. Lin Xiaofeng originally wanted to follow in, but now she didn't move after hearing what Song Zhizhong said. She knew she was unstable, and didn't want to become the second source of pollution. Song Zhizhong could see the plush slipper stopped in place. Song Jijong walked into the room. The living room was not lit. He fumbled for the switch and squinted subconsciously after turning it on. The living room was as usual. Song Jijong had not taken away the apron he had put on the dining table chair in the morning. It seemed that nothing had happened here. It was too familiar. He lived here in the past, adjusting himself day after day to adapt to the sudden supernatural power. He had lived here for 3 weeks. Did Zhu Ning only need half an hour, 2 bedrooms, and 1 living room? There were 2 bedrooms on the left and right of the door. Zhu Ning lived on the right. Song Jijong stopped in front of the door. There was no black mucus in the crack of the door, and the sense of oppression had been put away. But just like a large bird of prey must leave traces after leaving, there was a cold feeling left here, which made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts when approaching. Zhu Ning? Song Jijong called her carefully. He didn't hear any response. Song Jijong took a deep breath and turned the doorknob. I'm going in. With a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open. There was nothing in the room. Everything was fine. The quilt on the bed was wrinkled. A black retro notebook was placed on the grass green quilt. The bedside lamp was on and a little crooked. Zhu Ning's bedroom was full of life. The chandelier on the ceiling was shaking slightly, but there were no pollutants or strange monsters. It was clean here, too clean, because even Zhu Ning was not there. Where did she go? Disappeared? Swallowed by pollutants? In this world, nothing would surprise people. So far, they have only explored less than half of the secrets of this world. Song Jijong felt that it was normal for Zhu Ning to evaporate today. The bathroom door was ajar, not completely shut. Song Jijong pushed it open carefully. He had just pushed it halfway, when he suddenly felt a black shadow flash before his eyes. Then, before he could react, his neck was suddenly pressed by someone with great force. Bang! The next moment, Song Jijong was thrown against the tile wall, his back pressed against the bathroom wall. He was pressed against the tile by a brute force, making a crisp sound, and his back smashed the tile into a spider-web crack. His fragile throat was in the hands of the other party, and she could strangle him to death anytime and anywhere, but Song Jijong did not struggle, because it was Zhu Ning in front of him. She seemed to be different from before, with an incomprehensible light flashing in her eyes. It was a cold inorganic light, which was particularly obvious in the dark bathroom. It was like a pair of unknown monster eyes opened in the dark. And she exuded a very strong sense of oppression, and instinctively told Song Jijong not to move, otherwise Zhu Ning would really strangle him to death. Zhu Ning? Song Jijong called her, and because of the pinching of her throat, the sound seemed to be squeezed out. Zhu Ning narrowed her eyes, as if she realized who he was, and her fingers loosened, allowing Song Jijong to breathe. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows and looked at him coldly. Even if you are the landlord, you can't just enter my bathroom casually, right? Zhu Ning didn't know what she had been through. She looked very irritable and hard to mess with. Her face was full of "This is my territory. You are very rude." Song Jijong's throat was pinched and it hurt, but he was not angry at her. "I'm sorry." Zhu Ning was irritable, but he seemed to be mentally fine. Zhu Ning was a soft-hearted person, and he looked at him a little puzzled when he heard this. There were very clear fingerprints on both sides of Song Jijong's jaw, and his eyes were red, as if he was about to cry. Zhu Ning had never seen Song Jijong like this. Song Jijong wanted to ask her what she had been through, but he had no idea where to start. He left the bathroom very gentlemanly. Zhu Ning ignored him, and turned on the faucet to wash her face. She stared at herself in the mirror, her face pale, and her forehead covered with cold sweat. She had just eaten a lump of food when Song Jijong came in, so she had no time to observe herself. Zhu Ning touched the back of her neck, and the black mucus disappeared from the surface of her skin. She checked her body, and found that there was nothing left except a few wounds. The broken spine had healed. There was a very strange lump under the skin of the back of her neck, as if something was buried inside. Ever since Zhu Ning knew that she was an experimental subject, there was a system in her brain that was very accepting of this thing. Anyway, they were all parasites, and it didn't matter whether she had one or two. Zhu Ning didn't have a nosebleed this time. She was just a little irritable. She stared at the mirror and looked at another self. She was trying to use herself again. She had changed her mind, and there should be more possibilities for her. Zhu Ning frowned, and the data flow in her eyes disappeared, as if she had pressed the power off button and the screen was off. She regained a pair of black pupils, normal human eyes. Zhu Ning turned off the faucet and walked out of the bathroom. Song Jijong was waiting for her in the living room. He seemed to have suffered more than Zhu Ning. His expression was too pale, and the finger marks that Zhu Ning had just pinched were very conspicuous. He was rubbing his throat. "So weak. She pinched it. Zhu Ning felt that her thoughts were increasingly straying towards the tyrant's thoughts, and it was a little difficult to control. She thought about it, and then she realized a little guilty. She seemed to have almost smashed the store just now. Zhu Ning, I will compensate you for the loss of the store. Song Zhizhong, okay. There was no emotion in his voice. How could Song Zhizhong be stupid after only a few hours? It was Zhu Ning who experienced the indescribable weird incident just now, not Song Zhizhong. Song Zhizhong. Zhu Ning called him. Song Zhizhong raised his head, and he seemed to be a little dizzy. Zhu Ning walked to the opposite side of him. He didn't know if it was Song Zhizhong's illusion, but Zhu Ning seemed to have grown taller, or maybe her eyes were like this, and when she looked straight at him, people couldn't avoid it. Zhu Ning, I'm hungry. Huh? Song Zhizhong still couldn't recover after hearing this. Zhu Ning looked at him calmly and repeated, I'm hungry. Song Zhizhong's brain began to work, and he was a little unsure. What kind of hunger was Zhu Ning hungry? She was now. It seemed that she might even swallow a pollution source. Chapter 92. Zhu Ning's appetite far exceeds Lin Xiaofeng's. She ate almost as much as Lin Xiaofeng ate in 3 days, and her hunger was slightly relieved. But she was still not full, and couldn't wait to eat something real. Zhu Ning frowned at this thought, and couldn't understand why she had such a strong appetite and desire to destroy. Is this the consequence of her alienation? Was what she just experienced considered alienation or activation of the system? The system panel didn't show it. It seemed that Song Zhizhong was right. They needed a doctor or researcher in their team, at least to explain Zhu Ning's current situation. But she thought of Pei Shu's words again. Why was she so obsessed with classifying herself? It didn't matter what she was. Anyway, she accepted that she was an experimental product, and it was fine as long as it could be used. Zhu Ning tried to open the system panel, which was very smooth and unobstructed. The system was not broken. Before, Zhu Ning always regarded this thing as her own tool, but now she would just treat it as a tool honestly. As for the thing behind her neck, she could hear a rustling sound at first. Rusting, as if a foreign species was attached to her body. Be quiet. Under the strong pressure from Zhu Ning, the other party seemed to really understand and stopped making any sound. The black mucus did not overflow. As long as Zhu Ning was stable, they would be stable. When Zhu Ning collapsed, they would collapse. She and these monsters have become one and inseparable. Zhu Ning is learning to get along with the extra things in her body, and also to control her hunger. The difference between humans and beasts is that humans can overcome their instinctive impulses. Zhu Ning took a deep breath to prevent herself from becoming a slave to the mucus. It took a long time for her to calm down. Lin Xiaofeng was taken to bed by Song Zhizhong. She still had to deal with the troubles in the store. If there was anything, they would talk about it tomorrow morning. Zhu Ning was alone in the bedroom. She began to think. Before, when she was thinking, she needed to use the walls of the honeycomb to write and draw on it. Now, she didn't know whether she activated the system or awakened her talent as a computer. As long as Zhu Ning closed her eyes, some key points would automatically be outlined in her mind. It was like a three-dimensional mind map that was naturally stored in her mind. She set up a red dot in her mind and nailed a thumbtack. First and foremost, the most important question is that there may be more than one person who installed the system. Zhu Ning was in the batch more than 10 years ago, and she was a scrap defective product. So, are there any successful experiments? They were not transported to the garbage dump, but succeeded. If this technology can really be mass-produced, just like implanting a chip in the human brain, then there may be an army. Zhu Ning doesn't want them to progress so smoothly, but she has to prepare for the worst. There may be another her in the enemy's camp, or even hundreds of her. They knew Zhu Ning was still alive, so they would either come to recruit him or choose to destroy him, just like destroying the waste of a failed experiment. Zhu Ning had never come into contact with this group of people, but her intuition told her that they were definitely enemies. The second question was Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet. Zhu Ning drew a second red dot in her mind. She probably knew what Cheng Mafei was investigating back then, if it was just a very ordinary investigation, such as investigating the interests of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, or the abuse of experiments. Or speak up for people like the hot pot restaurant owner. With the cooperation between the Federation and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, it may not be able to shake Yongsheng Pharmaceutical in the slightest. Even if Cheng Mafei submits these materials, he may not get any response. These things are the foundation of the Federation's existence. No one is so blind as to want to shake the current social structure. The investigation report that Cheng Mafei preserved at the cost of his death may contain experimental products related to Zhu Ning. In this series of experiments, Chung Mafei must have obtained the most core information. Moreover, Chung Mafei entered the number 777 experimental body. This house is in District 103, and the experimental bases of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical are spread all over the Federation. According to their propaganda, the largest experimental base is in District 85. Chung Mafei belongs to the cleaning center of District 103, and was chased and killed in the number 777 experimental body in District 103, which at least proves one thing. The place he investigated at that time was in District 103, otherwise his superiors would not let him carry out the mission. So there is a branch or laboratory of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical in District 103, which is related to Zhu Ning's batch of experiments. Thinking about this, she thought of the third thing. The third red dot. That day the mechanical oceanarium exploded, and the invisible man appeared, with Lin Xiaofeng as the fuse, attracting everyone's attention. Zhu Ning had previously speculated that this move was to divert attention from another more important thing. For this, at all costs, the entire mechanical oceanarium was sacrificed. What is this thing? Why did Su Ming appear at the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation's presentation site that day? If the mechanical oceanarium incident had not occurred that day, Su Ming would not have been urgently recalled. What was she going to do that day? The fourth red dot, the fourth event. Prometheus, this artificial intelligence that is powerful enough to control human nerves, is restricted in every way and cannot communicate directly with people. Zhu Ning was led into traps by him several times, and survived on the edge several times. Now he really wants to blow up its host. But what is it doing? Want Zhu Ning to know that he is an experiment. Knowing, then what? It provides firepower support to Zhu Ning, including the Honorable Queen Store, which must have provided help to itself with its tacit consent. It arranged several grave-sticking tasks with almost no waste, and each time Zhu Ning could find key clues in them. And the weirdest thing about it is that it seems to know what Zhu Ning can get from the contaminated area. It knows that there is a system in Zhu Ning's mind. How does it know that it will succeed in purification? What rewards will the system give? Is this also a big data algorithm? But the system looks like a pollutant. Big data algorithms can only calculate things with regularity. Will the pollutants of the system be calculated? Zhu Ning thought it predicted her life before, so how can its prediction be so accurate? What is the relationship between it and the system? Is it here to help her, or to make her die early and be reborn early? Now there are 4 red anchor points in her mind, just like 4 thumbtacks nailed on a whiteboard, connected by red silk threads. Under the red dots are densely packed small characters recording the corresponding events. It looks complicated, but Zhu Ning always feels that the truth is close at hand. She is only one step away from the truth. She only needs one key clue to reverse the whole incident. She can understand the truth of her death. Except for the unreliable video recordings from Labeo. There are several breakthrough points. The first is to find Chung Mafei's superior, and find the password to open the employee bracelet. The second is to find a way to contact Prometheus directly. The third breakthrough is Su Ming, but Zhu Ning thinks that if he asks Su Ming directly, she will not tell him, and may kill her instead. Zhu Ning needs to pay more attention to her in the next work. There is also a very strange mountain cat, who may also know something. Zhu Ning opened the Tomb Post Enthusiasts Exchange forum, and a message popped up as soon as he opened it. Congratulations to the universe's first sweet girl for successfully purifying the dentist's office. Zhu Ning was even too lazy to read the netizens' discussion this time, because there were unread messages flashing on it, and it was indeed sent by the mountain cat. Mountain cat, you went to the ant nest? Zhu Ning raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? It's not that there was something in it that Zhu Ning took away first, right? Mountain cat replied quickly. You are in danger. Zhu Ning, oh. She was dangerous to begin with. She had never been safe. She was chased by several forces from the beginning. She was lucky to be alive until now. Can you say something practical? Mountain cat, He probably didn't expect this style of painting here. Zhu Ning replied with an oh, but it seemed that he could feel the other party's bad aura through the screen. Danger? It's okay, destroy it. Zhu Ning held a nutrient in her mouth. In fact, she couldn't relieve her hunger by eating this thing, but she just wanted to comfort herself. She found that she seemed to have evolved. She was becoming more and more like a supercomputer. For example, she didn't need to type by herself now. She seemed to be connected with the secondary brain. As long as she thought, a line of words would automatically appear on the screen. Is this the benefit of being a computer? This time Zhu Ning said, how have you considered it? Zhu Ning yawned. She had many clues to follow up. She decided to follow up on whichever one approached her actively. At that time, Shan Mao said that she wanted to cooperate with Zhu Ning. She put forward a condition that the employee bracelet could be given to Shan Mao, but Zhu Ning wanted to see the content inside. It means that she doesn't care who the bracelet belongs to in the end, she wants to share the content. This is a very strong and difficult request, so Shan Mao did not agree. In the dilapidated rental house, the light of the secondary brain hit the man's face. He was wearing a hoodie and a metal mask on the lower half of his face. Shan Mao did not reply to this sentence. Zhu Ning's appetite was too big. This time she entered the ant nest again. Although she didn't know what she was doing in the ant nest, according to Shan Mao's experience, she would definitely attract the attention of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Shan Mao was considering whether to intercept Zhu Ning on the spot next time she went on a mission. If negotiation is not possible, it can be resolved violently. You can't handle a little girl? There was more than one Shan Mao in the shabby rental house. There was a chair in the shadows, and now a woman was sitting on it. She moved very lightly, as quietly as a cat. Shan Mao frowned. Can you say hello next time you come? He was a little unhappy. This person always appeared suddenly without even saying hello. Shan Mao tried to make a deal with this sweet girl. He felt that the conditions he proposed were very tempting. I can help you get rid of the pursuit of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical and give you a safe identity. Just like what they did to Huang Yeruo. But this sweet girl didn't seem interested. Compared with her own safety, she was more interested in the content of the employee bracelet. This shows that Zhu Ning is definitely not an outsider. If it is an ordinary person who accidentally enters the number 777 experimental subject, he will not be so interested in the employee bracelet. And Zhu Ning may have read some of the information. I seem to know who she is. The woman in the dark said. People who can read the grave posts can basically be judged as insiders. More than half of them are employees of the cleaning center. She is an insider and knows more information than herself. The actions of this sweet girl in the universe are very strange. There should not be many people who meet her characteristics. A speeding car drove past the rental house, and the dim rental house suddenly had some light. The headlights of the big car illuminated the dark corner. The woman sitting on the chair looked very ordinary, so ordinary that no one would notice her if she was thrown into the crowd. Her biggest characteristic is that she has no characteristics, and no one would care what she is doing. Su Ming stood up from the chair. Bobcat, she is very abnormal. Experiment number 777 plus the ant nest, it seems that this person is doing the same thing as them. Su Ming did not speak. Shan Mao, don't you want to kill her? Su Ming, no need. Shan Mao, then I leave it to you. Su Ming nodded. Compared with Shan Mao, Su Ming could grasp the degree more easily. It was Su Ming who made the decision whether to kill Zhu Ning or do something else. They had thought about letting Shan Mao enter the number 777 experiment, but at that time, they didn't know whether Cheng Mafei was killed by number 777. If Cheng Mafei died in there, Shan Mao probably wouldn't be able to come out alive. They had too few people to use. Instead of risking sacrificing a talent, it was better to let the information stay in a place that suited them. Being in the number 777 experiment body is like being locked in a third-party safe, which is better than falling into the hands of the enemy. But unexpectedly, the number 777 experiment body was destroyed, and someone actually found Cheng Mafei's bracelet. All their plans were disrupted. Su Ming had to meet Zhu Ning, she meant a real meeting. Su Ming walked to the window and looked through the gap in the curtains. This was her professional habit, and she did not dare to relax her vigilance at all. Su Ming, I was transferred last time, did you find it? That incident happened too suddenly. Su Ming was on vacation, and would not encounter any tasks. But near the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation, the mechanical oceanarium suddenly became polluted. For an emergency B-level mission, Su Ming must wear an employee bracelet, and will dispatch nearby employees according to the location. Su Ming had to be transferred. If she did not leave, she would definitely arouse the suspicion of the cleaning center. She hesitated for a while, and chose to continue to maintain her identity as a cleaner. What surprised her was that she was not the only one at the scene that day, but also her very familiar subordinate, Zhu Ning. Why did Zhu Ning appear at the mission site? She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out which faction Zhu Ning belonged to. It seemed that she didn't belong to anyone, like a lone wolf. When the sweetest girl in the universe in the Tomb Post forum first appeared, Su Ming suspected whether it was Zhu Ning. If Su Ming's principle of action is not to attract people's attention, then Zhu Ning's principle of action is, I am the king of the mountain, come and pay homage to me. Too high profile. Su Ming didn't appreciate this approach. Zhu Ning was too easy to attract attention and firepower, but now Su Ming began to rethink that for people with strong strength, high-profile actions are actually very efficient. They can easily get the clues they want, because no matter which group of people, their eyes will focus on her. She is like an attractive cheese, always attracting mice that are interested in her. For example, Su Ming now. Lynx. They transported the things away. Lynx didn't dare to follow too closely that day. He could enter the S-level contaminated area, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be discovered. There were perceptive psychics there, and it would be easy to be found if he got too close. Su Ming. Where is the destination? Lynx entered Highway 3 and disappeared near the dense forest. The Foundation is not Lynx's task, and Su Ming suddenly had an accident and Lynx had to rush over. Lynx finally found out an address, and the follow-up plan had to be replanned. Su Ming hummed. The communication between her and Lynx could not leave any electronic traces, otherwise it would be easy to be tracked, so they could only meet in the simplest way. And due to the surveillance of the cleaning center, it was difficult for Su Ming to come in the first time. The efficiency is very low. This time Su Ming was out for too long, and staying any longer might arouse suspicion. Su Ming didn't want to accept Yu Kaiyuan's interrogation at all. Even more annoying than Yu Kaiyuan was the abnormal events team, which Su Ming didn't want to provoke. A layer of black mist covered Su Ming's face, covering her entire face. This was a more effective cover than any helmet. This was an empty alley. Before climbing out of the window, Su Ming said, "You should change places. It's no longer safe here." Sha Nao also had this consideration. The previous safe house was near the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. This time it was in the slums. He changed his residence once a week. Now it has been 5 days, and it is time to change. He has lived a homeless life for so many years, like a mouse, wandering in various caves. Su Ming was the cat who came to find him. Black Cat, Sha Nao reminded Su Ming when she opened the window, "Be careful. Anyone who takes their path is very dangerous, and can easily get involved. Chung Mafei's fate is their fate." Su Ming did not respond. He flipped over and fell down. Before landing, he looked like a real black cat. His figure turned into a residual image and disappeared completely after a few jumps. Chapter 93. 15 million? Zhu Ning felt that there must be something wrong with her eyes and ears. The bill Song Zhizhong handed her made her a little unfamiliar with this number. She was sitting at the dining table thinking about Lao Yang and Lu Sheng. Zhu Ning just had a memory about the garbage dump. The garbage dump was like a mountain. Zhu Ning tried to stretch her hand upwards, and someone grabbed her palm. She was picked up by 2 scavengers. Lao Yang and Lu Sheng might be the nurturers of this world, and the ones who saved her. Zhu Ning in the memory was younger, probably only 7 or 8 years old, and still in the form of a child. Does this memory belong to the original owner, or Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning may have traveled through time a long time ago, but she lost some of her memories, unable to figure it out. Zhu Ning shook her head. Her life experience was more complicated than she imagined. Maybe she would know more about her past after finding Lu Sheng. But Lao Yang and Lu Sheng were both defective products. Their lifespans were short, and they lived in the garbage dump. It has been so long, and I don't know if they are still alive. If they are defective products, they are probably dead. If he is still alive, where should I look for him? In such a vast sea of people, searching for 2 small figures is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhu Ning was lost in thought, and didn't notice Song Zhizhong pushing the door open and coming in. Then the store manager handed her a paper bill. The bill was very long, even longer than toilet paper. It hung from the table and piled up at the feet, listing in detail the things Zhu Ning had broken. Zhu Ning kept flipping down to the last page before she saw the number, 15 million Singapore dollars. She completely forgot about Lao Yang and Lu Sheng, and was left with shock. What a rip-off! Song Zhizhong sat opposite her with his chin in his hand, smiling gently. "Miss Zhu, you broke a whole wall of my wine collection. Today's guests are all exempted from the bill, and there are some compensations to appease the rich woman's heart, store decoration and other expenses. This price is very fair." The bill was written very clearly, one by one. This is a duck shop that specializes in serving rich women. The wine cabinets are full of precious wine collections. Some of the rich women store here, which are no longer available. Even some crystal glasses are very valuable. Including the turnover of the Honorable Queen store today, all are paid by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, Okay, after entering the Wasteland world, she has been suffering from the impact of money. She initially went to work in a cleaning company just to repay the monthly rent of 1,800 Singapore dollars. Thinking of this, she is simply plain and unpretentious. Ding dong, 15 million Singapore dollars were transferred from the deputy brain. Zhu Ning's small treasury is in danger. Almost half of it has been dug out. Zhu Ning didn't even feel heartbroken after paying the money, because it was an online transaction, and she felt like she didn't spend any money. It can be said that with her financial management ability, she will soon lose all her family property and become a pauper again. After Zhu Ning paid the money, she opened another bottle of nutritional supplement. Now the table was full of empty bottles of nutritional supplements. While drinking the nutritional supplements, her eyes fell on Song Zhizhong's chin. There were still very clear finger marks on his jaws. Song Zhizhong was very busy today. After taking Lin Xiaofeng to bed, he went upstairs to deal with the follow-up. Now, he just counted his losses, and came to ask for debts from me. He returned to his usual state, and the atmosphere he exuded was very relaxed, like a cunning little fox, always calculating people. Zhu Ning asked, "Is your chin okay?" Song Zhizhong touched it. "It's fine. He's not really a delicate flower." Maybe because he had been rubbing his neck before, when Song Zhizhong moved, Zhu Ning saw that his turtleneck sweater slightly exposed a little skin, just a small piece, but Zhu Ning saw it. Song Zhizhong's skin was very pale, with scattered scars on it, which was very conspicuous in contrast, very much like the ones left after a fire. Is this why Song Zhizhong wears a turtleneck sweater? With the development of technology, scar removal technology is very mature, and it will hardly leave any marks. Zhu Ning has no interest in scar removal, so he keeps it. What is Song Zhizhong doing? Does he want to keep the scar as a commemoration, or is it impossible to remove it, or is the scar an unhealable wound? Song Zhizhong has been seriously injured, and will not live long? Song Zhizhong's movement was only a moment, and soon disappeared. The turtleneck sweater covered his neck tightly again. Zhu Ning thought about it, and didn't ask. It was Song Zhizhong's private matter. He didn't say it because he didn't want to mention it. Compared to this, Zhu Ning was more interested in the earring on his earlobe. "Why do you pledge allegiance to Prometheus?" Zhu Ning asked. She wanted to know what Song Zhizhong thought. Song Zhizhong smiled and corrected. "It's not that I pledge allegiance to him, I just help him." There is a difference here. Song Zhizhong is not a true subordinate of Prometheus, he has always been free. Zhu Ning asked, "Then why do you help him?" Song Zhizhong looked into Zhu Ning's eyes solemnly. "Because he painted a beautiful world for me. A beautiful world without pollutants. No one in the world will collapse into pollutants, and no superpowers will be alienated and lose their minds. If it is really possible as Prometheus said, he is willing to help." Huh? Build a beautiful new home together? Prometheus and the system are both good at painting cakes for people. This cake is big and round, and looks beautiful. If Zhu Ning is not the one making the cake, it will be even better. Song Zhizhong noticed Zhu Ning's mood and asked, "Don't you like him?" Zhu Ning, "No one will like him. Like a riddle man, he never appears from beginning to end, predicts your fate, controls your life, including Zhu Ning's rare direct contact with Prometheus, but he didn't leave a good impression." Song Zhizhong responded, but didn't refute. It is very normal for humans to feel disgusted with artificial intelligence. After all, they are completely different creatures, especially this thing can take over people's bodies. Some people speculate that Prometheus is a pollutant. If Prometheus is really polluted, it is a combination of pollution and machinery. Song Zhizhong, but you are becoming like him. Zhu Ning frowned. Whether she evolved or alienated, the blue data stream flowing in her pupil showed that her body was a man-made thing, like a high-speed computer. Zhu Ning and Prometheus are the same kind? She felt creepy because of her own thoughts. Could Prometheus be another test product of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical? Does he have a body? Song Zhizhong asked, "Have you explored your abilities?" Although Zhu Ning did not say what she was doing just now, and Song Zhizhong did not ask more questions, but at that time, a pollution area was almost formed here, and the initial pollution concentration data was Class A. Zhu Ning, like Song Zhizhong and Lin Xiaofeng, had experienced a mental breakdown and then restored order. In this process, how much energy they can generate will become the cornerstone of their abilities in the future. What is Zhu Ning's ability? Zhu Ning frowned, and felt a data network formed in front of her eyes, like the scale of a photo editing software, like a large data network instantly covering the entire room. Song Zhizhong in front of her was cut by a data block. After the data bar in her eyes rolled, the living people in the room would be automatically locked, and the sofa, coffee table and bar in the living room were circled in an instant, just like playing a shooting game. If she wanted to have a gunfight with someone here, she didn't need to lock it specifically, she could kill the enemy in an instant. She built a data palace in her mind, and the memories inside were classified and carefully arranged. When Zhu Ning was thinking just now, she obviously felt that her thinking speed had accelerated. At the moment when she thought about something, a graphic would be drawn in her mind, which was very intuitive. She guessed that she would have some photographic memory instincts, and when the storage space is sufficient, everything she sees will be stored in her mind. Her brain should be similar to a real computer. If the computing power is sufficient, can she make big data predictions? Like Prometheus? Some people's ability direction is superbody. Song Jizhong said, some people will be infinitely close to computers at this stage, and will have photographic memory and store memories. Although there are many kinds of superpowers now, some can be deduced from the same kind. Song Jizhong, you can try to get in touch with the mechanization of your body. You don't have to be really mechanized. Open a port on yourself and get in touch with their chips. Your body should be able to access different chips to obtain different abilities. Zhu Ning's body will be very similar to a smart terminal, and can upgrade software and hardware. Zhu Ning frowned. Song Jizhong's reaction to this was very normal. He probably didn't know that Zhu Ning was an experimental subject. Or maybe he knew, but he didn't care. They were local citizens, and they were more accepting of these things. They had seen too many human species, and artificial people were running all over the place. They wouldn't be surprised by this. But can she still connect to other chips? That should be another world for her. And her abnormality today was not written into the system, not on the panel, proving that this was her basic ability, but it was just activated, and it was not even a talent. This was her own ability, just like ordinary people can eat and walk, but it was still difficult to accept that she was not made of flesh and blood. Song Jizhong asked, where are those black things? Song Jizhong just saw black mucus surging on Zhu Ning's body, as if another kind of creature was living there. Zhu Ning didn't feel the need to avoid Song Jizhong. This person already knew what he should know, and what he shouldn't know, he would probably find out later, so there was no need to hide it. Zhu Ning, in my body? Song Jizhong frowned when he heard this. In my body? Yes. Zhu Ning tried to describe it. It should be in my flesh and blood. Every bone, every gap, every cell, they have long been integrated with me. Zhu Ning really felt that he was a fusion of mechanical data and biology. The data flow in his eyes represented technology, and the alien on his body represented the biological part. Zhu Ning's spiritual value was used to maintain balance. Zhu Ning, I have to suppress it. I guess it's an alien species. Alien species? Song Jizhong knows about alien species, but aren't they only found outside the wall? Did Zhu Ning meet one this time? That proves that the pollution in Area 103 is so serious that it's close to that outside the wall. And alien species can coexist with humans? Zhu Ning's situation is far beyond Song Jizhong's understanding. He has never seen someone like Zhu Ning, but he has never seen Lin Xiaofeng before. What kind of creature is Lin Xiaofeng? The evolution of this world is faster than Song Jizhong thought. The only rules that humans have figured out are no longer suitable for existing phenomena. The top batch of evolved humans are breaking the rules summarized the day before every day. There are countless possibilities for them. There are countless possibilities for Zhu Ning. Song Jizhong tried to sort out the current information. You are very different. You are very much like a combination of pollutants and machinery. He said this very carefully. Machinery and pollutants are subtly combined in her, and it is very perfect. There can't be more or less in any part. Machinery and pollutants must be balanced, otherwise Zhu Ning's body will fall apart, but she seems to have no such reaction at all. Especially after this experience, Zhu Ning is stronger. In other words, she is standing at a new starting point. Her future is not something Song Jizhong can understand. Thinking of this, Song Jizhong lowered his eyes. He had predicted that Zhu Ning's future would definitely go further and further. Not only District 103, but also outside the wall. The Noble Queen store is just a harbor for her to stay for a short time. There is no room for her here. Song Jizhong's eyelashes are very long. When they are drooped, they are like feather fans covering up, making it difficult to see the specific emotions. Zhu Ning felt that he seemed to have suddenly become very depressed and asked, am I going to die or what? Song Jizhong blinked, raised his head, and looked at Zhu Ning seriously. No, your future will be very good. You are the most perfectly integrated I have ever seen. Zhu Ning yawned. Song Jizhong's words were like a fortune teller. He sat opposite him like a mysterious master, and after some calculations, he said, you will be very good. Zhu Ning said indifferently, my lifespan is not long. Song Jizhong was stunned. It was the first time he heard Zhu Ning talk about his lifespan. Zhu Ning continued, defective product, will not live long. Zhu Ning went through 2 physical examinations at the cleaning center, and the relevant data were the same both times. The lifespan of her body organs was only 1 year. I don't know if it's better now, but with the extent of her being hunted, she may die before her body dies naturally. Song Zhizhong was like a stargazer who had just discovered the brightest star. Many people had not noticed her, only Song Zhizhong saw it. Song Zhizhong had not had time to look up at her, but at this time, he learned that this star would fall soon. Zhu Ning, why do you all have the same expression? There's still a year left. Song Zhizhong didn't understand why Zhu Ning was so optimistic, but Zhu Ning really thought that this matter was not that bad, and it wasn't that she was optimistic. Maybe it was because she saw a lot of bad things in the Wasteland world, and then read the words in Gao Yingqing's notebook. The end of the world is coming, you and I are all ants. To be honest, if the end of the world comes, the lifespan of this Wasteland world is probably not as long as Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, it's not certain who will be destroyed first, me or the world. Song Zhizhong, good. Pragmatic idea. But it makes sense. Half of the people in this world think this way. The world may fall at any time, so some people seize the time to enjoy life, while others are taking black dreams and living a life of drunkenness and death. People have given up struggling. Song Zhizhong, maybe you are now a 6th-class citizen. Zhu Ning asked, what are the criteria for judging a 6th-class citizen? Song Zhizhong was stunned by Zhu Ning's question. The so-called 6th-class citizen is to distinguish from the other 5. They have some special abilities, and then register their official identities. At the same time, they also need to register their own special abilities to facilitate unified management and avoid panic. But if you don't go to the official registration, it actually doesn't matter what class of citizen you are. Zhu Ning doesn't care at all now. Don't classify yourself, and don't put yourself in the range of the official classification. Zhu Ning, thank you for helping me. Zhu Ning is sincere. Song Zhizhong is gentler and more reliable than she thought. He can clean up any mess. Although he is very close to Prometheus, maybe he helped Zhu Ning because of Prometheus's order. But Zhu Ning still thanked him. Song Zhizhong was stunned by this sentence. Zhu Ning is really a person who wants people to get close to him. Song Zhizhong stopped thinking about Zhu Ning's lifespan and asked, what did you do after you regained your sanity? Song Zhizhong was busy for a long time. When he looked back, Zhu Ning was already sitting cross-legged at the dining table thinking about something. She seemed to not need to rest at all, and was thinking alone. Although Zhu Ning was very close to Song Zhizhong, there were some secrets that could not be shared with Song Zhizhong. It's hard to say. Song Zhizhong was stunned, then laughed. It was this sentence again. Before, Song Zhizhong asked Zhu Ning what she was doing in the hot pot restaurant, and Zhu Ning answered that it was hard to say. Later, Zhu Ning asked if he knew about Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and Song Zhizhong answered that it was hard to say. Now this sentence appeared for the 3rd time. Song Zhizhong changed the question, have you found any useful clues? Zhu Ning thought of Shan Mao's response, and found it very interesting. Shan Mao said, I will come to find you. Zhu Ning said before that she had many clues in her hands, like a pile of threads scattered in front of her eyes, and she decided to follow up on whichever one had hope. Now that a line has been moved, Zhu Ning does not need to do anything, just wait there, like a bait in a trap, waiting for the prey to come. However, in this process, she needs to ensure that she will not be killed by the prey. Zhu Ning's mood became much better when she thought of this, I found it. Song Zhizhong could feel Zhu Ning's emotions, and the suppressed and desperate atmosphere had completely dissipated from this room. Zhu Ning is now in a very calm state, as if she can meet any challenge. She has experienced the worst and knows the most unacceptable facts, so the future will only be better, not worse than yesterday. Good luck. Song Zhizhong said to Zhu Ning. Chapter 94. A certain experimental base. The researcher was a little confused. Since that day, Chu Qing has been talking nonsense. This Professor Chu has never been normal, and now Professor Chu is more neurotic than before. He often stays with pollutants for hours. Chu Qing stood by the window, and below him was his experimental subject. The cold metal door had been pushed open a gap, and the sticky red pollutants were breathing. Getting close to this thing will make people feel instinctively uncomfortable, even if there is a layer of glass windows. Generally, researchers will not stay here after collecting data due to work unless it is necessary. After the data collection is completed, no one wants to become the food of pollutants. But Chu Qing was actively approaching the pollutants, and he had already reached the limit. A glass wall blocked him. He could feel the biting cold and hear the heartbeat of the pollutants. Chu Qing observed it and recorded it. Most researchers just treated it as a job, but for Chu Qing, he was obsessed with his experimental subject. It's not accurate to say he is obsessed. Chu Qing took a breath, his teeth chattered, the fear of pollutants in his heart rose rapidly, his mental value could not support him to continue. This is the limit of his approach to pollutants, and it is also the limit of ordinary people approaching pollutants. As long as he takes another step, the alarm here will sound wildly. Chu Qing stopped. Fear crawled up densely like living insects, like needles piercing his back. This corridor is very cold. In order to reduce the activity of pollutants, they have done low temperature treatment. Chu Qing's glasses were all covered with white mist, and his eyes were all white. This was his weakness. He was unwilling to accept any degree of transformation, and even refused to undergo the already very mature myopia surgery. As long as he took off his glasses, he could not see the world clearly. What is the future of mankind? In the past, Chu Qing felt that only first-class citizens could be called human beings, and the others were man-made things. Why were those things also considered human beings? But if Zhu Ning was a successful Alpha Series experiment, then what was she? If first-class citizens were pure-blooded humans in Chu Qing's eyes, then what was Zhu Ning, who had evolved to the top of the pyramid? God? Chu Qing felt his fear very carefully, and then took off his glasses. Ant nest. This matter was more troublesome than the abnormal incident team thought. Aliens appeared in the wall. They requested support twice, and it took 3 days to completely deal with this matter. Even, they didn't know if this was considered to be handled. The internal structure of the ant nest was very strange. Aliens hid in the chessboard-structured ant nest and randomly attacked their employees. 3 demon hunters and 4 cleaners died in this incident, 15 people were seriously injured, and 30 people were slightly injured. And they paid so much, but they didn't achieve complete purification. This land has been polluted, and they can't eliminate all the alien species. Finally, the protective shield fell, and the notice to disperse the surrounding residents was issued. Huawinsi had to announce that the ant nest position had been lost. Most people have evacuated the ant nest, but in order to prevent accidents, the abnormal incident team is still nearby. They are stationed here to make the final investigation report. Most of the time, the abnormal event team does not exist to solve problems. The biggest responsibility of their department is to investigate the truth. They have a hovercraft near the ant nest. Huawinsi took off her protective helmet in the car. Her hair is very long and braided into a pigtail behind her head. After taking off the helmet, the long braid hangs down naturally. Huawinsi's pure white protective suit is covered with blood and stains, but she doesn't care. She lights a cigarette and reads the investigation report of her subordinates. Team leader, you haven't given up yet? Her partner's name is Xuan Lin. Huawinsi, it's too obvious. Huawinsi took out a piece of information. Before we entered the scene, someone had already entered and left traces at the scene. The 3 buildings near building 35, 34, 36, and 37 all showed distortion of the building, and there were traces of fire. Huawinsi took out a photo, which they took a screenshot from the frontline Demon Hunter video. The aerial corridor of the ant nest was cut off from the front and back, and the interior was set on fire, forming a flame cage with the corpses of alien species inside. Xuanlin reminded, you haven't slept for 3 days. Compared with the truth, he wanted Huawinsi to take a break. If his team leader continued to work so hard, they would lose an elite. Huawinsi raised the hand holding the cigarette, signaling him to shut up, and continued his thoughts. At least 2 mutants, and they killed a pollution source, and didn't have time to contain the pollution spores. The pollution spores were not contained, and the pollution spores were flying all over the sky when they entered the scene. There are pollutants here. From the surface, it can be inferred that the tomb post attracted civilian demon hunters to come in. It is estimated that they felt that they had made a mess and ran away because they felt that they could not clean up the mess. Prometheus took emergency measures. Xuanlin glanced out the window. The outside of the ant nest was covered with a protective shield, but it was hard to say whether this A-level protective shield could protect it. The ant nest had always been in line, and had never been taken seriously. This time it was very high profile. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. If the pollution range expanded, it would be very troublesome. Their losses this time were very low. Xuanlin also thought this matter was very strange. We didn't take any pictures. The ant nest had been in disrepair for a long time. There were no cameras inside, but there were cameras on the way to the ant nest, and there were several cameras on all sides. But there was no information. They seemed to appear suddenly, and then suddenly evaporated. Someone wiped out all their traces, which reminded people of Prometheus. But a hacker could also achieve the same level. No matter who went in, there was at least an organization behind them. Huawinsi and Xuanlin looked at each other, and it happens to be a metal-type superpower. Maybe it's the one Xianqing and the group were looking for some time ago. The incident was actually first discovered by the abnormal team. Someone was looking for a metal-type superpower. When this incident first appeared, No one paid attention. The abnormal team reported it after discovering it. Xianqing started to pay attention to it later. She tried to find traces in the cleaning center and found a highly suspected person, but she was not sure. I heard that the person was released. Wensi found the information of the cleaning team A70265, a total of 3 people, Su Ming, Lin Yinchuan, and Zhu Ning. Their team was formed only a month ago, and they have already carried out a B-level aquarium mission. Zhu Ning was the most prominent in that incident. Zhuang Lin has been following this line. He also found the video of Zhu Ning's interrogation to see if she has any loopholes. I have to say that either Zhu Ning is really a high-profile ordinary cleaner, and has nothing to do with conspiracy. If Zhu Ning is really that person, then her psychological quality is too top-notch, and Zhuang Lin is most afraid of meeting this kind of person. It's so troublesome. Zhuang Lin thought Wensi would keep a close eye on Zhu Ning this time, but she didn't expect that she would draw the information of the third person. Su Ming. Wensi pointed her finger at it. Do you know her? Zhuang Lin didn't pay attention to this person at all. Among the 3 people, Su Ming was the least conspicuous. Lin Yinchuan left a deep impression on people. His video of wanting to be a sister's puppy was uploaded to the forum, and Zhuang Lin also watched it. But Su Ming? Zhuang Lin had no impression at all, and Su Ming's performance in the aquarium was not outstanding. The skills he showed were just above the average level, slightly higher than Lin Yinchuan, and probably far worse than Zhu Ning. And why should Wensi pay attention to her? Is she related to the ant nest incident? Zhuang Lin, is there something wrong with her? Wensi, definitely. Zhuang Lin couldn't understand Wensi's thinking at all. Why? Wensi, check her out. Zhuang Lin opened the internal network on the spot and started to do his homework. The abnormal incident team could see more information. He paused. There was a personnel change in Su Ming's personal profile. Su Ming was a retired demon hunter. The information did not show which team he was from, and then he entered the cleaning department. But this matter is not special. Many demon hunters will choose to return to work after retiring. For injured demon hunters, cleaners are a good position. The sitter was also happy to see this situation, and the internal talents digested it directly. Zhuang Lin frowned. You don't think it was her who entered the ant nest? This is too unrealistic. There is no idea. But Wensi is usually very accurate, more accurate than fortune-telling. In Zhuang Lin's eyes, she is a witch. Their department knows that you should not be targeted by a little witch, otherwise you will be skinned. Zhuang Lin went to check Su Ming's whereabouts on the day of the incident. It was actually quite easy to check. From the data, Su Ming had no mission that day and should be resting. They can apply for a command to investigate the surveillance around Su Ming, but at present, Zhuang Lin thinks it is unnecessary. Wensi shook his head. It was not her who went in. Su Ming's personality would not do such a dangerous thing. Wensi paused after saying this. It was difficult for her to describe this feeling. Su Ming had problems, and of course Zhu Ning had problems too. They were not necessarily related to the ant nest. Zhu Ning, Su Ming. The two of them are related, and they once intersected at a certain point. If we think linearly, we shouldn't think like this when looking for the truth of the ant nest, but Wensi feels that they are all on the same network, shrouded by the same doubt. And Wensi only found 2 points, and these 2 points don't seem to have a strong connection. Once the connection is established, she can not only solve the problem of the ant nest, but she may also find new anomalies. She will understand the whole thing in an instant. Zhuang Lin is still waiting for her to explain why she thinks Su Ming has a problem. Wensi put out the cigarette butt, facing Zhuang Lin's questioning eyes, and chose to remain silent. Zhu Ning is playing the role of cheese recently. In other words, she is resting. After that day, Lin Xiaofeng was particularly attached to her, but her way of being attached was a little special. She didn't talk and was very quiet, just a red hat floating beside her. Zhu Ning guessed that she might have scared her, so she didn't go out recently, and stayed at home with Lin Xiaofeng. A 10-year-old child needs company, and Song Zhizhong can't always come. They seem to be working in shifts, and Song Zhizhong has been resting during the day recently. Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on the sofa. A war movie was playing on the TV, and Lin Xiaofeng hugged her knees to watch the movie. Zhu Ning was distracted and wanted to ask about the progress of Labeo. After opening the dialogue box, she found that only a few days had passed. The progress of Labeo, that she urged before entering the mechanical oceanarium, had only passed 6 days. But she seemed to think that it had been several months. Song Zhizhong was right. If you frequently enter the polluted area, people will gradually lose the concept of time. You will go crazy. Zhu Ning felt that she needed to rest for a while. Zhu Ning thought so, but he did not stop urging Labeo. In Lebeo's opinion, he might be an unscrupulous boss who came to urge people less than a week later. Zhu Ning sent a smiling emoticon, intending to express the death stare from the buyer. Lebeo replied with a bigger smile. Ningbao. Hello. Zhu Ning, She felt that this little robot should not have some emotional intelligence in interpersonal communication, and could not understand Zhu Ning's subtext at all. Zhu Ning spoke more directly. Where are my videos? Lebeo. I found them. A lot. Zhu Ning did not want to put any hope on this, and did not expect the progress to come so suddenly. Then Zhu Ning's secondary brain flashed, and Lebeo sent her 2 terabytes of videos. Zhu Ning was stunned by this massive amount of material. If it was before, she might have spent several days just watching the videos. But now she has data ability. She closed her eyes, and the secondary brain instantly unfolded in her mind. She herself was like a data point wandering in the network of the secondary brain. Zhu Ning quickly browsed through it, which took about 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Zhu Ning opened her eyes. Most of the videos that Lebeo sent her were useless, some were meaningless empty shots, and there was only an abandoned white garbage bag blown by the wind in the material of several hours, as if it was dancing in the corner. Lebeo was filmed in a large number of videos, because Lebeo often picked up garbage nearby, and the word Lebeo would appear on the screen when it was alone. Lebeo, Lebeo, it was not connected to the sound system and could not speak, so it could only talk to itself in text. Sometimes a few expressions would appear on Lebeo's screen. Lebeo's work style emphasized happiness first. He wandered happily in the garbage dump, and the expressions on his face were very happy. Sometimes there were a few lyrics scrolling on the screen. Like singing. In a garbage dump that no one cares about, Lebeo sings silently while working alone. Zhu Ning is a little depressed watching the videos. These videos should be called Lebeo work log when they are spliced together. She has never been forced to watch the little robot dance from multiple angles. Wait, Zhu Ning suddenly opened her eyes, and data was surging in her eyes. With so much material, she only found one useful video, and the video was very short, which was very easy to miss. Zhu Ning was really captured in the video, but it was not very high definition, with only a figure. Zhu Ning paused the video and zoomed in on a blurry face. This feels strange too. You are looking at yourself, but it seems that you are not looking at yourself, but it's someone else. And it is your dead self, you are looking at her. Before death. Image. You know nothing about the other self, she is too mysterious, and Zhu Ning has not yet found the original owner's motive. Before she is sure whether she is the original owner, she will call the woman in the video the original owner. From the angle, this shot should be at the entrance of the garbage dump, so it was captured, but the position of the camera is very low, and the person is a little deformed in the camera, and is stretched very long. Her figure is exactly the same as hers, wearing a black windbreaker with a standing collar, which makes her full of mystery. At that time, Zhu Ning had no wounds on her body. She walked hurriedly, and after entering the garbage dump, she suddenly looked in this direction. After looking at it, she continued to move forward. The whole process took at most 2 seconds. In fact, she appeared in this camera range for less than 30 seconds. The video was very blurry. No matter how much you zoomed in, you couldn't see Zhu Ning's expression, but you could see a look back. Why did she look back? Would a normal person look back here? Her action was not even that of looking around vigilantly, but looking over accurately. Zhu Ning had an illusion that she seemed to be looking at the original owner. Chapter 95. This is a person who looks exactly like me. Her dressing style, walking posture, and subtle movements are all exactly the same as mine. If I had only looked at photos before, then watching the video this time would be more intuitive. They are simply the same person. Zhu Ning felt a little subtle for a moment. It was not the kind of fear, but it was quite weird. Is she trying to tell me something? The garbage room should be the place of death carefully selected by the original owner. Zhu Ning was a little skeptical before, but now she is almost certain that the sentence was written by the original owner for Zhu Ning to see. The end of the world is coming? But why tell her this? Even if the end of the world is coming, the general trend is like a wheel rolling, and Zhu Ning can't resist it alone. Zhu Ning searched again for the videos sent by Lebeo. These videos scrolled page by page in front of her eyes. There were no more, only this one. It was too short, only 30 seconds. Lebeo sent a message. Is it useful? Zhu Ning, it is useful. Lebeo sent a dancing emoji. Great. Zhu Ning, anything else? There are too few materials. Lebeo spent a month searching for this. Lebeo, the service has ended. Zhu Ning, Zhu Ning asked Lebeo to find a video, saying that he wanted to find something useful, so Lebeo asked if it was useful. Zhu Ning answered yes, and the service ended. This little robot is cute and smart. Zhu Ning didn't say any nonsense this time, and directly said, 50,000. Lebeo, okay. I will continue to serve you. It's good to have money, and the new currency is the best fuel. Zhu Ning is willing to spend money on Lebeo. Lebeo is not very efficient, and it depends on luck to search the garbage dump, but the things it finds are very useful. If it can really find a video of the original owner's death, she is willing to spend $1 million to buy it. Zhu Ning was more urgent this time, so Lebeo went to work. Zhu Ning turned off her secondary brain. After she knew that she was an experimental subject, she was very receptive to everything, and there was no fluctuation in her heart. She pondered for a while. At this time, the war movie on TV had come to an end. This movie was an action movie, which Lin Xiaofeng asked to watch. Lin Xiaofeng was raised by her family to be a people pleaser. When the movie was over, the subtitles were already playing, and the red hat floating beside her did not move. Zhu Ning asked, "Why did you choose this?" She was not sure whether Lin Xiaofeng wanted to watch it himself or thought that Zhu Ning would like it. Lin Xiaofeng's voice was very light. "I want to learn." Zhu Ning took a while to react before turning around. Lin Xiaofeng was very insecure. She wanted to prove her worth. In fact, it had only been a few days since she came out of the mechanical oceanarium. Although Zhu Ning had been in the polluted area, she thought that she had been there for a long time, but for Lin Xiaofeng, the accident had just happened. She wanted to prove herself useful. Just like when she was at home, she tried hard to prove her worth to her father. In fact, Zhu Ning was influenced by Zhu Yao and allowed the child to be a waste, but Lin Xiaofeng was too special. She needed to have her own ability to survive in this world. Zhu Ning touched the line of Lu Nianyan. She might find Bao Ruiming's consciousness soon, but she didn't plan to tell Lin Xiaofeng before she was sure. Don't let her have hope and despair. Before that, she just needs to be a child. Zhu Ning thought about it and said, "I teach you." Lin Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Zhu Ning stood up, pushed the coffee table away, leaving a space. She was still wearing home clothes, and didn't look like a teacher at all. "Get up." Lin Xiaofeng stood up obediently, and Zhu Ning said, "Try to attack me." "Attack?" Lin Xiaofeng looked at Zhu Ning, not knowing how to proceed. Zhu Ning did not urge her. When fighting, you have to think for yourself, and it is important to take the first step. Zhu Ning watched the red hat disappear in front of her. Lin Xiaofeng has the ability to be transparent. She can make things that touch her body invisible. She wears a red hat to let Song Zhizhong and Zhu Ning know where she is. The first step to attacking someone is to hide yourself, which is a correct idea. Zhu Ning can't see where Lin Xiaofeng is. Under normal circumstances, she can judge based on her walking traces. There is a carpet under the sofa. No matter how light Lin Xiaofeng is, she will leave traces on it. Lin Xiaofeng was originally standing within the carpet. Zhu Ning saw a very shallow footprint in front of her, and then the footprint disappeared. Lin Xiaofeng retreated and left the carpet. Very good. Knowing the disadvantages of being a transparent person, she will take the initiative to find a place where she will not be exposed. Children are really smart. They don't need adults to establish rules. They will take the initiative to think and attack. Since the footprints on the carpet disappeared, Zhu Ning had completely lost track of the other party. Lin Xiaofeng was very careful, and did not make any loud noises. Zhu Ning did not move. She stood on the carpet in front of the sofa. As long as Lin Xiaofeng appeared near her, she would be able to find him immediately. Zhu Ning speculated that Lin Xiaofeng might attack from behind, because the back was a blind spot, and would not be discovered by the enemy at the first time. In fact, it was true. Zhu Ning felt something strange behind him. When people run fast, they will bring up a gust of wind. Zhu Ning looked back, and saw a clear footprint suddenly appeared on the carpet. The footprint was very heavy. It was not the kind of footprint that was stepped on carefully, but more like stepping on it to use the force to jump. Suddenly, Zhu Ning's waist tightened, and two iron-like arms wrapped around her waist. Lin Xiaofeng's second ability, huge force. Once locked, she could easily break a person's body, just like those transparent people in the aquarium. It only took them 1 second to break Zhu Ning's arm. In fact, it only took them 1 second to push down a wall. Severe pain came from her waist. The force of the huge force was extremely terrifying. She felt that her ribs were about to break. Zhu Ning didn't even dodge, and didn't even struggle. Logically, Lin Xiaofeng's next step should be to knock her to the ground, and then break her waist. But after Lin Xiaofeng got around, there was no next step. The two arms were like two pieces of steel that couldn't be broken, and suddenly they released the force. Zhu Ning felt that Lin Xiaofeng's arms became very soft, like the arms of a real child. Her head was pressed against Zhu Ning's chest, and Zhu Ning could feel her fluffy hair. She was hugging herself. Zhu Ning was being hugged by a transparent child, so close that she could hear the other's breathing and heartbeat. Zhu Ning, why don't you do it? I don't want to attack you. Lin Xiaofeng's voice came muffled. Lin Xiaofeng liked Zhu Ning very much and didn't want to attack her. Lin Xiaofeng, can't I attack Uncle Song? She knew that she had to be ruthless to attack someone, and it might be easier for her to attack someone else. Zhu Ning, Did Song Zhizhong know about this? Zhu Ning smiled, but Zhu Ning was not a good teacher. Judging from the relationship between Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng, she was not suitable to teach her. Zhu Ning suddenly had the urge to hire Pei Shu to teach, but he should be quite expensive. Find a time to ask how much it would cost to hire Pei Shu. Lin Xiaofeng whispered, what if I really broke your waist? Zhu Ning said without hesitation, I don't think you will. So she didn't dodge. She felt that Lin Xiaofeng could control herself. If Song Zhizhong was there, he might think that Zhu Ning's behavior was very suicidal, and he actually used himself as a target for others to practice. But Zhu Ning felt that teamwork and trust between teammates were very important, just like when Zhu Ning played in the shooting team competition before. It is not necessary to train Lin Xiaofeng into a killer, but it is necessary to improve the cooperation between her and Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, of course, if you change someone, you can break his neck hard. Lin Xiaofeng responded obediently, and said yes seriously. Zhu Ning touched her head. Do you want to go out and play? Lin Xiaofeng raised her head. Can I? Because she was afraid of being discovered, or because she was afraid that Lin Xiaofeng was unstable, she conceded that she could not leave the Noble Queen store. When Zhu Ning was her age, she was wild outside. She played outside all the time except for training. Children of this age should go out and play. The world outside is big. The holiday is over. This time Zhu Ning really went to rest. She played with children every day, which made the day before work seem very painful. It rained acid on the day of work. It was not the kind of heavy rain, but the continuous drizzle. Office workers are very annoyed by this kind of rain. Umbrellas cannot completely block it. Acid rain is not good for the skin. Zhu Ning wore motorcycle clothes and a helmet. When she arrived at the company, the rain had not stopped. This is the 5th time I have entered the cleaning center, and the feeling is completely different from the previous times. The first time was to come to work out of curiosity, the second time was to do data collection, the third time was training, and the fourth time was to be inspected after the mechanical aquarium mission. The biggest difference this time is that there will be many people staring at her inside, and Xian Qing will not give up her suspicion of Zhu Ning so easily. She has to face Su Ming. When she was inspected that day, Zhu Ning could feel Su Ming staring at her. Zhu Ning has been playing the role of cheese for so long, and the prey will always come to her. Zhu Ning walked into the elevator room and reported upstairs. It is said that there is a contaminated spore in the A-level contaminated area to be contained today. The demon hunter has just received the task, and the cleaner has to go upstairs to change clothes and prepare to rush to the scene. When the demon hunter comes out, he will immediately contain the contaminated spores. Zhu Ning's identity as a cleaner. The mechanical aquarium was an emergency, and most of her work should be to contain contaminated spores. The elevator was about to close, and suddenly, a hand stretched out from the elevator. It was a woman's hand. Wait! Zhu Ning helped press the button, and the elevator door opened to both sides. Ah, thank you. A woman walked into the elevator. She was dressed in an OL style, a loose smoky purple suit, which was different from the tight style worn by Fang Ying. She looked casual, but the details looked very sophisticated and delicate. She had a long braid that hung down to her waist. The woman had some simple and delicate accessories on her body. She wore 2 rings on her right hand, small pearl earrings, and a simple metal necklace around her neck. If Zhu Ning didn't know her, he would think she looked like a clerk, similar to Fang Ying, but without the assistant feeling of Fang Ying. She must have come all the way here, carrying a black umbrella. The woman was soaked by the rain and looked a little embarrassed. She didn't press the floor, but just swiped her employee bracelet. The elevator door closed again, and the metal door reflected their shadows. There were only 2 people in this elevator room. The closed space would make people a little uncomfortable. People would instinctively look at the other person, and then feel impolite, and then suppress their desire to peek. Zhu Ning subconsciously glanced at her. She didn't press the floor, and the elevator didn't show it. It should have its own privacy protection, which means that she went to the 100th floor, or above, from the upper floors. This person may be at the same level as Xianqing. The atmosphere conveyed by the woman was very relaxed, but inexplicably made Zhu Ning feel a little oppressive. She had a very fresh smell of cigarettes on her body. She smoked before coming up. Ordinary employees, who rushed to work in the rain, would not have time to smoke. She might have come a little early, and then smoked at the door before coming in. There might be more than one cigarette. There must be at least 3 or 4 cigarettes. Zhu Ning could imagine her smoking at the door, with cigarette butts scattered all over the floor. Was she waiting for something? She saw Zhu Ning enter the elevator, and then she chose to enter the elevator. She wanted to be in the same space with Zhu Ning. Waiting for her, the eyes were both on each side. Zhu Ning looked at her through the reflection of the metal door, and the woman also looked at herself. She raised her eyes, and looked over, not shying away from looking at each other. Many people feel embarrassed, and would immediately avoid looking at each other, but she looked straight at me. I've heard of you for a long time. This is my first time meeting you, little star. The woman broke the silence. She spoke in a relaxed tone and a friendly attitude. Zhu Ning frowned. Most people in the cleaning center knew her because of her high profile. Sometimes when she walked on the street, she could feel people looking at her. She was used to being looked at like this. But this woman was very different. She just looked at you through the reflection of the metal door, and it felt like she was looking into your heart. It seemed that you were transparent in her eyes. Superpower? Before Zhu Ning spoke, the woman was not embarrassed and continued, "Ah, your spirit value is really high." She spoke very freely, but it surprised Zhu Ning. What high spirit value? Can she break through people's defenses? This should be a superpower, but Zhu Ning couldn't understand how it happened. Because she couldn't understand how it happened, she couldn't guarantee whether she had revealed any flaws. The woman turned her head and looked directly at Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning didn't speak from beginning to end, and she didn't show any surprised expression. To Huowenzi, everyone was an egg in her eyes. As long as there was a tiny crack, Huowenzi could peel it off and extract the secret inside. Such a high spirit value, it has not fluctuated too calm. Zhu Ning is indeed as troublesome as Xianqing said. Hello, my name is Huowenzi. Huowenzi extended his hand to Zhu Ning and smiled, the leader of the abnormal incident team. Zhu Ning originally thought that the trouble encountered at the cleaning center was either Xianqing or Su Ming. Unexpectedly, the first one to find her was the abnormal incident team. She came to investigate her? Pei Shu and Song Zhizhong both said not to deal with the abnormal incident team. Zhu Ning herself also felt that it was very troublesome. Now she actually bumped into the leader of the team head-on. What a young team leader. It seems that the mission at the ant nest has been completely completed. Zhu Ning almost met her in the ant nest before, but the meeting was postponed. Zhu Ning thought about it, and realized that she did not leave any evidence in the ant nest. The helmet was completely broken. In addition, the flame space created by Pei Shu and her should have destroyed any DNA clues in it. As for the surveillance, Prometheus will definitely deal with it. And Zhu Ning does not think that the environment of the ant nest can be searched in a carpet-style manner. If she finds key clues, she will not come to test herself. This means that Huowenzi has nothing in her hands, only a suspicion. Huowenzi's ability should be related. She may have some kind of intuition or abnormal perception. It should not be mind reading or something like that. If it is mind reading, Zhu Ning cannot avoid being read by Huowenzi no matter what. After all, Huowenzi has already extended his hand. It is abnormal for her, a small employee, to choose not to shake hands. Huowenzi can use this intuition to find clues, just like a hound smelling blood, and then find key evidence. At present, she must not have key evidence in her hands. The logic in the clean center is the same as in the contaminated area, and you have to do normal things. So Zhu Ning held Huowenzi's hand and said the first sentence calmly, "Hello, I am Zhu Ning." Chapter 96. Zhu Ning had no reason to refuse Huowenzi's handshake. In this case, the more he dodged, the more suspicious he seemed. Zhu Ning was very relaxed. This was their first time dealing with each other, and it was also the first time Huowenzi touched Zhu Ning's hand. One of Huowenzi's abilities was consciousness detection. Generally, the higher the spiritual value, the thicker the barrier. But even if the consciousness barrier was strong, some emotions would be revealed, just like humans could not completely control the consciousness that was revealed inadvertently. Touching the skin can enhance Huowenzi's consciousness detection. Huowenzi touched Zhu Ning's hand. Zhu Ning's fingers were very slender. Probably because of holding guns for many years, there was a very thin layer of calluses between her palms. Huowenzi did not detect anything, nothing. Not only did he not read consciousness, he did not even read emotions. It seemed Zhu Ning's brain was blank. Wensi frowned. This was too weird. Zhu Ning's hand was a human hand with natural human body temperature, but her consciousness was blank. Even if it is a robot, Wensi can detect something. Can the S-level spirit value be so outrageous? Ordinary people shake hands for a few seconds, so they quickly let go. Zhu Ning is taller than Wensi. Wensi looked up at her, and Zhu Ning's demeanor is still very relaxed. Zhu Ning doesn't know what Wensi's ability is, but she is not afraid at all, because if Wensi's power is very strong, Zhu Ning can't hide. And her biggest trump card is that she is an experimental product. From the perspective of the product, if she is a supercomputer, then she will theoretically have a super firewall. She has been digitized. Assuming that Wensi's ability is to read consciousness or something like that, she may have gone in the wrong direction. It would be better to find a hacker to invade Zhu Ning's brain. Judging from Wensi's expression, she did not break through her firewall. Ding! The elevator of the cleaning center is very fast, and it has arrived at the 49th floor. The 49th floor has always been very chaotic. As the task center processing point, all tasks are gathered on this floor. It is busy every day like a security center. The noisy sound came into the elevator, breaking the closed space between them. Waiting at the elevator door was Fang Ying, who was still wearing a professional suit and holding a dozen documents. She was stunned when she saw the elevator open. It seemed that she was very surprised that Zhu Ning and Wensi were together. Zhu Ning was the first to break the silence. She walked out of the elevator and said hello to Wensi before leaving. See you next time. Wensi was stunned and said with a smile, see you next time. Ding! The elevator closed again, carrying Wensi to the place where she should really be, the upper floor. Team Leader Hua? After the elevator door closed, Fang Ying lowered her voice and asked, why is she here? Zhu Ning didn't react much. I don't know, I saw her for the first time today, maybe she came to investigate me? Fang Ying frowned and glanced at Zhu Ning. Are you in trouble again? What did she do? First it was Xian Qin, now it's Wensi. It's strange that people are paying attention to her. Zhu Ning, no right. Am I not doing good things? Fang Ying smiled when she heard this. Zhu Ning's actions were a little weird, but generally speaking, they were positive. Since the mechanical aquarium mission, a vote was launched in the staff forum of the cleaning center. Many employees expressed their willingness to go on missions with Zhu Ning because it was safe. However, Wensi seemed to be very interested in Zhu Ning, not in this level of interest, but in another kind. Fang Ying and Zhu Ning walked side by side. She was taller than Zhu Ning, and at this time she spoke in a low voice. Remind you, don't mess with the little witch. Zhu Ning, little witch? It turned out that Wensi's nickname was the little witch. Fang Ying, many people don't know that there is this department. Most people who work here don't know that there is such a person in the company until they leave, but those who meet her don't want to see her a second time. Fang Ying paused, because she has a terrible intuition, and will keep digging for the truth until she dies. Zhu Ning thought thoughtfully, you are very much like a senior who threatens me. The school legend that there is a terrible teacher in the school. You must not mess with her. Fang Ying's tone is like this. Just a reminder. Fang Ying was amused, the private kind. She didn't remind everyone, but she saw Zhu Ning was interesting and didn't want her to suffer. Zhu Ning felt that Fang Ying took good care of her. She didn't know whether it was because of Prometheus or she really liked Zhu Ning. She glanced at Fang Ying's earlobe, and the blue earrings on it didn't flash. Thank you for your care. Zhu Ning asked, what's the task today? Last time in the ant nest, Zhu Ning consumed her life points, but did not contain the contaminated spores, causing her purification value to be reduced by half. She wanted to make up for it at work this time. The official task of the cleaning center is that the demon hunter is responsible for flattening the contaminated area, and Zhu Ning is only responsible for picking up leaks. This move is called taking advantage of the cleaning center. Fang Ying had no idea that she wanted to take advantage of her. Because of your outstanding performance, your team's task rating has been upgraded. The lowest is B level, which means that you will only take tasks above B level, and this time it is A level. Cleaners are also divided into good and bad. They have a scoreboard internally, and the technical department will evaluate their status. The more high-level tasks are completed, the higher the overall score of the team, the more good tasks they can get, and correspondingly, the more money they can make. In other words, this is a one-stop promotion and salary increase. Although there is no change in job title, as long as it continues, it will be a virtuous cycle. Zhu Ning will become richer and richer. Fang Ying, congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to go outside the first-level protective wall. Zhu Ning stopped. Outside the wall? Is it the dangerous outside the wall? Pei Shu came back from the wall and became a chaebol lackey. Is she going to that kind of place? The cleaning center didn't even train her. Fang Ying. It's not the real outside the wall, just outside the first-level protective wall. Fang Ying said, as she turned on her employee bracelet, which has a holographic projection function, and a simple three-dimensional stereogram of Area 103 appeared in front of her. Zhu Ning has been in the Wasteland world for so long, and she only has a vague concept of the area where she lives. This is the first time she has seen the real structure of Area 103. 5 walls, layers of protection. The core is our central city, the outermost layer is to resist pollutants outside the wall, and the middle is a hollow buffer zone. Even if the outer wall collapses one day, there are still 4 walls inside to block it. If we really encounter pollutants that are difficult to resist and have to give up Area 103, there is enough time to buffer and allow people to evacuate. For example, a thermos cup has an outer shell on the outermost side, an inner liner on the inside, and a hollow insulation layer in the middle. Zhu Ning did not get the qualification to go out of the high wall to explore, but got the qualification to enter the hollow insulation layer. Fang Ying. Sometimes there will be pollution incidents in the hollow layer, which is also our responsibility. The cleaning team will participate in the containment of contaminated spores. Zhu Ning. Is it frequent? Fang Ying. More frequently than you think. At least once a month, each time consumes a lot of manpower and material resources. The cleaning center not only deals with the inside of the wall, but also takes care of the outside of the wall, so some contaminated areas have to wait for 3 to 5 years to be registered. Of course they also want to purify, but there is no way, resources and manpower are limited. Zhu Ning's growth rate, it is already very strong to be qualified to go outside the first-level protective wall at this time. Fang Ying, pay attention to the instructions. Although it is to contain contaminated spores, it is also very dangerous. Don't touch things you haven't touched at will. Fang Ying told the truth. There is a certain degree of danger, and there is also a mortality rate. Zhu Ning, is it okay if I am a novice? She really had never been exposed to it before. Fang Ying, we have never met 4 of the 9 cleaning teams this time. There is no way. We said before that we are too short of people. Because of the shortage of people, Zhu Ning was admitted on the spot. It is also because of the shortage of people that they always accept whoever can go. Judging from the performance of their team last time, Zhu Ning is very suitable for this task. Fang Ying, go change clothes, it's time to assemble. Zhu Ning changed into protective clothing and got on the flying car. Today is very similar to the first day I came to work at the center. It is also a fully enclosed flying car. People inside cannot see outside. The journey is long, and there is a silence in the car. The flying car is very large. There are 3 cleaning teams in this car, but the privacy is good. Each team sits separately and cannot hear each other's conversation. In this compartment, there are only Zhu Ning, Li Nianquan and Su Ming. Last time, I didn't know them well, but now I know them well, but there is a layer between the 3 of us. Especially Zhu Ning and Su Ming, their positions are opposite each other, no one speaks, just staring at each other in silence. This feeling is very strange. You know she has a problem, and she also knows you have a problem. It's like sitting at the same card table, holding each other's cards, and no one wants to show their cards. Not only that, they may point guns at each other under the card table, and the one who loses his temper first will lose. Zhu Ning has always been calm and patient, and Su Ming didn't give in. There is no need to wear a helmet in the car. Li Nianquan observed the atmosphere between them, and felt an inexplicable smell of gunpowder. What's wrong? Isn't the cleaning team A70265 always envied for being relaxed and happy? They even had a team building and ate hot pot before. Did you quarrel? Li Nianquan asked cautiously. Su Ming, Zhu Ning, no. They answered in unison. Li Nianquan, eh? The atmosphere was so weird, Zhu Ning broke the awkwardness and found a topic to chat about, asking, have you recovered from mental pollution? This time, she and Su Ming did not go to pick up Li Nianquan from the hospital, and no one contacted Li Nianquan after he came out. Zhu Ning's question was too abrupt. It was simply forcibly breaking the awkwardness, and she didn't even look at Li Nianquan when she asked. It didn't feel like Zhu Ning cared about him at all. Li Nianquan said sullenly, I recovered a long time ago, and I was discharged from the hospital in 5 days. Su Ming, much faster than last time. Similarly, Su Ming didn't look at Li Nianquan when she spoke, she kept looking at Zhu Ning. Li Nianquan tried to continue the topic. My spirit value has risen to 600. Su Ming, Zhu Ning, very impressive. Li Nianquan, eh? How about he leave? Li Nianquan coughed lightly. Well, I plan to resign next month. As soon as Li Nianquan finished speaking, Zhu Ning turned his head and looked over, and Su Ming also looked over. Well, Lin Yinchuan now feels like a child who has finally made some noise after making a lot of noise, and attracted the attention of his family. Lin Yinchuan, I plan to open a restaurant after this month. Zhu Ning remembered that Lin Yinchuan said that he did this job to save money to open a restaurant. The first time he went on a Murloc mission, he stored an electronic recipe inside his helmet. To be honest, Lin Yinchuan was the guide who brought Zhu Ning into the industry. Zhu Ning liked him very much. He was a well-behaved person and had no bad intentions. Zhu Ning didn't know the exact amount of Lin Yinchuan's bonus this time, but at least there would be 10 million Singapore dollars, which is like a windfall for ordinary people, and they can use it to realize their dreams. Lin Yinchuan breathed a sigh of relief. The team atmosphere finally got better. He successfully attracted the attention of 2 teammates. Su Ming, didn't your spirit value increase? Lin Yinchuan's spirit value increased from 400 to 600, a big increase. Lin Yinchuan's conditions are not bad, otherwise he wouldn't have been a cleaner for so many years. He is just a normal person, but he looks a little weak next to Zhu Ning. If he works hard, he may become a talent. Didn't he always want to be a demon hunter? Why did he give up at this time? Lin Yinchuan smiled. I wanted to be a demon hunter before, but the last time I went on a mission, I felt that it was just SOSO, not as good as Zhu Ning, a cleaner. Zhu Ning, a cleaner, took the lead in keeping the demon hunters alive, which was a great honor for them. Lin Yinchuan, I got the money, I got rich, and I don't want to fight for my life anymore. Zhu Ning and Su Ming looked at him with some suspicion. In fact, if they wanted to improve themselves, the money could be used for mechanization or injection of better genetic drugs. Lin Yinchuan knew they didn't believe him, so he thought about it and said, because I met a real genius and knew how incompetent I am. If he hadn't met Zhu Ning, he might still be daydreaming. He always wanted to be a demon hunter, but he was never qualified. Now his spirit value is rising, as if being a demon hunter is no longer an unattainable dream, as long as he jumps up and reaches it. However, Lin Yinchuan gave up at this time. He looked up at the red line, which was the passing line. If he hadn't met Zhu Ning, he would feel that he could do it. He would try his best and make another effort, even if he burned himself to try. But when you meet a real genius, you will understand in an instant that I am not suitable. Even if he reached the passing line of the demon hunter, what would happen? He just changed from an ordinary cleaner to an ordinary demon hunter. He was too ordinary. Zhu Ning was silent. She could understand Lin Yinchuan very well. She had thought about this problem when she joined the national team and received professional shooting training. She was denied by others countless times, and denied by herself countless times. During the training, she saw too many teammates quit the team. They were not cowardly, nor were they unable to persist. They just realized that they were not suitable. They chose to take another path, not to compete with geniuses on a narrow path. This is also a very courageous choice, admitting one's mediocrity, very brave. In the Wasteland world, everything is uncertain, and it is best to find the path that makes you happy as soon as possible, because life is short. Zhu Ning asked, have you decided what kind of store to open? Lin Yinchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of hearing preaching, persuasion, or encouragement. But Zhu Ning just asked him about his next plan in a very ordinary way, which made him feel very relaxed. Lin Yinchuan looked at Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning's eyes were very gentle, without any blame, and she really cared about Lin Yinchuan. Lin Yinchuan felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him, but moved away from the gaze. He felt very small and very inferior in front of Zhu Ning, but he often couldn't help wanting to look at her. Lin Yinchuan had just planned to resign today, and hadn't thought about this question yet. Now that he thought about it, boiling fish restaurant? Zhu Ning, young man, are you having a fight with the fish? Were you serious about reciting the recipe for braised carp in the sewer that day? Zhu Ning thought about Lin Yinchuan wearing a leather skirt and killing fish in the kitchen, and thought it was quite fun. I want to go and eat. Su Ming, I go too. The tense atmosphere was instantly resolved by Lin Yinchuan. Zhu Ning and Su Ming both smiled, and they wished Lin Yinchuan a good future. Su Ming, you're leaving next month? Lin Yinchuan, I originally wanted to leave this month, but if you're on a mission, you have to do it well. You can't go on a mission without me. All members of the cleaning team or the demon hunter team must be present. If one is missing, you can't take on a mission. If a team member dies on duty, you can only re-enter the mission library after regrouping. Before Zhu Ning joined their team, the team missed several missions. Lin Yinchuan, to be honest, I was a little nervous when I first came to the outside of the wall. But don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems this time. I can contain the contaminated spores, and I will definitely not cause you any trouble. Su Ming, what trouble? Lin Yinchuan has never caused any trouble. He is the best teammate. Zhu Ning, you are now like setting a flag, like the kind of cannon fodder that I will quit after this job, go home to marry a wife, and then die here. Hey. Lin Yinchuan warned, don't curse me, I still want to go to the store after this mission. My fault, I apologize to you, the new store should be auspicious. Zhu Ning, I'm going to eat fish after this job. She also set a flag, so she hedged with Lin Yinchuan. Su Ming, don't worry, it's just going outside the wall, generally there is no danger, just be careful not to touch anything casually. After all, it is more dangerous outside the wall. Su Ming needs to tell them some precautions. Su Ming is the captain, and has more experience. Lin Yinchuan and Zhu Ning agreed. Because of Lin Yinchuan, the journey seems very easy and time flies. About an hour later, the car stopped. The windows and doors were not opened. The mission was confidential. Just like the last time with the fishermen, they didn't know the way in. Then, they heard the system in the car broadcast. We have entered the first level of the protective wall. All cleaners please wear helmets and get off the car. Zhu Ning and the others didn't talk anymore, and put on black protective helmets in unison. Bang, the car door suddenly opened to both sides. Zhu Ning looked out from the inside of the helmet. Her first reaction was not to see clearly what was outside the door. She felt a gust of wind, and even through the helmet, the sensor device transmitted the touch. There was a strong wind outside, a natural wind that blew from the wilderness. Chapter 97. Green. Zhu Ning hasn't seen such a large area of green for a long time. What comes into view is a large grassland, and when the wind blows, a grass wave will be formed. You can hear the natural sound of wind blowing through the grass. It's like an endless wilderness. If it weren't dangerous, she really wanted to take off her protective suit and experience the wind. That's the instinct engraved in human genes. Compared with the technological world in the city, people prefer to be close to nature. Behind her is a whole high wall standing upright. The wall is not a metal structure, but should be a more solid material, but the surface of the wall is covered with a layer of technological blue film. It's very similar to the protective cover after the A-level program is activated, rising from the ground and rushing straight into the sky, forming an arc-shaped cover on it. When the end of the world comes, the layers of covers will be buckled to protect it. Blue high walls, green wilderness, these cleaners in black protective suits are scattered like ants, and behind them is a black flying car, and the engine sound is still ringing. Technology and nature were in extreme contrast in an instant. Lin Yinchuan narrowed his eyes and sighed. So shocking. The first reaction of humans is shock. Even Su Ming has the same reaction. For those of them who have lived in the city since birth, this may be one of the few opportunities in their lives to see nature. Nearly half of the team this time are novices, and everyone is a little curious. After Zhu Ning was shocked at first, he began to observe the surroundings. There were no pollutants or contaminated spores here, only large areas of grass waves. It looks like a picnic and camping holy place, without any monsters. What do they need to contain? 6 flying cars stopped, and all employees got off. Everyone took the cleaning tools, and stood in a row in an orderly manner. Someone greeted them here. The group of people wore blue protective suits. One of them was very strong, the kind of exaggerated strongness, like a mountain. He glanced at it. Just a few unlucky guys came? Zhu Ning whispered in the internal channel of the helmet. Who is this? Su Ming. The garrison outside the wall. The garrison outside the wall? They are the gatekeepers, who discovered the abnormality at the first time, and then reported to the upper level. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the strongman took over the conversation. I am Fan Minghua, an officer of the 3rd Detachment of the 1st Level Protective Wall Garrison, and the highest person in charge of this operation. People with military ranks, Zhu Ning thought, no matter what era, soldiers are respected. These garrison troops must stay away from the city, unable to return home all year round, and guard here day after day. Because of them, the people in the city are safe now. The demon hunters are almost done. You will enter the scene in 5 minutes. Be careful not to touch anything. Fang Ying had said not to touch anything, and Su Ming had repeatedly warned. But Fan Minghua's tone was the most severe. I mean, don't touch anything except contaminated spores and rotten flesh, including a stone. A cleaner raised his hand and asked, but our job is to clean up the contaminated soil. There was nothing wrong with this question. Zhu Ning was informed of the containment scope on his first day at work. Contaminated spores were the first, followed by the contaminated rotten flesh, and the contaminated soil and tiles had to be cleaned. This is the process of a professional cleaning team, and there should be no chance of secondary contamination. If they can't touch even a single stone, how can they define their work scope? Fan Ninghua, this land has been polluted. You just need to contain the contaminated spores and rotten meat. Cleaning up the contaminated land and tiles is the ideal state. In worst cases, they can only give priority to dealing with the contaminated spores, so that they will not be allowed to drift into the city and infect District 103. This land has been polluted. When Fan Ninghua said this, everyone was a little depressed. They understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. The lost land is difficult to get back, and even maintaining it requires a lot of manpower and material resources. One day when they can't maintain it, that will be the real doomsday for District 103. Fan Ninghua, you haven't lived here before. If you don't want to die, you can write down some of the precautions I said. The first one is that you are not allowed to touch it at will. You already know it. Fan Ninghua spoke very quickly, leaving no room for people to think. The second one is that you don't listen to the sound. The third one is that you don't lose your way. The fourth one is that you don't make unnecessary moves. Fan Ninghua paused. I know what you want to ask about unnecessary moves. Anything unnecessary is unnecessary. Zhu Ning frowned. It was the first time she heard such strange teachings from her senior before a mission. Each of these is reasonable, but strange. Not only Zhu Ning didn't fully understand it, but other cleaners were also confused. This is a place where infections are common. It's definitely better to be cautious. Of course, if your mission is successful, and you return safely, none of them will be used, but if it is not so smooth. Fan Ninghua glanced at them and continued. If you are unlucky enough to enter the contaminated area or encounter pollutants, or even more unlucky aliens, I suggest you relax. The other cleaners looked at him eagerly, as if waiting for his next words. But Fan Ninghua did not continue. One cleaner asked, what should I do after relaxing? Fan Ninghua, I think life and death are determined by fate. Those who are capable can live, and those who are not capable can just relax and die. Zhu Ning, this is to let them die. Give a friendly reminder, when you are touched by something, don't struggle, don't resist. Fan Ninghua added. After Fan Ninghua finished speaking, the cleaner team was full of resentment. Zhu Ning, what does he mean? Su Ming didn't expect this mission to be so strange. I guess there is a lot of pollution, and it's hard to judge the form of pollution. It's useless for him to say more. Once an unexpected situation occurs, give us a few guidelines to survive. This place is very much like a random place. Everything is too random. Fan Ninghua can only say some general rules. Lin Yinchuan suddenly felt that the flag he set was about to come true. He felt a little scared even before the mission was carried out. He won't really die here, right? Lin Yinchuan operated inside the helmet and said, the good news is that I just checked the mission mortality rate. It's not very high. Before Zhu Ning spoke, Lin Yinchuan took a closer look at the information he found. Well, I may have misunderstood. The end of the mission is either the whole team survives without losing a hair, or the whole army is wiped out. Very extreme, only 0 and 100. Zhu Ning, So it's just pure luck? Fan Ninghua looked at them deeply. I wish you all the best. The team was led by the garrison troops. 3 of them were in the front, and Zhu Ning and his troops followed behind. They needed to cross this grassland. The grass here was taller than people. It looked at least 3 meters. When people walked in the middle, it was like walking into a forest and being buried in an instant. And what was more terrifying than the forest was that there were at least slightly open roads in the forest. But here you could only open up a road by yourself, and when you walk through it, the grass will caress you. You always feel that the grass is alive, like a group of naughty children, running to your side and patting you with their hands. People walking in it will make a rustling sound. Rustling, besides their footsteps, there is only the sound of the grass waves. Zhu Ning looked up and felt like she was trapped in some strange place. Because it rained acid today, there was no sun, and the sky was gloomy and dark, as if it was about to press down. There was a virtual map inside the helmet, marking the location of where they were walking. According to the map, they were just halfway there, and still halfway to their destination. Lin Yinchuan, it's really creepy. Zhu Ning reminded, don't touch these grasses. Although she didn't fully understand what Fan Ninghua meant, if there was a lot of pollution here, these grasses might mutate at any time. Lin Yinchuan responded, he wanted to go back alive, and open a fish restaurant more than anyone else. About 40 minutes later, the large group in front suddenly stopped, and someone shouted, we're here, come out. When Zhu Ning came out, he looked behind him. The grass looked like a mysterious swamp. After the last cleaner came out, all traces of human activities disappeared, leaving only silence. A very strange silence. Damn, there's a mountain village here? Lin Yinchuan's exclamation attracted Zhu Ning's attention. Zhu Ning saw a group of small brick houses. In the distance, the brick houses were connected together. From their perspective, they could see the ridges of the houses. It seemed to be a deserted village. Zhu Ning frowned. The architectural style of the deserted village was so different from that of District 103 that she couldn't react. This place looked like the countryside of Zhu Ning's era, and it was incompatible with high technology. Zhu Ning's grandmother's house also looked like this, buried deep in the mountains and forests, with pleasant scenery. Zhu Ning went back to play every summer vacation. Their large group began to move slowly, deep into the deserted village. There was a big locust tree at the entrance of the village. There was a tree at the entrance of many villages. Generally speaking, they were very particular, and had some meaning in them. This tree is at least 5 times taller than a common locust tree, and it blocks out the sun. The roots of the tree are intertwined, blocking the entrance of the village like a net. Everyone who enters the village has to go over the roots of the locust tree. The whole village has been abandoned for a long time, at least 50 or 60 years without anyone living there. There is not only dust inside, but also some dirt left over from rainy days. Looking in from the outside, the window paper cuts that were pasted on the windows during the new year are still there, but they are completely faded and will turn into powder with just a touch. There are bowls and chopsticks on the modeled wooden table, and chairs are scattered next to it, as if something suddenly happened in the middle of a meal. An accident happened here. The whole village was deserted, but most houses had no curtains. Zhu Ning had been injected with genetic drugs, and her eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people. She could see the furnishings inside when she walked by. Zhu Ning felt like she had entered a theme park with a strange theme. She could see the internal structure of each house she passed by, and she could even analyze the general situation of the family through the furnishings inside. Some families had family portraits and cross-stitch hanging on the walls. Some people should have children at home. There were walkers for children in the house, and there were children's toys on the ground, but they were already covered with dust. This family should like art very much. He had a very old electronic keyboard with a broken music book covering the keys. The buildings in the deserted village were not high. Most of them were bungalows, and only a few were 2 or 3 stories high. Zhu Ning walked past another house, and she instinctively looked inside, but suddenly stopped at this time. She saw a person. The other person's body was hidden in the dark corner of the room, only 1 meter tall, like the size of a child. He was looking at her. Is there someone in the deserted village? Zhu Ning froze, feeling a chill coming from that side. She blinked and looked over again. That wasn't a person, that was a statue. There was a half-human-high statue in the shrine, with bulging eyes, as if the eyeballs were about to fall out. It was impossible to tell which god it was. The decoration of this family was too strange. The statue was facing the window, as if monitoring everyone passing by. Is this a local belief? Zhu Ning took a look and saw that there were even offerings on the altar. They were plastic fruits, so they were not rotten, but just dusty and faded. There was a goat head on the roof of the house, which seemed to be used to protect the house. Zhu Ning was so fascinated by it that she completely forgot about her surroundings, and did not move for a long time. Why did she feel that the statue was alive? Zhu Ning's shoulder sank, and a hand patted her right shoulder from behind. She instinctively wanted to turn around, and almost got into a fight with the person behind her. Don't look, don't touch, don't touch. Su Ming immediately pinched her shoulder, and warned her in a low voice. Zhu Ning suppressed her urge to beat someone up. They were both wearing helmets, and could not see each other's expressions. They could only speculate on each other's emotions through their tone. Su Ming's voice was also very low, and she probably thought this place was strange. Su Ming opened the private channel with Zhu Ning. This mission must be successful. Take Lin Yinchuan out. We talk about other things later. Zhu Ning's shoulders relaxed, and Su Ming had already retracted his hand. What does it mean, truce? Zhu Ning thought Su Ming would take the opportunity to kill her in such a place. But Su Ming was right. The priority task was to take Lin Yinchuan out. Lin Yinchuan had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. He was so obsessed with opening a restaurant at home that he didn't dare to touch or look at anything. Lin Yinchuan, are there really people living here? Su Ming continued. They should have moved away after the radiation that year. Su Ming knew more about the history of the Federation than Zhu Ning. The radiation 80 years ago was too sudden, and large-scale plant and animal mutations almost wiped out humans. Only then did they build a high wall. But the high wall is very expensive, and the original traces are preserved between the walls. This place itself is a site of human life. Lin Yinchuan said oh, and didn't say anything else. The team became very quiet. After walking for about 10 minutes, they came to the back mountain of the village, and the large group finally stopped. When they came in, they happened to meet the demon hunters leaving the field, and some people were actually carried out on stretchers. There was still a lot of fresh blood on the ground. Is this place so dangerous? Everyone was already scared, and the quality of the cleaners was not as good as that of the demon hunters. Seeing the fate of the demon hunters was a bit scary. It was completely different from the previous mission. Secondary pollution might break out here at any time. They were not very safe without the demon hunters guarding them. This side was a forest, and there was a well next to it, which should be the water source for the villagers. There were also a few low huts next to it, some of which were specially for people to rest, and some of which should be toilets. There was a pile of rotten meat scattered on the ground, and it was hard to tell what it was before. Probably because it was not a closed space, there was not much stench here. There were blood-red contaminated spores floating in the air, and Zhu Ning had seen contaminated spores before. They were either in the dark sewers or in houses made of cement and steel bars, all inside the city. But the contaminated spores here are in nature, with the forest behind them. They are scattered everywhere, falling on the side of the abandoned well, climbing on the edge of the leaves, and falling on the eaves of the house. The contaminated spores emit a blood-red light, like some strange fireflies, and the whole picture is very shocking and beautiful. At that moment, it makes people feel that the contaminated spores should coexist with nature. Humans are the monsters in nature. The person in charge said, "Don't look at it. Finish it early and get out early." Zhu Ning retracted his gaze, and Lin Yinchuan had already entered the working state and reported, "A-level task. The contaminated area is 50,000 cubic meters in size, the pollution concentration is 210%, and the number of pollutants has not been fully detected. It is currently estimated that there are more than 600 people, and all of them have died." Zhu Ning was already very familiar with the data. There used to be 600 pollutants here. What happened? Lin Yinchuan was puzzled when he saw the data. How could the full number not be detected? Su Meng also felt very strange, but she was the team leader, and was calmer than them. Work. Zhu Ning took out the containment tools, and the nearby cleaners took out their own equipment. Zhu Ning felt like picking cotton the first time he was a cleaner. Now they are like a group of cotton-picking teams. The dropper-like containment device touched the contaminated spores, and the spores were immediately sucked in. Zhu Ning increased the purification value by 1. It was very strange. Zhu Ning had done this action hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. For the first time, he felt like he was hunting. They seemed to be catching fireflies, or hunting some rare birds that exist in nature. Humans' hands were stained with blood, and the contaminated spores seemed to have lost their freedom after being contained. They are pitiful? Zhu Ning frowned, feeling that her thoughts were too strange. This was not her idea. Is this the characteristic of this area? Is it confusing or something? Zhu Ning looked around, and no one had similar feelings except her. They all continued to work normally. Because the system in Zhu Ning's mind is a pollutant, she is more likely to empathize with the pollutant. Zhu Ning just came here to get some wool, and that strange feeling flashed by and was quickly covered. These are all purification values. The system in Zhu Ning's mind seems to live on this thing. Zhu Ning immediately entered the picking cotton state. The containment work was carried out in an orderly manner. Su Meng and Zhu Ning both wanted Lin Yinchuan to leave alive, and the three of them sometimes observed each other. It has to be said that Lin Yinchuan's mental value has really improved. This time he didn't implant a chip, but he didn't have any symptoms of mental pollution after working for half an hour. After an hour, Zhu Ning had contained 2,780 contaminated spores, and now her purification value is 7,834. It made up for some regrets of the ant nest. Zhu Ning looked up, and saw that there were only a few contaminated spores left. They had enough cleaners this time, and it should take another hour, and the mission should be over. Zhu Ning kept staring at Lin Yinchuan. There was nothing wrong with the other party. Very good, he didn't commit suicide, and there was no abnormality. He should be able to go home smoothly. Not only Zhu Ning thought so, the cleaners next to him had similar ideas. Finally, it's almost done. Hurry up and leave this damn place. There were a total of 9 teams of cleaners this time. 3 people in each team, plus the garrison troops leading the team, a total of 30 people. It was difficult to take care of all the 30 people. The cleaner closest to the wellhead hadn't moved for 2 minutes. This action is not unusual. After all, it is better to stay still than to move around. Containing contaminated spores is prone to mental pollution, so many people will take a break. Those who can't bear the pressure under high intensity are good for distraction. So at first, no one realized that he was different. A cleaner stood at the mouth of the well, staring blankly at the well. Most of the bricks in the well were scattered. He was not looking at the well, but at a small yellow flower beside the well. The small yellow flower was so delicate, swaying in the wind, that people wanted to touch it. It's just a flower, not a very strange thing. It should be okay to touch it, right? There are very few flowers of this kind in District 103. There are only artificial species that have been genetically cultivated in the city. This is the first time he has seen wild flowers in nature. He looked at it for 2 minutes, but it seemed like he had looked at it for a lifetime. The only thing left in his eyes was this flower. The yellow petals were shaking in the breeze, as if inviting him. He stretched out his hand tremblingly. He originally just wanted to touch it, but for some reason, at the moment of contact, he changed his mind and picked the flower. Puff, when the flower stem broke, the green juice was all over his hand. The colleague who was closest to him at the time saw it, and was about to remind him not to move, but it was too late. The little yellow flower was already lying in his palm. The broken rhizome pierced into his palm, using his body as a new rhizome, and expanded rapidly. It took only 1 second to grow 3 times larger than a human. Zhu Ning was staring at Lin Yinchuan at the time, and Su Ming's attention was all on his team. Most of the cleaners were a little tired, and all of them were stunned at first reaction. Zhu Ning heard the sound and looked at the scene. He didn't see anyone, but he saw a huge yellow flower suddenly appear in the air, like an inflatable doll at the entrance of a supermarket suddenly standing up. The yellow flower didn't seem to have any killing power, and everyone just looked up at it. At that moment, time seemed to be deliberately slowed down. Everything was very slow. No one even screamed or shouted. The next moment, the yellow flower opened its petals, like a monster opened its mouth, revealing dense teeth inside, and it leaned down. With a click, they heard the sound of bones breaking, and then blood burst out and spilled all over the ground like rain. The yellow flower bit off the man's head. Chapter 98. No touching. So this is the fate of touching? The cleaner whose head was bitten off didn't even have time to let out a wail. From an outsider's perspective, it was a very strange scene. A man in a black protective suit was still standing, his right hand stretched upward. A huge yellow flower grew out of the palm of his hand, and then bit off his head. But this man was still standing. Even if he was bleeding, he kept this posture. A headless man, holding a huge yellow flower in his right hand, as if he was the flower pot of the yellow flower, he was a part of the flower. The severed head was like a shower, and the smelly blood was sprinkled down, and the face of the cleaner closest to him was covered with hot blood. The yellow flower moved in the air, then opened its petals, and bit the broken neck of the cleaner again. Is it eating? Even from such a distance, Zhu Ning could hear the sound of the yellow flower sucking blood, or maybe the sound was just her imagination. This place is not friendly to people's mental values. It is difficult to tell whether the details are real or imagined. The yellow flower sucked blood, and its mouthparts did not leave the neck of the dead cleaner. The flower became fuller, and the huge yellow petals were covered with blood. Suddenly, the cleaner moved. He kept stretching his hand, with a drooping yellow flower on his head. This flower lives on the corpse, with its roots in the palm of the cleaner's hand, and the heart of the flower wrapped around the victim's neck. And even in this appearance, he actually moved. Zhu Ning has seen fish people, pig people, and jellyfish people, but this is the first time she has seen a flower man. It is so weird. He looks like an installation at a strange art festival. Flower man is still wearing the protective suit of the cleaner. He is your kind. The people around never thought they would see this scene. They were stunned for a long time. It was extremely quiet, and there was a strange numbness. Everyone even held their breath at the same time, watching the yellow flower eat. Because it was too sudden, the incident happened suddenly and strangely. In just a moment, your companion became a plant that you could not understand? The 20 or so cleaners in black protective suits seemed to be integrated with nature. They looked up at the huge yellow flower, like worshippers, and like the trees in the forest that remained still. I don't know who moved first. He raised his gun tremblingly. Bang! This sound was like a thunderbolt. Zhu Ning didn't see who fired the gun so recklessly. The garrison troops also looked over. They could no longer stop it. But it was not important at this time. What was important was the consequences of the shooting. The bullet landed on the yellow flower like a balloon, and the yellow flower was deflated. The flower was crooked by the impact of the bullet. He fired 3 shots in total. Because the distance was very close, it was very accurate. 2 shots hit the head, and 1 shot hit the flower man's heart. The plump yellow flower was a little broken. A hole was opened in the flower man's chest. The cleaner's protective suit was completely damaged. Success? The bullet worked. Wait, with a puff, the flower man's chest suddenly bulged, as if a hole was opened, revealing the inside. Something was about to drill out of the flower man's chest. A vine was pulled out from the position of the heart. At first there was only one, and then a group, gushing out of the flower man's chest like a snake. The bullet was useless, and the bullet catalyzed him. The person who fired the gun was a newcomer this time. He was a little numb after firing the gun. How could it be useless? Why didn't the bullet work? His mind was full of why the bullet was useless, and he whispered, "What is this?" Before he finished speaking, he lowered his head in disbelief, and saw a wriggling vine on his chest. The yellow flower instantly pierced his heart. "Run! Run!" Someone shouted loudly, and he turned on the public channel, so everyone heard it. People were unsealed from the numb state, and finally began to flee. The mental value of the cleaners was not as high as that of the demon hunters. When they fled, they were very panicked like headless flies. "Don't move! Don't run!" The head of the garrison shouted, and he turned on the public channel to try to keep everyone calm. But panic can spread. This place is gloomy, starting from crossing the high grass, entering the deserted village, and then entering the woods behind the mountain. In addition to containing the contaminated spores for an hour, many people's mental state has been on the verge of limit. Especially when witnessing the death of their teammates at close range, it has become such an incomprehensible thing. Cleaners themselves rarely face danger directly. People have been tortured mentally over and over again. The mental value of some people, which is already in danger, is rapidly decreasing. The more panicked they are, the easier it is to decrease. The more they witness the death of their teammates, the easier it is to panic. The easier it is to panic, the easier it is to spread. The drop in mental value is contagious. Lin Yinchuan's teeth chattered, and cold sweats ran down his body in an instant. He watched the fleeing cleaner being pierced through the chest by vines. The vines pierced him, and the other party struggled for only 2 seconds before he stopped moving. Blood dripped down the vines, and was quickly absorbed by the yellow flowers. He became the nourishment of the yellow flower? Lin Yinchuan should have run away. He wanted to move his legs to make his body move, but he didn't move. He remembered what Fan Minghua said, "Don't do unnecessary actions." What is unnecessary action? Is it unnecessary to run away when encountering vines? Are all actions other than containment unnecessary when they come to contain the contaminated spores? Give a friendly reminder, don't struggle or resist when touched by something. Fan Minghua also said this. Don't struggle when the vines penetrate your heart. Don't struggle when the yellow flower bites off your head. Lin Yinchuan was shaking all over and couldn't even say a word, but he saw Zhu Ning and Su Ming with his peripheral vision. Neither of them moved, and they kept the same posture from beginning to end. Even if a cleaner was killed and screams were close to their ears, they both remained still like playing 1, 2, 3 wooden men. Zhu Ning directly sent a pop-up window to Lin Yinchuan. It was not a voice message, but only 2 words. Don't move. Lin Yinchuan breathed a sigh of relief, as if he was taking an exam with a top student at the same time. You finished the exam nervously, not sure if your answer was correct. At this time, you came out of the examination room and ran into the top student head-on. The other party had the same answer as you. The garrison troops leading the team did not speak either. They used the same method as Zhu Ning and urgently typed text in the public channel. Keep still, don't move. With a warning symbol, this line of words continued to flash inside the helmets of everyone. There were 3 people moving around, all near the huge yellow flower. They should have fallen into some kind of collective panic. Without exception, they were all eaten alive by vines or flowers, and panic became the nutrients of flowers and plants. Zhu Ning and his team kept some distance from the scene. After all, they were cleaners who had been assessed, and half of them had experience in fighting outside the wall. After seeing the reminder from the garrison, they chose to remain motionless. The garrison had more experience in surviving outside the wall, and their words were to save their lives. Even if they were panicking, they did not move. The flower man maintained his human habit of movement, walking among the stationary cleaners, but perhaps not coordinated with human limbs. His movements were very slow, and he would stop every time he passed one, his pedal shaking, as if he was smelling. Zhu Ning guessed that he did not have a human head, and perhaps no human eyes. So how did this thing identify the direction? Smell? The flower man walked back and forth in the crowd like an inspection, and the cleaners, who were very close to him, were shaking all the time, and he still had his blood on him. When this man was eaten by the yellow flower, he was 5 meters behind him. A minute ago, they were even working together, and now they had to watch their colleague become like this. Normal people couldn't accept it. His legs couldn't stop shaking. Even though he knew he should stay calm, he couldn't do it. From his perspective, through a layer of protective helmet, a yellow flower suddenly appeared in front of him, instantly occupying all his sight. The flower man discovered him, but what did he do? He didn't move, didn't make a sound, and didn't do anything inappropriate. Why stare at him? Is it because he noticed the fear in himself? But how can a person completely control himself from being afraid? Why? Why do so many people stare at only him? Why is he the unlucky guy? Why did he encounter such a thing just to perform a mission? The yellow flower made a sticky sound, as if something sticky was opened. A yellow flower bloomed in front of him. Flowers are the least lethal things, and no one would find wild flowers on the roadside scary. Now the yellow flower is open, and there is a wet, bloody head in the center of the flower. That's his colleague's head. When his colleague's head was bitten off, he was wearing a cleaner's protective helmet. Now the helmet was broken by the fangs, revealing most of his face. His face was covered with plant mucus, and his eyes were even open. The flower was holding his colleague's head tightly in front of him, and the dead colleague's open eyes were still looking at him. Then it moved its eyeballs. This action made people feel creepy for a moment. If he didn't move, he would be a dead person, just a head that was eaten. But now he moved, he rolled his eyes. Monster, it's a monster. The blood-red prompt on the helmet was still flashing. Keep still, don't move. But he couldn't see the words clearly. All he could see was the head of his colleague. Monster, it's a monster. No one can save him except himself. These people are not trustworthy. He instinctively touched his lower back, where there was a gun. One of his hands had already touched the handle of the gun, but the gun seemed to be stuck, or he was too nervous now. He tried many times, but couldn't get the gun out. The yellow flower in front of him was still, and the colleague's head inside was still looking at him. He had to take the gun first. The more he wanted to get the gun, the harder it was to get it out. He was so anxious that he was sweating all over. He instinctively turned his head to see where it was stuck. Click, it finally loosened, and he got the gun, thinking that getting the weapon would make him feel at ease. But a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Something was blocking his head. It was in the shape of a flower. When people are in danger of their lives, their choices will be very strange, and it is difficult to infer with common sense. For example, now, he felt something sticking to his protective helmet. A trace of hot air was behind him, with a strong fishy smell, as if someone was breathing beside him. He could feel his spirit value dropping rapidly. He turned his head slightly, and finally saw a yellow flower open. The petals opened, and the mouth of the head inside was also open to the extreme. He had never looked at his colleague like this before. He opened his mouth wide, and wanted to eat himself in one bite. He pulled out the gun, but before he could aim and pull the trigger, the next moment, the yellow flower bit down. With a click, the last sound he heard was the sound of his head being bitten off. The gun in his hand fell into the bushes with a snap. He didn't have time to shoot until he died. Blood spurted again, and the blood dripped on the three people nearby. At that moment, the blood seemed very heavy. They were covered with the blood of their colleagues. The second person whose head was eaten by the yellow flower. After being eaten, the yellow flower continued to move among the crowd, and the flowers became fuller and more beautiful. Wherever it passed, it caused shudders. After seeing it several times, people could no longer bear this bloody scene. How many more colleagues will die? How long will this torture last? The yellow flower came to Zhu Ning, or more precisely, to the vicinity of the three of them. The yellow flower had eaten enough human heads, and its flower head became bulging. Human blood was still flowing in the gaps between the petals. When it came to this vicinity, a huge shadow was cast, covering the three of them. The distance was close enough to see many details. The twitching vines on the chest of the flower man seemed like some kind of pollution, which would make people lose their spirit value if they looked at it for a long time. Zhu Ning saw that Lin Yinchuan's legs were trembling visibly. Through the helmet, Zhu Ning heard a very rapid panting sound coming from his channel. He was very scared. Zhu Ning could feel Lin Yinchuan's fear. The yellow flower walked towards Lin Yinchuan step by step. They were locked by it. Su Ming was on the right side of Lin Yinchuan, and Zhu Ning was behind Lin Yinchuan. Su Ming was closer to Lin Yinchuan. If anything happened, Su Ming could help at the first time, but she also remained calm at this time. Zhu Ning's brain was working fast. She was thinking about the logic of this flower. Doing normal things in abnormal places, doing abnormal things in normal places, it is a pollutant. It must have its own internal logic. It must also obey a certain law. What is the law? Plants themselves do not move, especially flowers. This flower was picked by people, and then lived on the human body, moving with human feet. When it ate the human head, it gave Zhu Ning a very familiar feeling, just like humans saw beautiful flowers on the roadside and broke them. If you look at it from the perspective of flowers, when people pick plants, is it also so bloody and cruel? They grow well on the roadside, and suddenly a giant appears, the shadow falls, and then snaps off their roots. Humans hold flowers in their palms, and even sigh, "How beautiful, how beautiful." Is this the same thing? Is it? Picking people? Juning frowned because of this idea. The relationship between humans and plants has reversed. Now, these humans wearing black protective clothing are plants growing in the ground and being slaughtered by others, while flowers have become the high-ranking pickers who can decide your life or death. Does this flower have consciousness? Will it be happy to get a bunch of fresh human flowers today? Is this picking method random? Chapter 99. Does a person pick flowers randomly? In fact, this is also quite uncertain. Zhu Ning recalled that when he was a child, he would play by pulling petals. There are many factors to consider when picking flowers. The ones that look good, the ones that are pleasing to the eye, the ones that are blown by the wind, and the ones that are right next to you are picked because they are close. Humans are gods to plants. They can decide the life and death of plants without thinking too much, and they don't think carefully at all. But is this flower the same? No, it must have some rules, such as not moving, and moving will definitely die. Those who tried to escape before will be captured instantly. It must be able to detect moving things. The first rule is not to move. This one is definitely right. But what about after that? How does it lock onto the target when it patrols in the crowd? What are the characteristics of these people? Because they are afraid? Who can it detect is more afraid? The flower man has already wandered in front of Zhu Ning. Many people are on alert. They have seen the consequences of being discovered by it. Most humans will think about getting weapons and fighting to the death before they die. This is almost etched into instinct. People have a gambler's mentality and always feel that they may not lose if they take a chance. Ordinary people cannot really sit and wait for death. Hostility. What did this flower sense? Not fear, but hostility. The first cleaner who picked it off did not want to touch it, but wanted to pick it off. What stimulated the yellow flower to eat his head after the cleaner was locked by the yellow flower? The man kept touching the handle of his gun. Even if he remained still and suppressed his inner fear, he was still full of hostility towards the flower man. When such a terrifying thing is in front of you, people's instinctive reaction is to kill it. This thing can sense people's hostility. The yellow flower stayed in front of Lin Yinchuan. Lin Yinchuan had not moved. He felt that his body was stiff, but the yellow flower still stood in front of him. Why? Lin Yinchuan couldn't help thinking about this matter. He obviously didn't do anything wrong. He carefully recalled every subtle action he made, just like the time for the exam is about to end. You know that you have made a mistake in one question. You stare at the test paper and check your answer desperately, trying to find the mistake. But you can't find it. The teacher is approaching and is about to issue an order to collect the papers. You only have 1 minute left. You still have a chance to change the answer and a chance to survive. But you can't find it. It's Lin Yinchuan's turn. Click, the yellow flower opened its petals in front of him, as if it had opened some rotten meat, and made a very sticky and disgusting sound, and then the inside of the yellow flower was exposed. The sharp and dense teeth were stained with blood, and there were meat residues in the gaps between the teeth. You would inevitably feel fear when you think of this mouth that had eaten your colleagues, not to mention that there were 2 human heads inside. There were 2 human heads stacked inside the yellow flower, and the faces of 2 cleaners overlapped, and their eyes would turn in the same direction. They were obviously dead, but they seemed to be alive. When Lin Yinchuan saw the previous victim before, he felt that the other party had a problem. Maybe he did something wrong, so he brought disaster upon himself. He might not die when it was his turn. I might do better than him, and I would definitely not be so stupid as to touch the gun. But when the real danger comes, you know that it is not true. You can't control it. You will be afraid, and then it is difficult to control your thoughts. You also want to touch the gun. You want to kill this monster. Don't be hostile to it. A line of words suddenly appeared on the panel of Lin Yinchuan's helmet, just below the prohibition text issued by the garrison. Because they didn't know what was going on with the flower, everyone remained strangely quiet. No one spoke. Only Zhu Ning and the garrison tried to communicate with text. The text panel inside the helmet can be typed with eyes. Zhu Ning sent it. What does she mean? Don't be hostile to it. The other party has already opened its petals, and the 2 human heads inside are staring at you. In this case, don't be hostile to it. Don't have emotions. Emotions? How do people control their emotions? Ignore it. 3 more words were typed on the panel. Lin Yinchuan's fingers were a little stiff. He wanted to get a weapon, but he froze for a moment. Should he listen to Zhu Ning or himself? When facing yellow flowers, it is easy for people to have a thought. No one can save me except me, I must save myself. Lin Yinchuan has seen yellow flowers eat people, but it was only for a second. Zhu Ning's guns are not very useful here. If he was eaten, Zhu Ning would not even be able to react. Last time, Zhu Ning had a gun behind her to protect her safety. This time, there was only one sentence, and even no explanation. Should I believe Zhu Ning? Should I trust her unconditionally? Ignore it? Before in the sewer, they also ignored the fishman. Lin Yinchuan's taut fingers relaxed. He decided to take a gamble and trust Zhu Ning. This trust was unconditional and supreme. Lin Yinchuan looked at the two heads in the yellow flower and forcibly reversed his hostility. He stared at the two sticky heads in the helmet. When he abandoned his hostility, a calm pity surged in his heart. Those were his dead colleagues, not monsters, and they were not scary. Maybe someone was waiting for them at home. They died here, and they died unclearly. When they died, no one even gave them hospice care. At that moment, Lin Yinchuan actually felt very relaxed, and his tense muscles relaxed. A gust of wind blew, and the petals and vines of the yellow flower would shake because of the wind. Lin Yinchuan became a quiet plant. It turned out that the key point was this: don't be hostile, don't be emotional, don't be afraid, and don't move. When the positions of people and plants are reversed, and the flower man is the picker, humans must honestly play the role of a flower. A flower has no thoughts. With a click, the yellow flower gathered its petals, and the petals closed like a flower bud. It moved and began to walk towards the next person. Zhu Ning sent those two sentences to the public channel, and Lin Yinchuan added, "Pretend to be a plant." Zhu Ning was stunned when he saw it for the first time, and then found that Lin Yinchuan's words were easier to understand. The so-called not to generate hostility is superficial, and the core is actually to play the role of a plant. Many people saw it, some people did not believe it, and wanted to avenge their companions. Some people believed it, but they could not control themselves at all, and became the next trophy of the yellow flower. Before they die, they will fall into a kind of madness. Many people have the same reaction. They always want to get their weapons. Some lucky ones control their emotions. Huanghua walks by them. They can't do anything but watch Huanghua plunder the lives of their colleagues. This is a very cruel massacre. People are not people, but plants. The standard for whether people can survive is whether they are like real plants. Humans must abandon all their instincts and weapons. They have evolved for so many years to conquer nature, but in front of nature, they must degenerate. Degenerate into a standard plant in nature. This is the only chance to survive. Huanghua walked through the team, and blood dripped wherever he went, like a moving bloody flower. It was probably full, and the whole flower was so full that it was about to explode, and it couldn't eat more heads. So Huanghua passed through these cleaners, and walked towards the forest. Half an hour later, the figure had completely disappeared in the depths of the forest. Gone, a gust of wind blew, making a rustling sound on the leaves. This was the sound Zhu Ning heard when she got off the car. Now the wind blew over the flowers, grass and leaves, over their bodies, and gently caressed the corpses on the ground. For nature, nothing made any difference. The cleaners were so immersed in the play that no one had moved until now. They seemed to have become real flowers and grass. They were born to grow on this land. Their feet were no longer feet, but roots. They had to keep this posture until death. Even Zhu Ning had this illusion. She actually felt that this posture was very easy, and she could stand here until the end of time. The world outside the wall is so strange. There is not even a contaminated area here, just a flower. A flower came and went, leaving behind the bodies of the cleaners, and the blood soaked into the soil, dyeing a large area red. They could not bring back the bodies of these people, and the bodies would remain here forever. The survivors must face the death of their colleagues. How many people are left? The voice of the garrison broke the silence and reached everyone's ears from the helmet. As expected of someone who has lived outside the wall for a long time, his voice did not even sound fearful. Count. No one paid attention to him. Some people were immersed in plants and could not react. Some people heard it, but did not want to answer. Their colleagues just died, and no one wanted to cooperate. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Count. The garrison spoke again. The garrison was a soldier, and they, the cleaners, were company employees. Although they knew that their lives were in danger, and the mortality rate when they came, they did not have such strong courage. It was fortunate that they did not collapse at this time. Their captain was already dead, so what right did the garrison have to order them around? Not only did they not cooperate, they even developed a natural hostility towards the garrison. 1. Zhu Ning was the first to speak. Zhu Ning was born as an athlete, and she had a sense of collective honor in her bones. She knew that they had to retreat collectively, and no matter how many people were left alive, they had to leave here. The team was very troublesome, unlike the mechanical oceanarium, where Zhu Ning cooperated with the Grey Eagle team. The demon hunters themselves had high quality, high spirits, and high teamwork. The only cleaner team in the oceanarium was Zhu Ning's. Su Ming was an undercover agent, and the only weak person who needed to be taken care of was Lin Yinchuan. The current situation is that most people are ordinary people, at the same level as Lin Yinchuan, or even worse than Lin Yinchuan. After all, Lin Yinchuan has experienced 2 spiritual value advancements. The team is almost a group of scattered sand, and they must stick together to survive. Zhu Ning acted in a high-profile manner before. She was too famous in the forum. Relying on her reputation, her words are very effective. 1. She repeated. Lin Yinchuan followed up and answered, 2. Lin Yinchuan simply supported Zhu Ning without thinking. No matter what she did, Lin Yinchuan was the first to respond. 3. The third person to report was Su Ming. Su Ming probably knew what Zhu Ning was going to do. The current situation is that a group of scattered sand needs a cohesive person, and Zhu Ning is the most suitable person to be the first to come forward. Anyway, she has rich experience in being the first to come forward. Everyone has seen the message that Zhu Ning just posted on the public channel. Even if they don't trust the garrison troops, at least they will have more trust in Zhu Ning. 3 people counted, and then the process went on naturally. The voices of counting came one after another. Some people counted very perfunctorily, reluctantly, but they also participated. 18. After 18, they fell into silence. They didn't hear 19 for a long time. There were 18 cleaners left. 18 cleaners plus 3 garrisons. 21 people are still alive. This is the real number of survivors. There were 30 people when they came, and now there are only 21 left. 9 of their colleagues died. For a long time, they didn't move, and they didn't even dare to look at the bodies of their colleagues. If it seemed like an absurd dream before, they now really felt that their colleagues had left. The voice of the garrison came from the public channel. Continue to contain the contaminated spores. This order seemed very inhumane. Why do they have to continue to contain the contaminated spores? The contaminated spores are spreading. They have been struggling for an hour, and some of the contaminated spores are almost floating away. Are you a human being? Whoever wants to do it can do it. I don't want to do it anymore. Can't I just give up my salary? Everyone is in a bad mood. At this time, it is possible to riot and kill the garrison. Who is willing to listen to you? The voice of the garrison was very cold. Contain the contaminated spores, and then evacuate. This is the established plan. It was also said when they came. It was not the fault of the garrison. They warned not to touch it at the beginning. It was the first mistake made by the cleaner. That person picked a flower, which caused a series of problems later. The voice of the garrison soldier sounded very stern. Otherwise, if the contaminated spores spread into the wall, do you think your family can survive? The garrison soldiers are facing the world outside the wall. They must ensure that no contaminated spores from the outside world will pass through the wall. This is the meaning of calling the cleaners. Everyone became a cleaner not for some lofty ideal, but for money at first, a high salary, and a sum of money to make enough for people outside to live for a year. Zhu Ning took 700,000 yuan on his first mission. Behind this high return salary is the price of life, licking blood on the tip of the knife. The awareness of the demon hunters is higher, because the dangers they face are more intuitive. Many cleaners have never encountered danger, and it is difficult to change this idea. Zhu Ning could understand why some demon hunters looked down on cleaners at that moment. In comparison, the quality of cleaners is indeed the worst. The demon hunters and the garrison troops are fighting on the front line for the safety of mankind. The garrison troops are right. If the contaminated spores spread into the wall, it will be meaningless for them to return safely. This is the truth, but it is too cruel to say it out loud, and it is difficult to convince the public. Moreover, everyone is still immersed in panic, and no one dares to move. No one knows whether moving now will attract the yellow flower again. The garrison troops are familiar with the terrain, and no one will lead the team back after the quarrel with them. Zhu Ning has already been the first to speak out, and now he can only be the last one to try to negotiate with the other party, asking, "Will you take us out after the containment?" The garrison troops realized that Zhu Ning was the leader, and put on a posture of being able to talk. "We should have taken you out." They abide by the principle, and are willing to lead the team only after the containment is completed. Although Zhu Ning didn't know what the garrison troops were doing, she knew the priorities and asked, "Can people move now?" The garrison troops were seniors, and the judgment they could make was the most favorable judgment. They had already shouted not to shoot. Zhu Ning didn't know the real rules of survival outside the wall, and even the logic of pollutants outside was different from that inside the city, but it seemed that the general rule should be not to move around. Shooting randomly would cause new chaos, so the garrison troops were stationary from beginning to end. Garrison troops, move slowly, don't make unnecessary moves, just do what you should do. So this is what not to do unnecessary moves means. The garrison troops are the leaders, so they are the leaders from beginning to end. They will not shoot the mutated yellow flower just now. Cleaners are supposed to sweep garbage, and it is best for them to do nothing but contain pollutants. If they really abide by this principle, they can evacuate safely, and complete the task very smoothly. The death rate that Lin Yinchuan had found before was true, either 0 or 100, there was no middle ground. But one cleaner might have been mentally contaminated, he picked a flower, and triggered the world outside the wall. Theoretically, they should continue to contain, complete the mission, and then go home, but no one dared to move. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. I contain? Chapter 100. After Zhu Ning finished speaking, she really moved. She was actually a little nervous. The world outside the wall was completely different from the world inside the wall. She was not sure whether her unintentional actions would cause trouble. Zhu Ning tried to move her hands and feet, stepped over the steaming corpses on the ground, and moved towards the contaminated spores. Many people around her were observing her. Zhu Ning's conditions were the best here. If she got into trouble, it would prove that this place was too dangerous to control. Most of the contaminated spores had been contained, leaving only a few scattered pieces on the north side. Even if there was only one person, they could contain them all. Zhu Ning now fully understood the meaning of those warnings. During her actions, she even avoided the small flowers and grass on the road. If the mutated plants just now happened again, their team would probably be wiped out. Zhu Ning walked about 10 steps and approached the contaminated spores. Because of the long time, these spores had spread and were somewhat scattered. The dropper approached the contaminated spores, and the blood-red spores were contained. After collecting the first one, Zhu Ning paused for a while. He could only hear the sound of the wind, nothing else, and the yellow flower did not come back. Safe? It seemed that nothing was wrong. Zhu Ning collected 3 contaminated spores. There was a rustling sound next to him. It was Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan. They came to help. Finish the work early, and go back early. It is a waste of time for others to see it when one person is doing it. Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan both understand this. Just be careful not to make unnecessary moves. Zhu Ning's team of 3 started to move, and others started to move one after another. They needed to endure the nausea and overcome the fear while collecting the rotten meat on the ground. The rotten meat and the bodies of colleagues were mixed together. If you look down, you can see a lot of broken limbs. Fortunately, the job of the cleaners is to collect the rotten meat, and no one in the team vomited. Their job is called the corpse collection team. I thought I was used to corpses, but I didn't expect that this time I would have to face the corpses of my colleagues. Because they didn't dare to move, everyone held their breath to work, and their movements were very slow and stiff. The collection work, which was originally an hour's workload, took nearly 2 hours to complete. Zhu Ning finally increased the purification value by 167. Now her purification value is 8001. She can collect contaminated spores without losing money. When they finished, it was already dark. Now it was evening, and the sun was about to set. But because it was cloudy, the sunset was not very obvious. A gloomy red fell behind the mountain village, like the blood-red back of the deserted village. The good news is that because they were careful enough, they did not trigger a second mutation, and no one died this time. They originally tried to take the bodies of their colleagues home, but later found that the operation was difficult and meaningless, and they couldn't even dig a grave. But the flowers and plants that died in nature do not need graves. After they die, their bodies return to nature and re-enter the natural cycle. So they just mourned for 3 minutes, took the relics that were easy to carry, and then gathered the team to evacuate. The garrison inspected the scene, and finally agreed to lead the team back. There were 3 garrison soldiers, 2 in the front and 1 in the back, and they, the cleaners, were in the middle. They had to go back along the original route, from the back mountain to the direction of the deserted village. No one spoke on the way back. There was a kind of death-like calmness in the team, which was too depressing. Zhu Ning was in the middle, and back of the team. She planned to ask the cleaners, who had been on missions outside the wall. Almost all those who survived now had been on missions outside the wall. They were calmer than pure novices. Zhu Ning walked to his side without leaving a trace. Senior, I am Zhu Ning. The other party frowned when he heard the voice. Now his mental value dropped rapidly, and he was on alert. He looked at everyone with hostility, but when he saw Juning, his attitude slowed down a little. Jin Tao. Juning opened a private channel, so outsiders could not hear it. Senior Jin, how many times have you come out? Jin Tao had seen Juning's video on the forum, and had a good impression of Juning. Second time. It was only the second time. Jin Tao thought that Juning had not been in the cleaning center for a long time and probably did not know much, so he explained, outside the wall missions will not be assigned to a certain team frequently. Most people go out once or twice, and they are considered veterans if they go out twice. Are they afraid that frequent trips outside the wall will cause mental problems? Or do they not want the cleaners to know too many secrets outside the wall? Juning asked. It was like this before. Jin Tao, I don't know if you have seen the mortality rate. This thing only has 0 and 100. I didn't encounter anything last time. Jin Tao thought it was incredible when he recalled the last time. That time they treated it as an ordinary mission. After containing the contaminated spores, they returned to the team and returned to the city. By the way, they also enjoyed the rural scenery outside the wall. So in fact, people who have been out there don't have much experience to share, and they can't ask anything. Juning thanked him, and was about to return to his position. Before he moved, Jin Tao suddenly said, but I heard them say that we should be careful of the garrison troops. Huh? Be careful of the garrison troops? Aren't these people the team leaders? Even though he knew that outsiders couldn't hear them, Juning lowered his voice unconsciously. Why? I don't know. Jin Tao looked back and also lowered his voice. My former colleagues told me that those people are not good people. They have been alienated after living outside the wall for a long time. They are different from us. I heard. Jin Tao's voice became heavier. They specialize in tricking people out of the wall and feeding them these pollutants. The cleaners who got into trouble before were all because of them. Juning frowned. Even if it was a rumor, it was a very serious rumor. And if this is the truth, why didn't the cleaning center intervene in the investigation? With frequent deaths of cleaners, the abnormal incident team will definitely take action. Be careful of them. Jin Tao gritted his teeth and probably still had a lot of resentment towards the garrison troops. They are not normal. Jin Tao didn't say too much information. In fact, this is also easy to understand. There are two ways of thinking inside and outside the wall. The garrison troops live outside the wall. Are their mental states really good? They don't even have any reaction when they see dead bodies. Thinking back to before they came, their attitude was also very strange. Although they gave some warnings, they were not strict at all. Of course, each team has a different style. But their attitude towards death was very calm. They had no reaction at all when they saw people die. In fact, Juning could feel that since she came into contact with the first garrison, she felt that these people were not the same as herself. Juning did not say more to Jin Tao. At this time, they had returned to the original route and walked into the deserted village. This road was no different from when they came here. It was still the same abandoned village house. When Juning turned back, she happened to pass by the house with the statue. She froze. The statue inside was still there, looking eerie, as if it was monitoring everyone passing by. When she first saw it, she only felt a little weird. After experiencing the yellow flower, she looked at the statue again and really felt that it was alive. This village seems to be monitoring people. Although the system did not prompt, her mental value may have dropped, and she must go back quickly. Juning slowed down and walked to the end of the team. There was a garrison soldier here. Juning just walked to his side and had not spoken yet, but the other party spoke first. What's your name? Juning. My name is Jiangping. He glanced at Juning. You are better than them. I can see that. Although Juning did not do anything, he saw the text message Juning sent on the public channel. It was considered brave to dare to send a message under such circumstances. Moreover, Juning really summarized the behavior pattern of Huang Hua through observation. It is because of her that these people are still alive. Jiangping has seen too many people, and can see at a glance that Juning's qualifications are very suitable for survival in the wild. She will definitely survive to the end. Juning originally wanted to ask questions, but was praised by others first, but it was also a good way to get closer. At least Jiangping has no hostility towards her. Juning asked, can we evacuate safely by returning to the original route next? Jiangping, not necessarily. Juning frowned. That's not what he said just now. Jiangping, you have already triggered it. Nothing will happen on the road. This thing only has 0 and 100. It's this probability again, so it's already triggered and you can't avoid it. Zhu Ning chatted while looking at the large army in front. Everyone was very alert. Panic had been spreading in the team. They knew nothing about this matter. If this probability is really true, will they all die here? Zhu Ning chose to ask some more practical questions. Why can't the flower be killed by guns just now? Jiang Ping snorted, thinking that Zhu Ning asked a stupid question. You are from inside the wall. Do you think that guns can conquer everything? Most of the time, human weapons are useful. People are highly dependent on technology and hot weapons. Jiang Ping, let me tell you this. When you flatten a polluted area, do you have to find the source of pollution first, and then kill the source of pollution, and then other pollutants will naturally die? Zhu Ning nodded. This rule does not apply outside the wall? Applicable. Jiang Ping's voice was very gloomy. But how do you know which pollution source that flower belongs to? Zhu Ning was stunned. It turned out that this was the case. Most of the land inside the wall was not polluted, and the polluted area had boundaries. You enter the polluted area, find the source of pollution, eliminate the source of pollution, and other affiliated pollutants will naturally disintegrate. After the pollutants die, polluted spores will be precipitated, and cleaners will enter to collect the bodies and spores. This is the original workflow. There is nothing wrong with this logic itself, but outside the wall, all the land is polluted. If the polluted area is not closed, then is the entire nature a huge polluted area? Or is it that there are countless polluted areas superimposed outside the wall? The area is too large, and the polluted area has no boundaries. How can they find the source of pollution? So the flower just now could not be killed by the bullet, and even if it was killed, it would soon revive because its pollution source was still there. And this might be just the superficial rules of survival outside the wall. Jiang Ping did not tell himself the deeper experience. Zhu Ning finally felt a chill. She lost her shelter when she entered the wall. Once she encountered random troubles, it would be her bad luck, and she even had no suitable way to escape. Every warning that Fan Ninghua said was the truth. When they entered the wall, they entered the world of pollutants and had to abide by the rules of their world. Outside the wall, pollutants are gods and humans are livestock. All human resistance is passive. Zhu Ning asked, "Can I ask about your work?" "Why?" Jiang Ping turned his head to look at her. "Are you interested in our work?" Jiang Ping was very gloomy and spoke in a rude manner. "We can't do anything in this job. When I came here, I thought I was going to guard Area 103, but later I found out that it was nonsense. We can only patrol, investigate, and write reports. If we encounter a closed polluted area, we will conduct an assessment. If we need to clean it up, we will find a cleaning center and they will send someone to deal with it. The environment outside the wall is complex, with one polluted area superimposed on another. This is outside the first level protective wall. They have an indicator that the pollution concentration here cannot exceed a certain value. So they must investigate. If a closed polluted area is formed somewhere and causes strong pollution, they must find someone to solve it. In the process of investigation, they will lose many teammates, which is very cost-effective, but this work has to be carried out. Before Zhu Ning and his team came, 6 teammates had already died when they discovered this polluted area. So they were numb to death, and living outside the wall for a long time, people would feel that they had no goals and no reference rules. Hard work, alertness, intelligence, these words are all positive, but they don't mean much outside the wall. What they need most is luck. Sometimes people are unlucky. Even if you have the best qualities in the world, you will be killed by sudden pollutants. Sometimes people are lucky. Even if you don't know anything, you can walk outside the wall without any damage. They survived to the end, and they were extremely in awe of nature and life. Everything was too random. Zhu Ning understood Pei Shu at that moment. No wonder he was so decadent after returning from outside the wall. They could clearly realize that they seemed to be doing useless work, but they had to continue because of a certain goal. In this process, there was no obvious gain, but there was an obvious loss. You had to watch your teammates die and could do nothing. In the end, you will keep asking yourself, why is it you who survived? Is it because you are lucky? Zhu Ning was silent for a while and didn't even know how to respond. No matter who does this job, it is impossible to keep calm. Jiang Ping, you want to take them back? Zhu Ning hummed, we came together, so we have to go together. Jiang Ping can see that Zhu Ning is very different. Although Zhu Ning didn't do anything big, she was the first to respond to him and the first to stand out to contain the contaminated spores, proving that this person has a high spirit value. And she has an influence on the team. These people have experienced the death of their colleagues and their spirits are at a low point. In this situation, they are still willing to trust Zhu Ning. This little girl has a wonderful influence. She is like a spiritual beacon. In collective actions, influential people are very rare. Jiang Ping, I give you a piece of advice, be careful about the mental state of your teammates. Zhu Ning frowned. This is one of the rules in the cleaner's work code. Article 2 of the work manual, always pay attention to your teammates. Cleaners will be mentally polluted to varying degrees after working for a long time. They have obviously been overloaded this time. After going through so much, most people's mental values are in danger. Maybe because of Zhu Ning's invisible influence, they can still maintain the current surface calm. But how long can Zhu Ning's influence on them last? Once they doubt Zhu Ning, the team will fall into a state of madness. Jiang Ping, I have seen too many people killing each other. Zhu Ning was stunned. This time their weapon permissions are all open, because outside the wall, the situation is uncontrollable, and they must be given the right to protect themselves. This is the result of comprehensive considerations from all aspects. No one is willing to go out of the wall without being able to shoot. But once it is opened, the follow-up will be uncontrollable. Everyone has a weapon, and the muzzle can be randomly pointed at anyone, which is equivalent to giving a group of potential mentally ill people a batch of firearms. The next challenge is not pollutants, but humans. Chapter 101. Have we been here before? Zhu Ning was still thinking about something when there was a commotion in front of the army. How long have you been walking? Half an hour? Why haven't you gotten out? Someone else said in the channel. Zhu Ning had been busy asking questions and didn't pay much attention. Now he realized that something was really wrong. The village was not big, and they were anxious to evacuate, and their pace was not slow. Logically, they should have walked to the entrance of the village. But where is the entrance of the village? Where is the old locust tree at the entrance of the village? Try again. Someone said in the public channel, don't worry, everyone. Try again, walk again. Someone agreed, and he kept repeating this sentence. When people are afraid, they tend to repeat the same sentence because they are subconsciously afraid of not being able to get out. The return journey is halfway done. As long as they walk out of the deserted village and cross the high grass, they can go home. Hope is right in front of them. The large group was moving forward. This time Zhu Ning did not chat with anyone. She kept staring at the houses on both sides while walking. She passed the house with the statue again. There was a goat head on the eaves. The statue stared at them through the window again. That vague sense of surveillance, as if something cold and sticky was always attached to you, was very similar to Chu Qing's gaze. This house was the most iconic. Zhu Ning planned to use it as an anchor. The village was really small. They were moving in one direction. The big locust tree should be in front. This time the pace was faster. It should take at most 20 minutes to reach the end. It was easy for people to get lost in the forest, because the trees looked similar to the naked eye, but the houses here were different from each other, so they should not be completely lost. Passing by these abandoned houses, you can see the interior through the dusty windows. Zhu Ning looked at them one by one. She had seen them once before, and remembered the characteristics of each abandoned house. This house has an electronic piano. This house has window paper cuts. This house has cross-stitch on the wall. This house has not finished the meal. The dishes on the table have not been collected. This house has a chair overturned. This house has a baby carriage on the ground. This house. There is a strange statue in the house. Zhu Ning stopped. This is the third time she has seen the statue. It was dark. The statue was hidden in the shadow. The placement and expression did not change. It was still staring at them gloomily, as if it had been watching for a long time. The unknown statue just watched them pass by again and again through the window. Repeat, repeat, and repeat again and again. Mental pollution? Zhu Ning felt a little cold on the back of her neck. Are they lost? She moved her neck. Outside the wall, everything abnormal was magnified. Sure enough, Jiang Ping was right. The way back would not be peaceful. They had triggered it. 0 and 100, there is no middle value. Jiang Ping was right beside her, and she was about to ask Jiang Ping what to do now. After all, Jiang Ping had rich experience in surviving outside the wall. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to ask for experience from his predecessors. Ah, you are lost. Before Zhu Ning turned around, Jiang Ping's voice came from behind. Her body stiffened. This sentence was very strange. Jiang Ping's voice was gloomy and carried a sense of madness, as if he didn't care about their life or death at all. You are lost. He used the word you, not us. A person's subconscious attitude can be heard from his words. In Jiang Ping's view, it was Zhu Ning and other cleaners who were lost, and he was not lost. The people leading the way were the garrison troops, and the cleaners were just sandwiched between the large forces, following the garrison troops' footsteps. They had to go wherever the garrison troops took them. Jean Tao was right. People who had lived outside the wall for a long time were really abnormal. At that moment, Jiang Ping was even more terrifying than the statue in front of her. He was 1 meter behind her, and Zhu Ning could see Jiang Ping's feet with her peripheral vision. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Ping's feet move, and he walked towards her. Zhu Ning looked at the window. Now it was dark, and people's figures could be reflected on the window. Inside the window was a strange statue, and the window reflected Zhu Ning and Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping was wearing a blue protective suit. His protective suit was different from the cleaner's. There were diamond-shaped stripes on it. It was originally possible to turn on the hidden mode, like a chameleon, to hide its color in nature to avoid being discovered by pollutants. Now under the sunset, it looked like a very strange creature. It seemed that Jiang Ping was not a human, but a monster outside the wall. Zhu Ning looked at the reflection in the window, not sure what Jiang Ping wanted to do. Kill her? Do it here? How should Jiang Ping explain when he goes back? Is he really going to feed these cleaners to the pollutants as Jean Tao said? Zhu Ning estimated in her heart that Jiang Ping was alone, and he had a gun in his hand. If it was a gun, Zhu Ning could use metal to control it. But she didn't know if Jiang Ping had any special abilities. Should she strike first? Zhu Ning was on a mission this time, and there was a camera inside her helmet. She didn't want to leave a handle for the cleaning center. Jiang Ping walked quietly. He had already approached Zhu Ning's back and raised one hand. Zhu Ning! Someone called her. Su Ming came over at some point. Her shadow suddenly appeared in the reflection of the window. Su Ming broke the weird atmosphere between Zhu Ning and Jiang Ping and joined them by force. What are you doing? Su Ming was nominally Zhu Ning's captain. She should have paid attention to whether her team members had fallen behind. Why did you leave the team without permission? In the reflection of the window, Jiang Ping's outstretched hand quickly retracted. Zhu Ning uttered an ah, and she and Su Ming had an inexplicable tacit understanding. I just found this statue interesting. Don't look at it anymore. Su Ming continued, we are in trouble. Zhu Ning looked back at Jiang Ping. He couldn't see Jiang Ping's expression through the protective helmet, so he didn't say anything. Since Su Ming stood beside Zhu Ning, Jiang Ping's gloomy feeling was hidden, and he looked like a normal person. Zhu Ning walked to Su Ming's side. She came here to remind him. In the wilderness, Su Ming, the undercover agent, surprisingly made people feel safe. At least compared to a bunch of potential mental patients, Zhu Ning could ensure that Su Ming was absolutely mentally normal. Su Ming, we are lost. At this time, the whole army stopped, and they all realized that they were lost in the deserted village. Contact the technical department of the center, someone hurriedly contacted, and he opened a public channel, and everyone could hear it. Hey, we are in trouble, hey! Hey! Don't shout, another person answered, and there was uncontrollable fear in his voice. Didn't you find that there is no signal? Why? He was a little bit unbelievable. When they came, there was still a signal. After containing the contaminated spores, they contacted the center once, but the helmet showed that there was really no signal. Time seems to have stopped. Someone said. The time is displayed inside the helmet. This is one of the coordinates. It worked before. After they found that they were lost, the clock stopped moving and stayed at 5:59 p.m. It's broken? It's impossible. How could it be broken? The technology of the cleaning center has always been at the forefront of the Federation. In their era, they can change genes and even upload consciousness. It is unimaginable that the clock will be paralyzed. There is a strong sense of tearing outside the wall. Human civilization is retreating. Even though the technology inside the wall has developed to the point where artificial people can be created, the civilization outside the wall has regressed to primitive society. For people who are used to living inside the wall, throwing them outside the wall is the greatest terror. Have you noticed that the sunset is not right? Someone stretched out a shaking hand and pointed at the sunset. This sunset looks very strange. It falls gloomily behind the deserted village, like a pool of black and red blood. It makes sense that people use the sunset to metaphorically represent the end of life. Under normal circumstances, the sunset fades very quickly, and the sky will definitely change in more than 10 minutes, not to mention that they all watched this sunset for an hour. During this hour, this sunset did not change at all, literally. Because the mission camera automatically turned on and continued to record videos, someone found the previously recorded videos. They watched it at 4x speed, and yes, this sunset did not move from beginning to end, and the clouds above did not move a centimeter at all. It seemed that it was not the sunset and the clouds, but the projection of a computer wallpaper. When surviving in the wild, the magnetic field may affect the clock and compass, but even the clouds and the sky will not be misaligned. And this is not an illusion caused by mental pollution, everyone saw it. The dozen or so cleaners present opened the video for comparison, and the videos they recorded at the same time were exactly the same as before. So many video evidences prove that this place is really weird. Where did they go? We are lost. The garrison soldier who led the team said. Jean Tao yelled, how did you lead the way? Did you do it on purpose? Zhu Ning had talked to Jean Tao before, and knew that he was hostile to the garrison soldiers, and he had been suppressing it, and now it finally broke out. The leading garrison soldier was also unhappy with these cleaners. Are you sick? Do you want to go home? Don't I want to? Jean Tao suddenly picked up a gun and pointed it at the garrison soldier's head. Did you do it on purpose? What on purpose? The garrison soldiers also raised their guns. The equipment in their hands was heavy weapons, and the cleaners only carried light equipment. Jiang Ping beside Juning also moved. Once you start taking weapons, you can't stop. They picked up their guns at the same time and pointed at each other. It seems that there are many cleaners, but the garrison troops obviously have more experience in surviving in the wild. There are 2 in front and 1 in the back, forming a siege formation. Once the fight starts, it is actually difficult to predict the outcome. Jiang Ping, what are you crazy about? You are the ones who are crazy. Jean Tao yelled, are you bringing us out to feed us to the pollutants? After Jean Tao said this, some cleaners, who didn't know the truth and didn't want to stand in line suddenly panicked. What do you mean by feeding us to the pollutants? They are just food? What? Some people couldn't believe it. Jean Tao, explain it clearly. What do you mean by feeding us to the pollutants? Jean Tao, that's how the people died before. The whole team died. How do you think the probability of 0 and 100 came from? Jiang Ping sneered. Are you suffering from paranoia? Compared with Jean Tao's loss of composure, Jiang Ping was very calm, but that kind of gloomy calmness, as if it had nothing to do with him, even a little playful, seemed even more weird at this time. Answer me. Jean Tao couldn't control his emotions. Is it true? The scene was deadlocked. Only Zhu Ning didn't take a gun. Lin Yinchuan, Su Ming and Zhu Ning, their team seemed to be out of the matter. Lin Yinchuan was actually thinking about whether to take a gun to protect himself, but Zhu Ning and Su Ming didn't do it. Lin Yinchuan whispered to Zhu Ning, what should we do next? Zhu Ning was not afraid that they would really shoot. She had a talent for mental manipulation and could control the situation instantly. The only trouble might be exposure to the cleaning center. Su Ming probably thought the same way. Both of them made some small moves behind the cleaning center. With the camera turned on, they didn't want to show their strength. Zhu Ning can control the situation, but he also has to face the current problem. They are really lost. But how did he do it? There is only one road in the village. No matter how you walk, you can't reach the end. You can't see the old locust tree when you come here. Zhu Ning counted the houses again in her mind, because her brain is like a computer now. Even if she can't connect to the internet, the most basic function is to remember everything she sees. The order has changed. The order of these houses has been disrupted. The current order is completely different from what I saw when I came here. It seems that this is not a house, but a deck of poker cards, which are shuffled every time you walk. Zhu Ning looked back at the house with the statue. The statue inside was still looking at him. It was the Joker. Stagnant time, a deserted village that could not be walked out, and never finding the way, this feeling was too familiar. A closed pollution area was formed here. On the main road of the deserted village, there were a total of 21 people, 18 cleaners, and 3 garrison troops. 15 of the cleaners pointed their guns at the nearest garrison troops, and the 3 guns of the garrison troops were pointed at the cleaners in the middle. They were still arguing, and a gunfight was about to break out. Suddenly, Zhu Ning frowned and interrupted them, who were ready to kill at any time. Hey! No one paid attention to her. They all had guns in their hands, and they dared not move their eyes away, staring at their enemies closely. Everyone. Zhu Ning lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. You can shoot if you want. Zhu Ning did not want to persuade them to stop fighting. Hostility is difficult to eliminate. If it is not handled properly, it is likely to cause trouble. At that time, these 2 groups of people will come together to deal with him. Zhu Ning, but before you kill each other, shouldn't you look around first? Jean Tao originally wanted to glance at Zhu Ning with his peripheral vision, only to see that she suddenly became very alert. Zhu Ning's strength was there, and she was not so nervous when she met Huang Hua just now. The sudden tense body would make them nervous as well. What happened? What did Zhu Ning find? Jean Tao didn't dare to turn his head, and only looked at those gloomy deserted houses with the corner of his eyes. After only one look, he couldn't move his eyes away. Swish, a house suddenly lit up, like a match suddenly thrown into a handful of dry firewood, and then a row of deserted houses lit up. The light suddenly appeared in the originally empty deserted house, a little dim, not very bright incandescent lamp, like the kind of dim old electric lamp. Not only is there light, but also people. Every household in this village is like an exhibition cabinet, and now there are people standing in the window. An old lady in a red sweater stood at the window closest to Jean Tao. The other party was standing by the window, and the tip of her nose was almost touching the window. There was a window paper with a magpie on the window of her house. It was so old that it looked terrible. Now the light shone through the paper, cutting the old lady's face into several strange pieces. The villagers stood quietly in the house, looking over expressionlessly, as if they had been watching here for a long, long time, long before the outsiders like them appeared. They watched the cleaners pass through the village, watched these outsiders go to the back mountain to collect the contaminated spores, and then watched them get lost. The strange thing was the villagers' eyes. There was no warmth in their eyes. They looked at them as if they were looking at livestock. At that moment, Jean Tao had a very strange feeling the villagers were monitoring them. Chapter 102. Suddenly, someone pressed the keys of the electronic keyboard, which was the first note, and then a pair of hands placed on the keys, and a sound of piano came. Zhu Ning once passed by a house, and there was an old electronic keyboard in his house. Now someone started playing the piano. The garrison troops, including the cleaners, did not speak anymore, and they held their breath at the same time. The whole deserted village was filled with the sound of the electronic keyboard, and it was impossible to tell what score was played, because this was a novice practicing the piano, very clumsy, and there was no melody of any notes. It was so weird. These villagers did not exist before, and now suddenly appeared, and the sunset in the sky was still motionless, dyeing the background of the village red like blood. There was a dim light in the villagers' houses. It was not dark yet. Under the effect of the sunset and the lights, the village was very bright, but at this time it made people feel a little creepy. In the sunset, every household turned on the lights, and the villagers stared at you collectively. Even if they were not ghosts or pollutants, even if they were living people staring at you in unison, it would make people feel uncomfortable instinctively. People's sight is weight, and the feeling of being monitored is very bad. Zhu Ning observed these villagers. They were all very close to the window, with their noses pressed against the window. With the sound of their breathing, they exhaled a white mist on the window. They can emit hot air, their blood is hot, and their breathing is warm. At present, no villagers have moved, but I always feel that they will slowly seep out of the window as time goes by. They are just like shadows flowing out of the wall. Something began to appear in the air. It was the gray-black line that Zhu Ning was very familiar with, like the background color of a polluted area, and now the gray-black line was twitching slightly. But because it was in the evening, the twitching lines did not look very obvious, and the lines looked like a group of flying insects in the wild. The pollution area was completely formed. Ding, you have started the side quest, the abandoned village. The mission goal is to successfully purify the pollution area and find the secret of the village's abandonment. The current purification progress is 0%. Please keep up the good work. The system's voice is very mechanical and seems very ruthless at this time. Zhu Ning has received a task from the system for the first time since he knew that he was an experimental product. Did it identify the pollution area? Data also began to appear inside Zhu Ning's helmet. Their clocks were collectively broken, but the basic pollution concentration detection was not broken. Now the pollution concentration displayed inside the helmet is 220%. If you want to calculate, it is a Class A pollution area. Not only Zhu Ning saw it, but the data disk inside everyone's helmet showed the pollution concentration. It may be outside the wall, and the system inside the helmet did not recognize it, and did not report the area of the pollution area. Jean Tao blinked. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Contaminated area. He said with some disbelief, and repeated, "We walked into the contaminated area." Although the cleaners entered the scene after the demon hunters were done, they also frequently entered the contaminated area, and knew that they could not get out unless they found the source of the pollution. Jiang Ping's smile was simply hard to hide. "So you got lost." At that moment, Zhu Ning couldn't even tell whether Jiang Ping was more terrifying or the villagers who were monitoring him were more terrifying. Jiang Ping's voice was in sharp contrast to Jean Tao's panic. Jean Tao was on the verge of losing control and couldn't stand the stimulation at all. "I kill you." Jiang Ping was not angry at all when facing the gun. I said, "Are you really crazy? What's the point of me bringing you here, and I can't go out by myself?" Jean Tao did not have any evidence to prove Jiang Ping's motive. Jiang Ping said calmly. If you all die here and I go back alone, how can I write the investigation report? How can I explain that you are dead? Jiang Ping stretched out a hand and knocked on his head, but because he was wearing a helmet, his hand could only knock on his weird blue helmet. Use your brain. Jiang Ping either has low emotional intelligence or has been outside the wall for a long time and his brain is a little abnormal. Obviously, all normal words sound like provocations. No wonder Jin Tao is hostile to him. This tone of speaking is just like that of an antisocial personality. Zhu Ning said to Jin Tao, ignore him, don't shoot. Don't act rashly before finding the source of pollution in the polluted area, otherwise the source of pollution will be hidden deeper. Jin Tao gritted his teeth and put down his gun after hearing what Zhu Ning said. After he put down his gun, the other cleaners also stopped fighting. Jiang Ping shrugged his shoulders and said, you guys are not crazy. Jiang Ping. Someone from the garrison army scolded him. Probably the captain of the garrison army. Stop talking. It seems that the attitude of the garrison army is not completely consistent. Only Jiang Ping is weird. Zhu Ning asked, what should you do if your work process enters the contaminated area? The garrison army needs to patrol, and there must be a solution for encountering contaminated areas in their work rules. Jiang Ping smiled and said, let it be, they won't come to save us. Zhu Ning was silent. Every word Fan Minghua said was true. He said to relax, those who are capable can live, and those who are not capable can die. The environment outside the wall is complicated. If the patrolmen accidentally enter the polluted area, they will not take any action. However, Zhu Ning seemed to understand Jiang Ping's attitude. He might be a normal person when he first started working, but it is difficult for normal people to be normal in this working environment. Your superiors will not even come to rescue you. No matter what happens, you must solve it yourself, because all rescue plans are uneconomical. Jiang Ping has a self-destructive tendency, so he likes to deliberately provoke people, likes to deliberately cause trouble, and likes chaos. He himself is like an uncontrollable madman, and the remaining 2 garrison troops seem to be unable to control him at all. This kind of person is like a time bomb in the team. The leader of the garrison troops is Cui Kai. He scolded Jiang Ping and then said to Jin Tao, leave it to us, we will find the source of pollution. We promise to lead the way, and we'll take you out. Cui Kai's attitude made Zhu Ning feel a little relieved. It seems that there is only one Jiang Ping in the garrison who is not normal. If the garrison troops often conduct field reconnaissance, they are likely to encounter polluted areas, so they must have some skills. Jiang Ping mocked, no need, no one trusts us. Zhu Ning deliberately ignored him, and did not respond to his words. Let's act separately, it will be more efficient. Cui Kai had no objection, it was always good to have more people to help. Zhu Ning said to Jin Tao, you rest where you are, we will be responsible for finding the source of pollution, I will take you out, is that okay? Jin Tao frowned, can you find the source of pollution? Zhu Ning actually didn't know if he could find it, but at this time, he had to give them a goal. I found it twice. One time it was a fishman in the sewer, another time it was a mechanical aquarium. There are videos in the internal network of the cleaning center, these are all evidence. Zhu Ning has a good foundation, and she was recruited by the demon hunter, so she is very suitable to find the source of pollution. Jiang Ping looked at Zhu Ning with interest, and thought this person was very interesting. Jin Tao was embarrassed to let a girl take risks, and this deserted village looked too scary, and there were dozens of eyes watching around. Jin Tao, I go with you. No. Zhu Ning quickly refused, you have more important things to do. Jin Tao was stunned, and Zhu Ning spoke very firmly, you have to stay, and take care of the large team. Now everyone's mental value is low. Find a way to maintain your mental state, and drink mental healing potions to maintain it. You have to guide them, and don't go crazy. Once a group goes crazy, it is simply giving food to the pollutants. Jin Tao wanted to speak, but Zhu Ning said calmly, the tradition of the cleaning center is to cherish talents and not waste anyone. This is the inheritance Zhu Ning got from his colleagues, Dr. Fu, Fang Ying, and the coaches he met during the training. They all felt that it was not easy to train any talent, even the cleaners that the demon hunters looked down upon. One less death is one less. They must respect talents and also respect life. Protect them well. Zhu Ning said. Jin Tao understood what Zhu Ning meant and nodded. You should be careful too. Cui Kai took Jiang Ping and others to find the source of the piano. Before leaving, Cui Kai opened the channel number with Zhu Ning. If necessary, the 2 teams would communicate. Of course, if there was a signal. After Cui Kai left, Zhu Ning hesitated to move. If she didn't move, Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan didn't move either. She looked up at the sunset. She didn't need to look through the video footage taken by the helmet. She could just compare it in her mind. The sunset hadn't moved. It was exactly the same as before. They had been experiencing dusk all the time. Zhu Ning was learning to get along with the system. She had to learn to control the system, otherwise she would become a puppet of the system sooner or later. Now the relationship between her and the system was very subtle. Zhu Ning couldn't get it out of her mind for a while. She had to use its ability, but she had to be careful not to be swallowed by the system. It was like making a deal with the devil. It was something higher than you. You knew that you had to pay a price for this deal, but you had to use it now. The more you use it, the greater the price you will pay in the future, unless one day you completely conquer it. After that day, this was the first time she heard the system's prompts to her. It was a little different from her previous feelings. Before, Zhu Ning only regarded it as a tool system for issuing tasks. Now she knew that the system coexisted with her. The system would definitely hope that its host would live long if it lived in her. Zhu Ning carefully thought about the mechanism of the system. The system is a precision mechanical instrument grafted with a pollutant, which may be above S level. Every time a mission is issued, the system will refine some polluted props or some so-called talents for Zhu Ning to use according to the characteristics of the polluted area. This process is very similar to swallowing the other party's ability for self-absorption. Sometimes, the system will contain hints in the task details. Now that I know it is an experimental product, it is easy to understand that the pollutant in my mind has precognition ability. It can predict some facts, thereby increasing Zhu Ning's survival rate. Devouring and predicting, although it is unknown who the pollutants in Zhu Ning's brain come from, at least these two abilities are required for this system to operate. Now the system's prompt to her is to find the secret of the village's abandonment. What is the key to getting out? This is a polluted area. As long as it is a polluted area, there is a solution. Zhu Ning began to think that to do normal things in an abnormal place, it must conform to the logic of the polluted area. What to do if you get lost in the village? Knock on the door and ask for directions. In the house closest to her, there was a person standing in front of the old window. It was an old lady. She was wearing a white sweater that had long turned yellow and looked very old. But her dress was very simple, with a white sweater on top and a black woolen long skirt on the bottom, and her silver hair was tied behind her head. Similarly, she stood very close to the window, with the tip of her nose next to the window. When she breathed, the hot air sprayed on the window, forming a mist. The mist exhaled by the villagers always made people feel that they were still alive. Dong, Zhu Ning knocked on the window. Hello? The old lady didn't speak or move, but her eyes rolled. Zhu Ning's hand on the window was like fish food thrown into the fish tank, and the old lady's eyes were like the goldfish in it. The goldfish saw the fish food and instinctively followed the direction of the fish food. The old lady just rolled her eyes, and such a small movement made people feel a little numb. Hello, we are lost. Zhu Ning said with a stiff face that he had to choose an identity for himself when entering the polluted area. This time, Zhu Ning chose a lost stranger. With a creak, the old door suddenly opened. This wooden door was old. Inside the wooden door was a broken screen window. After the door was opened, a faint orange light was revealed. Is this inviting them in? Zhu Ning put her hand on the door frame. She was not alone this time, but Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan did not make her feel more secure. She still felt terrified because the old lady did not move. She kept standing by the window, and then her eyes followed Zhu Ning's direction. It seemed that Zhu Ning was edible. The eyeballs could break through the human limit and always crawl out of the eye sockets, leaving wet marks where they crawled. The eyeballs multiplied and expanded on Zhu Ning's body, and finally ate her body. Zhu Ning had heard a saying before, killing people with eyes, and the old lady's eyes seemed to be able to do it. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. I'm in? After entering the contaminated area, choose an identity, and do things that conform to your own logic. The old lady smiled. Her face was full of wrinkles, and her yellow teeth were exposed when she smiled. Zhu Ning pushed the door open and walked in carefully, followed by Lin Yinchuan and Su Meng. Her movements were very careful, and her figure quickly disappeared. After the three of them went in, the shabby wooden door closed with a creak. Jin Tao was watching outside. He was very worried about Zhu Ning's safety, so he didn't blink. In theory, the light was on in this room, and the door was half a meter away from the window. The interior could be seen from the window. After Zhu Ning and the others walked in, they should be able to continue to see Zhu Ning in the room. But Jin Tao waited for a long time, and didn't see Zhu Ning's shadow in the room. Didn't he go in? Where did they go? Why didn't they see anyone at all? Jin Tao's perspective followed Zhu Ning. The old lady was still standing by the window. After Zhu Ning went in, her eyeballs moved again, reaching the limit of human eyes. With a click, the eyeball rotated completely, the black pupil turned to the back, and the twisted eyeball toward the blood vessels connecting the eye socket and the eyeball. Jin Tao's body froze, and he could only see two bloody balls, with large amounts of blood flowing down the old lady's eye sockets. She still had a creepy smile on her lips, and Zhu Ning seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her house. Chapter 103. Zhu Ning! Jin Tao found something unusual, and his first reaction was to call her outside, wanting her to come back, but no matter how he called, there was no response. Zhu Ning! He ran over quickly. Zhu Ning and the others had just been in for less than a minute. Zhu Ning! Jin Tao tried to open the door. The broken wooden door should be so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. Jin Tao's physique could even knock it open, but at this time, it was impossible for anyone to push it. It seemed that this door was made of steel, and there was not even a crack in the door. And the old lady next to him stood in front of the window, staring at him with two bloody holes, revealing a weird smile. The old lady seemed to have taken a step closer, and the tip of her nose had completely touched the glass window, and her nose was deformed by the pressure, but she was still smiling. Jin Tao had an illusion that this old lady could really get out. Zhu Ning walked into the house. There was no light in the house, and after it got dark, the light was a little dim, relying solely on the sunset outside to illuminate, which looked eerie. The first thing she did when she entered the door was not to look around, but to look back at the window. There was no one by the window, and the old lady was gone. What happened? Wasn't she standing here just now? And she couldn't see outside from the window. Normally, she would definitely see Jin Tao and his group when she came in and looked out of the window. But Zhu Ning now saw only an empty village road. The setting sun dyed the bluestone bricks of the village road red, as if they were soaked in blood. And this road was more desolate than when they came here. The gaps between the bricks were full of wild flowers and weeds, like a real long-abandoned road. Entered another alien space? Zhu Ning walked to the window and looked down to see a pair of clear footprints. This house was deserted, with a thick layer of dust accumulated inside. Wherever they moved, they would leave a trace on the surface. If Zhu Ning and his team were the first team to come in, they should only leave their traces. But there is a pair of footprints here, and they are tightly attached to the wall. Because they stood there for a long time, the marks here are very deep. It's like the clear marks left when you move a sofa that has been placed for a long time. It should be left by the old lady. At that time, the old lady stood like this, looking out the window without blinking. What was she looking at? There were only weeds outside. This pair of footprints is also very strange. There are only traces of standing, and no traces of anyone coming or leaving. It seems that this old lady stood from beginning to end, and she stood for many, many years until the thick dust covered her. But how did she leave? Suddenly disappeared and evaporated? Wait, why do you think she disappeared? She may still be at the scene. Was Zhu Ning very close to her, but she couldn't see him? He was right in front of her, still looking out the window, with his head against her helmet. Zhu Ning suddenly held her breath. When Lin Yinchuan came in and saw the window, he felt something was wrong. The old lady disappeared, and not only that, Jin Tao and the others also disappeared. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to check the window, and Lin Yinchuan's first reaction was to push the door, maybe open it again, and Jin Tao and the others would appear outside the door again. The wooden door was originally creaking, and it looked very fragile. Lin Yinchuan touched the door handle, thinking that he would be blocked, but he pushed it open easily. Isn't this door pushed from the outside in? How can it be pushed from both inside and outside? After opening the door, Lin Yinchuan was stunned. There was no Jin Tao and his friends on the road. There was only an empty village road outside the door. The village road was overgrown with weeds, and the wind blew and caused goosebumps. Lin Yinchuan tried to close the door and open it again, but no matter how many times he repeated it, the cleaner who was left behind disappeared. Suddenly Lin Yinchuan paused. He seemed to hear something. Lin Yinchuan stopped immediately and listened carefully. He had canine genes and was born with better hearing than others without taking genetic drugs. It seemed someone was shouting. You couldn't hear it clearly, but for some reason, you felt that the other party was shouting at the top of his lungs. Lin Yinchuan could only hear someone shouting, but he couldn't understand what they were shouting at all. Jin Tao was knocking on the door hard, but no matter how hard he knocked, he couldn't pass the sound to Lin Yinchuan. Time and space intertwined. Lin Yinchuan and Jin Tao appeared at the door of the deserted house at the same time. Their figures overlapped, but they could not transmit their voices to each other. Did I hear it wrong? Lin Yinchuan was a little puzzled. I never hear it wrong. Lin Yinchuan could even feel the other party's emotions. He was shouting something, very frightened, and that fear was transmitted to Lin Yinchuan, making his back cold. Hey, come and see. Su Ming made a sound. Lin Yinchuan did not bother about the sound anymore. Su Ming found a clue. Zhu Ning was looking at the window thoughtfully, and left the window after hearing Su Ming's words. As soon as he entered the door, Zhu Ning's first reaction was to look at the window. Lin Yinchuan's first reaction was to try to open the door, and Su Ming's first reaction was to check the house. Su Ming had already made a simple patrol in the house. There were 6 small houses in the house, and there was a small courtyard at the back. Next to the courtyard was a vegetable garden. There was nothing unusual about the furnishings at home. There were leather sofas, a large TV, rattan chairs, and all the necessary equipment. If this village had not been abandoned, it would have been a perfect place for urban workers to live in seclusion. At that time, Lin Yinchuan said that if he wanted to live in seclusion in the mountains, he should come to such a place. Walking into the backyard, the original vegetable garden was full of weeds. Next to the vegetable garden was a small wooden house. If it was in the countryside, this setting would be quite common. Many people would have such a layout at home, and some farm tools would be placed in the wooden house. Now the wooden house was covered with moss, and a vine of unknown species was entangled on the right side of the wooden house. The fear left by the yellow flower just now was still there. Su Ming was a little cautious when he saw the plants. If the plants mutated, it would be very troublesome. It looked beautiful, the sunset, the wooden house, the quiet village, but it was completely unreassuring, as if every cell in your body was shouting at you to run. Su Ming felt very strange since she walked into the backyard. She felt like she was being watched, as if a pair of invisible eyes opened and were following her shadow. She approached the wooden house cautiously. The vines did not react. With a creak, Su Ming pushed open the door of the wooden house. Su Ming used to be a demon hunter. She had been in and out of many polluted areas. At this time, she frowned because of the things inside. Hey, Su Ming said, come and take a look. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan came over after hearing the sound. The house was not big, and they soon found Su Ming in the backyard. Su Ming stood in front of a wooden house. In the wooden house was a row of surveillance equipment. The large screen of the monitor exuded a cold light, and the black screen was like a mirror, covering the shadows of the 3 of them. As soon as they looked up, they could see their own reflections on the black screen. Zhu Ning often felt that the Wasteland world was very chaotic when he came to it. Sometimes technology was developing rapidly, and sometimes there were very retro things. This deserted village was the same. There were some monitoring equipment in this house, which even looked more advanced than Zhu Ning's era, very sophisticated. This should be a workshop. The room was dark, and it should be used for monitoring. Zhu Ning thought of the old lady lying by the window. What was the owner of this room doing? Who were they monitoring? Lin Yinchuan pressed the switch of the monitoring equipment, and there was no response at all. There is no electricity. This room was different from what they saw outside. There was no electricity or light in the room, and all electronic equipment was shut down. The night view inside the helmet was automatically turned on, and a layer of green filter was cast here. Their cleaners' protective suits have electricity. Lin Yinchuan originally wanted to use his own power to charge the computer, but there was no response after connecting it. This contaminated area can stop the clock of their internal protective suits, so it is probably meaningless. The computer cannot be opened at all. The only data that can be used is a work log. When all technology fades, text is the most durable way to preserve information. The book is very old and has turned yellow. It is not a formal notebook. It is just a few sheets of paper stapled together by someone, which looks a bit sloppy. Probably because there is a computer for recording, this work log is used as a backup or as draft paper. Zhu Ning, Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming came together and saw a line of words written on the cover of the work log, Observation Report of Xingfu Village. The writer's notes were very beautiful, and it can be seen that he had a good cultural level. It should be the old lady who was lying outside the window just now. Why do you still need to observe a village? Are you a scholar? Isn't this an invasion of privacy? It turns out that this village is called Xingfu Village. There is only one time on the first page, November 1st, 10th year of the new calendar. Zhu Ning frowned. It was the new calendar? Did this happen after the radiation? Su Ming explained. Initially, people lived outside the first-level protective wall. There were indigenous people here. The Federation provided free public housing for them to enter the wall, but they preferred to live outside the wall. The pollution concentration at that time could still allow humans to survive, and it was also safe outside the first-level protective wall. Lenient one. The captain knows a lot. Zhu Ning glanced at Su Ming. Su Ming was definitely a demon hunter before, and she had more experience. The Federation has given a plan, and you can choose to live inside the wall, but many people are unwilling to do so. After all, the house allocated by the Federation is not as comfortable as their own courtyard. Many people used to live in the hollow area between the walls, and even many city dwellers chose to move out to live there. But as the pollution became more and more serious, fewer and fewer people lived here. Zhu Ning thought about it, and found that most of the villagers were middle-aged and elderly people, and there were no young people. Zhu Ning could also understand their mentality. For example, her grandmother didn't like to live in the city. If Zhu Ning's grandmother, a tough old lady, came to the Wasteland world, she would definitely feel that she would die sooner or later, so it would be better to die in her own home. Su Ming opened the diary. Damn old Zhang, he really thinks he is a hero. He wants me to help him solve the case. Who am I to ask him to help him solve the case? He told me to develop a habit of recording the daily surveillance, and it would be better if I could write down my thoughts as well, so that we can submit the evidence later. He is amazing. He only knows how to order people around. It starts with a complaint. Zhu Ning can imagine an old lady writing here. She might be quite bored. She wrote down her thoughts in a draft book. Recently, there are always people missing in the village. Some people say those mutated pollutants kill people. It's really scary. How many people are there in our village? Old Zhang asked to borrow my equipment to keep an eye on them, saying that mine is advanced and invisible. Outsiders don't know that I have the equipment installed at home. He is really calculating. He is using it for free. Zhu Ning seems to understand. This equipment is unique to this family. It should be an old lady living alone, and living outside the wall. It is not very safe. So he bought a set of equipment for himself at a high price. Lao Zhang said that several devices in the village have been requisitioned. Not only mine, but also Lao Li's family, the one in the store next door, and Lao Zhang's own equipment have all been turned on. Other villagers will also be watching. If there is no equipment, they will use their eyes to look more. She seemed to understand the villagers' surveillance. It was not an illusion. They were really monitoring. Something must have happened in this village. Damn Lao Zhang. Let me work for him for free. I didn't see anything today. It's over. New calendar year November 10th 7th. Someone is missing again. This time it's the old lady of the Su family. I met her in the back mountain 2 days ago. I'm really puzzled. The village is full of old people. They are not worth much. They are too dry to eat. What's the point of arresting us? This notebook seems to be used mostly to record thoughts, with few observation reports. The surveillance camera didn't capture anything today, that's all. November 8th, 2010. I met A Fin today. She asked me in a mysterious way whether the old locust tree at the entrance of the village was getting bigger. I think she is a little crazy. Trees are not grass. They grow slowly. How can people see them grow clearly? Besides, those old trees don't grow anymore. I think it will grow as big as it should for most of its life. But today was really strange. The missing old man who came back. He was sent to the village doctor for a checkup. He said that he had no problems except eye pain. He didn't say anything when asked what happened. He was numb. Later we sent him home. In the first few days, we were afraid that he would get into trouble again. Several people in the village helped to keep an eye on him, but old man Wu didn't seem to be in any trouble, so many people didn't care about him. But A Fin told me that old man Wu was replaced by someone. The current old man Wu is not the old man Wu before. The evidence is that the old man Wu was replaced by someone else. The old man Wu is not the old man Wu before. The evidence is that the old man Wu was replaced by someone else. The old man Wu is replaced by someone else. Old man Wu can play the piano. He is quite talented. He used to play songs for us during festivals. But now he can't play anymore. He plays in a mess. His hands look like they have just grown. He doesn't play as well as me. I asked Lao Zhang if he still needed surveillance. The missing people have all returned. Maybe after a while, the people who were lost before can also go home by themselves. Lao Zhang said yes, but he didn't tell me why. I didn't take any photos today. Anyway, no matter who did it, it shouldn't have passed by my house. I don't know if other people took photos. The end. New calendar year November 9th. I took photos of old man Wu today. I don't know why he was hanging around my door. He was so weird. He came at 11:30 p.m. He stood at my door without doing anything. He kept looking up at my surveillance camera like a ghost. I was asleep at that time. What was he doing here? What is he doing here? The following sentence, maybe the owner of the diary is very curious, she is thinking. I left the surveillance and gave it to Lao Zhang. He told me to take a look, but he didn't know what to watch. I installed a few more surveillance cameras, and also installed them in the backyard. And new calendar year November 10th, 10. Afin said she also bought surveillance cameras. She secretly installed cameras. Recently the village has been supernatural. Many people bought surveillance cameras, and some people began to pray to God, but Afin was the strangest. She told me that she filmed Old Man Wu. Old Man Wu not only went to my house, but also went to Afin's house. What on earth is he going to do? Is he perverted? I will talk to Lao Zhang tomorrow. If this continues, the village will be ruined. I didn't see Old Man Wu in the surveillance today, but I was staring at it, and I saw a flash in front of my eyes, as if there was an eyeball staring at me through the surveillance. I blinked again, and the eyeball disappeared, just like an illusion. I was embarrassed to tell others, afraid that others would think I was sick. I dare not let others think I was sick, but this village is really getting sicker and sicker. I seem to have overused my eyes recently, and my eyes hurt a little. I will go to get some eye drops tomorrow. And new calendar year November 10th, 11. Lao Zhang said that a pollutant has sneaked into the village. The handwriting on the notebook became very sloppy, and the writer must be very anxious, but we don't know who it is, so we call it a ghost in private. Who is the ghost? Lao Wu. My eyes hurt more and more, and eye drops are useless. I have to go to the wall to see a doctor. The diary ended here. Su Ming flipped back, and there was nothing behind it. He didn't write a diary next. Will it be written in electronic form from now on, or did the owner of the diary die after writing this sentence? Why did her eyes hurt? Zhu Ning blinked, not sure if it was her illusion, but after reading the diary, her eyes also felt a little strange, making her want to rub them. Chapter 104. When people rub their eyes, they will bring in countless bacteria. The moment this action is completed, your eyes are contaminated. Zhu Yao is a doctor. She cares about Zhu Ning's hygiene. Zhu Ning has never had the habit of rubbing her eyes since she was a child. Now Zhu Ning raised one hand and wanted to rub her eyes. She really felt that there was something wrong with her eyes. But her rubbing action was hindered by the helmet. Her knuckles knocked on the helmet and made a crisp sound, which instantly woke her up. Once people suspect that there is something wrong with their eyes, they can't stop. There seems to be some kind of infection in this village. Zhu Ning has not figured out the real way of infection so far. She turned on the camera inside the helmet to see the current status of her eyes. The camera was aimed at herself. There was a real-time monitoring screen inside the helmet. Zhu Ning used the camera as a mirror to check. A pair of eyes appeared in front of the screen. Zhu Ning's eyes were quite big. Originally, black and white were clear, but probably because of the high-intensity mental consumption, her eyes showed a tired look, and there were some red bloodshot on the surface of her eyeballs. It is normal to have red bloodshot eyes due to excessive fatigue. Zhu Ning zoomed in the camera and took a close-up of the eyes. Why did she feel itchy eyes? The camera zoomed in, and a larger eyeball filled the screen inside the helmet. It was very strange at that moment. You are looking at your own eyes, but you don't seem to be looking at your own eyes, as if you are looking at another independent creature. That eyeball seems to have its own life. It is a separate individual. Every blink, every slight movement of the eyeball will be captured and magnified. Even the calmest people will feel very scared if they look at his eyes for a long time. Zhu Ning controlled the direction of the camera, zooming in, and zooming in again. She could clearly see the lines of red blood. It was probably because she didn't rest well. She should go home and have a good sleep. So many red blood may be the precursor of some disease. Suddenly, Zhu Ning paused, and the red blood on the surface of her eyeball moved. It was not red blood, but tiny red worms attached to the surface. The red worms were wriggling on Zhu Ning's eyeball. At first, it was just a slight twitch, and then the frequency of twitching became more and more crazy, swallowing the black eyeball, and densely occupying the entire eyeball. Zhu Ning's eyes are now occupied by red worms, twitching and trying to struggle out of her eyes. Spirit value decreased by 5%. Zhu Ning suddenly woke up and looked at the camera again. There was only a pair of normal eyes in it, just a little red blood. What did she see just now? Hallucination? This is mental pollution, diary, eye pain, red blood, all are constantly superimposed mental pollution. Zhu Ning was not the only one who wanted to check his eyes after reading the diary. Su Ming should have done the same thing. Zhu Ning could see that her body suddenly shook violently. Lin Yinchuan next to him reacted even more violently. His whole body was stiff. He must have been contaminated. Lin Yinchuan was looking at his own eyes. Those worms crawled out of his eye sockets. They were small and dense. The red worms crawled all over his face and drilled into his mouth, nostrils, and ears. They did not miss any corner. The reproduction speed was extremely fast. In just 1 second, the wriggling worms continued to expand and finally occupied the entire helmet. Lin Yinchuan wanted to struggle, but he could not move his fingers at all. He could only watch himself being swallowed by the worms. The red bugs blocked his throat and filled his nasal cavity. He felt like he was suffocating. Snap, someone patted his back, and in an instant, the bugs ran around as if they were startled. Lin Yinchuan. Xu Ning was calling him. Wake up! Lin Yinchuan gasped. Fresh air rushed in from the helmet filter, and the drowning man finally emerged from the water. He widened his eyes and looked inside the helmet again. No, the red bugs disappeared. Lin Yinchuan felt that his mental value was rapidly decreasing, and he might go crazy if he stayed here any longer. Xu Ning, hey, are you still normal? Xu Ning's helmet appeared in Lin Yinchuan's sight. Xu Ning replaced those disgusting bugs. Lin Yinchuan's teeth were still trembling. He tried to clench his teeth. Not bad. Xu Ning, give me an injection of mental healing agent. They were equipped with mental healing agents for this mission, which were for injection and distributed inside the protective suit. There was no need to open the protective suit. Just press the button on the arm, and a small needle will pop out from the inside of the protective suit and pierce the skin to complete the injection. The whole process directly avoided infection outside the wall. But there were only 2 needles on a person, and Lin Yinchuan wanted to save them. I can still hold on. Xu Ning didn't say anything. The mental value could be trained. Lin Yinchuan estimated that after 2 advancements, he was indeed not as fragile as before. Tell me if you can't hold on. Xu Ning said, otherwise it would be too late when hallucinations appeared. Lin Yinchuan hummed and asked, where's the captain? Su Ming didn't know what illusion she saw. Xu Ning could only see her left hand shaking, and Su Ming was pressing down on the shaking left hand with her right hand. Su Ming's voice was still steady. I'm fine. Lin Yinchuan felt that his captain was really great, but wasn't Su Ming just a captain of the cleaning team? Now the quality of cleaners is so strong, Lin Yinchuan is indeed not suitable for this line of work. Lin Yinchuan asked, spiritual pollution? Lin Yinchuan's only 2 experiences of entering the closed pollution area were with Xu Ning, and he instinctively relied on Xu Ning. Xu Ning closed the notebook. Yes, don't look at the next clue. Everything in the pollution area is trying to pollute you. Before in the sewer, Xu Ning didn't let him look too much. Lin Yinchuan didn't show off. He turned his brain with difficulty, tried to suppress the bugs just now, and began to think about the contents of the logbook. So the one playing the piano is Old Man Wu. Xu Ning, it should be. This Xingfu village observation log records that Old Man Wu can play the piano, and his current level is only that of a beginner, so the piano sound they heard should be coming from Old Man Wu. He is the first person who disappeared and came back. Old Man Wu used to hang around the old lady's door. He was a key figure. Surveillance eyes, bugs. What do these 3 mean together? This village was once infected by a kind of insect pollutant. The old lady said that a ghost had sneaked into the village, and Old Man Wu was the source of the pollution. Jiang Ping and others went to Old Man Wu's house. Lin Yinchuan said. Before leaving, Xu Ning left the channel number with Cui Kai. She tried to contact Cui Kai and ask about the progress. It was just a try. It was hard to say whether there was a signal in this place. After opening the channel, there was a crackling sound from the other side. Cui Kai. Xu Ning dialed. What's wrong? Someone really responded, and the answer was very clear. But Xu Ning didn't feel any safety. Judging from the voice, he couldn't tell whether it was the real person. Xu Ning was silent for a moment and asked, have you entered? Cui Kai's answer was normal. Just came in, this place is very strange, the people outside disappeared, we seem to have entered another space. It seems that they encountered the same thing as Xu Ning and the others, and they all entered another layer of this world. Xu Ning briefly told him the clues found here, and Cui Kai listened carefully. Is this Old Man Wu the first one to have an accident? Yes, Xu Ning said. I suspect he has something wrong, you guys should be careful. Okay, Cui Kai said. I will contact you when I find the clues. Cui Kai hung up the channel. Xu Ning opened a public channel. Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming heard it, and they spoke after hanging up. Su Ming asked a key question. Are you sure you are in contact with Cui Kai? Xu Ning, not sure. We only heard the voice. Who knows if it is a person or a ghost on the other side of the channel? Xu Ning is not afraid to share the information with them. If it is a ghost, they will definitely know what Xu Ning knows. If it is a living person, it will be really useful to them. Lin Yinchuan, should we go find them? If they all enter another space, They should be able to meet. Zhu Ning, I want to find Lao Zhang. From the old lady's narration, Lao Zhang is really strange. He asked her to help monitor, and then he refused to share information when something obviously happened. Lao Zhang must have discovered something. They had no objection. This place was getting colder and colder. When they walked out of the wooden house, the sunset outside was still motionless. Time had not passed. This place was completely still. The warm red sunset fell on people, and made them feel cold. Before leaving, they searched the house again. There was no one in this house. It was empty. Zhu Ning found a box of cigarettes, and a box of matches in the house, but they were damp, and would fall apart with a slight touch. Su Ming found a hunting rifle. Zhu Ning, look at this. Zhu Ning knew guns best. This old hunting rifle should be homemade. Zhu Ning weighed it, and found it was quite heavy, about 8 pounds. Ordinary people couldn't hold it steadily, let alone aim. This old lady was really tough. At least she had the habit of hunting. Zhu Ning's mind emerged with an irritable old lady who loved to smoke dry tobacco, hunt, and had a bad temper. No wonder Lao Zhang wanted to ask her for help. If anyone in this village is more likely to survive, this old lady should be more likely to survive. Zhu Ning and the other two wanted to find the name of this old lady. It was strange. After going around and looking through everything in the house, there was no clue related to the name at all. The name was erased. The key figures in the diary are A Fin, Old Man Wu, and Lao Zhang. Because they are acquaintances, they usually don't call their full names. In fact, at most they know the names between acquaintances. Zhu Ning took the old lady's hunting rifle. Although this gun is not as sophisticated as the equipment given by the cleaning center, it should be quite useful. There are no more clues in the house. Zhu Ning took a look before leaving, and the footprints by the window were still there. They opened the door, and there was no Jin Tao outside, only a village road with deserted houses, and they looked in from the window again. There was no old lady in the deserted house. It was empty inside, like a real abandoned house. When he walked out of the door, Lin Yinchuan heard a strange sound again. His ears moved, as if someone was talking. He was shouting something. Zhu Ning asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yinchuan, "I keep hearing voices. Can you hear it?" Zhu Ning had taken genetic drugs, and his hearing was not bad. Zhu Ning stood there and listened for a while, but didn't hear anything unusual. Lin Yinchuan, "Maybe I heard it wrong?" Lin Yinchuan suspected that he was mentally polluted and always had hallucinations. Zhu Ning, "Not necessarily, you may have heard it." Su Ming took over. "If we walked into another world, and here are two worlds superimposed, you may hear the sound of the previous world. If Jin Tao was in the first world, then Lin Yinchuan and the others walked into the second world. The two worlds were folded in space, and Lin Yinchuan heard the voices of Jin Tao and the others. Lin Yinchuan couldn't imagine that Jin Tao was standing in the same place where he was standing. They were clearly on the same anchor point, but they couldn't touch each other at all. Jin Tao shouted loudly, "Did he want them to escape?" Lin Yinchuan, "If we can't get out, then we will be in more trouble than Jin Tao and the others, and we will die here." Zhu Ning said that this was the fact. If Jin Tao and the others were on the first floor, there was still a possibility of finding a way out through violence. Then Zhu Ning and the others might really be buried here forever. And Zhu Ning always felt that this place was very strange, probably because outside the wall, it seemed that it was not just a Class A pollution area. The environment outside the wall was complex, and even Su Ming was very nervous. She touched the back of her neck and felt the black mucus buried deep in her neck twitching slightly. Because he sensed the pollution outside the wall? The things on Zhu Ning's body were the same as the pollution source outside the wall? How did this village get abandoned? Zhu Ning, look for the old Zhang family. There should have been a house number at the door of Xingfu village. It would probably say that this is the house of so-and-so, similar to Zhang's house and Li's house. At the very least, it would write a number to facilitate the courier to deliver the goods. Now the house number has disappeared, leaving only a square mark, as if someone had deliberately erased the evidence. From the outside, it is impossible to tell who this house belongs to. So they could only use the dumbest method to search one by one, and the first target is the first house on the right-hand side of the old lady's house. Zhu Ning still did not give up the rules of the polluted world. Here you need to find an identity for yourself. Zhu Ning knocked on the door next to the old lady's house. "Hello, is anyone there? We are lost." This line again, in a mountain village full of acquaintances, the only role that can be played is that of an outsider. With a creak, the wooden door was opened from the inside, and a face suddenly appeared in the crack of the door, revealing half of her old face. There is someone in this family. The old lady's face was half in the shadow, only her right eye was exposed, her eyes were gloomy, and her eyeballs were full of red bloodshot. Zhu Ning couldn't help but stare at the old lady's red bloodshot for a few more times. This time it was not an illusion, the red bloodshot was wriggling. And it was visibly moving, as if covered with red worms, crawling on the surface of her eyeball. When crawling over the eyeball, the tail of the worm was even swaying, breaking away from the surface of the eyeball and almost falling out of the eye socket. Spirit value decreased by 2%. Zhu Ning heard the prompt, and her stiff body moved, blocking Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming behind her. Her instinctive reaction was faster than her brain, and she couldn't let her teammates see it. This was not noble, but to preserve the spirit value of her teammates. Don't look into her eyes, Zhu Ning warned in a low voice. What's wrong? The old lady spoke, and this house also had no electricity, so she stood completely in the shadows. Zhu Ning tried to calm herself down. This was normal, this was normal. It was normal for people to have worms in their eyes. We are lost, Zhu Ning repeated. Oh! The old lady responded, only said one sentence, but her attitude was already very clear. I don't welcome you, and I don't want to answer your questions. What does your getting lost have to do with me? Zhu Ning didn't expect the other party to have such a strange temper, so he changed the question. Where did the family next door go? The old lady paused when she tried to close the door. Do you know her? Zhu Ning. She called us here. Zhu Ning's mind turned quickly, and he immediately found a reasonable reason for himself to appear. She called me and said that the surveillance camera was broken and asked us to come and fix it. This is very reasonable. The surveillance camera at the old lady's house really couldn't be turned on, so it was normal to call for on-site repair. I went to her house and found no one at home. Zhu Ning continued to lie. Where did she go? The old lady said, oh. Zhu Ning's voice was so sure that it was impossible to doubt. The old lady looked up at Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming. The three people were wearing black cleaner protective suits and helmets. They looked abnormal, but this village was also abnormal. The old lady, do you want to come in and wait for her? She did not answer Zhu Ning's question, but provided her with a new idea. Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming frowned. This was abnormal. Zhu Ning hesitated for a second. Please trouble you. If you want to get out of the contaminated area quickly, you can't miss any opportunity to understand the facts. The old lady opened the door and let them in. The house was a little dim, and the whole house was dilapidated. The model table and the chandelier that fell on the ground were also covered with a thick layer of dust. It didn't look like a place where people lived. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to look at the window. There was a pair of very clear footprints by the window. Just like the old lady's house next door, there was only a single pair of footprints, and there was no sign of walking. Sit down. The old lady was only 1.6 meters tall, with a hunched back, looking like she was carrying a tortoise shell. The only place to sit in the house was the sofa, which was very old. When the three of them sat down, it made a creaking sound that sounded uncomfortable, like someone scratching a blackboard with their fingernails. The old sofa, and the dusty living room. Lin Yinchuan followed Zhu Ning to sit down, and didn't even dare to move too much. The old lady entertained the guests and brought out a plate of rotten fruit. Have something to eat. Zhu Ning hesitated for a while, reached out, and took an apple from the fruit plate. The apple was already rotten, and it was soft in his hand, emitting a foul smell. The material was also very strange, not like fruit, but like human flesh. Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming followed Zhu Ning to take down an apple. They put it in their hands without eating it. The old lady sat opposite them. She didn't speak, but her eyes seemed to have some kind of power. You would feel very pressured when she looked at you. She seemed to be watching you eat the apple. If you don't eat it, she will keep looking at you until she is sure that you have eaten it, and will be satisfied. Lin Yinchuan had completely closed his eyes. Holding the apple was like holding a human head. He always felt that the apple would jump. Zhu Ning looked at the apple. There was a hole on the surface of the rotten apple, and it seemed that something was drilling in it. Zhu Ning wanted to divert the old lady's attention. What's your name? When the old lady spoke, bugs were crawling in her eyes. Just call me Afin. Afin? She is Afin? Zhu Ning recalled the contents of the notebook. Afin discovered that the locust tree at the entrance of the village was growing a long time ago. From Zhu Ning's perspective, the old locust tree was really unusually huge. Moreover, she was influenced by the old lady next door, and bought herself a batch of equipment. The old man Mu also appeared at her doorstep. Afin, eat it. Afin smiled, and as her facial muscles moved, a part of the worm in her eye socket fell out, and its tail was twitching. Zhu Ning looked at the apple in her hand. It seems to be bitten by a worm. Afin still stared at Zhu Ning. Just bite off that piece. It's okay to eat it. It's a fruit worm, very nutritious. In the past, when Juning went to her grandmother's house in the countryside, her grandmother didn't care much about the worm-eaten apples. If Juning didn't eat it, her grandmother would eat it, and she would say it was nutritious while eating. It was originally a very warm memory, but now it feels horrible when the scene is replayed. Juning felt a chill on her back. She stared at the hole on the apple. The hole was about the size of a pen core, proving that the worm inside should also be that size. Juning used her index finger to fiddle with it. Through her gloves, she felt something soft on her fingertips. A red worm was wriggling inside. Almost instinctively, Juning pulled the worm out with her fingers. When eating fruit, even if it was a bad apple, the normal reaction of a normal person would be to pull the worm out. This action was very reasonable. Generally speaking, a worm in an apple is considered long if it is 1 centimeter long. But Juning seemed to have pulled the wool of a sweater. She pulled out a 2-meter-long red worm. The blood-red worm was wriggling in the palm of her hand, like a blood vessel emitting a fishy smell. Half of it was in her palm, and the other half fell on her thigh. She suppressed her instinct, and did not throw the worm out. The rotten apple collapsed instantly, and Afin was still looking at herself. Eat it. Chapter 105. Spirit value drops by 3%. The moment Juning pulled out the long worm, he heard the system prompt that his spirit value dropped. Iron nematode. Juning's mind was full of this. Such a long worm reminded him of iron nematode. This parasite can live in the body of a mantis. They will drain the host's nutrients, but will not kill the host immediately. Instead, they will make the mantis their puppet. They can even let the mantis commit suicide by jumping into the water to complete self-reproduction. Juning had seen a video online where a blogger pulled out iron nematodes from the body of a mantis. When you watch it, you will wonder how such a small mantis can have such a long worm. Now the red worm in Juning's hand is twitching, as if it is looking for the next place to live. Is this a parasite? After the pollution of the wasteland world, humans have mutated, and parasites have also mutated. Compared with cities, the most terrifying thing about villages is parasites, because they are closer to nature. In the past, when medical care was underdeveloped, the whole village was often plagued by parasitic diseases. Juning looked up at Grandma Afin. The worm in her eyes was twisting, and half of the worm body drooped from the corner of her eye and crawled to her cheek. Are all the villagers parasitized? Juning carefully recalled the story in the diary. At the beginning, people frequently disappeared in Xingfu village. In order to investigate the truth, Lao Zhang mobilized the villagers with equipment like the old lady next door to monitor, and those without equipment used their naked eyes to see. So everyone began to monitor the village, hoping to find the murderer. The owner of the diary has been monitoring the village, and during her monitoring, villagers still disappeared. But more than a week later, the missing old man was suddenly appeared. He became different from before, and even had to learn how to play the piano again. Was Old Man Wu infected by parasites? After infection, the parasites cooperated with Old Man Wu's body again, but the cooperation might not be very good, and he was very clumsy when playing the piano. Old Man Wu's weird behavior became more and more frequent. He went to the old lady's house next door in the middle of the night, staring at her camera like a ghost, and also wandered around Afin's door. Was he trying to infect new humans? Afin must have been infected. You can tell from her eyes that the worms have fallen out of her eye sockets. What about the old lady next door? She wrote in her diary that her eyes hurt. Was she infected too? Where did she go? There was a wriggling worm in Juning's palm, trying to get into the gap of the protective suit. Although Juning knew that she was wearing a protective suit and the parasites could not do anything to her, she could not help but think too much. If such a long worm moves, it can even strangle her to death. Afin was still looking at herself. She wanted Juning to eat the apple. Is she trying to infect Juning in this clumsy way? Suddenly, Su Ming, who was sitting on her left, stood up and said, "Sorry, old man, I have a stomachache. Can I use your toilet?" Su Ming broke the deadlock neatly. She had a low presence. It was the first time Juning saw her acting. She really looked like one. Afin rolled her eyes, and showed a very unhappy expression. She pointed to the backyard, over there. Juning had never worked with Su Ming in depth. Now the two of them had no communication at all. Juning immediately understood what Su Ming meant. Su Ming was probably going to look for clues. Juning and the others had to find a way to get out. Lin Yinchuan had been sitting stiffly. He tried his best not to lose his spirit value, but his eyes could not stop glancing at Juning. The parasite crawled on Juning's thigh, twisting its body like a blood vessel. It was clearly on Juning's leg, but Lin Yinchuan always felt that it was crawling on his own leg. At that moment, The apple in Li Nianchuan's hand became very hot, as if he was not holding an apple, but a beating heart, and a worm would crawl out of the apple in a moment. Li Nianchuan's hand shook, and the apple in his hand rolled down. The apple rubbed against the ground and made a sound that was difficult to describe, like some kind of meat falling to the ground with a clatter, and then rolling away. Afin sighed, and couldn't bear to see the waste, so her first reaction was to bend down to pick it up. Li Nianchuan originally wanted to pick it up, but suddenly, his movements froze. After Afin bent down, a bloody hole the size of a little finger was exposed on the back of her neck. A bloody worm had drilled out of it, and half of its body was wriggling. Li Nianchuan could imagine that if he pulled the head of the worm, it would seem that he would never reach the end. The worm in an apple was 2 meters long. So how many meters long was the worm in Afin's body? 20 meters. 100 meters? 1,000 meters? Will the worms that were pulled out fill the entire room? At that time, they would wriggle wildly in the room, like flowing blood. Will old lady Afin, whose worms were pulled out, be like the collapsed apple, with only a soft and collapsed skin left? Li Nianchuan's mind was full of crazy thoughts, and his mental value was decreasing just by seeing it. He quickly patted his left arm, and a tiny needle pierced into the muscle. The mental healing agent began to work. Li Nianchuan closed his eyes, and felt that his mind was a little more normal, but he couldn't help shivering when he spoke. We're leaving. It's getting dark. Li Nianchuan stuttered. No matter what Juning wanted to do, he couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might go crazy and shoot wildly. Juning also stood up. When she stood up, the bugs on her body fell to the floor. The house was originally deserted, and the floor was covered with dust. The bugs fell into the dust, and were covered with dust. They twisted like maggots in the mud. Juning could see that Li Nianchuan was on the verge of going crazy, and immediately said, "Excuse me, we leave first." Juning walked out as he said this, because he was not sure how Afin would react, nor was he sure whether the bugs on the ground would suddenly rise up. So Juning was very cautious. On the one hand, he wanted to evacuate immediately, and on the other hand, he had to pay attention to his evacuation, so as not to disturb Afin. Afin just touched the apple with one hand. She bent down and didn't lift up for a long time, but the parasite on the back of her neck stood up completely. It seemed that the controller behind had given up controlling a puppet, and the parasite directly confronted Juning. The worm was looking at her. It was a very strange feeling. You were seen by a worm. Juning could still control her movements, but Li Nianchuan could hardly control them. His whole body was clamoring to escape, and the fear that even mental healing drugs could not soothe. Li Nianchuan's legs and feet were not smooth, and his left and right feet were fighting, and he almost tripped on the spot. He didn't know what he was doing at all. He just knew to escape. He pushed open the door and ran all the way out. He had clearly stepped out of the threshold, but he always felt that he brought something out. He groped his back and body, touching himself all over, trying to get rid of the invisible worm. There may be bugs that have already got in, but he doesn't know that the bugs will invade his brain, occupy his body, and reproduce in his shell, leaving him with only a shell. If someone gently scratches his skin with a knife, the thin skin will immediately fall apart, and the inside will be full of wriggling red bugs. It looks like there are many, but in fact there is only one, a very long one that seems to have no end. Li Nianchuan looked back and saw that old lady Afin didn't chase out, but stood at the window. Her eyes were already filled with red bugs. Because they were too full, her eye sockets couldn't hold them. Bugs fell down like tears. Such a pair of eyes was staring at Li Nianchuan. Afin was not angry, and even smiled. That expression made people more terrified, as if you couldn't escape. No matter where you escaped, there would be eyes glued to you, and there would always be a bug chasing you from behind. Panic accumulated to the extreme is like a rising tide reaching its peak. You must find a channel to vent it, otherwise you will go crazy and die. Li Nianchuan's first reaction was to take out his gun. He felt that he could not bear it any longer. Because of extreme fear, his movements were faster than usual. He quickly loaded and aimed. He was going to shoot. With one hand pressing down on the muzzle of his gun, Juning stood in front of him with an indescribable force, not afraid that Li Nianchuan would accidentally fire. Juning's low voice came, "Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't act rashly before you figure out the situation." Li Nianchuan looked at Juning in front of him. Juning was wearing a helmet, so he couldn't see Juning's eyes, so he could only hear his voice. He could feel the other party's very determined tone. Li Nianchuan's hands were shaking. He blinked his eyes, and red bugs flashed in front of his eyes, like an illusion, as if his eyes were full of bugs, and there were bugs everywhere he looked. Juning was covered with bugs, and so was he. They had been overwhelmed by parasites a long time ago. A wave of nausea came up, making people want to vomit. Don't do it. Xu Ning comforted him. You don't have any bugs on your body. I checked it. Lin Yinchuan calmed down and looked carefully at Xu Ning's body. There were no parasites. He looked at himself again. There were no parasites either. It was clean. It was just an ordinary black protective suit. Xu Ning, put away the gun. Xu Ning did not confiscate Lin Yinchuan's gun, and she did not deprive herself of the right to self-defense. What she said was to put away the gun. Lin Yinchuan's shaking hand stopped. He didn't know why Xu Ning could remain calm. The gap between genius and mediocrity was fully opened. Lin Yinchuan could see the non-existent gap, but Xu Ning's voice was too clear, and it was more effective than the soothing effect of the mental healing agent. Can people with strong mental values soothe others? Will they continue to radiate influence? Lin Yinchuan didn't know about other people, but he could feel Xu Ning's power. His shaking hand slowly stopped, and he took back his gun. So good, Xu Ning said. She coaxed herself like a puppy, but Lin Yinchuan was strangely soothed. Lin Yinchuan's performance was that of a normal person. He didn't do anything wrong. In this Class A pollution area, it was good that he could hold on until now. Xu Ning turned around and saw Afin still standing at the window, revealing a gloomy shadow, looking at them with a smile on her face. Other people came out one after another, and the villagers seemed to be inspired by some common call and walked to the window. The pollutant moved. Xu Ning could imagine that they had walked completely to the location of the footprints, as if they had walked to their predetermined anchor point. Now, looking at a glance, human figures appeared in the rows of houses in the deserted village. They stood in front of the window, watching him like a surveillance. It was the same as the first world. Their noses were almost touching the window, but there was no heat. They were truly dead. Xu Ning looked back. The house where they found the diary was empty. The old lady who wrote the surveillance log did not appear. She seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The logic of the polluted area is to make you crazy. As a normal person, Lin Yinchuan is already on the verge of madness. Xu Ning and Su Ming should be able to hold on for a little longer. But how long can they hold on? Even if Xu Ning can hold on, Su Ming may not be able to hold on. Based on Xu Ning's experience of frequently going to the polluted area, once the polluted area realizes that you cannot be breached, it will start to take the route of physical attack. Lin Yinchuan kept taking deep breaths and asked, "Where's the captain?" Xu Ning frowned and looked back at Afin's house. Su Ming said she was going to the bathroom and hadn't come out yet. Su Ming was at Afin's house. She walked around under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Afin was in the living room at the time and was attracted by Xu Ning, so she didn't look at her much. Afin's house was only separated from the old lady's house next door by a wall. The two small courtyards were connected. From the dusty furnishings, one could probably infer the person's personality. Her house was full of embroidery or flowers and plants. If the old lady next door was a grumpy old lady, this one was a gentle and kind old lady. The surveillance equipment in her house was not in the backyard, but next to the bedroom. Su Ming tried to turn it on, but it didn't work either. The power was off in this deserted village, and it was completely off. There was no power anywhere. Su Ming searched the surveillance camera and found that the wires at the back were broken. Was it cut by someone? Who did it? Old Wu. Did he destroy the surveillance camera before he took action? There was nothing on the table. This family did not have the habit of keeping a diary. It was probably because Lao Zhang did not ask Afin to help monitor. Afin installed the equipment purely for self-protection. She was a little different from the old lady next door. There was no written information in the surveillance room, not even a photo. Probably because Afin had been parasitized by someone. The first thing she did on behalf of the original owner was to destroy the evidence, so there was nothing here. Su Ming heard a noise coming from the living room. Lin Yinchuan stuttered and said he was leaving, as if an apple had fallen to the ground. Su Ming had actually only been out for 2 minutes. She felt that Xu Ning and Lin Yinchuan should leave. Su Ming did not have time to go out from the front door, so she planned to climb out from the backyard. This polluted area was very strange. Su Ming had been in and out of many Class A polluted areas, but had never encountered such a strange one. Su Ming's intuition told her that she must find the source of pollution immediately and leave here, as there might be greater dangers waiting for her. Afin's house is connected to the yard of the old lady next door. There is no one at the old lady's house next door, so it is relatively safe to climb out from here. Su Ming is very skilled. If she wants to disappear from somewhere, it only takes a second, and others can't even see her shadow. She was about to move, but suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a small hole in the wall, and the hole was blocked by paper. Su Ming pulled out the paper ball, and found that it was not a piece of paper. It was like she accidentally poked the nuts hoarded by the hamsters for the winter, and a pile of wrinkled paper balls rolled down. The cave was filled with large and small balls of paper. What was this for? To tip off the old lady next door? Su Ming could imagine that often was standing by the wall, passing papers one by one to the other side. This might be a tacit way for the two old people to communicate. Su Ming unfolded a ball of paper, which read, Xingxin run. Lao Du is crazy. Xingxin? Is it the name of the grumpy old lady next door? Who is Lao Du? Su Ming unfolded another note. Xingxin, Lao Du is not Lao Du anymore. I suspect he has bugs. The third note. There is a big bug in his ear, several meters long. Lao Du has been staring at me. Run. The fourth note. Xingxin, my eyes are hurting more and more recently. I suspect Lao Du's bugs are running from his ears into my eyes. I will become like Lao Du. The fourth note. Xingxin, run. Don't save me. Run. The following notes all repeat this sentence, and all the information is nothing more than saying the same thing. Lao Du is infected, and Afin herself suspects that she is also infected, and she wants her neighbor Xingxin to leave quickly. She doesn't know how long she can keep her sanity. Before she completely loses control, under the surveillance of Lao Du, Afin is still passing on information. Su Ming frowned. The word Lao Du was mentioned repeatedly in the note, which means that this family is not an old lady living alone. She has her own partner. There is another person in the house. No, or another contaminant. Click. Su Ming heard a sound behind him. Someone stepped on a branch, making a crisp sound, and he was behind him. Chapter 106. Su Ming's body stiffened, and a shadow was cast on the wall. She turned her head slowly, and an old man stood quietly behind her. The loose flesh on his face had completely drooped down, and blood-colored bugs were wriggling in his eyes, completely covering the normal eyeballs, leaving only the bugs. He opened his mouth after seeing Su Ming, and countless bugs poured out of his mouth, struggling in the air like tentacles. Afin's old partner, he should be Lao Du. Su Ming met Lao Du without warning. Even though she had been in the Class A contaminated area for so long, she was affected. Her right hand reacted faster than her, and had already touched the gun on her waist. Su Ming really hated bugs. It's hard to control yourself from shooting this thing. Captain? Zhu Ning's voice suddenly appeared in his ears, mixed with the sound of electricity. The channel between them was not disconnected, so Su Ming heard Zhu Ning's voice clearly. Captain? Zhu Ning called again. Lao Du's body was squirming. He was wearing an old man's shirt, which was now bulging underneath, as if there was no flesh under the clothes, but a group of squirming bugs. Lao Du opened his mouth wide, and pounced on Su Ming at the moment she hesitated. Su Ming frowned, and did not choose to shoot. The timing was not right, and shooting might alert other pollutants. Lao Du's body was really made of bugs, as Su Ming thought. When he pounced on him, several bugs even fell out of his trouser legs. He was obviously very close to Su Ming, and Su Ming should not be able to hide, but the moment his hand touched Su Ming suddenly turned into a shadow, like a pool of flowing liquid, and then disappeared into the wall. Lao Du bumped into the earthen wall in the backyard. Because he hit it too hard, his forehead was broken, and a bunch of tiny red worms fell down. He touched his forehead, and couldn't find Su Ming at all. Zhu Ning just called out twice, and was still thinking whether he should go back to rescue him. Captain? Lin Yinchuan looked behind Zhu Ning. Su Ming suddenly appeared from the roof, and jumped off the roof neatly, like a light cat, without making any sound from beginning to end. Lin Yinchuan had worked with Su Ming in the mechanical oceanarium before, but she behaved properly at that time, but now she seemed really unusual. What an elegant landing posture. Su Ming knew that she would have to explain to the cleaning center if she used her supernatural power to go back, but she couldn't care less. She chose the former between going back to be investigated and dying here. Su Ming skipped the greetings and didn't explain how she got out. She handed the paper ball to Zhu Ning and said directly, "The old lady next door is called Xingxin." Afin had passed the news to her before. She should have known about the existence of parasites in advance, and either hid or ran away. Zhu Ning opened the paper ball. This was the real useful thing Su Ming found in Afin's house. Just as Su Ming said, Afin had been passing news to Xingxin. She had discovered that there was something wrong with her bedmate Lao Du a long time ago. Zhu Ning found it a little hard to imagine that she had known her partner for a lifetime, and was going to grow old together, but suddenly found that there was a worm living in the other's ear. The person you see every day is not the real him. He has the same face, but is not the same person. You are wondering if Lao Du is sick. If he is sick, then go to the doctor. If he can't be cured, then his life has passed, and he will be buried. He promised to sleep together after death, so he can only continue to live. Maybe in the dead of night, Afen quietly got up in the middle of the night, while Lao Du was sleeping. She tried to pull out the worm in her husband's ear. The worm didn't hide from you or bite you. You pulled it, and it let you pull it. Then you pulled it like a piece of wool, and it got longer and longer. No matter how hard you pulled, there was no end. Later, you were covered with worms, and you were wrapped in worms. Those worms got into your body from Lao Du's body, and began to pour in from the nasal cavity, mouth, and ears. You became like many love novels, two people merged into one, inseparable. Later, you really had the same goal and became conjoined twins, because your parasites were of the same kind. Before you died, you were sure that you didn't have to sleep together in death, and you reached the peak state. Zhu Ning looked up and saw Afen still lying in front of the glass window, showing a very satisfied smile. For a while, Zhu Ning had a complicated mentality. The Afen who passed the note to Xingxin is definitely not the same person as the Afen in front of him. Xingxin would definitely find it hard to accept if he found out. Su Meng paused. Xingxin is likely to be the source of pollution. Lin Yanchuan asked, why? Su Meng, she has been monitoring the village, but the people she monitors have gradually become puppets of parasites, and these people seem to be one. Su Meng paused and looked around. The village road has changed since they came here, and human shadows appeared in the houses on both sides of the road. This is like a scene from the previous world, and the villagers are monitoring them. Su Meng, in the process of monitoring, she found that she was the one being monitored. Xingxin was entrusted by Lao Zhang to monitor the villagers, but strange things happened one after another. At first, it was Old Man Wu, and later it was the old lady next door, Afen. Before she completely lost control, Afen passed the message to Xingxin, and then she became someone Xingxin didn't recognize at all. Xingxin realized that the villagers were controlled by the parasites. The controlled people seemed to have collective memory. They shared a pair of eyes and a brain. Xingxin changed from a monitor to a monitored object. All the villagers became puppets of the parasites. Normal people would go crazy if they knew the truth. So Xingxin is the source of pollution? Lin Yanchuan asked. Su Meng, I guess, not necessarily. Lin Yanchuan, we are so lucky. We walked into the home of the source of pollution for the first time? There were so many houses at that time. Zhu Ning picked a house at random, and stepped on the source of pollution at once. This luck was too good. Lin Yanchuan asked, where is she now? People appeared in these houses one after another, and the villagers stood in front of the windows, their noses pressed against the windows, looking over with a smile on their faces. Xingxin's house was empty, but in the first world, there was someone in the house of this irritable old lady named Xingxin, and Zhu Ning and his friends had seen it before. Lin Yanchuan found that Zhu Ning had not spoken during this process, and asked, what do you think? Zhu Ning did not refute Su Meng's words. Su Meng's logic was very smooth. If Xingxin was the source of pollution, then it made sense that there was no one in her family, because the source of pollution was good at hiding itself. But I always felt that something was wrong. Why? The source of pollution usually has a great obsession. That old lady who can hunt, and has a bit of a bad temper would go crazy and become a source of pollution for this reason? She gave Zhu Ning the impression of a grumpy old lady who would rather kill everyone in the village than bow her head. The system prompts Zhu Ning to find the secret of the village's abandonment. What is the truth, Zhu Ning? We know once we find her. Whether Xingxin is the source of pollution or not, finding her will at least reveal part of the truth. Zhu Ning, I contact Cui Kai. Old Man Wu's home is far away, so it's okay to walk there, but there are people there now, so Zhu Ning plans to ask about this situation before making plans. Cui Kai hasn't passed on any information. It stands to reason that the garrison troops have strong survival skills in the wild, so it's easier to find clues. Old Man Wu is a key figure, so there should be some information at his home. Cui Kai hasn't contacted her for so long. Moreover, the sound of the electronic piano has disappeared for a long time. Since Zhu Ning and the others entered Xingxin's home, the clumsy piano sound has disappeared. Did they get killed? There is someone playing the piano in the deserted village, which seems very abrupt in the deserted village. The three-man team of the garrison troops are Jiang Ping, Cui Kai and Xiao Yulei. They found a room through the sound of the piano, and saw an old man playing the piano from the window, with his back to the window. It can be seen that his fingers are clumsy, as if they have just grown out. When he plays the piano, his whole body is particularly stiff, and he doesn't seem to be enjoying the music at all. It seems that there is an invisible person on his neck, forcing him to practice the piano. The door was ajar, and they just knocked on the door symbolically, saying that the maintenance worker came to repair it. There was no refusal, so Chui Kai opened the door and went in. After he entered, the sound of the piano suddenly disappeared, and there was no old man playing the piano in the house. Where is he? Xiao Lei asked. People's instinctive reactions are similar. Their first reaction was to turn around. There was no cleaner on the road outside the house. It was a deserted road. After several attempts to enter and exit, they finally confirmed that they had entered another world. Chui Kai, search this family. Jiang Ping and Xiao Lei went to look for clues. Chui Kai received a call from Zhu Ning, who asked about the progress. Zhu Ning seemed to have encountered the same thing. They all entered another world. According to Zhu Ning, the owner of this family is called Old Man Wu. Zhu Ning also shared the log records he found. Strange things have always happened in this village. Old Man Wu was the first to return after disappearing. Very useful information. Chui Kai wanted to look up to Zhu Ning and his team. This team of cleaners was very strong and completely broke their cognition. Chui Kai and Zhu Ning agreed to contact each other after meeting, and then cut off the communication. Xiao Lei found a calendar. Captain, look. The old people are old and their memory is not very good. They also like to use the oldest paper calendar. This calendar should be specially made for the elderly. It has large fonts, a lot of blanks, and a special note area next to it, which is convenient for the elderly to take notes. It is equivalent to using it as a memo. New calendar year November 10th 9th. Go to see a doctor. Don't let others know you're sick. November 8th was the day when Old Man Wu returned after he disappeared. He might have just returned home and was required to go to the village doctor for a checkup every day. It was normal for Old Man Wu to record that he was going to see a doctor, but what did the sentence "don't let others know you're sick" mean? November 10th, 2010 in the new calendar. Go to see a doctor, play the piano. Don't let others know you're sick. November 11th, 2010 in the new calendar. Don't let others know you're sick. Don't let others know you're sick. Don't let others know you're sick. The rest of the sentence was repeated, and the handwriting was particularly ugly, like a beginner who had just learned to write. Moreover, Old Man Wu seemed to be possessed by a demon. He could only write this sentence, repeatedly, and then filled the entire calendar, with dense small characters in every corner. This didn't seem to be a calendar, but a calligraphy practice book. Xiao Lei, is he crazy? It's normal to have crazy people in the polluted area. Xiao Lei asked again, is he the source of pollution? Chui Kai shook his head, I don't know, there are too few clues. Xiao Lei, he seems to be a person who has just been parasitized but is not used to it. Xiao Lei said what he thought in his heart. Old Man was seen to be parasitized by something, or possessed by something. He was not familiar with this body, and was afraid that he would make mistakes, so he recorded it in the calendar again and again, played the piano again and again, trying to play Old Man Wu. Xiao Lei thought the same thing as Chui Kai, but what was he parasitized by? Parasites? People who have lived outside the wall for a long time can easily associate it in this direction. Jiang Ping, Chui Kai asked, what did you find over there? Jiang Ping had his back to Chui Kai, and had not participated in their discussion from beginning to end. Not to mention that Jin Tao and the others thought Jiang Ping was weird. Chui Kai also thought this team member was weird. Xiao Lei had told him privately before that he was a little afraid of Jiang Ping. Now Jiang Ping had his back to them, and was standing in front of the electronic piano. From his back, it was impossible to see Jiang Ping's movements. It seemed that he had nothing to do with it, and didn't care whether he could get out of the polluted area. Jiang Ping gave Chui Kai an illusion that he seemed to be integrated with this place. Jiang Ping? Chui Kai asked. Huh? Jiang Ping turned his head, I didn't find it. It was normal not to find it. Some pollution sources would hide their clues. It would be a surprise to find clues. Chui Kai asked, what's in your hand? Jiang Ping exclaimed, music score. Chui Kai, what's in it? Jiang Ping, it's just music score, I don't understand it. Chui Kai stared at him, let me see. Jiang Ping pressed the music score under his palm, I think it will pollute your mind if you see it. His action was too weird, Chui Kai said word by word, let me see it. Jiang Ping had no choice but to hand over the music score. Many people would write and draw on the music score, or record something in the blank space. In this polluted area, written records are very important. That's why Chui Kai asked to see the music score. He opened the music score, and there was a thin red worm inside. The moment the music score was opened, the worm fell to the ground with a snap. The worm was so long that half of its body was on the ground, and the other half was still hanging in Chui Kai's hand. Chui Kai has lived in the wild for many years, and is not afraid of wild insects. He knows not to struggle when encountering insects, and insects cannot break through the defense line of protective clothing. But Jiang Ping's action was like a mischievous child. Why didn't he want Chui Kai to read the music score? Such a long worm, if it lives in the human body. Chui Kai couldn't imagine that everyone in the village was parasitized. Chui Kai didn't even dare to move. The worm fell off his body and hit the floor. Jiang Ping chuckled. I told you not to read it. Chui Kai took a deep breath and felt that Jiang Ping was getting weirder and weirder. When he first joined the garrison outside the wall, Jiang Ping was still a normal person, but now, he was like a difficult naughty boy. He was really too abnormal. Chui Kai, why did you provoke those people just now? He could ask Jiang Ping these questions only after avoiding the cleaners. He would save face for the team members in front of outsiders. Now it was a closed space, which was just right for handling housework. Jiang Ping has been irritating Jin Tao with words, telling Zhu Ning that the cleaners might go crazy, and his behavior could easily cause mass panic. Jiang Ping smiled and said, I don't think you like them very much either. When the big yellow flower appeared, Chui Kai shouted loudly not to shoot anyone who appeared, and later he said seriously that he would lead the team back only after all the contaminated spores were contained. Aren't we all the same? Do you like those cleaners? Jiang Ping's voice was indifferent, and their garrison troops didn't like demon hunters and cleaners very much. People who usually live inside the wall can't understand them at all. Jiang Ping. Chui Kai's voice was very deep, and asked, how long have you not tested your mental value? Jiang Ping, my mental report is very normal, you have read it. Chui Kai did read the report, and his mental state was very stable, but now Chui Kai suspected that Jiang Ping was crazy, and he was crazy very steadily. Chui Kai, you will take a month off after you go back, and you don't need to come next month. Captain. Jiang Ping looked up at him, are you dismissing me? Xiao Yulei couldn't listen anymore. Captain asked you to take a month off and come back. Jiang Ping's fingers were on the electronic keyboard keys, but the keyboard was out of power, so it could only produce some silent music. This meaningless action seemed extremely strange with Jiang Ping's words. But I don't like the inside of the wall, I feel very comfortable outside the wall. If possible, he wanted to stay outside the wall forever. Jiang Ping was very wrong. Chui Kai frowned. His next move was quite risky, but Chui Kai felt that it would be more dangerous if it was not resolved. The real danger might not be this village, but his teammates. Chui Kai suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Jiang Ping. This was too sudden. Xiao Yulei next to him was totally unprepared. Xiao Yulei shouted, Captain! What are you doing? Jiang Ping was very calm, his fingers pressed on the piano keys. Yes, Captain, what are you doing? Chui Kai, take off the protective helmet. Xiao Yulei took a deep breath. What did he hear? Chui Kai asked him to take off his protective helmet? Isn't this a matter of life and death? This is a Class A contaminated area. What's the difference between taking off the helmet and committing suicide? Xiao Yulei didn't know what happened between Chui Kai and Jiang Ping, but still tried to mediate. Captain, let's talk it over. Jiang Ping looked at Chui Kai calmly. Captain, you are crazy. I'm not crazy. Chui Kai said, take off the helmet. Jiang Ping turned to look at Xiao Yulei, as if Chui Kai had gone crazy. He would not waste time talking to a madman. He wanted to find someone he could really talk to. Jiang Ping said to Xiao Yulei, the captain is crazy, should we work together to control him? Xiao Yulei had never thought of this direction, and for a moment, he didn't even know how to speak. Jiang Ping said that the captain had a problem, but Jiang Ping himself was not normal. Xiao Yulei didn't move. He was like walking on the edge of a cliff. There were dead ends in front and behind. No matter which way he went, it would be wrong. It would be better to stay put. Chui Kai, the last mission, in the Dark River, all the cleaners were wiped out, and you were there. Jiang Ping, you were there too. It is very normal to have losses in missions outside the wall. The whole army is often wiped out. They are used to it. If you don't go to see it specifically, no one can detect the clues. Now the things are connected together, and it seems very strange. Chui Kai, in the mission 2 years ago, half of the people died on the huge rock near the wall, and you were there. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Chui Kai said directly, I was not there that time. Jiang Ping, what do you want to say? Chui Kai, don't you think you are too often present? This? Xiao Yulei couldn't think straight. Captain, what do you mean? Chui Kai ignored Xiao Yulei and just looked at Jiang Ping. Aren't you going to explain? Jiang Ping, I don't think there is anything to explain. Chui Kai, well, take off your protective helmet. Jiang Ping was motionless, and Xiao Yulei next to him didn't dare to breathe. "This is an order," Cui Kai said. "Take it off." "Orders? You can't disobey the captain's orders when you go out." Jiang Ping sighed. "Is it really necessary?" "Cui Kai, take it off." Cui Kai suspected that Jiang Ping had been contaminated. No, his performance was more like being parasitized by something, just like the villagers. If Jiang Ping was a normal person, he would rather shoot and disobey orders than take off his helmet. After all, no one wants to die. "Hey!" Xiao Yulei tried to stop him. "This is not good." Jiang Ping didn't care at all. He unfastened the secret buckle of his protective helmet. With a click, Xiao Yulei didn't try to stop him. The fully enclosed space had been broken. Jiang Ping actually opened his helmet. He was likely to be infected next. The moment Jiang Ping opened his helmet, he was the enemy. Xiao Yulei also raised his gun and pointed it at Jiang Ping. Now he was pointed at by two guns. Jiang Ping seemed to be unable to see the muzzle of the gun. He took off his helmet calmly. When he took off his helmet, it was like a diver who had been on a mission for too long and returned to the ground to breathe air. "Do you really want to do this?" Jiang Ping asked. Cui Kai took a breath, and his helmet was removed, revealing his true face. One of his eyeballs drooped, and countless wriggling worms crawled out of it. Jiang Ping was still asking, "Do you really want to do this?" "Hello? Cui Kai?" Zhu Ning's voice came from Cui Kai's helmet. "Cui Kai?" Jiang Ping looked at the two bodies on the ground. The helmets had been scattered aside, and the wriggling red worms had crawled into their eye sockets and noses. A worm wrapped around Cui Kai's spine, and his body began to struggle violently, like a newly infected zombie. Old Man Wu stood by and watched. His body was made up of countless tiny red worms. The worms crawled out from the gaps between the houses and regrouped into the body of Old Man Wu. Cui Kai was worthy of being the captain. He immediately found that Jiang Ping had a problem and acted decisively. It stands to reason that he and Xiao Yulei could completely subdue Jiang Ping. But Cui Kai didn't know that Old Man Wu was at the scene at that time, and thought that he had two people, and he would definitely win. These insects can easily get into the corners of the wall, which is where insects should live. Jiang Ping glanced at the window, where his reflection was, and his eyes had fallen out. He stuffed his eyeballs back, and then reluctantly stuffed the insects back. "Cui Kai?" Zhu Ning's voice came again. "Cui Kai." Standing up, he answered questions under Jiang Ping's instructions, and his voice was exactly the same as usual. "Zhu Ning, we are fine." "Yes, we found a clue here." Cui Kai still had insects crawling in his mouth when he spoke. "Okay, should we meet up?" Chapter 107. After Zhu Ning left, 15 cleaners were left in the deserted village. Zhu Ning had already entered the village house. Since they had lost the concept of time, they didn't even know how long Zhu Ning had been in there. Jin Tao tried to open the door, but couldn't open it at all. He also tried to find Jiang Ping and the others. The garrison troops also disappeared after entering the house. Jin Tao could only see an old man outside. The other person had white hair and wrinkles all over his face. His face was pressed against the window, and he was still steaming when he breathed. There was an electronic piano behind him, but no one played it, and there was no sound of piano. And the weirdest thing was that these doors were blocked, and none of them could be opened. Jiang Ping and Zhu Ning and the others had entered another world. It seemed that the world here was sealed, and Zhu Ning and the others could not return to this world, and Jin Tao and the others could not go in. Jin Tao tried to contact Zhu Ning, and it was no surprise that without Prometheus' participation, their channel could not communicate. The setting sun was still hanging in the sky, and the village road was covered with a layer of warm red light. People stood in the village houses on both sides of the road. They stood quietly, and the hot air they exhaled formed a white mist. From the outside, there was no extra people in each house, except for the villagers. Every window was quiet inside. Other cleaners asked Jin Tao uncertainly, "What should we do?" They were a pure cleaner team, and their only hope was Zhu Ning. Her quality was the closest to that of a demon hunter, but she had completely disappeared now, and they didn't even know whether Zhu Ning was dead or alive. What if Zhu Ning died inside? They were waiting to die outside? How about we look for a way out? We can't rely on Zhu Ning for everything, right? In this extreme environment, humans believe in themselves more. Yes, someone said, why don't we try again? I tried it a long time ago, but it didn't work. I couldn't get out. When Zhu Ning went in, some people were not idle either. They had tried before. They had tried 3 times before, and the 4th and 5th times had the same result. Apart from consuming physical strength and mental value, these people got nothing. They were really trapped. Jean Tao pondered for a moment. Stay where you are, save physical strength. People with low mental value stay in the inner circle, and people with high mental value stay in the outer circle. This time is very much like gathering together for warmth in the snow. The manual for the cleaners originally said that if they encounter trouble, they should wait where they are. If they try again, they will easily become mentally ill. The cleaners gathered in a circle, which was also very strange. In the sunset, 15 cleaners stationed on the village road. Because it was daylight, they didn't even need to make a fire. There were villagers all around, and the villagers stared at them without blinking, and their eyes fell on each person as if they were under pressure. The cleaners sat down close together. Most of them lowered their heads, either closing their eyes or staring at the palm-sized bricks in front of them. But it was useless. There was an old lady lying at the window opposite. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked over, and even with her eyes closed, she could imagine her twisted eyeballs. Jean Tao promised Yu Ning to take care of people, and he gritted his teeth and insisted at this time. He was actually in a bad mental state, but these people might go crazy. At present, everyone is barely keeping stable, but no one knows how long it can last. 15 people, 30 eyes, everyone's eyes are terrified. Even if they close their eyes, their eyeballs are moving back and forth restlessly. Crazy emotions are contagious. These people sitting together are like a barrel that is constantly fermenting, with a suffocating sense of oppression hovering over their heads, ready to explode at any time. No one spoke, and no one wanted to be the fuse. Hey! Someone suddenly spoke in a muffled voice, "Don't touch me." They sat in a circle, with the outermost people facing the villagers, and everyone had someone behind them. This was a relatively safe sitting posture, with your back always being watched by your colleagues, so you didn't have to worry about your back. So when he felt something was wrong, his first reaction was that his colleagues behind him were playing a prank. "I didn't touch you." The cleaner behind him sat back to back with him, and was a little annoyed by him. He put both his hands on his knees. "How could I touch you?" The man froze, and clearly felt a strange feeling on his right shoulder, as if something was placed on it. If it wasn't his colleague, who could it be? He didn't dare to look back, and instinctively reached out his hand to touch back. He didn't touch the other hand, but touched a soft and sticky thing. The thing was very long. The surface was slippery and sticky, and there were water stains where it crawled. Bugs, it's bugs. Blood-red bugs that look like blood vessels. "There are bugs!" he screamed. Lin Yinchuan heard a scream. Because it was a sound from another world, the scream was muffled, as if someone was shouting with their mouth covered. Then there was a commotion. Someone was shouting. Lin Yinchuan said, "I heard someone shouting." Zhu Ning knew that Lin Yinchuan heard the voice of the previous world, and Jean Tao probably encountered some troubles, so they had to find the source of the pollution as soon as possible. Zhu Ning, they probably can't hold on any longer. In fact, having something to do can help calm your mind. It's easy for people to have wild thoughts when they don't do anything. "Su Ming, we have to hurry." Zhu Ning hummed, and even Su Ming began to feel uneasy, hoping that Jean Tao and the others could hold on longer. She had just contacted Cui Kai, who said that they had found a key clue, asked Zhu Ning's address, and said that they would come to meet up later. Zhu Ning hung up the channel, and Su Ming asked, "Are you really waiting for Cui Kai? They are a bit strange." Su Ming didn't trust these three people very much, and always felt that something was strange, especially Jiang Ping. Zhu Ning, I also felt that he was not right. He disappeared in the middle. When she contacted Cui Kai for the first time, Cui Kai answered immediately. When she contacted him for the second time, Cui Kai started to reply after almost a minute. What are they doing? Of course, if you encounter danger in the contaminated area, delayed reply is very normal, and it is impossible to ask for a reply in seconds. But if there was danger, why was Cui Kai so calm? Zhu Ning thought of Jean Tao's words again. He said that some garrison troops would bring people into the contaminated area and kill them. Could it be true? Lin Yinchuan, they probably don't trust us. Lin Yinchuan could feel that the garrison troops didn't like people from inside the wall, and they might not want to share the clues they found. And compared to Jiang Ping, Cui Kai was relatively normal. Zhu Ning, don't worry about him, find some clues. The garrison troops didn't trust them, and they didn't trust the garrison troops. Old Man Wu's house was at the end of the village, and it would take more than 10 or 20 minutes to walk over. Zhu Ning didn't plan to wait. Cui Kai would come by himself if he wanted to find someone. The question is, which house should I enter now? The villagers gathered at the window, just like in the first world, but for some reason they just stood in front of the window and watched, not rushing over or opening the door to come out. What are the villagers doing? Can they only monitor? These village houses are like traps. The villagers abide by certain rules, and do not walk to the village road. Unless Zhu Ning walks into their house, they will react. This makes Zhu Ning feel very strange. The villagers seem to be afraid of something on the village road. Is there something terrifying on this road? So they can't step out of the door? Zhu Ning looked up at the sunset, still motionless, like a photo projection. What terrifying thing is there? Aren't they all pollutants in a polluted area? Why are you afraid? Is there something else here? It's a bit creepy to think about it. If a professional demon hunter team comes here, they will definitely disperse to collect clues, which is the most efficient. But Zhu Ning doesn't want to break up his team at all. Go to the village entrance and take a look, Zhu Ning said. Logically, this place is very close to the village entrance, and they plan to walk towards the big locust tree. Zhu Ning is in the second world, and even if he finds the big locust tree, he can't get out. He didn't expect to find the exit, just to explore the village in the second world. It only takes 4 minutes to walk from here to the village entrance, and they actually found it. They can see a huge locust tree from a distance. This locust tree is so big that it blocks out the sky and the sun. People can only look up at it. The leaves are so dense that they can't even see the sunset. When they walk under the tree, the night vision function of the helmet is automatically activated. They walked into a shadow. The tree created a huge reflection on the ground, with the reflection as the dividing line, as if cutting off light and darkness, and the shadow formed a world of its own. This was bigger than the big locust tree seen in the first world. Ling Yinchuan and Su Ming lived in the wall all year round and rarely approached nature, let alone such a spectacular tree. It was too big, and people standing in front of the giant tree were as small as ants, as if all your struggles were useless. The tree that was seen when entering the village at the beginning still left a gap for people to enter the village, but now this tree has completely blocked all exits. There was no way to go. The road is blocked, Su Ming said. The vines continued to grow, intertwined, forming a wall of vines. They didn't even dare to use weapons to blast out an exit. Who knows if there will be mutant plants like the big yellow flower. Outside the wall, they were in awe of plants, even a small flower on the roadside, let alone such a big tree. If this tree mutates, it will be like a giant and destroy this deserted village in an instant. Ling Yinchuan moved his nose and said, "It seems that something is rotten inside." He smelled some rotten smell, very fresh, as if it came from the tree. Zhu Ning and Su Ming couldn't smell it at all. She began to think that artificial people were really useful. Ling Yinchuan's canine genes were actually stimulated in extreme environments. Zhu Ning looked up and saw that there were many vines attached to the surface of the locust tree. The vines were entangled with each other, and there were many gaps in the middle of the vines. It stands to reason that someone could really hide inside. Ling Yinchuan, I go up and take a look. He has canine genes, and his hearing and sense of smell are very sensitive, which makes him very suitable for reconnaissance work. Zhu Ning said, "Be careful." Ling Yinchuan checked his equipment. For safety, he also carried a cleaning backpack. If he encountered any danger on the top, even if he was trapped, there were survival supplies in the backpack. After the inspection, he began to climb the tree. The tree was like a cliff made of vines. Ling Yinchuan was very agile, and began to climb with the help of the ridges of the vines. The closer to the roots, the denser the vines were woven, as if the inside was completely sealed, but the closer to the canopy, the vines began to be sparse. Ling Yinchuan was not climbing without any rules. He was climbing according to the direction of the smell. A faint smell of decay lingered at the tip of his nose, and he felt that he was getting closer and closer. Ling Yinchuan looked down halfway up, and unknowingly was 6 meters above the ground. Zhu Ning and Su Ming were watching him under the tree. They probably wanted him to go home and open the fish restaurant smoothly, and to prevent him from encountering danger, so they kept taking care of him. With Zhu Ning and Su Ming watching, people feel very safe. Ling Yinchuan didn't feel scared to climb so high. After all, he didn't bring any ropes or professional climbing tools. The smell of decay was getting close. He adjusted his breathing and continued to move forward. Before, Ling Yinchuan felt that he was just climbing on a huge tree trunk. When he was 10 meters from the ground, branches extended in front of him. Because the tree was too big, the branches were like a forked road. Ling Yinchuan stopped. The smell seemed to come from the right. He didn't have a rope. At this time, he was more than 15 meters from the ground. He looked down, and saw that Zhu Ning and Su Ming's figures became very small. He realized how high he had climbed. Maybe he will fall to his death here. He is a little afraid of heights. Ling Yinchuan carefully stretched his hand to the branch on the right, his heart beating fast. Zhu Ning and Su Ming didn't even dare to speak, so there was no extra sound in the channel, only Lin Yinchuan's own breathing. Snap! Lin Yinchuan hooked the branch, his feet were hanging in the air, his arms were tightly holding the branch, like a monkey. He had never done such a risky move in his life. His legs couldn't stop shaking, and the feeling of not being able to step on the solid body was too terrible. His arms were even slipping, and the extreme environment tested his psychological quality. His body was numb, and he didn't dare to look down. He took a long breath before turning over and getting himself up. Zhu Ning and Su Ming watched from below, fearing that Lin Yinchuan would accidentally fall to his death. Seeing Lin Yinchuan flip over and land safely on the branch, Zhu Ning and Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They both really hoped that Lin Yinchuan could go home. Lin Yinchuan's face was pale, and he didn't dare to let go of the branch. It took him a while to catch his breath. Su Ming asked him in the channel, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Yinchuan was still shaking when he answered, but it was strange that people would relax after experiencing extreme fear, as if their brains were completely empty and in a very strange state. Lin Yinchuan sniffed. The smell of decay is getting heavier. He could feel it not far away from him. I'm getting close to the target. Zhu Ning was also curious about what was up there, so she asked Lin Yinchuan to open her camera to share so that Zhu Ning and Su Ming could see it. Lin Yinchuan climbed high enough, and his body was hidden in the leaves. Zhu Ning could no longer see Lin Yinchuan's complete body with her naked eyes. This tree is very big, and its leaves are thick and wide. The smallest leaf is the size of a palm, and the largest is bigger than a human head. It feels very strange to walk into it, just like walking into a tall grass field, as if the leaves are caressing you. After encountering the man-eating yellow flower, Lin Yinchuan didn't even dare to do such a small action as brushing off the leaves, pretending to be a snake climbing on a tree. While he was climbing, he was thinking about what might be hidden in the tree. The most terrifying thing might be that the heart of the tree is the nest of insects, and he accidentally dug the mother nest. Lin Yinchuan was fully prepared. No matter how terrible the thing is, it is just like this. After making good psychological preparations, he would not be overly afraid. The smell of decay was already very strong. There was a large gap in the vines in front of him. He squinted his eyes and looked inside. The screens of Zhu Ning and Su Ming's helmets were what Lin Yinchuan saw. Through Lin Yinchuan, Zhu Ning saw the inside of the vines, as if he had explored into the nest of something, which was densely packed with insects. Bugs of all sizes were entangled on the vines, but they exuded a blood-red color, which made them look extremely weird. This tree was parasitized by bugs? Bugs can also parasitize trees? Zhu Ning had seen too many bugs and was a little immune to them. Maybe he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he didn't hear the sound of his spirit value dropping. But Lin Yinchuan's body should have been frozen. The camera stopped for a while, and Zhu Ning could hear Lin Yinchuan's rapid breathing. Stinky, the stench is not coming from inside. Lin Yinchuan's stuttering voice came. Zhu Ning frowned, and Lin Yinchuan continued, "Yes, yes, above me." He couldn't speak clearly, and finally straightened his tongue. "Above? What do you mean above him?" Lin Yinchuan was originally leaning over the tree hole to look at the bugs, and suddenly felt a foreign object on the back of his neck. He immediately froze and felt quietly. Something was hanging on it, touching his back neck with the wind. It was like someone was hanging and touching him. It stands to reason that he would lower his head when he encounters something terrifying. This is the first reaction of people. They want to hide like an ostrich, thinking that if they can't see the danger can't see them. But he must overcome his fear so that he can pass the picture to Zhu Ning and Su Ming. Zhu Ning felt that Lin Yinchuan's camera began to shake. He must have raised his head. At first, he only saw large leaves. Under the green night vision filter, ordinary leaves looked very scary. This tree is too dense, and the dense leaves blur the lens. Then, Zhu Ning saw a pair of feet in the leaves. They were a pair of old ladies' feet, wearing a pair of brown cloth shoes with dark red blood stains on the shoes. A gust of wind blew at this time, and the leaves rustled in the wind. The feet shook slightly, and made a humming sound. Yes, someone is hanging on the tree. Chapter 108. A pair of feet hidden in the leaves, probably because they are afraid of getting dirty. The shoes are brown, and the toe is wet with blood. Plop, the blood is still dripping down. Lin Yinchuan's stiff neck slowly raised. He saw a very familiar dress. Black tweed skirt, white sweater has been old and yellowed. When I saw the old lady in the first world, I thought she had good taste. This is Xingxin. Her silver hair is curled. She looks very educated. Even in her old age, she is very decent. Now her neck is hung on the branch by a rope. Half of her head is blown up, like a gunshot in the mouth. They have entered Xingxin's house. This old lady loves smoking, hunting, and has a bad temper. At the beginning of her diary, she is muttering about Lao Zhang. At the same time, she is very conscientious and wants to find the secret of the disappearance of the happy villagers. She should be very good to Grandma Afin next door, otherwise Afin would not desperately pass her a note to let her escape. What did Xingxin do after getting the note? She committed suicide? Zhu Ning and Su Meng saw it. Ling Yinchuan's camera was like a remote exploration machine. He accurately transmitted the picture to Zhu Ning and Su Meng. Su Meng, see what's on her. Su Meng was the first to speak. After all, she was an old demon hunter and reacted faster when encountering things. Ling Yinchuan followed Su Meng's instructions and trembled to touch Xingxin's body. Because the body was hidden in the leaves, it was a bit difficult. She seemed to have died not long ago. The blood was still flowing and the body was warm. Ling Yinchuan often collected corpses, but he had never seen such a weird corpse. He reached into the pocket of his black tweed skirt with trembling hands and fumbled out a piece of paper. The note was long and crumpled, with brown bloodstains on the paper. Ling Yinchuan unfolded it. Qin Fen was polluted. The first sentence, this person should be Afin's real name. Wu Dawei was polluted. Old Wu's original name. Zhang Bohai was polluted. Old Zhang's original name. Then Xingxin wrote down the name of every villager. She received Afin's note and wanted to inform other villagers. The first person she thought of might be Old Zhang, but it turned out that Old Zhang was polluted. Xingxin thought that Old Zhang was dead, and there were others. She had confirmed them one by one, and wrote down the name of each person on the note. As time went by, Xingxin found that the names of all the villagers were on this note. Including those villagers who disappeared and came back, all the members of their Xingfu village were present. Familiar villagers, who have known each other for decades, live together like family members, and even know the gossip in each other's houses. One day, they collectively become another group of people, looking at you as if they are monitoring you. When everyone looks at you, their eyeballs will move at the same frequency. They have abandoned their souls, and become puppets of the same insect. The missing villagers are infected, and they are not the same people when they come back. After Old Man Wu came back, other villagers came back one after another. They walked back to their homes, but they closed the door like Old Man Wu, and did not behave like humans. I am also contaminated, and my eyes hurt. Xingxin leaned against the big locust tree at the entrance of the village, covering her eyes, and writing this sentence. She knew that she was dying, and would soon become a puppet of insects. The electricity and the internet in the village have been cut off. Someone cut off the circuit, and this happy village was completely isolated from the outside world. She couldn't ask for help from the outside world. I will become like them in the future. Lao Zhang said that the queen insect has taken a fancy to me. She has been hunting all her life, but now she doesn't know who to shoot. She thought of Lao Zhang, who was standing in front of her, with insects crawling in his eyes, and asked, "Have you found the truth?" The insects were talking, and it was Lao Zhang who was talking. The insects inherited Lao Zhang's memory, and even remembered what they had said. At that moment, the insects were Lao Zhang, and Lao Zhang was also an insect. They became a new creature. Lao Zhang said, "I found it, I seem to be infected." He raised his head and looked at Xingxin. "The queen insect has taken a fancy to you, you should leave quickly." Lao Zhang's speech became more and more stuttering, as if he was fighting for control of his body with others. "Do me a favor, kill me." Lao Zhang looked at Xingxin eagerly. He couldn't bear it. This was the most painful punishment in the world. You could feel something crawling in your body, worms wriggling in the narrow blood vessels. Kill him, he can't stand it. Don't let him watch his body slowly not belong to him. Don't erase his soul. Don't destroy his will. Kill him. Xingxin looked at Lao Zhang. They had known each other for 60 years. Lao Zhang always disliked her, saying that she was not in tune to be an old lady. Other old ladies embroidered, but Xingxin went out hunting every day. Lao Zhang always wanted Xingxin to throw away the gun, and now Lao Zhang was begging Xingxin to shoot him. End his life before he was completely infected. Bang! Xingxin fired a shot at Lao Zhang's heart, and a big hole was blasted in Lao Zhang's chest. Even though Xingxin often hunted, she was very uncertain when she fired the first shot. Lao Zhang did not fall down. The wounds on his chest were full of wriggling maggots. He lowered his head and looked at his chest in some confusion. Why was he not dead yet? It turned out that he could not even ask for death. Lao Zhang walked toward Xingxin with a broken chest and a smile on his lips. Xingxin, Xingxin. Lao Zhang was no longer Lao Zhang at all. It could be seen from his eyes. He showed greedy eyes and kept calling her name. Xingxin, Xingxin. Xingxin ran away. She was too old to run like a little girl. But now it seemed that there was wind under her feet. She didn't know where the strength came from. She had never felt so young before. She ran through the village and ran down the village road. It seemed that she had become that teenage girl again. She ran to the entrance of the village in one breath, and just as she was about to step out, she stopped. She thought that she had been infected and she could not escape. If she escaped, she would bring the parasite out of the village and might infect other people. The abandoned village could not contact the outside world. All the villagers were infected. She had no way to go. Guns were useless. They would start over even if they smashed Lao Zhang's body. It was almost sunset that day, and the sunset became the background of the village. Xingfu village was quite famous. For a while, there were always people from inside the wall coming to vacation. They thought the sunset was beautiful. Now the villagers came out of their homes, including Lao Zhang who was shot, and they were approaching them. Xingxing climbed up the old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Often was right. The tree had grown up. Xingxing grew up in Xingfu village, and had never felt that the locust tree at the entrance of the village was so big. When she was a child, the old locust tree watched Xingxing grow up. Now Xingxing watched the old locust tree grow up. The disaster has swept in. Not only the villagers, but also the surrounding plants are not immune. Pollution is eating away the land inch by inch and swallowing up humans. She can't stop it at all. The whole village has fallen, and only one person is left alive. Xingxing doesn't know how long this sanity can be preserved. She climbed trees for fun when she was a child, and she climbed trees when she was old. She carried a gun and climbed up the tree with her hands and feet. The branches were thick enough for a person to sit. Xingxing sat on the branch and continued to write the note. She densely recorded the names of the villagers. She felt something moving in her eyeballs, as if a worm was about to crawl out of her eyes. There was not much time left for her. Xingxing lit a cigarette and leaned against a branch to smoke. It was a very peaceful moment, just a few minutes that belonged to Xingxing alone. The cigarette burned out quickly, and the butt was pressed against the tree trunk. Xingxing stood up and made her own choice. She threw the rope behind her on the branch and tied a strong knot. She looked at the villagers under the tree and wrapped the rope around her neck. The hemp rope was particularly rough. This was a feeling that ordinary people could hardly experience. She was actually trying to strangle herself. She was seeking death and life at the same time. Why are people human? What is the difference between people and insects? People have dignity, and they are willing to preserve their self-esteem and are unwilling to abandon their dignity. If a person is destined to die, let her choose how to die. Bang! Xingxing shot herself in the mouth, and the bullet pierced her head. She was originally standing on the edge of the branch and was teetering. After firing the gun, she lost her balance, her feet slipped, and her whole body tilted, but the rope firmly grasped her neck. Her body was hung on the tree. Go to hell. Go to hell. This was the last sentence Xingxing wrote on the note. She said that she should die, and she also said that the world should die, the polluted world, go to hell. There was no more information on the note. This irritable old lady did not even leave a decent suicide note. She wrote down the names of all the villagers, and the last sentence she left to the world was to die. They seemed to be watching Xingxing's death. Li Nianchuan could not understand what kind of desperate mentality Xingxing had before she died. She used death to survive. After Xingxing died, the last living person in the village also died. Is Xingxing the source of pollution? But she is dead. How can a dead person become a source of pollution? Is her willpower so strong before she died that she hopes to live forever in this happy village? But this old lady is not like that kind of person. Even if she dies, she will definitely not make things difficult for herself, and get rid of things as soon as possible. Did she really commit suicide? First shoot yourself in the mouth, then strangle yourself with a rope? This determination can be understood, but Zhu Ning always thinks this choice is a bit strange. Zhu Ning has encountered this in the zombie world before. Some people choose to commit suicide when they are desperate and do not want to be infected by zombies. But in the zombie world, people are 100% sure that zombies cannot infect corpses. How can Xingxing be sure that insects cannot parasitize on corpses? If insects can parasitize on dead bodies, then didn't she commit suicide in vain? A strong wind blew, blowing away large leaves and revealing what was hidden in the leaves. Li Nianchuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Above Xingxing's body, which was originally tightly covered by leaves, was now blown away by the wind. Tree, there were other people hanging on the tree. They swayed in the breeze, hanging on the tree like ripe apples. There are fruit trees in this world, and there are people. Trees. A few people here were wearing casual clothes, they should be nearby villagers, and some of them were wearing assault jackets, which looked like tourists or expedition teams. What made Li Nianchuan even more unbelievable was that some people were wearing blue protective clothing of the garrison troops, and the blue protective clothing emitted a strange light. Did the garrison die here? Zhu Ning and Su Ming also saw it. What happened to this village? If Shen Xian committed suicide to maintain human dignity, what happened to these people? It's impossible that the garrison and the expedition team committed suicide together. And why did they choose to hang themselves? It looks like someone hung them on the tree on purpose to display their trophies. Who would kill people and hang them on the tree as if they were on display? Zhu Ning always felt that this person was more antisocial than Gao Zijian. Maybe this person has never been baptized by society. It's too barbaric and primitive. The infected villagers, Sheng Xian, who was suspected of committing suicide, and the garrison hanging on the tree, all of these add up to make people's eyebrows jump. 70 years have passed since the incident in Xingfu village. In the past 70 years, other civilians who strayed into the village, the expedition team, and the garrison have all died here. What happened in this polluted area? The garrison troops couldn't escape? Zhu Ning's voice was very stern. Come down immediately. Li Nianchuan also felt a little creepy here, and was about to go down. Suddenly Zhu Ning. Cui Kai's voice came, you are here? Zhu Ning's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. When did they come? Even Su Ming didn't feel the breath behind him. The three garrison troops walked into the shadow of the big locust tree. Because they couldn't see their expressions, they could only judge their emotions by their voices. Their voices were very stable, and there was no sense of panic. Clearly, they were still communicating before, and agreed to meet. Now Zhu Ning saw Cui Kai again, as if he had seen a ghost. The leaves trembled, and the corpses of the garrison troops hanging on them swayed and loomed in the leaves. Zhu Ning stood at the feet of the corpses of the garrison troops. 3 garrison troops appeared in front of him. Because they were wearing blue helmets, the surface of the helmets emitted a strange light. The 3 of them looked like some kind of cold-blooded monsters, like lizards. To be honest, the 3 of them looked alive, but they were more terrifying than the corpse hanging above their heads. What did you find? Cui Kai asked again, his voice very steady. Su Ming had already reached for the gun behind him, and Zhu Ning reacted more freely, his voice not shaking at all. We found the body of Xingxin who committed suicide. Cui Kai asked, who is Xingxin? Zhu Ning did not say in the communication that the owner of the diary was called Xingxin, so Cui Kai's first reaction was to ask who Xingxin was, without revealing any flaws. Zhu Ning, it's the owner of the previous diary. She committed suicide. Cui Kai, why? Zhu Ning answered while listening to Cui Kai's tone, trying to infer whether this man was okay or not. He looked exactly the same as before, and his voice was the same. Zhu Ning, maybe he was desperate. He didn't want to be parasitized by insects. It's hard for people to live in that kind of environment. Cui Kai, humans are really great. Zhu Ning frowned. What a strange sentence, such a deliberate answer. Why did he sound so much like Jiang Ping? Zhu Ning continued to ask, are there any clues about Old Man Wu? Cui Kai, Old Man Wu was parasitized by insects before. Zhu Ning, I know. She stared at Cui Kai, watching for any flaws he could reveal. Cui Kai just said that he had found an important clue. Cui Kai added, he wrote the mother worm on the music score, saying that the mother worm is looking for a parasite. Zhu Ning couldn't tell whether this was true or false, but Xingxin's note also mentioned the mother worm. What is the mother worm? If it is true, Cui Kai told himself that his motive was to lure Zhu Ning, so he had to give something real. Zhu Ning asked, what is the mother worm? Cui Kai, I don't know, I have to look for clues. Zhu Ning restrained himself from touching the gun and asked, what are we going to do next? Zhu Ning was talking about us. At least from the perspective of language, Zhu Ning still trusted the garrison troops. They are a team. Cui Kai, go to Lao Zhang's house, there should be clues there. Zhu Ning had planned to go to Lao Zhang's house before, but he didn't know which family was Lao Zhang, so he asked, where is Lao Zhang's house? Cui Kai, it is said that he lives in the first house at the entrance of the village. Zhu Ning was standing at the entrance of the village. There was a family not far away. There was an old man lying in the window of that family. This person was Lao Zhang. Cui Kai wanted to take Zhu Ning and the others into Lao Zhang's house, where there might be something. It might also be a trap. From beginning to end, only Cui Kai talked to himself. Jiang Ping and another team member were silent. Cui Kai led the team to leave. He had just taken 2 steps, and had not yet walked out of the shade of the trees. He turned back, and found that Zhu Ning had not caught up with him. Zhu Ning was standing in the shadow, and Su Ming had gone somewhere. Su Ming was not the kind of person who attracted much attention. It was completely unknown when she disappeared. Why don't you leave? Cui Kai took a look and asked, where is your captain? Zhu Ning stood in place, originally wearing a black protective suit, hiding in the shadows, as if his body had melted into the shadows. Zhu Ning did not answer this question, but asked, Cui Kai, are you infected? Cui Kai frowned. What are you talking about? Do you suspect me too? It is a very impolite guess to suspect that teammates are contaminated when on a mission. Zhu Ning, I have been thinking about one thing. Cui Kai, what? Zhu Ning was watching Su Ming's actions. The other party was hiding in the shadows, and approaching Cui Kai quietly. Zhu Ning looked directly at Cui Kai and continued, I was wrong before. I always thought that the source of pollution was one of the villagers, but the source of pollution is not necessarily human. Zhu Ning's previous idea was to sort out the relationship between these villagers, find their grudges, and judge who is the source of pollution. But this is outside the wall. It may not only be humans who have wisdom. Humans are evolving, and flowers, plants, trees and parasites are also evolving. Zhu Ning has a terrible guess. The source of pollution may be insects? Chapter 109. A gust of wind blew, and the corpse hanging on the tree was shaking and was blown crooked. Even if you stand under the tree, you can see clearly that something seems to be hanging on it. Jiang Ping looked up and saw dozens of feet in the air. This time it was not Cui Kai who spoke but Jiang Ping. You humans are really arrogant. Are insects not worthy of being a source of pollution? Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Ping is really a source of pollution. No, insects are really a source of pollution. Zhu Ning entered the polluted area several times. The source of pollution was human. The only non-human was experimental subject number 777. Number 777 theoretically had no source of pollution, so someone would be trapped and killed in it. And number 777 did not have very complicated thoughts. Chu Qin forcibly bound Huang Yeru to become the mother of experimental subject number 777. After so many years of training, its intelligence is at most that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, and it calls for its mother every day. It is absolutely different from the person in front of him. If insects can become a source of pollution, it almost breaks Zhu Ning's cognition. Can insects have human wisdom and human emotions? It can even form its own pollution area. A pollution area needs to be very complex, and the pollutants inside are self-consistent, and they must be logical. Zhu Ning always thought that the source of pollution in such a complex village must be human, because this complex emotion is originally unique to humans. Zhu Ning saw Su Ming in the shadows stop moving, and she knew that Su Ming had the same idea as her. If the insect in front of her can become a pollution source, the logic behind it is more worthy of human exploration. Zhu Ning could only continue to talk along his own lines. You came to Xingfu village through some means, first living in the body of old man Wu, and then you returned to the village. But when you first started living there, your hands and feet were not smooth, and you were not very adapted to the human body, so you practiced the piano very clumsily every day. Jiang Ping looked down at his hands. It's really hard to control a person's limbs. Cui Kai and Xiao Yilei also lowered their heads, and said at the same time, it's really hard to control a person's limbs. The three people said the same sentence, with exactly the same movements and tone. Cui Kai is really dead. Cui Kai and Xiao Yilei have become puppets of insects. They were clearly communicating before, and Cui Kai should really want to lead the team to let these cleaners go home. Now he is not only dead, but also has to be controlled. If these three people take action, they may have very terrible coordination ability. No, even including the villagers, they are all one. All the villagers are his eyes, and Zhu Ning finally understands the feeling of being monitored when she first came to Xingfu. She walked into the trap from the beginning. Dozens of pairs of villagers looked over at once. There were 3 garrison soldiers standing in front of them, and their movements were completely synchronized. Watching for a long time was like mental pollution. Zhu Ning suppressed the urge to escape and asked, You didn't know anything at the beginning? Jiang Ping spoke like a very naughty child. At the beginning, I was no different from a bug. So it was difficult for it to play the role of Old Man Wu, and there were many loopholes. The first time it merged with humans was the most difficult. It suddenly had a brain, received a huge amount of information, and read all of Old Man Wu's memories. It knew it had to play the piano, but it couldn't tame human fingers. It couldn't play a complete song, nor could it write normal handwriting. During that time, it was in a daze, and was always afraid of being discovered. Every villager who came to care for it was an enemy in its eyes. Jiang Ping moved his fingers, and Cui Kai and Xiao Yilei next to him also moved their fingers. Because they were completely in the same frequency and arc, 30 fingers were moving. The three of them together looked like a kind of crawling insect. Its voice sounded very puzzled. Humans only have 10 fingers. How can it be so difficult? It spent a lot of effort to get along with human limbs. Just like driving a car, you know where the steering wheel is and where the accelerator is, but you can't drive well. Zhu Ning, what do you feed on? Human spirit value? Dr. Fu once said that if pollutants parasitize in the human body, the only thing they can eat is human spirit value. These things were clearly mentioned by Dr. Fu when he was chatting with him, and Zhu Ning just remembered them now. Jiangping. Ah, has the technology inside the wall developed to this point now? Is this an admission? So this worm originally lived in Old Man Wu's body, and it suddenly had wisdom and human emotions, feeding on Old Man Wu's spiritual value. Zhu Ning, gradually you found that Old Man Wu's body was not working well, and you took a fancy to Sheng Xian, right? Zhu Ning didn't know Sheng Xian, but from her understanding, the spiritual value of this old lady who can hunt must be very stable. Jiangping. TSK, she was too vigilant. I couldn't even get close to her at the beginning. So it didn't attack Xingxin immediately, it slowly infected the whole village. Zhu Ning couldn't guess how it did it. Maybe it laid eggs and let them parasitize first. It ate the villagers' spirit value, including Grandma Afin and Lao Du. It was strategic, trying to force Xingxin to lose her mind, so that it could take advantage of the opportunity. Afin passed a note to Xingxin. Zhu Ning said. Lao Zhang also told her to run. Jiangping. After thinking carefully, these memories were a bit distant to him. He was very cautious and thought about it before answering Zhu Ning's question. I didn't think that humans could still struggle after being infected, but now I know. Jiangping. He smiled when he spoke, as if knowing this secret was very valuable. Zhu Ning suppressed his discomfort and asked, Did you kill Xingxin? Jiangping. The voice became deeper when he thought of this. She is not in a good mind, she wants to kill me. Zhu Ning frowned. So Xingxin really thought about committing suicide at that time, and had already thrown the rope on the tree. Xingxin tied a knot for herself. It was evening, and the sunset was like blood covering the big locust tree. She was swaying on the branch. One foot had already stepped out, and then retracted. She was reluctant. If she was destined to die, she was reluctant to die while the worm was alive and well. She grasped the handle of the gun, ready to kill, and she wanted to take one with her even if she died. That was the best time to kill, Xingxin thought. If she didn't kill it now, it would harm so many people in the future. Xingxin jumped down from the big locust tree. She wanted to kill the mother worm. But she failed. Zhu Ning had seen Xingxin's end, and the body was still dangling above her head. Jiangping raised his head, squinted his eyes, and looked at the corpse on the tree. He couldn't see clearly from this angle, so he took 2 steps back, walked out of the shade of the tree, and exposed himself to the sunset. He could see clearly from this angle, and he saw the corpse in the leaves. Every time the wind blew, the corners of the corpse's clothes would be exposed. So I fulfilled her wish and hung her body on the tree. It once helped. Xingxin fulfilled her wish and hung Xingxin's body on the tree, as if completing some kind of established ritual. Later, I met more and more people. I hung some people's bodies on the tree, otherwise Xingxin would be too lonely. The corpse on the top of his head seemed to respond to Jiangping's words. When they swayed, they seemed to be dancing together. It was a very strange dance, dancing with dead bodies, accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves, like some kind of ancient sacrifice. This is not antisocial, it has no concept of society at all. Zhu Ning still wasn't used to the fact that she was actually talking to a bug. She continued to talk. You have been constantly multiplying and evolving in the past 70 years. Civilians who strayed into the village, expedition teams, and garrison troops became its parasites after entering the village. It read the memories of humans again and again, becoming more and more thoughtful, and becoming more and more adept at playing humans. Zhu Ning, Jiangping is just a garrison soldier who strayed into the village, right? Cui Kai misunderstood Jiangping. It sighed at this point. He is really a good person. He has never betrayed humans. Jiangping has been patrolling on missions. This job is dangerous and unrewarding, but Jiangping feels that if humans want to continue the fire, someone must do this kind of work. He was very dedicated every time he led a team, and he would promise to send the cleaners back to the wall. Jiangping was young at that time, full of passion, but his passion was worn down, but he never betrayed. So he was ready to die outside the wall early in the morning. That day he mistakenly entered the polluted area. The rule of all garrison troops was that once you mistakenly enter the polluted area, you have to rely on yourself, and no one will come to save you. Before Jiangping died, he had no hospice care, and he couldn't even hear the voice of Prometheus. He gradually despaired in the deserted village, thinking that the worst plan in life was death. But he didn't expect that he would wait for a worse ending, being parasitized. I have seen his memories, and I can't understand the meaning of his job at all. We are all human beings. Why can some people survive in the wall, while others are forced to accompany pollutants? So I helped him realize a little wish. Jiang Ping had a very strong emotion at the end of his life. The closer to death, the more people tend to think, and the more you want to struggle. Jiang Ping hated his job, had cursed his superiors, and cursed the world for being polluted. This world will be polluted sooner or later, and it doesn't mind speeding up the process. So it deliberately brought people into the polluted area. It calculated the probability of accidents outside the wall, and controlled it within a certain range. The mission outside the wall originally had a very high mortality rate, and no one except Cui Kai should have noticed it. Zhu Ning clenched her fists. She seemed to understand that those cleaners who were killed died because of these inexplicable reasons. Just because of a worm. Zhu Ning, how did you pass the inspection? Jiang Ping has never attracted attention for so many years. The cleaning center has a strict inspection procedure after each mission, and the garrison must also have it. How did Jiang Ping escape? With a click, it did not answer the question immediately, but took off its helmet. It did not need to wear a helmet in this polluted area. The first time Zhu Ning saw Jiang Ping's face, he was very gentle, fair and clean, and looked like a boy who was a little well-behaved and shy. Jiang Ping was not very old, probably around 20 years old. He joined the garrison very early. Now Jiang Ping. Holding the helmet, he looked over calmly, standing in the deserted village quietly feeling the breeze. He looked at Zhu Ning with one eye, and a bug crawled out of his eye socket, and the bug was looking at Zhu Ning. It destroyed the real Jiang Ping. Jiang Ping is the most interesting body I have ever parasitized. He has no parents, no friends, and no close partners just like me. Jiang Ping is very lonely, so no one found out after being parasitized. The real Jiang Ping could not find support inside the wall. He was just a lonely worm in human society, just like it. It tilted its head, its eyeballs completely fell out, but a smile still hung on the corner of its mouth. I also learned how you humans deal with pollutants. Zhu Ning frowned. The pollution incident occurred in the 10th year of the new calendar. Now it is the 80th year of the new calendar. The worm has evolved for 70 years. He has found different hosts in the process. Jiang Ping is the most satisfied one, because it can completely enter the human body, and know how humans deal with themselves. I was very scared when I first checked it. I thought I would be discovered and killed by humans, but they couldn't find anything. Jiang Ping looked at Zhu Ning. It's so strange. According to the inspection data, I am actually a qualified human being. The development of technology cannot keep up with the speed of pollution, just like the cleaning center can't find the system in Zhu Ning's mind. Zhu Ning has repeatedly avoided the inspection of the cleaning center, and it has repeatedly avoided the inspection of the garrison troops. My mental value is really stable. From a human perspective, I must be very self-consistent. Existing instruments can detect pollutants, but cannot detect superpowers, because superpowers are more mentally stable. Jiang Ping is a self-consistent pollutant. It is very calm, not crazy, and is an evolved insect that evolved naturally. Humans are evolving, and insects are also evolving. Zhu Ning thought about this carefully, and found that he couldn't think about it carefully. Now the existence of Jiang Ping proves that a tree, a flower, and an insect are also evolving. They can merge with humans to achieve a completely self-consistent level, and avoid all existing technological inspections. In terms of composition, what is the difference between such parasites and experimental subjects like Zhu Ning? Take artificial humans as an example. Isn't Li Nianchuan a human with dog genes integrated? Now this Jiang Ping. Is it considered a human with insect genes integrated? Such a person can enter the wall without being discovered. His situation is not a special case. It may have existed for many years. Zhu Ning asked, do you have the same kind? Jiang Ping. Looking at the sunset in the distance, half of his face was dyed red by the sunset, as if it was painted with a layer of blush. In fact, he himself did not fully understand this polluted area. After being a human for so many years, he did not fully understand human emotions. Humans are really difficult to understand. I guess so. If the whole world is evolving, a bug is not an isolated case. The genes of humans and nature have merged long ago. Without human knowledge, natural genes have been reshuffled. Jiang Ping. Not alone. Zhu Ning felt a panic. There are similar pollutants inside the wall. The end of the world is coming. You and I are all ants. How to understand this sentence? If there are such bugs inside the wall, where should human defense be established? Jiangping. If they are not hostile to humans, and just live in the world, then are they enemies of humans or the same kind? They have powerful abilities, but they are essentially just a bug. What can you expect from bugs? Pei Shu said, why we are obsessed with classifying people. Maybe there is another meaning. Outside the wall, nothing is strange. What you encounter will easily shatter your common sense. Humans may not know half of the polluted world. Rules and classifications are the rules of people inside the wall. There is only chaos and disorder outside the wall. Zhu Ning had been forcing himself to calm down. The Jiangping in front of him. It took 70 years to evolve to what it is now. It can evade all inspections, but it does not look stable. This deserted village is the best evidence. Zhu Ning, is Xingfu village your polluted area, or the mother nest? Let's treat it as a real human being. This place has its obsession. There must be something that Zhu Ning has not figured out. All of them, I like it here. This is probably what you humans call homesickness? It smiled, and was very shy when answering. Zhu Ning frowned when she heard the word homesickness. She always felt that insects should not have such thoughts, but it did. It has been to so many places, but it still likes this deserted village the most. Zhu Ning, did you deliberately lead us here? When Zhu Ning and his team came, this road was very safe. The demon hunters went in and out twice without any accidents. The garrison troops patrolled the deserted village many times before, and did not know that there was a polluted area here. It happened when they retreated. Jiangping has an ability that can trigger the contaminated area, so this place was triggered when Zhu Ning and the others came. How did it do that? Is it related to the queen insect? Zhu Ning asked, do you want to kill us? No, it immediately denied, looking at Zhu Ning deeply, with a very affectionate look, I'm attracted to your body. It can feel Zhu Ning's super high spirit value, stable emotions, strong core, and that fragrance. Very attractive, so fragrant. Zhu Ning is like the most tempting red apple on the fruit tree, it really wants to get in. Chapter 110. On the road to the deserted village. Jin Tao accepted Zhu Ning's order to lead the team and calm everyone's emotions. Suddenly someone shouted, there are bugs. This sound was like thunder in the sky, and it exploded immediately. One team member twisted his body, and tried to shake off the bugs on his body. The other cleaners wanted to stay away from him, but they didn't know where the bugs came from. There were more than one, and the bugs crawled densely. Jin Tao was full of live bugs. Jin Tao yelled, don't move. This is outside the wall. If you move outside the wall, you will die faster. They remembered this rule, and were much calmer than before. They forced themselves to calm down. The bugs crawling on their bodies were at least 2 meters long, like a slender snake entwining people. You can't help but wonder if they will lay eggs on their bodies. The chaotic cleaner team quieted down in an instant. They could feel that their mental values were very bad. Some people wanted to take mental healing drugs, but couldn't do it. Jin Tao. Someone suddenly spoke up, because there were bugs on his body, and he dared not move, and now he looked behind Jin Tao. One of the cleaner's pupils kept trembling, and he saw something more terrifying than the bugs. The villagers came out. When they were in chaos because of the bugs, the villagers broke through the window unknowingly. It was not that they walked out, but more like penetrated. The white mist from their breath was still on the window. The strange villagers walked silently to the village road, with a smile on their lips, looking at them as if they were looking at the spare food. What did they trigger? Is the contaminated area finally going to start? Jin Tao, someone's voice trembled, what should I do? Jin Tao felt cold all over. Before he could speak, the villagers opened their mouths, and their mouths were full of dense insects. The fallen insects were still wriggling, and then they rushed towards them. Bang! Someone was thrown to the ground. On the big locust tree. Lin Yinchuan dared not breathe. The voices of Zhu Ning and Jiangping talking came from inside the helmet. Every time they said more words, Lin Yinchuan was frightened. Lin Yinchuan watched a conversation between humans and insects. This insect was very smart, and the relationship between it and Zhu Ning was equal. Is the source of pollution this time insects? Insects have evolved for 70 years, and have wisdom, and can even form pollution areas. So many people have worms in their bodies. Which one is the real mother worm? Lin Yinchuan couldn't even imagine what they were going to fight next. Lin Yinchuan was so engrossed in listening that he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the tree. His neck was stiff, and he raised his head and looked up. The wind blew away the leaves covering the corpse, and Lin Yinchuan unexpectedly met a pair of turbid eyes. Xingxin's corpse suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Yinchuan had always thought that she was a dead body. His first reaction when he saw her open her eyes was that this person was resurrected. Then he thought, this is a polluted area, and the real Xingxin had died long ago. Xingxin's eyes were very turbid, and a thin red worm crawled across the center of her eyeballs. It crawled very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But that was like evidence, proving that she was not a simple corpse. The rope strangled Xingxin's neck, and was shaken by the wind. Bang! The worn hemp rope broke, and Xingxin's body fell on a thick branch with a crackling sound. The waist of the body was bent backwards, and a piece of bone pierced through the white sweater, revealing bloody bone stumps. This scene was a bit disgusting, because he saw a red worm crawling out of the bone stump. Lin Yinchuan leaned his back against the tree trunk and instinctively held his breath. Xingxin's body twitched, and then she struggled to stand up. She's alive, she's alive. Yaya, not only Xingxin, but the corpses hanging above her head were kicking their feet hard. Like ripe fruits, the apple stems could no longer hold the apples, and these corpses were about to break free from the ropes around their necks and fall down. Zhu Ning and Su Ming were still under the tree, and the corpses would kill people if they fell down. Xingxin's corpse stood up like a puppet and rushed towards Lin Yinchuan. Lin Yinchuan shouted, Zhu Ning! Captain! Run! Run! Lin Yinchuan's heartbreaking roar came from Zhu Ning's helmet. After he finished speaking, Zhu Ning felt a darkening in front of his eyes, as if someone had thrown a heavy cement bag from a high altitude, and dozens of corpses fell down with a bang. Zhu Ning dodged sideways. The corpses fell to the ground in a disorderly manner, like overripe fruits, and blood spurted everywhere. Zhu Ning had never seen such a scene before. The corpses fell one after another, like a rain of corpses, and like an attack. Zhu Ning's actions had to stop, and even Su Ming was forced to stop. They had to dodge to avoid being killed by the corpses. Zhu Ning used the rotten fish head acceleration function, and Su Ming was hidden in the shadows. The corpses that fell to the ground twitched their limbs, and stood up like zombies. Some of them had their heads smashed, and some dragged their broken legs and limbs. Without exception, the wounds of the corpses were full of wriggling worms, as if they were made of worms. Jiang Ping. Standing outside the shade of the tree, he was not attacked by the corpses falling from the sky. Zhu Ning originally thought that he walked out of the shadow to look at the tree from a different angle, just like a pervert looking at his own artwork, and liked to find the best angle to appreciate it. Now it seems to be true. He estimated that he would not be hit by the disgusting corpses outside the range of the corpses falling. From beginning to end, his posture was very elegant and free. The speed of insect evolution far exceeded Zhu Ning's imagination. He not only had human wisdom, but also calculated the pros and cons. Jiang Ping. Holding a helmet, he stood in the sunset. The sunset fell on Jiang Ping's very shy face, as if covered with a layer of blood. Jiang Ping. Looking at Zhu Ning with interest, looking at her as if looking at something in his palm. It said, Zhu Ning, I want your body. I want your body. Cui Kai and Xiao Yulei wore the same blue protective clothing as him, and followed him to repeat this sentence. I want your body. The villagers lying in the village house said. The dead bodies that fell from the trees climbed up. Some of them even had half of their jaws knocked off, still saying, I want your body. In the deserted village shrouded in the sunset, 3 garrison troops, villagers in strange village houses, and swaying corpses repeated the same sentence. Dozens of eyes looked at Zhu Ning. They shared a brain, obeyed the dispatch of one person, and were completely integrated. It only had Zhu Ning in its eyes. The other corpses followed the wishes of their masters. They all looked at her, as if there was only this one person left in the world. It didn't see that there was something wrong with a shadow in the shade of the tree. That shadow was deeper and darker, and when it moved, it looked like a bubbling swamp. When it reacted, it only saw a knife. Su Ming approached it silently. The knife was 1.5 meters long, and the blade was very narrow, about 3 fingers wide. When the knife fell, only a flash of cold light could be seen. They shared eyes. Su Ming had used his supernatural power once, when he escaped from A Fin's house before. It knew that Su Ming could walk in the shadows, so it stood outside the shadows when talking to Zhu Ning. Su Ming had to pass through a 1-meter bright area from appearing in the shadows to appearing. In this way, it could see Su Ming's movements clearly. It wanted to know Su Ming's true strength. Su Ming was like an assassin hiding in the shadows, and the knife was her weapon. Normal people would dodge when they saw the blade, but Cui Kai, who was standing next to it, not only did not dodge, but instead faced it head-on. Cui Kai's body hit Su Ming's blade. This was really a very sharp knife, which actually directly split Cui Kai's protective suit. The blade broke through the protective suit and cut directly into the flesh, but there are bones in the human body, and bones will cause slight obstruction to the knife. On the battlefield, this momentary obstacle also gave the enemy an opportunity, and Xiao Yulei quickly filled in. This is the trouble with insects. They all obey the same master. These corpses are the hands and feet of insects. They are not separate individuals, but a whole. Cui Kai blocked Su Ming's knife with his body, and Xiao Yulei immediately opened fire. The garrison troops had a strong combat talent, and were very skilled in shooting. After evolution, this insect could freely control humans, and fully exert the abilities of the other party before death. The bullets spun around, and Xiao Yulei fired 7 or 8 shots in a row. The sound of the gunshots was extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming should have immediately turned into a shadow to dodge, but she didn't move this time. Because the bullet stopped abruptly, when it was half a meter away from Su Ming, someone raised a defensive wall for her, and Zhu Ning took action. Zhu Ning has an absolute talent for metal manipulation within 2 meters. There is metal in the protective clothing of the garrison troops. To her, the person inside is like a can man, completely sealed inside. Jiang Ping stared with eyes wide open. He was attracted by Su Ming just now, and wanted to find the opponent's weakness. Suddenly, it choked and felt that the protective clothing was getting tighter and tighter. It didn't wear a helmet, so the tightened protective clothing was like an invisible hand tightly strangling its neck. Suffocation. As a worm, it has not experienced suffocation for a long time. Jiang Ping's body transmitted the feeling to it. It looked at Zhu Ning, who was 1 meter away. The other party was wearing a protective helmet, but it couldn't see Zhu Ning's expression. Zhu Ning didn't even want to say a word to it. She wouldn't talk to a bug, but it got closer to Zhu Ning, and it smelled the fragrance. This is the body it chose, a very fragrant body. When it was pinched by the neck, it even felt that Zhu Ning smelled better. With a snap, Zhu Ning broke Jiang Ping's cervical vertebra, and he soon couldn't struggle and fell to the ground with a bang. After the protective suit was crushed, a pile of bugs were scattered on the ground. It looked at Zhu Ning deeply. I want your body. Jiang Ping was completely dead. It was not Jiang Ping who was talking, but countless wriggling bugs saying, I want your body. This thing can't be killed. No matter if it is chopped into meat paste or shot, their body is a group of bugs, and it is useless to kill them no matter how many times if you can't find the mother bug. With a puff, Zhu Ning looked down at it, and stepped on the bug crawling out of Jiang Ping's body expressionlessly. The bug burst out juice after being crushed, and its sound disappeared as if the power was unplugged. Su Ming pulled out the knife, shook off the bug attached to the knife, and gritted his teeth and said, Sure enough, they are looking for you. At that time, Su Ming was interrogated, and knew that the cleaning center was looking for a metal-type superpower. She had long suspected that it was Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning crushed the body of the bug and asked calmly, Are you going to report me, Captain? Zhu Ning took out the gun, loaded it with a click, and said, Why do I feel that your identity is not suitable for reporting? Why does Su Ming have such a long knife on her body, which looks very sharp? Is this also her superpower? Prometheus is not here, they are trapped in a contaminated area, and now the helmet is recording the screen, which cannot be transmitted to the outside world in real time. Let's talk about going out first. If you don't use your talent, Zhu Ning will really be a puppet. Su Ming, I have to be so lucky as to report you. We can talk about other things only after we get out alive. Su Ming slowly backed away, his back against Zhu Ning's, and said to the approaching corpse, Why don't I just give you to them directly? Anyway, the worm said that it wanted Zhu Ning's body. Zhu Ning answered while firing, I am your most lovely team member, isn't this bad? Su Ming didn't feel that Zhu Ning was lovely at all. Run! Lin Yanchuan's roar came. If Lin Yanchuan was cautious and didn't dare to make a wrong step when he climbed up the tree, then when he came down the tree, he was like a duck being chased, running all the way down with his hands and feet. He almost fell from the tree. When Lin Yanchuan's feet touched the ground, it was not real. His legs were shaking. At that time, he could not care so much. People in extreme fear will stimulate their own potential. Seeing the living dead on the ground, he stood up and didn't care. He ran directly to Zhu Ning and Su Ming. Lin Yanchuan just came down, and then the old lady Xingxin was chasing behind. She was so fierce when she was alive, and she was still not quiet after death. Xingxin still had a hunting rifle in her hand. With a click, she loaded the gun and aimed at the back of Lin Yanchuan. Lin Yanchuan was more than 2 meters away from Zhu Ning, and could not use metal control. When controlling the insect, you can use this person's previous skills. Xingxin is an old hunter. Zhu Ning raised the gun at the same time. Lin Yanchuan was running toward Zhu Ning when he saw the black muzzle of the gun pointed at him. Zhu Ning's gun was aimed at Xingxin. Zhu Ning could feel the other party's strength through a few words. If she was still alive, Zhu Ning should like her very much. But now Zhu Ning had to aim his gun at her. Bang! Zhu Ning was from the professional team, and she was faster. The bullet passed Lin Yinchuan and hit Xingxin's forehead directly. The old lady's head exploded, and the wriggling worms fell down with blood and flesh. Lin Yinchuan's back was soaked with blood. He ran to Zhu Ning in shock and asked, "What should I do?" To be honest, she didn't know what to do. These corpses and villagers were obviously under the orders of the same master, but they had never tried to work together, just like the pollutants in the dentist's office. The pollutants in the deserted village approached in a very clever way. They kept a distance that was not far or close, and seemed to be attacking in a rhythmic manner. Everyone who tried to approach was killed by Zhu Ning and Su Ming. Su Ming used a long knife to deal with those who were close, and Zhu Ning used a gun to deal with those who were far away. The situation was better after Lin Yinchuan joined. The three people were worthy of being a team. They had been on missions before, and had a very high degree of cooperation. They killed the corpses easily, but the corpses would always stand up again over and over again. These people are made up of countless tiny insects. Even if you shoot or use a knife, you can only kill some of them. The living insects will immediately condense again. This is to use up their ammunition. Zhu Ning's bullet reserves are limited. They have to keep trying until they run out of bullets. This insect is really intelligent. He can even formulate a suitable combat strategy. Maybe this strategy is very effective. It has been used on Jiang Ping and others a long time ago. Just now, the insect was actually testing Su Ming's ability, which proves that his IQ is above average. Zhu Ning can imagine it standing in the dark with a smile on its face, waiting for Zhu Ning to be exhausted, and then occupy this body. "I want your body." Countless dense insects kept repeating this sentence. Zhu Ning felt a little irritated for a rare time, just like a birthday candle that could not be turned off. Chapter 111. Outside the first-level protective wall. The demon hunter suffered casualties this time, but because they were injured outside the wall, they could not return immediately and received medical assistance from the garrison. The demon hunter team rested on the spot, waiting to meet with the cleaners while going through the procedures to enter the wall. They were resting in the closed building of the garrison. The environment was relatively safe, and they could take off their helmets. Fan Ninghua frowned, and the leader of the cleaning center was called Lu Xingqiao, who was responsible for sending all the members back to the wall. Lu Xingqiu was busy for a long time, dealt with the wounded, and asked, "The cleaners haven't come back yet?" 4 hours have passed, and it should take 2 to 3 hours to contain the contaminated spores, but they have no news at all. The last news Lu Xingqiu received was that the containment was completed and a cleaner died. She was silent for a while, and the other party quickly said that they could not bring back the body, but only some relics and important information such as the chip card inside the helmet. Lu Xingqiu quickly agreed and asked them to return as soon as possible, and not to lose any more team members. "We must return safely. The return journey will take no more than an hour, but since that time, Lu Xingqiu has completely lost contact with the cleaners. Fan Ninghua, 3 of my team members have also lost contact. The entire team has lost contact, and none of the garrison troops leading the team, including the cleaners, can be contacted." Compared to Lu Xingqiu's worries, Fan Ninghua is calmer. He just keeps frowning, and there is no emotional fluctuation at all. Lu Xingqiu knows that the garrison troops need to bear extremely high psychological pressure to survive outside the wall. Others may think that Fan Ninghua is cold-blooded, and she can completely understand it. Could they have mistakenly entered the contaminated area? Someone asked. This is the best explanation. The whole team lost contact. Something must have happened. Lu Xingqiu has been responsible for picking up employees from the cleaning company. She has been doing this for a long time. There have been tragic cases of the entire cleaning team being killed before, but it is not frequent. Lu Xingqiu remembers 2 times, and another time when half of them were killed. It happened again this time? The entire cleaning team, without a demon hunter, entered the contaminated area in nature, which is almost equivalent to death. There is no need to collect the body. The demon hunter next to him said, I heard that Zhu Ning is in the team this time. Why did she enter the contaminated area again? Another demon hunter sighed, she should just do our job. This is the 3rd time Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area, including the official mission record of the cleaning center, but the probability of entering the contaminated area outside the wall is high. Demon hunters used to look down on cleaners, but since Zhu Ning appeared, people paid special attention to her, and wanted to know how she would break the deadlock this time. If there is a kind of person who is there to break the rules, it is Zhu Ning. He took a sip of water. Should it be okay with her? Zhu Ning became famous in the aquarium before. She is very capable. It is inexplicably reassuring to have her around. How can it be okay? Lu Xingqiu immediately retorted. No matter how powerful she is just one person. Imagine leading a dozen cleaners out of the polluted area. Can you bear it? The quality of cleaners and demon hunters is just a gap. No matter how powerful Zhu Ning is, it is impossible for her to take on a polluted area alone. She doesn't have a single useful person under her. Last time, she was able to control the entire Grey Eagle team, and everyone around her was at the level of Chu Ling. Now her teammate is Lin Yinchuan. How can 1 to 10 get out? This is completely different from the mechanical aquarium. There are no suitable teammates, no logistical support, and even no communication tools. The most important thing is that this is outside the wall, and the polluted area may overlap the polluted area. You can easily trigger something accidentally, and escape from a polluted area and immediately fall into the tiger's mouth. No experience of survival outside the wall is just looking for death. The demon hunter stopped drinking water and put himself in the shoes of others. If he entered alone, the survival rate might be higher. It is really difficult to escape with others. They demon hunters also have human-machine joint devices on their heads, including Lu Xingqiu's temple, so she can directly follow Prometheus's deployment. But this time the cleaner didn't wear it at all. There weren't that many devices, and they didn't know what would go wrong. Prometheus had estimated the risks of this mission, and it wasn't high risk. They made this configuration after comprehensive consideration. What happened? What went wrong? Did the Prometheus algorithm go wrong? This was too weird. Lu Xingqiu urgently contacted the cleaning center and reported the situation, but the center's technical department hadn't come up with a plan yet. Lu Xingqiu hung up the call and asked Fan Minghua, "Can you take us there? They still have demon hunters on hand, and there are new equipment in the car, so things aren't that bad. If they find the exact contaminated area, they might be able to open it from the outside by force, and even if they can't get in, they can get some clues." Fan Minghua smiled bitterly. "You know our rules." The people who lost contact were not only the staff of the cleaning center, but also the 3 leading garrison troops. However, they had to get used to this process, and the mission was accompanied by high risks. Lu Xingqiu was anxious. Fan Minghua's heart was not made of iron, but he was smoothed by this kind of thing. He had objections when he first joined the company, but now he has no objections. Saving humans who strayed into the contaminated area, the probability of success is too low, and there is no meaning except for the death of a few more people. All the garrison troops have a complicated mentality. They don't know when they will lose their teammates, and they always feel that everyone is unlucky. Lu Xingqiu gritted her teeth. Of course, she knew these truths, but this made her watch her colleagues die directly. She had experienced it before, and she had to experience it again this time. Is there nothing she can do? Boom, Zhu Ning opened the backpack. They were equipped with an ignition device, which could be turned into a musket with a simple modification. Since it is a bug, it must have weaknesses. Most bugs are afraid of fire. Zhu Ning felt a little pity. If Pei Shu was at the scene, it would be good, which is equivalent to having a fire source around him. After she lit the fire, the pollutants that tried to get close to it suddenly retreated, and the skin on the surface was wrinkled. Really afraid of fire. Thinking that it was not only Zhu Ning who set the fire, this was a wilderness, and there was no insecticide device. Most people's first reaction was to set the fire, and Lin Yinchuan could think of it. But Lin Yinchuan's eyes widened. He originally thought that Zhu Ning was trying to use fire to drive away insects. Seeing that Zhu Ning was getting more and more outrageous, she directly set the big locust tree on fire. A tree is the best consumable. With the blessing of strong firepower, the flame swept up along the vines. The flame shot up to the sky, and the trees made crackling sounds when they burned, which was redder than the sunset. All the equipment they had was limited, and the less they used, the less they had. Moreover, the equipment of the cleaners themselves was not as good as that of the demon hunters. They had more self-defense equipment and fewer offensive weapons. If they just set fire to the tree, it would not take long at all, so it would be better to set the tree on fire. After the big locust tree was lit, the insects inside were twisting wildly, and the attacking pollutants instinctively curled up their bodies. The flames did have a dispersing effect, and the pollutants dared not get close, but with the high temperature burning, how long could Zhu Ning and the others, as living people, hold on here? They couldn't stay in place forever, right? Under the premise of not finding the mother insect, everything they did was to fight to the death until they had used up everything. The big locust tree behind them was burning, and the insects inside seemed to be stuck. I want your body. If Zhu Ning thought it was a birthday candle that couldn't be turned off before, Now it not only couldn't be turned off, but it was also broken. The pollutants retreated, some of them had already fled, and the insects were more sensitive to high temperatures. They saw the flames retreating all the way. Then they watched them from a distance, but did not dare to approach. The burning locust tree became the safest place nearby. Lin Yinchuan thought Zhu Ning would take a short break here to formulate a strategy. But Zhu Ning lit a torch, and then moved under Lin Yinchuan's gaze. Zhu Ning walked towards the family closest to the locust tree. This seemed to be Lao Zhang's house. Lao Zhang's face was originally pasted in front of the glass window, and a face was about to penetrate through the glass. He had no temperature, and there was no water mist on the glass window. Zhu Ning brought the torch close to the glass. Lao Zhang squinted his eyes, and his face was distorted as if he had seen a ghost. Zhu Ning saw the insects on his eyeball flash by, as if they were desperately drilling into his body, trying to find a safe nest. Most bugs like damp and cold weather. Old Zhang's face was distorted, and he howled at Zhu Ning with his teeth bared. He had to step back step by step, away from the window and the fire. Old Zhang had a human face, and when he showed a painful expression at this time, many people would instinctively hesitate for a while, because he looked too much like a human, and he was almost killing people. Lin Yinchuan frowned as he watched from the side. Zhu Ning's wrist sank, and the torch ignited the fence in front of Old Zhang, the wooden door at the door, and the lantern hanging under the eaves. After the combustion aid was sprayed, the fire was much more fierce than usual. In an instant, Old Zhang was deeply trapped in the sea of fire. The bugs in his eyes wanted to escape from Old Zhang's body. Old Zhang's face was distorted, like a real human being trapped in the fire. Old Zhang howled, that was a human scream. Zhu Ning ignored him, and walked directly to the next house with the torch. Su Ming frowned. Zhu Ning must have entered the contaminated area many times. It is difficult for a novice to overcome the killing level in the contaminated area. Zhu Ning did not react much. Su Ming asked, "Are you going to set fire to the village?" Zhu Ning's way of action was really reckless. She was like a demolition officer, and she burned the village as soon as she came. Zhu Ning burned as she walked. Yes, help? Xingxin had resisted before. She was about to commit suicide. She had already put on the rope, and she took her foot back after taking a step forward. She carried a gun and wanted to drag the bugs to die together. What did she do? Bugs are afraid of fire. The queen bug took a fancy to Xingxin and wanted her body. Xingxin would definitely take action to fight back. Zhu Ning guessed that she burned the village, and all the villagers had been infected. There was no need for this village to exist. Xingxin was determined to fight the bugs to the death, so she held a torch and set fire to the village from house to house. The big locust tree at the door, the old Zong family, the familiar neighbors, all lit up one by one. This village where she grew up was burning, as if they were trying to lure the weasel to pour water into the cave, to force the creatures hiding in the cave to come out and set fire. There was once an old lady who held a torch and set fire to the village. Now the torch was handed over to Zhu Ning. 70 years later, the person who rebelled became Zhu Ning. There was no way back to the first time here, and the last way was to burn the boats and fight to the death. There must be something in this village that Zhu Ning didn't know, and she planned to go through Xingxin's old path again. Zhu Ning, help me, Captain. Su Ming realized what Zhu Ning wanted to do. There was a way to violently flatten the contaminated area. They didn't consider it at the time, because they didn't have enough manpower and firepower. Without weapons, they couldn't do violent flattening at all. Zhu Ning was really skilled and bold. She wanted to burn this place. At least Su Ming, who was more cautious, would not take this path easily. As an old senior, Su Ming reminded, if your strategy fails, we will die here. Lin Yinchuan was stunned. Burning the village is to force out the queen worm. The village is set on fire, and the contaminated area is closed, which is equivalent to setting a fire in a sealed jar. If the queen worm does not come out, the three of them will most likely be buried in the sea of fire. The real burial in the sea of fire, the kind where there is no place to run. The fate of these struggling pollutants is their fate. Whether Zhu Ning's action is to save people or dig a grave for herself is just a matter of thought. And the insects here are like countless pairs of eyes. Zhu Ning's every move is under surveillance. If she wants to do something, the insects will definitely guess it. She lost her innate advantage, and no matter what she wanted to do, she would be controlled by others. Zhu Ning, so I need you to help me, I can't do it alone. Other cleaners in the first world, the pace of the polluted area is similar. Jin Tao's side will not be good, they can save their lives, let alone find the source of pollution. Zhu Ning has only one person who can be used. Su Ming was definitely a demon hunter before, or her quality is close to that of a demon hunter. Su Ming frowned. Zhu Ning's words were not just about letting her set fire to the village, but there was something more important to entrust to her. Let alone the trust between her and Zhu Ning, they didn't fight because of objective reasons. Lin Yinchuan is the mascot who keeps the balance between them. They may need to solve their own problems after leaving this polluted area. In this case, Zhu Ning actually wants to cooperate deeply with Su Ming, the kind of entrusting each other to each other. Isn't she afraid of being stabbed in the back? Su Ming felt that she spoke too early. Zhu Ning was really not afraid of death. Zhu Ning looked at Su Ming quietly, waiting for her choice. Believe in her, and we can survive if we fight together. Su Ming didn't say anything, but Lin Yinchuan beside him was already taking action. He immediately figured out the matter. It's not that he thought Zhu Ning's plan was so good, in fact, Zhu Ning didn't say how to do it. But he trusted Zhu Ning very much, just like the time with the fish man, the aquarium, and the big yellow flower. He trusted all of Zhu Ning's choices, with a little blindness. Even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, it didn't matter, and it didn't matter if Zhu Ning sent him to death. Lin Yinchuan began to help Zhu Ning set the fire. Su Ming frowned. Zhu Ning was forcing her to choose. The polluted area was an independent time and space, almost equivalent to another world. They must abandon all prejudices and cooperate to survive. The flames swept the entire deserted village, including the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. The houses here were originally connected to each other, and the fire burned to the strongest for a while. The flames that soared into the sky connected with the sunset on the horizon, and the sky seemed to be dyed red by the flames. There were roars coming from the village houses. It was a great torture for people to be burned alive, and the same was true for insects. At that moment, the deserted village was like falling into hell. Black smoke billowed, and visibility was less than 3 meters. They were wearing protective suits for cleaners, which had both diving and fireproof functions. High-temperature environment has been identified, and cooling is in progress. A voice came from the internal system of the helmet. The oxygen content in the air is too low, and the oxygen cylinder has been opened, which can support up to 30 minutes. Please escape as soon as possible. The voice of the internal system of the helmet was very cold, not even as warm as Prometheus, because it was just a machine, and it would only report cold data. From the data panel, the mechanical sound of the helmet directly sentenced Zhu Ning to a death countdown. Zhu Ning triggered the most dangerous path. If nothing unexpected happened, she would suffocate to death here when the oxygen ran out in 30 minutes. The flames released would eventually burn herself. Zhu Ning wanted to take a gamble. How much did the queen worm want her body? If you want to solve the problem, you have to find where the queen worm is. In such a big village, it can hide in any corner, in the tiny gaps between houses, under stones, or in someone's body. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack for Zhu Ning to find it through conventional means, and there are spies everywhere, who may have escaped during the approach. She didn't even know what the queen looked like. So she had to change her mindset, and let Zhu Ning be the bait. If it wanted to occupy Zhu Ning's body, just like a buyer wouldn't want a defective product, it would never let Zhu Ning abuse himself, and wouldn't let Zhu Ning lose a hair. Can it parasitize on a dead body? What about a charred body? What about ashes? If Zhu Ning was burned to ashes by the fire, what would it parasitize on? It would appear. The oxygen level inside the helmet was decreasing, and 5 minutes had passed. The protective suit turned off the temperature sensing system, and turned on the fire prevention mode inside, but it didn't mean she couldn't feel it. There were still 25 minutes left before she would burn to death, and not just herself, but also Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan. There were crackling sounds, and the house and trees were burning. The air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. If this contaminated area finally needed to be contained, it might not need to contain the rotten meat, and in the end there would only be a pile of burnt corpses. Zhu Ning and the other 3 stood there, doing nothing. If an outsider saw this, they would think this action was stupid, just like waiting to die. They were just waiting to die. Can the bug understand this action? Zhu Ning's visibility was getting lower and lower, and they were trapped in a thick fog. Su Ming beside him had completely held his breath, and Lin Yinchuan had not spoken out of trust in Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning could not feel their existence, as if she was the only one left in the world. The fact was almost the same. The thick fog completely enveloped her, and she could not see anything. 10 minutes. Now 10 minutes have passed. If Zhu Ning made a wrong bet, the price she paid was to kill Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan here together. Not only the 2 of them, but also the cleaners who trusted her in the first world, will be buried here together. The most terrifying thing is that they died, but Zhu Ning might not. She will survive. The bud will enter her body, and return to the wall as her. It will enter the cleaning center, and get in touch with the deeper human society. It will walk into the Honorable Queen's shop and talk to Song Jizhong. It will hug Lin Xiafeng. With its intelligence, no one may find its abnormality, just like no one found Zhu Ning's abnormality at that time. In a place unknown to people, this body will actually change two owners. Maybe it will complete what Zhu Ning did not complete. Will it find the truth of the original owner's death? Can it merge with the system? So Zhu Ning must kill it. She must win the bet. What did Xingxin do before she died? How did she resist, and how did she fail? Zhu Ning couldn't help thinking about this question. This old lady has been hunting all her life. What she needs to hunt in the end is not a beast, but a tiny bug. This worm is very cunning and very human-like. Xingxin didn't know where the worm was hiding. As a hunter, she would set a trap and wait for the worm to take the bait, just like Zhu Ning was doing now. 15 minutes. 15 minutes had passed, half of the time had passed, and she didn't have much time left. People would panic at this time, but Zhu Ning's spirit was very stable. She didn't panic, and was relatively calm. But something in her body was moving around. She could feel something stirring at the back of her neck. The black mucus in Zhu Ning's body was very uneasy. They stretched out their black tentacles, and densely grabbed her spine. It seemed that it was still judging whether its parasite was qualified. The mucus had been with Zhu Ning for several days. She had been trying to tame the parasite in her body before. She had just achieved some results, but now it seemed that she could not hold the reins. She could feel the black mucus agitated, and they were more impatient than Zhu Ning. Be quiet, Zhu Ning said to the thing in her body, hold the non-existent reins, now is not the time for it to appear. Xingxin was a hunter, and now Zhu Ning is also. She was like an old hunter. Hunters must be patient, hide under the cover, lurk quietly, lower their breath, blend with nature, and wait quietly for the prey to appear. The hunting process is very long, and you may not wait for the prey to appear for several hours, and finally return empty-handed. What the hunter has to do is to seize the opportunity at that moment. The moment the prey comes out of the hole is the moment to act. 18 minutes. There are only 12 minutes left before the oxygen runs out. Ding! Primary talent danger prediction is triggered. 30 seconds in advance danger warning has been sent. Please pay attention to safety. The familiar system sound rang out. This was the first time that Zhu Ning heard the system's warning of danger after she walked out of the ant nest. It actually made her feel at ease. Zhu Ning had many parasites on her body, and they were more afraid of her death than Zhu Ning. The danger prediction gave her a 30-second advantage, and she could win with these 30 seconds. Here it comes. A wrist-thick tentacle suddenly appeared in the thick fog. It was red, like the end of a worm. It broke through the thick fog and attacked Zhu Ning fiercely. Do it! Zhu Ning yelled. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming's long knife in her hand instantly moved. She was a very professional assassin. Under the cover of the thick fog, the knife fell very accurately, piercing the tentacle with a puff and nailing it to the ground. Should I use the pigment's guillotine? This was the first time that Zhu Ning and Su Ming had such cooperation. At the same time, she used her own pollution props. A guillotine suddenly appeared, with a 100% hit rate, and directly cut the tentacle in half. The visibility was very low, and Zhu Ning couldn't see clearly. She only heard a puff, and the pus in the insect's body splashed everywhere. The insect under Su Ming's knife tip was soft, and the internal liquid flowed out, and then turned into tiny insects. Su Ming took a deep breath, and the tip of the knife was stuck on the ground. He was a little unsure of what he had killed. This is the queen insect? So simple. For a while, there was only silence, no one spoke, and there was only the sound of the fire burning around, and there was no crying of pollutants. But in the later stage of the fire, the sound of the building unable to bear the weight was like another kind of crying. Crack! There was a sound in the distance. Zhu Ning couldn't see it, but she guessed that it was the sound of the big locust tree splitting in half. She had seen fires on trees before. Big trees can burn for a long time, and the inside of the trunk will burn out hollows, with countless fine sparks flashing, looking like the Milky Way. The big locust tree split open, and the broken branches hit the ground with a muffled sound. 20 minutes. The system prompts that there are only 10 minutes left. This is their remaining oxygen content. If they don't kill the pollution source in 10 minutes, they will die here. So far, no pollution spores have been precipitated. I want your body. She heard a sigh from the direction of the big locust tree. It didn't die. Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat. I want your body. It was like a curse. The other party could only say this sentence. The big locust tree was burned by fire like some kind of crystal stone. Bright sparks filled the inside of its stump. Something in the burned tree heart was madly squirming. The fierce fire could not burn through their shells, but seemed to forge them more solid, with countless insects squirming. I want your body. Zhu Ning was surrounded by thick fog. The smoke was too thick and began to become abnormal, thicker than the smoke produced by a normal fire, and visibility was getting lower and lower. She fell into a fog. Su Ming was originally beside her, but this time Zhu Ning couldn't even see the shadows of Su Ming and Ling Yinchuan. Mission failed? Not yet, there is one last chance. Zhu Ning remembered that Su Ming was on her right side, and should be within 2 meters of her. Zhu Ning hadn't moved yet, and her body suddenly stiffened. There was something behind her. It was not Su Ming and Ling Yinchuan, but another thing. The other party was wet, sticky, and soft, and it made a hissing low-frequency sound when it squirmed. Because of the fire, it produced a strange high temperature when it breathed. It was behind her, and Zhu Ning could feel the heat wave generated by its breathing. The heat wave sprayed on the back of her neck. A group of tentacles opened in the thick smoke, like a huge monster opening its mouth behind her, with countless tiny teeth in its mouth. A worm that grows big enough is a creature that is difficult for humans to understand. Zhu Ning looked so small under its mouth, just like a real ant. If she wanted to lure the snake out of the hole, it seemed to have done it. This monster was much bigger than she imagined. She came into contact with an unknown creature. She held her breath, and the monster's teeth seemed to tremble. They shook their tiny tentacles because of the delicious food, then swallowed it in one gulp. Bang! Lin Yinchuan's ears moved, and she heard a strange sound on the left. Su Ming also heard it. She could catch the unusual sound, but she could only judge that it was on the left, and she couldn't judge what happened at all. Zhu Ning hadn't contacted her for a long time. She thought Zhu Ning would change his mind and make new plans, but she didn't wait for a long time. She actually wanted to do this. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, the temperature was getting higher and higher. Su Ming slowly moved to the right. Suddenly, she bumped into something. Su Ming had already clenched the knife in her hand, and then she felt the person behind her trembling. Ling Yinchuan? Ling Yinchuan's voice was shaking all the time, as if he didn't dare to disturb the unknown creatures in the thick smoke. He lowered his voice very low. Where is Zhu Ning? Su Ming turned around, and couldn't see Zhu Ning's trace at all. The direction was unclear in the thick fog, but they clearly felt that they had lost a companion. Countdown to 9 minutes. The inside of the helmet showed the remaining oxygen coldly, which was the countdown to their death. Chapter 112. Cleaning Center, Abnormal Event Team. This office is piled with documents. You will trip over the messy cartons as soon as you enter the door. Many people say that the Abnormal Event Team is a doghouse. Huowinsi was sitting on a messy sofa. The coffee table was covered with Zhu Ning's relevant information. Zhuang Lin was helping to sort it out. Fang Ying suddenly pushed open the door of the office. Team leader Hua. Huowinsi raised his eyebrows. Assistant Fang? Fang Ying doesn't often appear here. She usually comes for urgent tasks. Sure enough, Fang Ying said. Emergency tasks. Huowinsi pressed down the documents under his hand and covered them with his backhand. Fang Ying. Zhu Ning lost contact on an A-level mission. Fang Ying didn't feel anything unusual when she assigned the task to Zhu Ning today. At that time, Prometheus's assessment of the degree of danger of the task was average. At that time, Fang Ying thought that Zhu Ning was just going to walk around the wall. Then he soon received the news reported by Lu Xingqiao. The cleaning center received the report and was trying to deal with it. There are 27 people on this trip, which is not a small number. All these cleaners are talents from the cleaning center. Huowinsi frowned. Zhu Ning and Su Ming lost contact together? She just started their investigation mission. She looked at Zhuang Lin and asked, who is the highest person in charge of the mission? Fang Ying. It's a very ordinary mission. There is no ministerial level intervention. The person in charge is Haibo from the mission center. This is the regular configuration of regular missions. The last mechanical oceanarium was a rare case. Xianqing didn't have so much free time to watch it every day. Huowinsi, the whole team lost contact? Fang Ying put down the file in her hand. Yes, including the garrison troops, all lost contact. The rule outside the first-level protective wall is that once something happens, you can't participate in the rescue. You have to rely on self-rescue. Similar situations have occurred before. The environment outside the wall is too complicated, even artificial intelligence cannot calculate it. Once you enter the wall, it is equivalent to triggering a random field, and it is not surprising to encounter anything. Prometheus pulled out a table of the previous employee mortality rate, and Fang Ying felt that she had to find Huowinsi once. Huowinsi put away the documents on the desktop, and Fang Ying spread out the documents. Prometheus did a simple screening, and I may need your help here. This is the information of all employees. Fong Ying has detailed information on the entire team. Prometheus even called up their social accounts for cross-comparison, and there are surveillance videos of entering and leaving public places. Prometheus can't find any suspicious points. These people are all innocent. It seems that Zhu Ning is unlucky and accidentally stepped on the mortality rate. So Hua Wensi, a professional, needs to intervene. Hua Wensi instinctively felt that something was wrong with this matter. She lit a cigarette and looked carefully at the information in front of her. The information prepared by Prometheus was too detailed. At first glance, the information was very complicated. Each person's personal information started at 30 pages. Hua Wensi held a cigarette between her legs and read the documents very quickly. She scanned through the documents page by page, her eyes like a scanner. The more anxious she was, the less she could panic. Fong Ying could only wait by her side, while Hua Wensi was reading the documents. For a while, there was only the sound of pages turning in the office. Suddenly, Hua Wensi stopped moving. She had put down the page and went back. She put the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and took out one of the documents. Fong Ying looked at it carefully. The document showed that the man was called Jiang Ping. A third-class citizen, 20 years old this year, a clone, without parents, he was raised by a mechanical mother. He has been stationed outside the wall for many years. He joined the garrison at the age of 15 and has his own house in the east of the city. Because of the federal subsidy, his consumption is not high. Prometheus found that his only hobby is playing games. Ordinary, no problem from any angle. Fong Ying, is he abnormal? Hua Wensi, it should be. Hua Wensi was a little uncertain. The abnormal detection was very weak this time, but her instinct told her that this person was problematic. Fong Ying couldn't see anything unusual at all. Hua Wensi said, Zhuang Lin, 7th floor, Building 3, Bailing Community. Hua Wensi reported a string of addresses. Prometheus is a carpet screening, and the abnormal team is precise excavation. Zhuang Lin nodded to Fong Ying, and then the whole person suddenly shook. Fong Ying only saw a shadow flashing in front of her eyes, and Zhuang Lin had disappeared. Zhuang Lin is Hua Wensi's assistant. Hua Wensi is responsible for abnormal detection, and Zhuang Lin is responsible for collecting evidence. Just now it should be one of his superpowers. Hua Wensi lit another cigarette. Wait. The investigation mission requires waiting. Fong Ying knew it long ago, but Hua Wensi didn't let her go, as if she was just letting her stroll here. Hua Wensi tapped her hand on the table. She kept staring at a photo, that is, a photo of a very shy boy. They stipulated that the information must be updated in time, and a new photo must be taken after each mission, so Hua Wensi saw the latest one. Jiang Ping's eyes in the photo were strange, a little peaceful, and more importantly, seemed to have a hint of kindness. It was like another creature was looking at me through the photo. You are not the same kind of people. What a strange expression. About 15 minutes later, Zhuang Lin passed the message. Nothing special, just an ordinary home. Zhuang Lin has entered Jiang Ping's home. The house is clean and tidy. Because of professional habits, the layout is very obsessive. The only entertainment is a game console. The survival game under Chuangshi technology has been very popular recently. Because of the high simulation, many people play it. If Jiang Ping relaxes and plays games during his vacation, it is not a big deal. Zhuang Lin walked carefully in Jiang Ping's house. Team leader, did you find the wrong one? Hua Wensi, no. Zhuang Lin could only look again, flipping through every book in Jiang Ping's house. It is easy to hide something in the book. There are not many books in Jiang Ping's house, and they were quickly flipped through. Zhuang Lin looked through them one by one as usual, and suddenly a note fell to the ground. Zhuang Lin frowned and picked up the note. There was only a simple sentence on it. I want to die. Zhu Ning was swallowed by something. The huge bite force crushed her body, and she felt a little short of breath. Surrounded by mucus, she entered the mouth of a monster. This worm was not afraid of fire, or in other words, the form that Zhu Ning saw was that it had been burned by fire. Its evolution method was more terrifying than Zhu Ning thought, and it did not have the traditional weaknesses of worms. Zhu Ning tried to use liquid control, but she was not sure of the effect. She could crush Gao Zijian's heart, but could she escape by crushing this worm? None of the system props and talents she currently had were suitable for this scenario. With a click, Zhu Ning's body sank, and the worm spit her out. The helmet was covered with mucus, and Zhu Ning took a while to see where she was. It was still the familiar big locust tree, which was burned and broken in the middle, with sparks coming out from it. There was no sunset this time. The sunset hanging in the sky finally dissipated. It was just nightfall. The sky was dark, but there was a hint of deep blue light. She looked back and saw that the deserted village had turned into a scorched earth. The houses on both sides were traces of burning. There were scattered sparks on the dark ruins. The sparks seemed to be alive. They were like a kind of polluted spores, flickering with the wind. There was a kind of beauty after the ruins here. All traces of human beings were covered up. The third world. Or this was the real world, the real deserted village. What they saw before was an illusion. Zhu Ning could hear the breathing behind him. A huge monster was in front of him. It was a burned insect. Because it had been injured, its blurred flesh and blood had been refused, making it look not like an insect, but a monster with tentacles on its body. Its skin surface was carbonized, and when it breathed, there would be fire inside. Xingxin didn't burn it to death with fire, but gave it a layer of armor. Zhu Ning's neck was wrapped with a deep red tentacle, and her back was against the dark locust tree. The tree had a very strong vitality. Even if it was burned like this, it was still so strong. 9 minutes countdown. There are no available system props, guns are useless, there are no reliable teammates, and no one will come to rescue. The opponent is a creature that is countless times larger than you, far beyond your understanding, and different from the pollutants you have encountered before. This is bred by nature. All feasible plans have failed, a place of true despair. The bug looked down at her from a high place, and Zhu Ning watched her melt into another face in front of her. Shy face, soft hair, drooping against forehead, shy eyes, always lowering head when looking at people. Jiang Ping's face. Then came the second one, old man Wu's face appeared below, old Zhang's face, Afin's face, old Du's face, including Xingxin's face. Cui Kai Xiaoyulei, and people Zhu Ning didn't know at all. Hundreds of human faces overlapped each other, some parts were too crowded, causing the edges of their faces to overlap and merge. Their heads were embedded in this disgusting insect like Christmas tree decorations, with human expressions and human smiles. Zhu Ning wanted to vomit after seeing it. Zhu Ning. It was calling her in Jiang Ping's voice. As it said, it liked Jiang Ping very much, so it kept speaking in Jiang Ping's voice. You look like Xingxin. Xingxin jumped down from the big locust tree, set fire to the village, and lured out his prey like a hunter. But she had come to this point, and could only stop there. An ordinary human being could reach the limit. Xingxin saw the real bugs fall into extreme panic. When humans encounter creatures that they are completely powerless to resist, their expressions are very interesting. Humans know less than 1/10 of it, and in its eyes it is just an ant. Even if it is so-called mutual destruction, such a heroic burning is just an ant's struggling jump in the eyes of the other party, which can be almost ignored. Xingxin was desperate before his death. Humans will make a common choice when they reach this point. They will fight to the death, just like you try hard to run, but find that the road ahead is not a way to live, but a dead end. In its eyes, Zhu Ning has reached a desperate situation. In the first world, Jin Tao had lost 3 team members. The villagers tore open the clothes of the cleaners, and some bugs devoured their brains. More and more cleaners became mentally ill, some began to shoot randomly, and some killed each other. Their choices were exactly as it expected, because it had seen it too many times over the years, and it was not even surprised. In the second world, after Zhu Ning left, Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming were trapped in the fire. They stood back to back, staring at the countdown inside their helmets. That was the countdown to their death. Zhu Ning, who proposed this plan, had disappeared. It was getting hotter and hotter around. The protective suits would soon not hold up, and the oxygen content was getting lower and lower. And it seemed that an unknown monster was gradually approaching in the thick fog. They entrusted their trust to Zhu Ning, and the countdown was only 7 minutes. Zhu Ning could not find a way to break the deadlock in 7 minutes, and Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan would die here. In the third world, Zhu Ning faced a huge bug, and all the faces on it were smiling at her, as if inviting Zhu Ning to join their camp. It untied the tentacles wrapped around Zhu Ning's neck. It was a crimson, wriggling worm, but when it got close to Zhu Ning, it turned into a human hand. The human hand was grafted onto the worm's body. It touched Zhu Ning's helmet, and then showed the disgusting affectionate face again. It sat down, as if sitting in front of its friend, and actually chatted with Zhu Ning. It regarded Zhu Ning as a rare friend. In fact, for so many years, Zhu Ning was the only one who knew its true face, and would talk to it. It really wanted to be friends with Zhu Ning. But now it doesn't have to be friends with Zhu Ning. They have a more intimate way of connection. It can live in Zhu Ning's body and merge with her. It can see Zhu Ning's memory and understand her past. Just like Afin and Lao do, using insects to achieve true coexistence. It can do it with Zhu Ning. Do you know? It smiled and said, Jiang Ping volunteered to be parasitized by me. He said he couldn't live anymore. Zhu Ning was stunned. Jiang Ping couldn't live anymore? It seemed to be trapped in memories. I have been to his house. He bought a very small house, about 40 square meters. Every time he went back for vacation, he would only shrink in such a narrow space to play games. He spent days and nights in that house. When it recalled Jiang Ping, it was even grateful. Jiang Ping gave it a deeper experience. It turned out that being a human was like this. It can use human equipment to play games. It even came into contact with the project of uploading consciousness. Humans can already upload their consciousness to the cloud, so can they upload a worm? The human spirit can achieve immortality in the computer, so what about a worm? Every time he went out, he looked up at the traffic floating in the sky, and countless people passed by him. The rich can already upload their consciousness to the cloud and enter the real paradise, while the poor hide in the corner and drink black dreams. He wondered, what is the meaning of working outside the wall? Inside and outside the wall are two different worlds. People die outside the wall every day, and people inside the wall actually live a life that Jiang Ping cannot understand. He is like a screw, apart, and he is like a roadside railing inside the wall. There is no difference. Humanize people, and humanize objects. The mechanical puppies raised by rich people are more valuable than Jiang Ping. What is the meaning of the outside of the wall? Do they build high walls just to protect such a world? Humans have even given up on taking back the land. Their exploration of the future is to abandon their bodies and survive as a pure consciousness. Is Jiang Ping a hero? The last line of defense for humans is the wall. Jiang Ping is the guardian of the wall, and he is destined to die for it. He can die for humans, but he can't figure out what he is protecting. Jiang Ping can't integrate into the crowd. When he is on vacation, he will only fall into the virtual world. He will get short-term happiness after abandoning reality. But after returning to reality, there will be double pain. He wrote that sentence on the note, I want to die. I want to die. I want the world to be destroyed. Later he entered the polluted area. At first, he wanted to escape, but later he didn't. He cursed the world to be polluted. That's when he met me. I said I could live for him. I could help him finish his work. Humans feel lonely, but a bug doesn't. He voluntarily gave me his body. Jiang Ping handed over his body, along with his social identity, to a bug at the last moment. Jiang Ping imagined his own death. The worst outcome he thought of was that he died alone in a narrow house without anyone noticing. Jiang Ping was very glad that he died outside the wall, in a deserted village, with fresh air. He could touch the soft grass with his hand, and smell the breath of nature. He died peacefully. Now the bug spoke to Zhu Ning with Jiang Ping's face, as if Jiang Ping was not dead, but still alive in another form. It tilted its head and asked, do you feel tired? Tired? Does Zhu Ning feel tired? Trapped in a polluted area on a mission, surrounded by cleaners, they were abandoned by the cleaning center, and abandoned by humans. No one will come to rescue them. Unlike the mechanical aquarium, without Prometheus, they can't even write their last words. They will be forgotten here forever. Zhu Ning is parasitized, and the bodies of other cleaners will probably be hung on the big locust tree. What Jiang Ping experienced before his death is now Zhu Ning's turn. This bug actually gave her a chance. It is not as high and mighty as humans, and it does not have the arrogance of humans. It is equal when talking to people. Even now, there is a trace of pity in its expression. Its evolution speed is too fast, and it has jumped beyond the scope of ordinary people. Because it has no human ties, it does not look like a human. More like a god. Zhu Ning had a very strange feeling at that moment. This worm was the closest creature to God in the Wasteland world. It had no desires, and was free from human society. It only experienced things in society, like a spokesperson for nature. For nature, are humans the source of pollution? Is it the general trend for these worms to invade humans and replace human survival? Is this what Xingxin and Jiang Ping were close to before they died? They were on the verge of life and death, and this worm comforted their hearts very well, so Jiang Ping was willing to give his body to it. You always feel that such a person will live a wonderful life. It will not live a messy life like you, always messing things up. It will easily complete your annoying social life and your boring work. It may be more worthy of living than you. It reached out to Zhu Ning, and because it had Jiang Ping's face, this action did not look disgusting, but rather revealed a kind of shyness, as if it was embarrassed to do this. It put its hand on Zhu Ning's neck, stroking Zhu Ning's collarbone, then went around to the back of the neck and touched the edge of the buckle. With a click, it untied Zhu Ning's helmet, and Zhu Ning felt the air rushing in, not the air filtered by the helmet, but fresh natural air. It was so strange that this village had been burned to ruins, but the air was clean, and she didn't even smell the stench. She squinted instinctively because of the breeze. This was the first time she breathed outside the wall without a helmet. This was a polluted area. The insect leaned down, its face close to Juning's face, like the closest person in the world. The insect in front of him was constantly condensing and growing. Jiang Ping's facial features gradually melted, and another person emerged from the wriggling flesh. Now it has become exactly the same as Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning has never looked directly at another self from this perspective. The messy hair on the forehead, it restored every detail, including Zhu Ning's eyes. Its forehead was pressed against Zhu Ning's forehead, and Zhu Ning was caught off guard and bumped into a pair of eyes, very pure, black and white, as if there was no impurity. I want your body. It said this again, this time in Zhu Ning's voice. I can live for you. No matter what troubles you have, I can live for you. You don't have to face troubles. Lin Yinchuan, Su Ming, and Jin Tao's cleaners, their life and death have nothing to do with you. Give me your body. When it spoke, hundreds of faces on its body moved together, showing a very kind expression, as if it was coming to liberate itself. Zhu Ning's face pressed against Zhu Ning's face. She could smell the blood on the insect, which clearly told her that the other party was a monster. Human instinct must be to resist, but at that time Zhu Ning didn't know whether she was immersed in fantasy or had completely given up. She didn't move, letting it approach. Their foreheads pressed against each other. A strange force surged from the center of her eyebrows, and she felt as if something had torn her body apart. Zhu Ning was like a packaging bag. Someone tore a small hole in it, and a soft, sticky and cold thing was squeezing inward along her forehead. Something that you will never experience in 8 lifetimes has happened. You actually have to accept the parasitism of a worm under the premise of being conscious. The countdown is 3 minutes, and the countdown is displayed inside the helmet that fell to the side, and it shows that it is almost too late. Zhu Ning should theoretically give up struggling, just like Xingxin finally gave up. You should have self-knowledge when facing something desperate enough. It parasitizes in many people's bodies. The first step is to enter the other person's brain. You will read the memory of the parasite the moment you touch the other person. It has seen the memories of many people. In fact, it is through reading memories that it continues to evolve. Massive amounts of information poured into its brain, and it saw countless superimposed images in an instant. Zhu Ning's memory is the most complex and difficult to understand it has ever read. It walks in Zhu Ning's mind and reads memories that even Zhu Ning may have forgotten. The screen rotated, and Zhu Ning woke up in the garbage room. She was covered in blood. She crawled to the vending machine to buy a powerful healing agent. It was an acid rainy day, and her body was extremely cold, but she didn't give up living even so. She entered the cleaning center to accept the task, and the fishman said that you are the same as me. She entered the aquarium, and brought Lin Xiaofeng out in full view of everyone. She entered the ant nest, and found her secret. It was also the first time she encountered an alien species. Pollutants, alien species. It finally realized that something was wrong. It felt something pulling it, like a magnet attracting it, so that it couldn't escape at all. Living things have instincts, and they will be more sensitive when they encounter natural enemies. It wanted to escape, and its first reaction was to stay away from Zhu Ning. It sensed something more terrible than itself. Zhu Ning already had a parasite on his body. It could hear the other party's roar, and it was hungry. It wanted to run, but it found that it couldn't do it. It has already semi-fused with Zhu Ning, and it dreams of parasitizing in Zhu Ning's body, and staying with Zhu Ning forever. This idea is about to come true. But unexpectedly, Zhu Ning himself is the cage. All the battle plans are fake. Zhu Ning is acting for it. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan are cooperating with her. If she wants to lure the snake out of the hole, she must pay a sufficient price. Her price is to use herself as bait. She plays the hunter, the bait, and the trap. Everything is her. Now is the time to close the net. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan stand back to back in the second world. Their helmets show that there are only 3 minutes left in the countdown. There are unknown monsters in the thick fog, and they are eager to swallow them up. Su Ming asked, "Do you really believe her? They will die in 2 minutes." But Lin Yinchuan really believed her. The oxygen content inside his helmet was decreasing, and his breathing became oppressive. Lin Yinchuan, I believe her. I believe her blindly. Because I have no choice but to believe in her. Su Ming was stunned. Facing the unknown thick fog, the word escape flashed high frequency in the protective suit. She actually laughed when she heard this. Zhu Ning wanted Su Ming to believe her and give her her life. Su Ming's hand holding the handle of the knife slowly loosened. She was trying to believe her teammates. Insects are insects. It has been a human for so many years, and doesn't understand humans at all. It doesn't understand Lin Yinchuan's blind belief, and why Su Ming really believed it. It doesn't understand why they really entrust their lives to others, even if they don't panic in the last 2 minutes of their lives. It doesn't understand why Jin Tao and others are still resisting, just like it doesn't understand why Xingxin wanted to commit suicide and then escaped. Has it ever trusted someone wholeheartedly? Has it ever been trusted wholeheartedly by someone? It has read the memory, knows everything but cannot get out of it. Zhu Ning wants to find the real world, and the world on the third level is the final world. Zhu Ning didn't understand before, but now she understands. The parasite has conditions, and the parasite must have a hole for it to enter. The desperate Sheng Xian, the death-seeking Jiang Ping, and the terrified old man who must be parasitized without any resistance. Zhu Ning has only one goal, to find the real mother worm. No matter what it disguises itself as, it must be the mother worm that wants to live on her. She caught it. It seemed to be trapped in a cage, trying desperately to escape, but the trap had already bitten its ankle tightly. Zhu Ning stretched out one hand, and pressed the back of its neck with the other hand. It was not the touch of human skin, but that of an insect, and it felt soft. Zhu Ning pressed it towards himself, leaving it with no way to escape. Black mucus flowed out of its body, wrapped around Zhu Ning's palm, exerting unimaginable force. Zhu Ning locked it tightly. It still had a face exactly like his own, but with a panicked expression. The faces of the other people on it showed the same expression, which was more distorted than when Zhu Ning set fire to the village. Fear, the worm actually began to fear, it was trembling. Zhu Ning wanted to devour it. The two faces were so similar, but so different, exactly the same, but completely different. Zhu Ning opened her eyes, black mucus climbed up her cheeks, and the alien species flowed on her body, like a prelude to waiting for food. She looked over calmly. Don't you want my body? 1 minute countdown. Chapter 113. Don't you want my body? Zhu Ning said. At that moment, it was a little dazed, as if the person standing in front of it was not Zhu Ning but Sheng Xian, who was the first human who tried to kill it. The fire was burning, reflecting the old lady's face, and Sheng Xian's face was full of wrinkles. Some people are afraid of aging, and many people think that aging itself is terrible. Sheng Xian has lived a lifetime. She has experienced many events that later generations call history, witnessed the radiation, and witnessed humans building a high wall. Sheng Xian walked here, she looked at the behemoth in front of her, and it finally revealed its true face. Sheng Xian's face was blood red against the fire, and the heat wave rolled in. She stared blankly, the torch fell to the ground, and her face was full of tears. She has tried her best and done everything she can. She fought to the death, and found that she could not resist. She was desperate, not desperate for her own impending death, but desperate for the insignificance of human beings in the face of pollutants. At the moment of death, people's mentality is very complicated, which is difficult for the insect to understand. It calls this feeling despair. It stuck to Xingxin's forehead, browsed her lifelong memories, and watched her smoke dry tobacco and hunt. I have seen her climb snow-capped mountains, and plant her own flag on the peaks. At that moment, it was very confused about Xingxin's choice, and did not understand her motive for killing herself. Hunters hunt all year round. They live in danger, and have their own estimates of prey. When they encounter large prey that cannot be hunted, they will weigh it again and again. Giving up in time is also a basic requirement for hunters. So it also cannot understand Xingxin's words. Before Xingxin's personal consciousness disappeared, the last words she left were, Xingxin, my name is Xingxin. She said her name? Human beings have only one name to prove who they are. It has always felt that this sentence was a last word, like a meaningless howl of a prey before dying. It didn't understand at all that it was a flag left by Xingxin. Just as rock climbing leaves a flag, humans climb mountains to leave their own marks and prove that it is the pinnacle of human conquest. Xingxin's counterattack has the same effect. 70 years ago, Xingxin marked the extreme distance that humans had traveled to fight against pollutants. The human spirit continues to be passed on. What she can't do today, someone will be able to do it one day. The process of fighting pollutants is a long relay race, relaying step by step. The baton is passed from one person to another, and there will always be someone who can kill it. Can a worm understand it? It seems to understand. Zhu Ning and Xingxin's figures overlap. Xingxin tried everything to get to her, and she just didn't finish the last step. Now Zhu Ning took over the invisible torch and took the last step. Bugs are evolving, and so are humans. 70 years later, the evolved humans return to the battlefield again, and they want to take back the land they lost. This is not a contest between Xingxin and bugs, nor between Zhu Ning and it, but between humans and pollution. It just realized how ridiculous it was. It went from being a bug crawling on the ground to having wisdom and understanding human emotions. It was always like a bystander. It used the identity of humans to survive, but never participated. But there was only one of it. It had endless sub-bugs, but no companions it could trust. It thought it was the closest to the gods portrayed by humans, who only played tricks on the world and never felt fear, but now it felt it. It took 70 years for insects to complete human evolution, and only 1 second to degenerate. The moment it touched Zhu Ning's brain, it touched something it could not touch, like a pair of eyes opened in the abyss. She looked down at herself. It thought Zhu Ning was a red and tempting apple, obediently allowing itself to parasitize, but she was a yellow bird. It was like a real insect in front of her, unable to resist or struggle, and should not even have such a thought. As long as she looked over, it was like a dense needle piercing it, and the hair on the back of its neck stood up, and it had to tremble all over. Zhu Ning deprived it of its human body, deprived it of extra emotions, deprived it of everything, and in the end only pure fear was left. Then she stretched out a finger, such a simple action, like a mountain covering its head. Fear, it couldn't help but feel fear, very strange, even made it feel a little weird. It turned out that it would be afraid. The aliens feed on fear, and they shout before eating. Rustle, rustle, it can hear its own fear, and subconsciously wants to hold its breath. The black mucus flows, and they climb up densely, making rustling sound wherever they go, forming a closed space here. By the time it reacts, it has been surrounded by black mucus, which squeezes in from all directions and keeps tightening. It can feel endless pressure. There is mucus on all sides, no way to escape, and fear is dense, stacking up like a tide. I'm hungry, Zhu Ning said expressionlessly. This was like a verdict before death. With a puff, it was crushed, squeezed, and swallowed. It was dying. It opened its mouth wide, and wanted to shout something like Xingxin before death, but it couldn't do it. The moment it opened its mouth, it found that it had nothing to say. That was a feeling that only humans had. It had nothing, not even a name. Countdown 59 seconds. In the last minute, the numbers inside the helmet decreased rapidly. Humans could not stop the flow of time. In the second world, Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming's oxygen supply was in a critical state, and they could no longer hold on. Lin Yinchuan tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't calm down no matter how hard he tried. Both his physiology and psychology were telling him that he was on the verge of death. His heart was beating wildly, more fiercely than usual, and he was about to die. Human shadows appeared in the thick fog. They were the charred bodies of villagers. They maintained a human form, and were gradually approaching Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan. Lin Yinchuan was in a daze, his spirit was in danger, and with only 30 seconds left in the countdown, he was even unwilling to resist. He did not react at all when he saw the approaching charred corpse. Even though it was close at hand, Lin Yinchuan did not move. Suddenly, a blade flashed in front of his eyes, and a long knife broke through the air, drawing a straight line in the air, chopping the charred corpse in front of him into 2 pieces. Su Ming grabbed Lin Yinchuan's neck and gritted his teeth. What are you doing? Lin Yinchuan's helmet was full of sweat, and there was a fire all around him. He couldn't breathe, and Su Ming should be the same. The captain was still resisting. Su Ming yelled, pick up the gun for me, go back and open the fish restaurant. Lin Yinchuan blinked his eyes, and he felt like he was crying. He had never seen a gentle captain scolding. He was not only not uncomfortable after being scolded, but he was quite happy. At this time, Su Ming seemed to tear off his disguise, and reveal a little bit of his true nature. Pick up the gun and leave here. Don't you have to trust Zhu Ning? Then trust him to the end. As long as you are not dead, you can resist. As long as you are still alive, you can fight, even if there are only 20 seconds left in the countdown. You must ensure that you are still alive within the time promised by Zhu Ning. The first world. The main road of the deserted village was in chaos. Some people rolled on the ground, countless insects drilled into the protective suits, and the cleaners struggled and twisted on the ground. The cleaners were besieged by the villagers, and the ground was scattered with wriggling insects. 3 team members had been possessed by insects. The deserted village was like falling into hell for a while, and the team members kept wailing. Boom, someone turned on the flamethrower, and the flame swept in instantly. Use fire. The chaotic cleaner shouted, use fire. Kill them! The cleaners have always been looked down upon by the demon hunters, who think their jobs are safe, and these people are bloodless. The cleaners are also looked down upon by the garrison troops, who think that people inside the wall are well-dressed and well-fed, and do not understand the dangers outside the wall. All along, when the cleaners encounter danger, they stay where they are and wait for rescue. This is the rule written in the employee manual, and they can only sit in the position where they are rescued. They huddled on the main road of the deserted village, and could not participate in the search for the source of pollution. The most difficult task left for them was to keep their sanity, and not kill each other. The villagers who rushed over aroused their bloodiness. They had received training, participated in assessments, and fought against demon hunters on the same stage, although most of them ended in failure. But they were the most suitable cleaners selected to participate in the work outside the wall. Don't say whether you believe Zhuning or not. At that moment, they didn't have this consciousness. They had to survive. People on the edge of danger were full of this in their minds. The flames were like dragons, spewing out in an instant. The burning pollutants were rolling, the flames jumped from the deserted village, and the fire burned in the village of deserted houses. The cleaners fought hard, not knowing where the end was. If they were still alive, they would resist. Since they were destined to die in the polluted area, they couldn't do nothing before they died. All the pressure couldn't be put on a little girl. They had to resist, and they had to resist while they were still alive. The fire was burning fiercely, and the flames burned the whole village, making crackling roars. The smoke was billowing, and soon they couldn't even see clearly. The protective suit oxygen device automatically supplied, and the internal prompts them to escape as soon as possible. At the end of the road, they could no longer hold on here. Suddenly, one person stopped. He saw a blood-red object in the smoke. It was very weak at first, like a firefly, emitting a blood-red glow. Is this contaminated spores? At first, he saw one, and then thousands of contaminated spores began to fly. The spores seemed to have life, and swept over in an instant. Lin Yinchuan and Su Meng had reached their limit. Su Meng's long knife cut through the body of the contaminated person, but this time it did not touch the solid bones. Her knife was like cutting tofu. The contaminated person was extremely soft, like a ball of rotten meat. Only the last 6 seconds were left. Su Meng lowered his head. There was a pool of rotten meat on the ground, and contaminated spores were precipitated from the rotten meat. Contaminated spores, rotten meat. Su Meng realized what happened in an instant. The contaminated area was flattened. Did Zhu Ning really kill the source of pollution? Su Meng had never trusted someone so blindly, but Zhu Ning actually did it. She lived up to this trust. The surrounding environment changed in an instant. The three worlds collapsed and overlapped, constantly merging. The attacking pollutants collapsed instantly, and turned into pieces of rotten meat. Clean, purified? Someone said. We won. Lin Yinchuan's ears moved. It seemed that there was something between him and Jin Tao before. He could hear the voices from the other side. The voices sounded like someone covered their mouths and shouted. Now that layer of separation seemed to be taken away, and clear sounds poured into his ear canals. He really heard the noises from Jin Tao and his team. We won. Someone said. They were not far away from him, only a few hundred meters. The thick fog was dissipating. They stood together on the same village road. Lin Yinchuan could see the large group of cleaners in the distance. The fog dissipated, and the true face of this place was revealed. There had been a big fire in the deserted village, and the village houses were burned down to skeletons. The wind seemed to be shaky, and they were basically standing on a ruin. There were large pieces of rotten meat scattered in the village, and contaminated spores were flying for a while. This was a purified contaminated area, standard, and they had seen it countless times. The sunset above was fading, and the motionless clouds seemed to have been pressed on the play button, and the clouds in the sky were floating again. For a while, it was like the stars moving, and the sky changed from sunset to night, as if an invisible hand reached out and turned the clock. The clock moved. Someone said. The last time they'd lost time was 5:59, and now the clock shows 7:46. Are we really out? Someone asked uncertainly. Their nerves were so tense that they couldn't relax. They didn't even know how to react. The first feeling after surviving the disaster was not joy, but confusion. There was also the afterglow of fear. Everyone's heart beat very fast. They looked around blankly. They couldn't scream, nor did they want to cry. They were all stunned. There were contaminated spores all around, and rotten meat was scattered all over the ground. They stood in the deserted village like real villagers of this village. Su Meng asked, "Where is Zhu Ning?" She was the first to react. The contaminated area was purified. "Where is Zhu Ning?" Lin Yinchuan woke up as if from a dream. Yes, where is Zhu Ning? Jin Tao quickly counted the number of people, not here with us. Su Meng, Go to the village entrance. The road was not straight. The village houses were all burned down. It took 2 steps to see the big locust tree at the entrance of the village. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan were more anxious. Zhu Ning was their teammate. When the other cleaners were still confused, they had already run towards the big locust tree. Lin Yinchuan's legs were shaking, and he was trembling even when he walked, as if he was numb. No matter how much he wanted to catch up with Su Ming, his physiology would not allow it. It took Lin Yinchuan 10 minutes to catch up with Su Ming. He ran all the way over. When he saw Zhu Ning, he wanted to go up to her and recognize her, but when he arrived at the entrance of the village, he was stunned. Su Ming did the same thing as him, and the two of them were stunned. The huge locust tree at the entrance of the village had fallen down. It should have been burned to the end and naturally broke. The real exit was revealed behind the big locust tree, but Su Ming did not pay attention to the exit, but frowned at what was in front of him. There was a mountain of rotten meat in front of the big locust tree. Su Ming was a cleaner. She had seen many scenes of polluted areas, and had seen countless rotten meat and contaminated spores, but she had never seen this. The pile of rotten meat could no longer be seen in what shape. Half of Zhu Ning's body was trapped in the rotten meat, and there were more dense, contaminated spores around her. The blood-red contaminated spores seemed to be following her, floating around her. She was not wearing a helmet, her head was exposed, her long hair was scattered, messy hair was flying, and her face was pale. She looked up at the sky, motionless like a sculpture. Zhu Ning didn't know what she was looking at, but when she heard the noise, she turned her head and looked over quietly. Because she was at a high place, she looked down when she looked over. Her eyes were black and white, and her eyes were cold, without any warmth. At that moment, Zhu Ning didn't look like a human, but more like a god. Chapter 114. Ding, congratulations on completing the side quest. Abandoned Village, Purification Degree 100%. Main Quest, Purify the Home, Completion Degree 8%. Reward Settlement in progress. Congratulations on obtaining the basic reward, Mental Value restored to 100. Congratulations on obtaining the Purification Value reward of 8,000. Current Purification Value accumulation, 16,001. Congratulations on obtaining the reward of the Iron Wire Worm in the Deserted Village. Memory Reading. Reward Description. A-level contaminated item. Need to touch the head of the object being used. Can read any of its memories. This item will consume 50 health points once used. Please note that this item is not effective for psychic ability users. Congratulations on obtaining the primary talent. Puppet Control. This talent is a primary talent. The control distance and time limit both consume health points, and the degree of consumption is calculated according to the specific situation. The mechanical sound of the system sounded, which seemed very cold. Since Zhu Ning knew that the system was a pollutant, she felt very strange this time. She now has only 18 health points. I used to think that the so-called health points referred to Zhu Ning's life. Now it sounds like the health points should be system-wide. Zhu Ning needs to purify the polluted area to supply the system. Just like a machine needs to burn a constant supply of fuel to operate. Every time entering the polluted area should be a kind of hunting. The pollution source is the prey, and the system swallows and digests it. It is given to Zhu Ning in the form of rewards. The health points consumed each time are getting higher and higher, forcing Zhu Ning to make progress, and also forcing her to enter more powerful pollution areas and hunt more powerful pollution sources. Because the appetite of this system is getting bigger and bigger, like a glutton. Zhu Ning's feelings were correct. She had been working for this system. She had another question. There were 2 ways to increase the spirit value. One was to flatten the polluted area. Zhu Ning guessed that the system should have swallowed the pollution source and transformed it into its own. Another way to increase it was to contain the pollution spores. Why? Now the pollution spores were flying around her. Maybe this time, she was exposed outside the helmet. For the first time, she deeply realized that these pollution spores would not parasitize on her body. More like, following her, the black mucus originally covered her body, like a layer of armor covering her. At this time, it was flowing. The alien had retracted to the back of Zhu Ning's neck, as if it was retracting into a warm cave after eating. Zhu Ning and this thing coexisted and could sense each other's emotions. After the hunger disappeared, the black mucus became much quieter. She could feel the alien reattached to her spine, and fused, and recreated with her spine as the center. Did she eat the worm? Perhaps because she had fused in the basement of the Honorable Queen's store before, she didn't feel disgusted and didn't doubt whether she was a monster. When she has seen enough absurd people, she can accept herself in any form. A breeze blew. The polluted area was flattened, and the enclosed space was broken. This is true nature. In addition to the stench of rotten meat, the breeze brought the fragrance of grass leaves. She even heard something calling in the distance, like cicadas, combined with the floating pollution spores around. It was surprisingly harmonious here, making people feel that nature should be like this. She looked up at the sky. The night sky without the high wall blocking it was very beautiful. Before, when she looked up inside the wall, she could only see light strips. Skyscrapers and high-speed belts in the sky were flashing artificial lights. But there is a starry sky here, without artificial interference, and it is pure nature. Suddenly, she heard a noise, and someone ran towards her. She turned around and saw Li Nianquan and Su Ming. Because she couldn't see their expressions through the helmet, they looked like ants in her eyes. Humans can't tell who is who when they see ants. When humans put on protective clothing, it seems that their personality has been worn out. Other cleaners haven't arrived yet, and they should be resting in the original place. There are only 3 of them here. Su Ming was stunned in the place. Why? Because he was afraid of her? If you don't wear a helmet in the polluted area in the wild, you may change at any time. Zhu Ning thought of what Su Ming said. If Zhu Ning lost his mind, an S-level polluted area would be formed in the original place, and they would all die here. Su Ming reacted much faster than Li Nianquan. Her own ability was very strange, and she could turn into a shadow, so when she moved, Zhu Ning only saw a residual image. It took less than half a second for her to move to her front. Zhu Ning blinked, and the blood-red contaminated spores were dispersed by a woman in black. Zhu Ning could feel the sharp wind she brought. In just a moment, Su Ming's black helmet was already in front of him. Want to kill her? Their cooperation has ended briefly. Now the helmet probably hasn't restored the real-time signal. No one has come in from outside yet. The cleaner is still a long way from here. If Su Ming wants to kill someone, this is the best opportunity. She only needs to deal with Li Nianquan, a witness. Maybe there is a way to avoid the video recording of the helmet. Or she doesn't need to hide, she can do it openly, because this time there is a very suitable reason. Su Ming was afraid that Zhu Ning would be infected and mutated, so he killed her directly. Zhu Ning didn't move, just frowned. To be honest, she was very tired now, and had no energy to deal with people. The next second, something covered her head, and her eyes went dark. Then she saw the familiar system panel inside the helmet. Su Ming put on a helmet for herself. With a click, Su Ming locked the hidden buckle of her protective suit. She was an experienced cleaner, and was very familiar with the structure of the protective suit. This action was smooth and flowing. After a short period of days, Su Ming reacted immediately. She saw the helmet under the big locust tree. Before other cleaners arrived, Su Ming pressed the helmet on Zhu Ning's head. Before returning to the wall, everyone was still in the deserted village. Everyone's mental value was very bad, and some people had hallucinations. Zhu Ning was the so-called spiritual beacon. If others saw Zhu Ning without a helmet, the crazy person might not do anything bad. This is nature. Once it falls into chaos, it may cause another polluted area. Su Ming needs Zhu Ning to be stable, at least to be a beacon for now. Su Ming moved very fast. Li Nianquan just blinked, and saw Su Ming teleported. He was very puzzled why Su Ming suddenly flashed. Combined with the fact that Su Ming killed a pollutant with a knife just now, she was just like a demon hunter. Li Nianquan even ignored that Zhu Ning was not wearing a helmet, and his attention was all on Su Ming. His captain is a superpower? Now he is so eager to be a cleaner? Su Ming went around behind Zhu Ning, and supported Zhu Ning's back with both hands. Jin Tao saw the scene when he arrived. The exit of the village has been opened. There is a mountain of rotten meat in front of the big locust tree, and Zhu Ning is deeply trapped in the rotten meat. Su Ming is holding Zhu Ning from behind. Because he is wearing a helmet, and is separated by the rotten meat, Su Ming is blocking Zhu Ning's body sideways, so Jin Tao can't see what happened clearly. What happened? Jin Tao's first reaction is to ask Li Nianquan next to him. Li Nianquan screamed, and the whole person was stunned. He felt that his brain was not very good, and he didn't know how to respond at all. His mental value should have dropped to 0, and what he saw was all hallucinations. Don't ask me, I am a fool and don't deserve to answer this question. Su Ming opened the external communication channel, and shouted to Jin Tao. Zhu Ning fainted. Zhu Ning, ? Li Nianquan, ? Li Nianquan lowered his head to look at his toes. Yes, he was hallucinating. Su Ming locked Zhu Ning's shoulders from behind. Before Zhu Ning tried to move, he opened the private channel with Zhu Ning, and said in a low voice, I don't know what you did. If you want to cause panic now, you can talk. How do you explain it? Because of the helmet, she deliberately lowered her voice when she spoke. Zhu Ning leaned in Su Ming's arms. She could even hear Su Ming's heartbeat through the protective suit. The relationship between the two was unprecedentedly close, forming a private conversation space. Su Ming gritted her teeth a little when she thought about it. After passing this contaminated area, she had exposed her ability, and would definitely be questioned when she returned. They would scrutinize every detail to prove that Su Ming did not betray humanity. Zhu Ning immediately figured it out and whispered, "Do you care about me?" If Su Ming really disliked Zhu Ning, she could have taken the opportunity just now. Her first reaction was to buckle Zhu Ning's helmet. Su Ming said that she was considering the overall situation, but Zhu Ning felt that the captain was a bit arrogant, and she didn't need to care about herself. This time, Zhu Ning forced Su Ming to trust her completely. She asked Su Ming to give her life to her, and Zhu Ning did it. Su Ming didn't stab her in the back at this time, and she showed the same trust. Su Ming quickly said, "No," Zhu Ning said. She remembered that during the training, Zhu Ning was beaten black and blue by the demon hunter, and it was Su Ming who handed her a handkerchief and wiped her face like wiping a cat's face. She handed her the healing agent like an older sister, and she once said, "Do I need your money? Can a person completely conceal his or her personality? Even if she deliberately keeps a low profile, she will inadvertently reveal the underlying color of her personality." Zhu Ning and Su Ming only talked for a few sentences. Su Ming dragged her out with force, and Jin Tao and Lin Yinchuan took some time to come up. "This place is all rotten meat, and humans will fall into it when they walk up." Lin Yinchuan and Su Ming carried Zhu Ning down together. Lin Yinchuan's mind began to work. Although he didn't know what happened, he instinctively believed in the captain's decision. Although he saw Zhu Ning's expression just now, Su Ming said that he fainted, and even forgot that Zhu Ning might be infected and become a contaminant. Lin Yinchuan was afraid that Jin Tao would find something strange, so he didn't let Jin Tao touch Zhu Ning's body the whole time. Jin Tao climbed up the rotten meat mountain and wanted to help, but found that he had no chance to help at all. Zhu Ning lay on Su Ming's back, his head tilted, his body limp, concentrating on playing the role of a patient. Lin Yinchuan stood in front of the two of them, like a door god, but this door god was a little stupid. There was a very strange aura between the three of them, like they were protecting their own children. Jin Tao was completely unable to join them. He looked at Zhu Ning with a serious face and asked, "Is she okay?" Su Ming held Zhu Ning's head. Maybe she overused her mental value. Jin Tao was very curious, but Zhu Ning was unconscious, so he didn't ask how she did it. In the distance, the cleaners were moving one after another, and some were trying to contact the outside world. What's going on? Why is there still no signal? Su Ming also found that there was a crackling sound of electricity coming from the inside of the helmet, and the screen was still a little distorted, and there was no signal connection so far. Some people were still nervous and asked, "Have we really come out of the contaminated area?" "We are out." They comforted each other. "Don't worry, it may be affected by the contaminated area. If we walk a little further, there will be a signal. Maybe because in nature, it will affect communication when it is just flattened. The higher the level of the contaminated area, the greater the subsequent pollution, and the greater the impact on communication." The large cleaning team lost many people, and the parasitic cleaners turned into a pool of rotten meat after flattening the contaminated area. Death loomed over everyone's head, but they had already seen the way out, and they could get out by taking 2 more steps forward. Across the whole of the big locust tree, they had already seen a corner of the blue high wall. Jin Tao reorganized the team, and prepared to leave the deserted village first. The contaminated spores here needed other people to contain them, and their team could not do it at all. They turned on the temporary shielding device. Originally, Jin Tao wanted to give up on himself and let anyone do it. It was important for them to stay alive. But 3 people volunteered to stay. They said that their mental state was still okay, and they could hold on until the backup team arrived. The job of the cleaners is to prevent the contaminated spores from overflowing and not letting them float into the wall. Survival of the fittest. Jin Tao has never been so deeply aware of these 4 words. To put it cruelly, entering the deserted village is like going through the most brutal selection, and those who are willing to stay now are the best. They must have high spirits and courage. Jin Tao asked their names. Cleaning Team A68900 Tian Miao. Cleaning Team A90617 Chiao Tian. Cleaning Team A27899 Li Jinhe. The team name of the cleaning team is different from that of the demon hunters, with only a string of numbers, like license plates. Jin Tao wrote down the team name and name of each person, and asked them to pay attention to safety, and not to move around, and follow-up support would come. Zhu Ning wanted to stay and help, but Su Ming seemed to know what she was thinking in advance, and pinched her thigh hard. Zhu Ning shut up. When the cleaners came, there were 27 people, 12 of them died, and only 15 survived in the end. There is no middle value between the probability of 0 and 100. Zhu Ning broke this probability, but half of them died. There are also 3 dead garrison soldiers, who have now turned into rotten meat, and are difficult to distinguish. This is the world outside the wall, with a high mortality rate. The mortality rate itself is just a number. It is like a mountain falling on everyone's head, making everyone breathless. During the retreat, some cleaners volunteered to open the way, and some volunteered to stay behind. They let Su Ming, who was carrying Zhu Ning, walk in the middle, and Lin Yinchuan protected her from behind. No one came to say thank you, and no one came up to say something, but it was shown by action. They silently protected Zhu Ning in the middle layer, and would not let danger approach her. Zhu Ning lay on Su Ming's back, closed his eyes, and said nothing. They walked back the way they came, crossing the high grass. The green grass was so tall that it felt like walking into a forest. Everyone was cautious, and no one spoke because they were afraid of touching any pollution. The green grass brushed past the scarred team, like invisible hands caressing their shoulders. For a while, there was only the sound of grass blades colliding. The same road, but the mentality when coming and when leaving was completely different. This team was extremely depressed. The haze of death weighed on everyone, and they still had a rotten smell on their bodies. Finally, they saw a whole high wall. The wall was covered with a layer of blue film, which was very technological. After experiencing the deserted village, looking at this high wall again felt like a world away. Only a few hours had passed, but it gave people the illusion that they had spent their whole lives in the deserted village, and they were the residents of the deserted village. At this time, it was like the primitive tribes saw the most advanced civilization of mankind for the first time. The garrison troops outside the first-level protective wall noticed something strange. Hey! Is it them? The garrison troops adjusted their perspective and zoomed in to see that there were people walking in the tall grass. They looked very small in the grass, and they looked like a row of black ants in their black protective suits. Really? The garrison troops shouted, "They are coming out! They are coming out!" This shout instantly spread throughout the camp. They thought that the team was wiped out, and they were a little bit unbelievable to see their figures. Lu Xingqiu and Fan Minghua looked at each other. Lu Xingqiu had contacted the cleaning center before, and the abnormal incident team intervened in the investigation, but they only investigated the facts and could not deal with the emergency outside the wall. The results of the investigation have not been notified to Lu Xingqiu yet, so she has no idea what happened. The rule outside the wall is that you are responsible for the accident. Even if there is Zhu Ning, an S-level spirit value in the team, you cannot make an exception. Lu Xingqiu stood up with a bang, and Fan Minghua shouted, "Go pick them up, now!" Chapter 115. Lu Xingqiu was speechless for a moment when she saw the large army. Jin Tao said to Fan Minghua that he was sorry for not bringing back the 3 garrison soldiers. Fan Minghua's eyes turned red after hearing this, and he left without saying a word. The follow-up support from the cleaning center arrived immediately, and they rushed to the deserted village to replace the 3 cleaners. Lu Xingqiu handled the follow-up return work. They had just undergone basic examinations and confirmed that they were not infected. At this time, Lu Xingqiu received a message from the cleaning center, asking them to return immediately after the examination. Faster than expected, with many fewer procedures, they got on the speed car back to the cleaning center. The injured were in a separate car, and the car Su Ming was in was full of employees with mild symptoms. Su Ming held Zhu Ning throughout the whole process. They took off their helmets. Zhu Ning pretended to faint at first, but later she really fell asleep. She was exhausted and made sure she was in a safe environment. She tilted her head and fell silent. Su Ming had heard about Zhu Ning's koala physique, but she didn't expect that she could actually fall asleep in such a noisy environment. She was so careless that she was not afraid that Su Ming would harm her. She must be really tired. It was not easy to kill the pollution source. Zhu Ning's forehead was covered with sweat. Su Ming helped her to tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. Everyone was not very clean after coming out of the polluted area. No one should dislike anyone at this time. Zhu Ning curled up in a chair and slept with her head on Su Ming's thigh. Lin Yinchuan sat next to her with his knees hugged. I don't know if it was because of mental pollution. His pupils were dilated. He gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound from beginning to end. Lin Yinchuan has really improved. He is well behaved and shrinks himself, and doesn't cause trouble for others. Before leaving, Lin Yinchuan said that he wanted to retire and open a fish restaurant. It sounded full of flags. Zhu Ning and Su Ming pulled out the flags on him very forcefully. They returned with the demon hunters. Some people came over curiously and asked, "How did you get out?" Someone else asked, "Who is Zhu Ning? Is it her?" "Shu, keep your voice down. Don't disturb her sleep." Then I speak softly. Su Ming held Zhu Ning like a rare animal, and was annoyed by their conversation. Some people even wanted to come and visit. Zhu Ning is really attractive. Su Ming always likes to keep a low profile. He wanted them to shut up, but the words were on his lips. Seeing that the atmosphere was dull, and everyone had lost a team member, he wanted to find something to liven up the atmosphere. At this time, he had to say something. If he didn't say anything, he would go crazy. How many of these people would resign when they returned? How many would be left with a lifelong shadow? And how many would be mentally polluted and could never be cured? The flying car was completely closed, and he couldn't see the scenery outside. He just made a fuss all the way back to the cleaning center. The lights were still on in the cleaning center. The 300+ floors looked like a huge machine. They instinctively narrowed their eyes when they looked at the center's gate again after returning from the wild. Someone came up to collect the helmets. Su Ming paused and handed them in, including Zhu Ning's. There were special staff members in charge of the status of each employee, and they were taken away in batches. Zhu Ning had actually woken up at this time, but she was too lazy to move. She had already figured out the procedures of the cleaning center, and she had to explain when she woke up. The employee in charge of logistics put her in a wheelchair, and pushed her into the elevator of the cleaning center very gently. Someone was specially escorted, standing behind with 2 guns. Including medical staff, a total of 8 people were responsible for Zhu Ning. Did they really treat her as a rare animal? Zhu Ning closed her eyes, and outlined the route in her mind. This time she did not go to the laboratory or the medical center. The elevator was sinking. Because she could not see, she did not know which floor she was going to. After about 3 minutes, it seemed to sink all the way to the center of the earth. Ding. The elevator door opened and she heard someone say, "Abnormal observation room. New department." Every time Zhu Ning went on a mission, it was like unlocking the cleaning center map. Every time she went on a mission, she would contact one more department. It sounded like this department should be loyal to Huwensi. Someone pushed Zhu Ning in. They gave her a bath, changed her into a loose hospital gown, and then transported her to a room. She thought she would not be able to help herself, but the process was really boring. She fell asleep halfway. Zhu Ning was not afraid of danger if she did not know it, and she was very calm every time she was examined, because there was no point in resisting, so it was better to lie down. I don't know how long it took for her to wake up again. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned. This is a pure white room with only the simplest furniture. The ceiling and walls are integrated without even a gap. Of course, she couldn't find the door. This was really a cage that trapped her to death. Zhu Ning had many collectors on her forehead and arms. She counted them, and found that there were a total of 34 on her body. The hyphae had already penetrated her skin. Zhu Ning remembered that the mental value test had to be completed within 6 hours after the mission was completed. Now the test was probably completed. Zhu Ning sat alone for a while. After about 10 minutes, someone might have noticed that she had woken up. Zhu Ning heard a voice, and then a projection screen unfolded in front of her, and Fang Ying's face appeared on the projection. Fang Ying was still wearing a full professional suit, sitting at a table with documents on the table. Zhu Ning took a look and saw that she was wearing a human-machine joint device on her ear, proving that Prometheus was on her body. Was she talking to herself on behalf of the cleaning center, or on behalf of Prometheus? "Fang Ying, are you awake?" Zhu Ning had a good impression of Fang Ying. She moved her neck. "Sister Fang, long time no see." Zhu Ning was always good at talking. Fang Ying smiled and asked, "Did you sleep well?" Zhu Ning, "Not bad." Fang Ying felt very complicated. When she assigned this task to Zhu Ning, she didn't expect things to become so weird. She really thought it was an ordinary task. "I hope you don't mind, this is a necessary procedure after working outside the wall. It is easy to bring back pollution after returning from outside the wall, and their inspection procedures will be more stringent." Zhu Ning, "I don't mind." Fang Ying put aside her personal relationship with Zhu Ning, and spoke in a very businesslike manner, just like when Fang Ying first brought Zhu Ning to work. "When you fell asleep, medical staff set up the collector. It is also a necessary procedure. We have tested your latest mental state, physical health status, and whether you are infected." Zhu Ning, "Okay." There was a device attached to the back of her neck, and there was black mucus underneath. She could feel the black mucus merging into her cervical vertebrae, and the hyphae of the collector pierced into the back of her neck. The hyphae and mucus were only 1 centimeter apart. She even looked forward to whether the equipment in the cleaning center could detect her abnormality. What would happen if they knew that Zhu Ning had black mucus on her body? Zhu Ning rubbed her neck and asked, "Are you responsible for monitoring me?" Fang Ying paused for a moment before saying yes. It sounds a bit harsh, but that's the truth. Zhu Ning is now a dangerous person in the cleaning center. Zhu Ning asked, "Can I ask about the other people's situation?" Fang Ying, Jin Tao, and other cleaners are receiving treatment. The mental pollution is very serious. Ling Yinchuan is hospitalized in the medical department. This is the third time that Ling Yinchuan has been admitted to the medical department since Zhu Ning met him. I don't know if he went crazy this time. Fang Ying, Su Meng is also receiving mental treatment in the medical department. Zhu Ning can understand Ling Yinchuan, but Su Meng's mental value should be quite high. Zhu Ning has only one guess. Su Meng should be intentional. She may be delaying time. The cleaning center is not so unkind that it will not force people to make demands when they are in a bad mental state. But it seems that no one has reported on this mission yet. Zhu Ning changed the subject. How long did I sleep? Fang Ying, 10 hours. It was only 10 hours. Zhu Ning didn't sleep enough. Fang Ying, you are the first employee to wake up on this mission. How is your mental state? Zhu Ning, I feel very good. Fang Ying, are you willing to make an emergency mission report later? The center wants to know what happened. Your signal has been gone for 2 hours. Zhu Ning raised her eyebrows. She always felt that Fang Ying was passing her information. In other words, it might be Prometheus who was passing her a message. First, no one is reporting the mission at present. Second, there is a high possibility that there is a problem with the video recording of the helmet. This time, Zhu Ning needs to make an emergency mission report to the center. This means that the cleaning center may know nothing. Zhu Ning did not tamper with the helmet. She has the ability to manipulate data, but she cannot only change her own helmet without touching others. If things cannot be done perfectly, it is better not to do them. All the helmets are broken? How did they break? Because of Prometheus or because of the polluted area? Fang Ying's question is also very interesting. Whether she is willing or not, can Zhu Ning refuse? How should Zhu Ning explain what she encountered outside the wall? How should she explain that she flattened the polluted area? She has a lot of troubles now, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to solve the alien issues. After another interrogation, Zhu Ning may not be able to bear it. Choose to remain silent like Su Meng? Since there is this option, Zhu Ning may really choose it. But silence is equivalent to giving up the right to explain. It is better to hold it firmly in your own hands. Zhu Ning thought for a moment and said yes. Fang Ying thought Zhu Ning would be difficult to deal with. After all, from Fang Ying's point of view, Zhu Ning's situation was very dangerous, and keeping silent was the best approach. But she agreed, and Fang Ying had nothing to say. I arrange it for you later. But, Zhu Ning suddenly said, I have a condition. Fang Ying stopped packing the documents. Abnormal event team. Zhu Ning was adding workload to the abnormal event team, and their entire department was temporarily working overtime. Because this incident was too weird, the whole team disappeared for 2 hours, which had happened before. Many people attributed this situation to a horror legend. People have had similar strange stories since ancient times. What about a certain mountaineering team disappearing after entering a certain area, and suddenly appearing again several years later? The story ends with either being captured by aliens or traveling through time and space. The mission outside the wall is shrouded in mystery. Several teams have disappeared before, but they are not so prominent among the deaths and disappearances every year. They put all similar incidents together, and read the previous investigation reports carefully. This incident is very strange. The helmets of the survivors can obviously work, but no valuable evidence is recorded. The helmet recorded the strange big yellow flower. The team members kept frowning while watching it. They are separated from the danger of working inside the wall. Even watching the video makes them feel creepy. They sincerely respect the staff outside the wall. But the video recorded by the helmet is incomplete. The next scene after the big yellow flower is when they walked outside the wall and heard the shouting of the garrison. More than 2 hours in between disappeared. To this day, the cleaning center does not know what happened. Because all the staff suffered from mental pollution, no one has reported it yet. Is it affected by the pollution? A team member asked. Contaminated spores can infect the equipment. In fact, this is the most likely possibility. The video disappears due to contamination or magnetic field. The technical department tested the helmet and gave the same possibility. The abnormal incident team is lax. People working overtime in the office are in all kinds of positions. The whole office is filled with smoke. Huowinsi has not slept for 30 hours. Shuanglin asked, Team leader, do you want to rest? Wensi shook her head. She curled up on the sofa, a long braid hanging in front of her chest, and she looked haggard. She almost wore out the information in her hand. It was Zhu Ning's latest inspection report. The abnormal event team has its own independent inspection room. This time, Zhu Ning did not contact other people and sent it directly to Wensi. Abnormal researchers have always boasted that they are more precise than those in the research room, and their results are accurate. The latest results show that Zhu Ning's mental value is 1450. A very exaggerated value. Wensi also had the same test results last time, two values, one 1270 and one 1300. In short, it is around 1300. This time Zhu Ning's mental value has increased again, breaking through 1400, jumping from S level to S plus level mental value. She has achieved 2 mental value advancements in a short period of time. Is she a monster? Was the previous test inaccurate? Or does she have such a terrifying growth ability? It is unimaginable if she continues to grow again. There are only 4 people with such mental values in the entire Federation. Once she has stepped into the Hall of Senior Talents in the Federation, even if Zhu Ning has any problems, Wensi can't even deal with her easily. The Federation will try its best to win over Zhu Ning, lest this person become the enemy of mankind. As long as she stands on the side of mankind, she will have a better chance of winning against pollution. The S plus level is so unreasonable. Even if she is a defective product, she is more valuable than any existing weapon. This report has been submitted. Xian Qing did not make a decision after reading it. He first held a meeting with the other 2 ministers to discuss it. It is quite interesting. Xie Jiazu does not appear often. The last time the 3 ministers gathered together was because of Zhu Ning. The decision they made in the last meeting was training. What is the result of this meeting? And Fang Ying reported the results to the 1st Military Region and the Clean Center headquarters. The 1st Military Region has not responded yet, and the headquarters responded quickly, asking the 103 District Clean Center to protect Zhu Ning and not let her be in danger. They will evaluate Zhu Ning later. This means that Zhu Ning is now temporarily under the headquarters, which directly hinders Wensi's investigation process. If Zhu Ning is unwilling to speak, she cannot take action. To be honest, Wensi had never felt so difficult before. Zhu Ning was the strangest person she had ever investigated. She now doubted whether the person she was investigating was actually a human. What happened outside the wall? Team leader. Zhuanglin called her twice team leader. Wensi rubbed her eyebrows and felt that she really needed to rest. Zhu Ning woke up. Zhuanglin said softly. She didn't react to these words. If Zhu Ning wanted to hide something, it was very simple. She just had to keep silent. So Wensi didn't even have any expectations. She probably had to start with Su Ming. Zhuanglin continued. She is willing to report on the mission. Chapter 116. Zhu Ning has to make a mission report, and theoretically, she should report to the mission leader Haibao. He has been waiting for Zhu Ning to wake up, and has been preparing in the conference room in advance, with Yu Kaiyuan following him. Yu Kaiyuan did not get any results from the interrogation last time, and this time he is a little eager to try. She is definitely the metal-type mutant. She lied last time. Zhu Ning escaped last time, and this time Yu Kaiyuan will not let her escape. Haibo has been so busy recently that he has grown a beard, and he frowned when he heard this. She is not a criminal. Now all the procedures are to fear that she will be infected, which is a necessary consideration for the safety of the residents of District 103, but Zhu Ning herself is a hero who completed the mission. It is commendable that a person leads a team of cleaners to break through the contaminated area. As for whether she hides her superpowers, that is her personal choice, and many people are unwilling to expose their superpowers. Yu Kaiyuan, but she is really different. I am also considering it seriously. Don't you think her missions are too unusual? Yu Kaiyuan thought Haibao didn't believe it. Look, she encountered pollutants in the first mission. After the demon hunter left, the polluted area should have been flattened. She encountered it with a 1 in 1,000 chance. The second time, Yu Kaiyuan opened the folder. He had a lot of information in his hand. The mechanical aquarium and the invisible man appeared immediately. The center still hasn't figured out what the invisible man came from. The third time is now. She was obviously out to contain the contaminated spores, and was accidentally involved. After she came out, there is no video material. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Haibo, it's normal to encounter accidents on a mission. Haibo is from the mission center, and knows that strange things often happen when on a mission. No one can stand up to scrutiny according to this analysis. Who knows when an accident will happen? Look at everyone with suspicion. Everyone is a criminal. Haibo, I say it again that she is here to report on the mission, not a criminal. You are just here to assist in the questioning. Stop the interrogation. Yu Kaiyuan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Fang Ying pushed the door open and came in. Zhu Ning is willing to report on the mission. Zhu Ning actually agreed. Yu Kaiyuan stood up with a bang. He made sufficient preparations before coming here. He dared to guarantee that Zhu Ning would not escape this time. Fang Ying said again, but she specifically reported to team leader Hua. Yu Kaiyuan was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. Why? Why did she, a cleaner, choose Hua Wenxi as the reporter? The original process should be that Zhu Ning reported to Haiba, Yu Kaiyuan assisted in the questioning, and Hua Wenxi either watched from the outside or just looked at the report results. Why would someone take the initiative to provoke the leader of the abnormal incident team? Fang Ying, team leader Hua agreed. You two have been waiting for a long time. Fang Ying spoke very tactfully, meaning that they were no longer needed. Yu Kaiyuan looked very bad. All his hard work was in vain. He asked in a deep voice, "What's the reason?" Fang Ying glanced at Yu Kaiyuan. She wanted to consider the wording, but she couldn't beautify it at all. Fang Ying had to convey the original words directly. She said she wanted to see someone with real power. Yu Kaiyuan, Haibo was not angry. He laughed and thought Zhu Ning was funny. Yu Kaiyuan's face was particularly dark. Did Zhu Ning dislike his low position? Zhu Ning was taken into a closed room. The first thing she saw was a large expanse of green. There were no windows here, but the vegetation inside the house was very lush, as if she had entered a botanical garden. In the middle was a tree of unknown species. The tree was more than 5 meters high and extended all the way to the ceiling. There were 2 sofas under the tree, and there were lush flowers and plants all around. Zhu Ning was not a prisoner, so there was no equipment to restrict her movements. The cleaning center was wary of her and respected her at the same time. When Zhu Ning entered, Hua Wenxi had already arrived. She was still wearing the shirt that Zhu Ning saw her in that day. Her long braids were a little loose, and she looked not in a good mental state. It seemed that Zhu Ning asked her to work overtime a lot. Hua Wenxi was smoking. Zhu Ning guessed that she had a lot of pressure in her job and smoked to refresh herself. When she heard Zhu Ning's movement, she didn't even turn her head and said, "Please sit down." Zhu Ning sat opposite her. She was still wearing a hospital gown, with her long hair loose, like a mental patient who came for a consultation. Hua Wenxi was her attending physician. Hua Wenxi, according to your request, there will be no surveillance, no recording, no eavesdropping, and a completely confidential environment. I will not make any records either. You can relax completely. Zhu Ning, I believe you. As a team leader, Hua Wenxi should have this kind of mind. Hua Wenxi looked at her steadily. I am surprised that you would ask to see me. According to her understanding, no one wants to deal with the abnormal events team. I want to see someone with real power. Zhu Ning did not avoid Hua Wenxi's gaze and asked, how much power do you have? You are also very straightforward. Are you only willing to see the top leaders? Hua Wenxi smiled. Zhu Ning looked down on Yu Kaiyuan. Hua Wenxi, on the surface, I am at the same level as Xianqing, Lu Qiqing, and Xie Jiazu. We have the same job title and the same salary. That is to say, we are very rich. Xianqing has the ability to approve a 20-fold bonus, and Hua Wenxi can do the same. Hua Wenxi continued, but I have the right to investigate the 3 of them. Although they are at the same level, Hua Wenxi has the right to investigate all employees of the cleaning center, including Xianqing. If Hua Wenxi has any evidence against Xianqing, she can completely make the head of the demon hunter step down. Hua Wenxi, I can directly dispatch their employees without these ministers. That is to say, if Hua Wenxi wants to use Zhu Ning, he doesn't have to deal with Xie Jiazu, and he doesn't even have to notify him. This is the special and terrifying thing about the investigation team. They are independent of other departments, do not participate in departmental disputes, and are directly responsible to the top director. Hua Wenxi asked, is this enough? Zhu Ning, just barely enough. Huh? Hua Wenxi smiled. Zhu Ning was really interesting. She specifically asked to see Hua Wenxi because she was the highest level person she could meet so far? Zhu Ning asked, is your ability some kind of intuition? Hua Wenxi said very conservatively, I guess so. She has a terrible intuition, which is why Zhu Ning wanted to meet her. Zhu Ning looked around. Hua Wenxi turned off the surveillance. Because Zhu Ning was locked up inside, the room was completely sealed, and there was a guard at the door. If Zhu Ning wanted to do something to Hua Wenxi, this team leader would not live long. Zhu Ning, you are so confident to be in the same room with me. You are not afraid that I will harm you. Do you feel that I have no ill will towards you? Wensi looked at Zhu Ning for a second longer. You are quite perceptive. I can't tell you exactly what the principle is, but it's similar to what you said. My intuition tells me that you really have no intention of harming me. Zhu Ning, am I a bad person? Wensi, people should not be simply divided into good and bad. This is a topic that is difficult to explain in a few words. Wensi only knows that Zhu Ning has a secret, but she should have no intention of harming humans. Wensi flicked off the ash from his cigarette. So what do you want to tell me? Zhu Ning, am I the first to report the mission? Wensi, yes. Su Meng hasn't spoken yet. Zhu Ning, I will tell you what happened in this mission. You don't need to ask other people. I can report the whole incident by myself, because no one knows the whole picture except me. Zhu Ning is really a little arrogant. She can report it herself. Is she protecting Su Meng? Zhu Ning said again, but I can't write this report. You may need to write it because I don't have enough authority. Wensi frowned. His first reaction was that Zhu Ning's next words would be very troublesome. What happened outside the wall during this mission? Zhu Ning said directly. The source of pollution this time is not humans, but insects. Wensi was stunned. Zhu Ning rarely saw her show such a surprised expression, and even felt a little pleased. Zhu Ning only said one sentence, and the amount of information was too much for people to digest for a while. When Zhu Ning first learned this information, it was hard to believe. Insects can actually be a source of pollution, especially for those who work in the cleaning center all year round. If they want to digest information, they need to abandon their common sense. Zhu Ning told the whole incident like a story. She skipped the alien species and the final devouring, but restored the conversation between her and the insects. Zhu Ning observed Wensi's expression while she was talking. The more she talked, the worse Wensi looked. She hadn't smoked the cigarette between her fingers. When Zhu Ning finished speaking, the long ash accumulated into a string, snapped and fell on Wensi's thigh. Wensi reacted a little, and she used a tissue to brush away the ash. Zhu Ning couldn't guess what Wensi was thinking, but Wensi didn't interrupt her, so Zhu Ning continued. Next, I will report the intelligence I learned. Zhu Ning, I haven't watched Jiang Ping's past mission videos, and I have too few reference cases. I don't know much about them. I still don't know what the operating mechanism is, but it is obvious that they are different from the pollution sources in the wall. Zhu Ning thought about the worm while carefully considering her words. First, the pollution source is non-human. This is the biggest difference. The pollution source in the wall is crazy humans. Fishmen and pig-headed people are out of control and lose their minds. Many ordinary people cannot form pollution sources even if they collapse, and will only be attracted by more powerful pollution and become zombies. Second, they can open the contaminated area anytime and anywhere. Zhu Ning had no other information in his hand. Recalling this mission, the cleaners passed by the deserted village when they entered the back mountain. At that time, the deserted village was not burned down, which was equivalent to entering the contaminated area when they passed by for the first time. But the contaminated area was not closed at that time. They entered the contaminated area for the second time on the return trip, and the bugs closed it and trapped them. Zhu Ning had never seen this form of control before. The contaminated area inside the wall was closed most of the time, and the demon hunters even had to spend time looking for the entrance. If this is true, almost all the rules related to the polluted areas explored by humans before will be overturned. The third point, Zhu Ning said in a very calm tone, it admitted that it has its own kind. I will temporarily call these people unnatural humans. I don't know how many people are inside the wall. A worm gets the opportunity to evolve, so what about other creatures? What if they also evolve? Imagine that there are many worms of the same kind inside the wall. They may have been flowers, trees, insects, and birds in the past. They are constantly merging and regenerating with human genes. In the end, they look no different from ordinary people, completely integrated into the crowd, can avoid inspection mechanisms, and even join the cleaning center. From the words of the worm, Zhu Ning felt that this worm seemed to have no contact with other worms of the same kind. But it does not mean that other worms of the same kind have not united, and Zhu Ning is not sure that what the worm said is true. Zhu Ning has dealt with the mother worm. In the concept of that worm, it is a more advanced species. It calls itself a god. It looks down on humans from a high position. Even if it has the same appearance as humans, it still looks down on you at its heart, just like how well humans play with cats and dogs. They are just pets. That worm can walk freely in nature, and it can survive even if the whole world is polluted. From a certain perspective, their advanced species are more suitable for survival. Wensi didn't say a word from beginning to end. Zhu Ning, the above is my mission report, reporter Zhu Ning. She even made a summary. This report is organized and logical, analyzing the intelligence obtained outside the wall. This is what the investigators outside the wall do. Investigators are responsible for finding clues and relics of the old world to supplement human understanding of pollutants and nature. But Zhu Ning's investigation report is not a supplement, it is almost a reconstruction. Her meaning is very simple. There is a non-human pollution source that can release the pollution area and hide in the crowd. The human base may have it. If this kind of person releases his own pollution area inside the wall, as long as he walks into the crowd to blast, a disaster will immediately occur. This is a mobile bomb, and it is unknown when it will explode. Huowensi was silent for a long time. Zhu Ning's words were too advanced. If someone else heard it, they would think she was lying. There is no evidence and no surveillance, just a mouth. It is easy to be misunderstood as a lie made up to get out. Huowensi put out the cigarette butt and finally said, "You have no evidence to prove that what you just said is true." This is the first sentence Huowensi said. This task cannot produce a written report at all. There is no video assistance, no documents, only oral accounts of survivors. Everyone has suffered such serious mental pollution. How many people still remember it, and how many people remember it accurately is not certain. Zhu Ning could even tell part of the truth, add some lies to it, and Huowensi would not be able to disprove it. And once the report is released, it will cause panic and alert the enemy. Zhu Ning is right. She is the only one who needs to report this matter. Zhu Ning, yes. Huowensi, you don't have any evidence to prove that non-natural humans really exist inside the wall. Zhu Ning, yes. Huowensi, so you are just talking about a potential danger? Nothing that has happened so far can support Zhu Ning's theory. Zhu Ning is telling her a castle in the air. Zhu Ning was very calm in the face of the inquiry. Maybe the danger has happened countless times, but we don't know. Non-natural humans can enter the cleaning center, Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and Genesis Technology. They can enter anywhere without being discovered. How long have they existed? How do they reproduce? Have they infiltrated the Federation? What do they plan to do in the future? Zhu Ning has no evidence to prove that this hypothesis is true, and Huowensi has no evidence to prove that it is false. Zhu Ning, that's why I want to see you. Huowensi is an intuitive person. She doesn't need evidence, but only her own intuition. The most suitable person to accept this matter in the entire cleaning center is Huowensi, who is independent of other departments. She has the power to solve this matter, which is exactly what Zhu Ning needs. Huowensi rubbed her eyebrows. Her intuition was right. Zhu Ning was really troublesome, and the events centered on her were troublesome. Huowensi, you are only willing to report to me so that I can help you clean up the mess? Zhu Ning, I got such shocking information. If I talk nonsense, I will die early. You should always hug someone bigger. Huowensi, Zhu Ning, if non-natural humans have invaded the human base, I think you can use this information to gain the upper hand. Huowensi, what if not? Zhu Ning, then consider it as just a reminder to you. I am a low-level employee who is simply making mission reports at your request. The rest is your job to find clues, determine authenticity, and how to act. Huowensi, Such an innocent tone. Zhu Ning is a rare talent, and he said he was a low-level employee? Zhu Ning, I know I have no evidence. If you didn't have to report the mission, I would definitely choose to go home and sleep. I would keep it to myself for the rest of my life, and would not say it without evidence. So there is something wrong with the rules of the cleaning center. Zhu Ning, if you want to pretend that you know nothing, I can cooperate. Zhu Ning showed an expression that I understand. Huowensi laughed. Zhu Ning is really. She doesn't know how to describe it. Strangely magical? Zhu Ning is like a startup boss who can only paint a big picture, using a concept to create a grand plan. Huowensi is the angel investor who was fooled by her. She told a story vividly. Huowensi is the unlucky guy who invested money. Huowensi, who else knows about it? Zhu Ning, Su Meng and Lin Yinchuan know the general idea. They should be safe. Others don't know about it. There are currently 4 people who know about it, and the situation can be controlled. Huowensi, how did you kill the source of pollution? This part of Zhu Ning's story is skipped. Zhu Ning, I don't want to say. Zhu Ning didn't trust Huowensi that much, but Huowensi was the best candidate at the moment. Huowensi could understand that if it was really as Zhu Ning said, basically no one could believe it, so it was normal for her to keep her cards to herself. It was quite wise. Instead of lying to her, it was better to say that she didn't want to say it. Huowensi asked, why choose me? Aren't you afraid that I am one of them? Zhu Ning, it's my intuition. I really don't have much choice. Zhu Ning had to make a mission report, and she chose Huowensi, It was that simple. Wincy leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the tree above her head. After hearing Zhu Ning's story, she always felt that the tree was a living person. Wincy was silent for a while and asked, "So you want me to trust you with my intuition?" Wincy is called a little witch, which is a somewhat teasing name, meaning that she is mysterious and often inexplicable. Some people think that her intuition is not credible at all. Zhu Ning, no, I'm not asking you to believe me. Zhu Ning paused, I'm asking you to trust your own supernatural powers. Zhu Ning is not so shameless. Wincy's ability to survive is intuition, so trust intuition. Wincy smiled bitterly. He is really good at talking. He can talk and make big promises. Zhu Ning should start a business. It's a waste of talent to sweep garbage. Wincy didn't reply. She lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and looked at Zhu Ning carefully through the smoke. Zhu Ning is the subject of her investigation. There are many suspicious points about her. Xianqing is also very interested in her. Zhu Ning seems to be related to many events, and even the core figure of many strange events. This strange information plus Zhu Ning's own black history made it difficult for Wincy to trust her. And it sounded like Zhu Ning had done something in this polluted area, but she didn't want to be exposed, and she couldn't completely avoid the cleaning center, so she used this information to attract her attention, thereby reducing her suspicion of her as a whole. Directly clinging to the thighs of the top leaders, and creating a common and powerful enemy, as long as Zhu Ning was used by her and loyal to her, Zhu Ning's problems suddenly became small problems. Very effective skills. Wincy had to pay attention to it. Zhu Ning accepted Wincy's scrutiny very calmly. She felt that the other party already had the answer. Chapter 117. Wincy narrowed her eyes. When she looked over, Zhu Ning felt as if an invisible instrument was scanning her body. Wincy exhaled smoke, but if your theory is true, you seem to have explained part of my doubts. Wincy, I found a photo of Jiang Ping. Judging from the look in his eyes, he has a completely different soul. As expected of an intuitive person, these tiny details can become clues. Wincy smiled. Jiang Ping's helmet video is in the garrison. They don't use the same system as us. I applied for retrieval, but got no response. Before, Zhu Ning asked Wincy to come and listen, but this time it was swapped, so I could only look at the records in the cleaning center. Jiang Ping led the team, and had 2 accidents. One was on January 2nd, the year before last. There was a huge rock near the wall, and half of the cleaners died. Zhu Ning frowned, and Wincy continued, the video content has screen distortion and flickering, but the outline of the main event is fine. They accidentally stepped on the vines, and the mutated vines went crazy and killed half of the people. Zhu Ning sounded. It sounds familiar. Isn't this the same method used by the big yellow flower to kill people? Wincy is worthy of being the team leader. His memory is amazing. He doesn't need to look at the information at all. The second time was on March 16th last year. The whole army was wiped out. We don't have any video materials. We only received a death notice. The death notice was written very simply. They accidentally encountered crocodile-like pollutants. 2 station soldiers led the team across the river. The cleaner died halfway across the river. From the existing information, it really doesn't make sense. It just makes people feel unlucky, and happen to encounter it. No wonder Chongzi has been doing this shit for so long. His method is really clean. It seems like it knows in advance where the pollution is and guides people there. Wincy said, while watching Zhu Ning's reaction, the third time is you this time. All the helmet videos are blank. If it really parasitizes different people, and has parasitized the garrison troops, there may be a way to solve this problem. Zhu Ning, so you believe me? No, Wincy shook his head. There is too little information. I have a good idea. I can order an investigation team outside the wall. You lead the team as an S+ level spirit value. You go through Jiang Ping's old path. The 3 events are connected together, and maybe you can get new information. Zhu Ning frowned. Ah. Is this sending her to death? It's not that extreme, right? Zhu Ning. I don't think it's very efficient. Wincy smiled. I'm kidding you. I don't want to send my precious talent to die. Zhu Ning felt a little cold on her back. Why did she think Wincy could do it? Wincy thought that sending Zhu Ning outside the wall might have to pass the headquarters. After all, she was a talent favored by the headquarters. Wincy, the information you gave me is not enough for me to believe. I give you another chance to convince me again. Zhu Ning, She wanted to squeeze out all the possible information from Zhu Ning. Her intuition told her that Zhu Ning still had something to say. Wincy's smile faded, and she became a little serious. Remind you, this is really your last chance. Huowinsi was definitely not teasing her this time. As expected of the youngest team leader of the cleaning center, it was really difficult to manipulate. No wonder so many people were unwilling to deal with her. And no wonder she was the one who dealt with the alien species in the ant nest last time, and she handled it perfectly, without any alien species infiltrating the crowd. Zhu Ning said with a stiff face. The following is my guess. Huowinsi found this sentence very interesting. Wasn't what he said before a guess? This is my guess without any evidence, so I didn't plan to tell you. Zhu Ning said, the story I just told you is not very complete, and the information I got is also incomplete. The deserted village started because someone disappeared, and the missing person came back. Where was this worm found? There is a missing corner in the story of the worm. It does not explain the origin. Where did Old Man Wu and the missing people go in the first place? Were they attracted by the worm? What was calling them? The worm only gained human wisdom and memory after entering Old Man Wu's body. Before that, it had no wisdom. It is dead. Zhu Ning may never figure this out in his life. Zhu Ning, the contaminated area we contained at that time was in the back mountain. Which demon hunter team was in charge? Huowinsi, Maple Forest team, a total of 5 people. They didn't deduce the logic of the back mountain, and directly flattened it by force. Zhu Ning, Very good, this is very demon hunter. Huowinsi, the cause was that the garrison troops in charge of patrolling heard someone singing in the back mountain. The tomb was very ancient, like some kind of sacrificial activity. They measured the pollution concentration, and knew that a Class A contaminated area had formed inside. Then they asked for help from the cleaning center, and we sent out demon hunters and cleaners. Zhu Ning frowned. Singing? She might have to watch the Maple Forest team's mission video when it comes out. Zhu Ning, the back mountain and the deserted village are very close, and 2 Class A contaminated areas overlap. In fact, there is a third one, the big yellow flower. Huowinsi frowned. There was a video recording of the big yellow flower, but Huowinsi ignored it after hearing the story of the deserted village. Jiang Ping said something that concerned me at the time. I asked him why the flower could not be killed by humans, and he asked how did you know which polluted area it belonged to. Jiang Ping was already a bug at the time, and he seemed to know something. So there are 3 polluted areas superimposed in such a small broken place, 2 of which are known to be Class A. A flower can cause 9 deaths. If it is just an auxiliary pollutant in a certain polluted area, it may be at least Class A, and the more terrifying may be Class S or above. I don't know much about this, but from my understanding, there should be a very powerful pollution source that has not been discovered in that area. This is completely Zhu Ning's guess, because she is not an investigator, and does not understand nature at all, but in her cognition, there may be something unknown in the deserted village. Pollution sources will infect each other, they affect each other, and gradually expand the scope. It stands to reason that Zhu Ning only went outside the first-level protective wall, which is safer than the real nature. Otherwise, Fang Ying would definitely be very nervous when assigning her a task. But this place is more dangerous than she thought, and it is full of dangers. She stepped into the mud just after she got out of the tiger's mouth. Zhu Ning was talking nonsense. After she finished speaking, she kept waiting for Huowinsi to refute her, but she waited for a long time, and didn't get it. Zhu Ning looked up at her, and Huowinsi had already put out the cigarette. Your blind guess is logical. Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat, and this sentence was final. Huowinsi thought she was right. She seemed to have been denied all the time, but suddenly she was affirmed, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Huowinsi, under normal circumstances, the pollution level of the first-level protective wall is below level B. Only when level A pollution is found in the back mountain will we ask for help from the cleaning center. Level A is an unexpected situation, and 3 levels A are even more so. Zhu Ning sorted out her intelligence. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the pollution concentration outside the first-level protective wall is seriously exceeded. And there may be an unknown pollution source. If this is true, then when this pollution source is activated one day, it will be outside the first-level protective wall, so close to the human city, and they will not even have a buffer zone. There are unknown non-natural humans inside the wall, and there are unknown pollution areas that are growing outside the wall. Attack from both sides, Area 103 can't hold on for long. Zhu Ning and Huowinsi talked alone for an hour. An hour later, Zhu Ning was sent back to the room, and Huowinsi sat alone in it for a long time. She didn't lie to Zhu Ning. This is really a private space, and Prometheus can't know it, so Huowinsi is the only one who knows the information. If it is true as Zhu Ning said, Huowinsi, as one of the few people who know the truth, has the opportunity to change reality. She has power, status, and brains. Zhu Ning wants to unite with her? She looked up at the tree in the room. This tree is a man-made variety, a cyber plant. It does not need watering or sunlight, but it looks no different from a normal tree. Technology has developed to the point where humans can get close to nature without contacting it, and the simulation feels very real. There are fewer and fewer real plants in human society, and they have replaced them through technology, but plants, insects, and animals in nature have already entered human society. Unnatural humans invade. What do they want to do after the invasion? Do they want to infect the whole world? If the pollution outside the wall is not resolved, Huawinsi even has to prepare for the collective evacuation of District 103 sooner or later. Zhu Ning threw her a difficult problem, and Huawinsi had to make a choice. Huawinsi stood up, and Fang Ying waited at the door for a long time. Team leader Huawinsi asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Ying, Yu Kaiyuan submitted an application for you. Yu Kaiyuan applied for an investigation of Zhu Ning. He had no authority to search, only the ability to interrogate. The only one with the ability to search was the abnormal event team. Yu Kaiyuan meant that as long as he was allowed to enter Zhu Ning's home, he would be able to find clues. As long as Zhu Ning was alive, there would be flaws. There must be unusual traces in her home. If Yu Kaiyuan caught him, he would be able to unravel the mystery. Huawinsi saw that the home address registered by Zhu Ning was recorded in the document, which was a beehive. Slums. Zhu Ning was a fifth-class citizen born in the slums, and Huawinsi always ignored this. Huawinsi, reject the application, terminate all investigations of Zhu Ning by other departments, use my authority to start a separate confidentiality plan for her, lock all her files, collect them, and send them to the abnormal incident team, hide her personal information from the system, and all employees must obtain my permission to access the information. Also, Huawinsi, during the observation period, no one can talk to her for more than 3 sentences without my permission. Other cleaners on this mission cannot make mission reports, pass messages, or use communication tools without my permission. Draft a confidentiality agreement for this mission. I will let Zhuanglin sort out the content of the agreement for you later. Wait for them to sign the agreement directly after they wake up. Su Ming and Lin Yinchuan are waiting for my follow-up. Huawinsi spoke very fast. Fang Ying was a very professional assistant who wrote down every small request. Fang Ying had been in the cleaning center for many years. The more she listened, the more strange it became. Every request of Huawinsi was very strict. Xian Qing and Xie Jiazu were still asking about the progress of the incident. Huawinsi said such a high access authority, which not only excluded ordinary employees, but also excluded ministers like Xian Qing. This is to completely ignore other departments and directly bring Zhu Ning under his protection. What did Zhu Ning say to Huawinsi to give her such a high-level treatment? Fang Ying, what about this mission report? Zhu Ning made a mission report for an hour. Where is the report? This is what everyone is concerned about. Everyone is very curious. Huawinsi, I will write the mission report this time. Fang Ying was stunned. Huawinsi wrote the mission report personally? Then no matter what she wrote, what she submitted was the truth. It can only be the truth, and others cannot question it. Zhu Ning returned to the pure white room. Zhu Ning fell on the bed, very tired after talking to Huawinsi. The amount of information was a bit too much, and Huawinsi approved her guess. On the contrary, she was a little confused. She is in a good mental state now, because the choice has been given to Huawinsi. With a big boss in front, Zhu Ning's pressure is reduced. After she came back, the staff gave her a mental value-related examination report. Her mental value rose again, reaching 1450, and was included in the category of high-level talents. Zhu Ning felt strange about the increase in mental value, because she didn't feel anything every time, but the test results were rising. It was amazing. Zhu Ning thought about it carefully, and found that it was indeed different. She hadn't felt a headache for a long time. It seemed that she had integrated very well with the system in her brain. She was a particularly excellent experimental product, but if it continued to grow, wouldn't she be caught for research? This was too noticeable, wasn't it? And someone informed her that the 1st Military Region and the Clean Center headquarters had received Zhu Ning's inspection report, and the headquarters would then send someone to conduct a comprehensive inspection and evaluation of her. Inspection and evaluation, these two words sounded very much like treating objects. Sure enough, Zhu Ning was right before. People who are particularly outstanding are prone to trouble, and generally such people are prone to early death. However, Zhu Ning has been prominent enough. This mental value has become her protective shell to some extent. Others may have to think twice about what they want to do to her. So this is what it means to ask if she is willing to report on the mission. At that time, Zhu Ning really had the right to be unwilling. But it is better to hold the initiative in her own hands than to remain silent. Zhu Ning sorted it out. She only provided intelligence and had nothing to do. She might as well think about the bad things that happened to her. Zhu Ning closed her eyes. She slept for a long time this time. She was locked up for 2 days, and did only one thing, which was to sleep. The next day, all her inspection equipment was taken away, and no one talked to her during that time. Zhu Ning also received her physical examination report the next day. The results of her lifespan examination came out, and her lifespan was estimated to be 1 year left. The cleaning center tested her body's operation. They found that Zhu Ning needed to consume high energy every day, which was a great burden on the human body. They have not found the cause yet, nor have they found a corresponding solution. The only solution suitable for Zhu Ning is to upload consciousness and completely abandon her redundant body. Zhu Ning knew that the system was really eating away at her body. A once scrapped experimental body could not reach a perfect state at all. All the props used have a price. The nature of defective products makes it difficult for her to have a long life, but Zhu Ning still said that it is not certain who will perish first in this world. The countdown clock has been turned, both the countdown to the end of the world and the countdown to Zhu Ning's lifespan. She can even hear the ticking sound of the clock. On the third day, a staff member handed her regular clothes. The clothes in the cleaning center are all sportswear, black pants and white sweatshirts. Cracks appeared in the pure white room, and the shape of a door was outlined. The staff was waiting for her at the door. Thank you for your cooperation. Your observation has ended. Is she free for the time being? Chapter 118. Waiting at the door was Fang Ying. Fang Ying felt incredible when she looked at Zhu Ning again. She had recruited this employee herself. In less than 2 months, Zhu Ning had already contacted the core senior management of the cleaning center. Zhu Ning's mission was very bizarre. Other departments were eyeing him covetously. Yu Kaiyuan even wanted to peel off a layer of skin from Zhu Ning. At this time, Hu Wensi issued a confidentiality order to directly isolate everyone's prying eyes, and included Zhu Ning in his circle of protection. Fang Ying had been an assistant for so long, and had never seen Hu Wensi's operation like this. He blatantly showed his privileges. Those who didn't know would think that Zhu Ning was acting as a domineering sister who fell in love with me. Although I don't know what happened to your mission, it looks like it was completed perfectly. Fang Ying congratulated Zhu Ning. The latest pay slip has been sent to your deputy brain. You can check it later. Zhu Ning, what is my current status? Fang Ying explained. Team leader Hua has submitted the mission report. You are simply collecting contaminated spores, and being swept into the contaminated area. Affected by the contamination, all video files have disappeared. Although Fang Ying could visibly feel that the report was not normal, what Hu Wensi said was the fact. Zhu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, she found someone who could really solve the problem. Fang Ying, your position has not been transferred on the surface, and you are still a cleaner, but all tasks in the future must be approved by team leader Hua. You are no longer in the task pool of the task center. Zhu Ning, if Hu Wensi does not approve, I will never be able to go on a mission in my life? Fang Ying, yes, you are now under team leader Hua. Very good, I feel like I have signed a contract to sell myself, and my future actions will be strictly scrutinized by Hu Wensi. All protection comes at a price. As they walked, Fang Ying pressed the elevator button and asked in a low voice, Zhu Ning, did you put a curse on team leader Hua? Zhu Ning thought Fang Ying's words were funny and asked, how could a little witch be cursed? How could she have the courage to put a curse on a witch? Fang Ying smiled, that's right, but you did choose a very thick thigh. Hu Wensi guarantees that no one will dare to touch you. Zhu Ning always felt that there was something inside. What do you mean? Fang Ying coughed lightly. Gossip, team leader Hua is nicknamed the Little Witch. Guess if there is an old witch. Zhu Ning was stunned. Old witch? She always thought that the Little Witch was relatively young, but it could be that she was younger? Fang Ying should know something but not say more. Team leader Hua's surname is Hua, and one of the founders of the cleaning center is also surnamed Hua. Just a reminder, the Hua family tradition is that you can't cut your hair. Zhu Ning immediately thought of Hu Wensi's very long braid. So that's why she is so young and has such a high level. As an assistant at the center, Fang Ying stopped talking to Zhu Ning. She seemed to have no intention of chatting with Zhu Ning about gossip, but in fact, she was also giving Zhu Ning some advice. This was to let her grasp the degree of getting along with Hu Wensi. The consequences of offending Hu Wensi would be more terrible than she thought. Moreover, she told him the characteristics of the Hua family directly, so that if Zhu Ning accidentally saw the Hua family in the future, he would be able to recognize them at a glance, and would not cause trouble. Zhu Ning understood. These were some warnings given to him by his predecessors in the workplace. Fang Ying was really careful. The elevator opened, and Fang Ying swiped the card to take Zhu Ning up. Zhu Ning's face was reflected in the elevator. She kept thinking. Fang Ying didn't say anything just now, but it contained a lot of information for her. This world is controlled by chaebol companies. Chaebols are the law, and they can override anyone. She knew that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical and Chuangshi Technology were both large companies, but Zhu Ning often overlooked that the cleaning center was essentially a company. How exactly does this company work? Wensi was able to have such a large investigation power. In essence, she was protecting the interests of the cleaning center, or the interests of her family. Zhu Ning's previous doubts seemed to be suddenly explained in part. The abnormal observation room, where Zhu Ning was located, was on the 35th floor underground. The numbers on the elevator soared up layer by layer. After reaching the 100th floor, the numbers disappeared and entered the confidentiality stage. It means that Zhu Ning is approaching the upper floors. This building has a total of 360 floors. Zhu Ning will increase his understanding of the cleaning center every time. Where will he enter this time? Ding! The elevator stopped at the 197th floor, and there were clouds outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhu Ning felt that Wensi was unusual. Her office was higher than Qianqing and others. But what about above? Above Wensi? There are people of higher levels. Fang Ying, all floors 197 to 200 belong to the abnormal event team. Team leader, what has given you permission to enter the 197th floor? Fang Ying said as she led her to walk. This office was deep in the corridor. Fang Ying had other things to do, so she said Zhu Ning to the door and left. That was the first time Zhu Ning entered Wensi's office. To be honest, if you didn't know, you would think she had entered a doghouse. There were scattered documents, the table was in disarray, and a young man was standing at the door. The man smiled when he saw Zhu Ning. Hello, I'm team leader was partner, Xuanlin. Zhu Ning looked at him with some suspicion. Wensi didn't look up. You can trust him, please sit down. Zhu Ning looked around, not knowing where to sit. They didn't even have a clean chair here. Xuanlin pushed a swivel chair over, and asked her to sit opposite Wensi. Wensi, have her sign a confidentiality agreement. Xuanlin handed the prepared document to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning took a look. The confidentiality agreement was actually very vague. It only said that the entire content of the mission would be kept confidential, without any specifics. Zhu Ning signed the contract after reading it, handed the folder to Xuanlin, and asked, have you decided to believe me? You have no evidence to support your words. I'm looking for evidence. Wensi said. Wensi, at the same time, you have to prove to me that these people really exist and really have an impact on human safety. I didn't completely protect you, and you are not completely safe. So Zhu Ning is safe and unsafe. Wensi, you have to come to the abnormal team regularly in the future. I have applied for your permission. You are my team member. Assist in investigating all related events about non-natural humans. You need to report to me. Zhu Ning, The price of getting the boss's protection is that she has another job. Not only does she have to be a cleaner to contain the contaminated spores, but she also has to be an investigator for Wensi, and work for Prometheus privately. Why does she think that she will die suddenly with this workload? Wensi, before I officially hand over the task to you, I need to understand your situation first. Zhu Ning thinks this is also normal. After all, Zhu Ning looks suspicious to outsiders. Wensi, are you the metal-type mutant that Qianqing is looking for? Zhu Ning, yes, but I don't know why. Wensi frowned. Zhu Ning was a superpower, so she should be registered, but it was better not to leave any information in her current situation. Wensi didn't dwell on it too much and asked, it seems that Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is also looking for you. What did you do? Zhu Ning uttered an awe and said casually, I accidentally got into some trouble and killed one of their experimental subjects. Their Professor Chu was hunting me before. Wensi frowned even more. She certainly knew that the so-called Professor Chu was Chu Qing. Zhu Ning had provoked Chu Qing? And she can still live until now? She has some skills. It should be gone now. Zhu Ning was afraid that Wensi would be worried. They just monitored me. But the monitoring seems to have been reduced recently. I don't know what stimulated Professor Chu. Wensi, Zhu Ning spoke in a very calm tone. How did she grow up? She is just a troublemaker. Be careful to handle your own troubles. Wensi, if you cause too much trouble, I can kill you first. Zhu Ning, okay. Zhu Ning spoke very easily. Wensi frowned. Is it because he has been hunted too many times and has let it go? Zhu Ning is either looking for death or on the way to death, and there is no feeling at all about Huawinsi. Huawinsi, the preliminary investigation is over, come here. Huawinsi stood up and opened the door of a room. There was a whole wall that could be used for writing. There were many words written on it, and many photos were posted. Zhu Ning had done this thing before, which can help thinking. There are photos of Zhu Ning and Su Meng on the wall. Huawinsi also investigated Su Meng. This mission directly interrupted the progress of the abnormal team's investigation. Many things can only be put aside for the time being, or let other team members follow up. There are many clues on the wall: deserted village, back mountain, big yellow flower, 3 locations marked, and a few words written next to them: non-natural human. But there is a blank behind these words, because there is too little information known. Huawinsi, the garrison gave me a reply, saying that Jiangping's mission video is often damaged, but the garrison is in the wild all year round and often encounters this situation. They think it is the polluted area that is affected. Huawinsi couldn't share his intelligence, so he didn't ask more. Huawinsi, other clues are broken, and there is another line on Jiangping's side that I haven't followed up. He used to like playing games, and there are traces left in the game. I am looking for it. Zhu Ning nodded. Sure enough, professionals should do professional things. A bug living in human society will leave traces. Huawinsi leaned against the wall. She was very tall. She was wearing a loose green suit today. She had a long braid hanging down her back. She leaned there, thin and long, like a willow tree. Huawinsi looked at Zhu Ning. I need more information. The Wasteland team's video is out. It's on the forum. Take a look. The Wasteland team was on a normal mission. In order not to arouse suspicion, their mission was announced normally. Zhu Ning, now. Huawinsi, yes, I want to see your reaction. Zhuanglin pulled 2 chairs over for them. Zhu Ning had to sit opposite Huawinsi and open her employee bracelet. Zhu Ning took a special look. Huawinsi was really clean. There was no discussion about Zhu Ning in it. In the eyes of other employees, they just went out for a mission and returned in a normal way. It just so happened that the video was affected by the polluted area. Because the video was damaged and not uploaded, no one knew about the existence of the big yellow flower. The Wasteland team's mission was pinned, the latest mission video outside the wall. Exposing the deserted mountain incident. Cowards should not enter. Zhu Ning, The style of the cleaning center is really the same. All shocking? Zhu Ning could feel Huawinsi's sight and opened it in front of her. The Demon Hunter's video was very shaky. After editing, it looked like a first-person horror movie. Zhu Ning was quite familiar with this place. They had collected polluted spores here before, and the mutated yellow flower grew at the wellhead. But when Zhu Ning went there was nothing special except a well. The Demon Hunter entered the polluted area. The scene was richer, a little dim, and there were lush plants everywhere. Amid the crackling sound of the electric current, a burst of singing came. The melody was a bit strange, not the tune of modern music, very ancient. It was sticky and cold, like some cult music. Listening to it for a long time would make your heart beat faster and feel very uncomfortable. This should be what they said about someone singing in the back mountain. It's weirder outside the wall. She heard someone say, "What is this song? Has anyone heard it? Don't listen to it seriously, you might go crazy." As expected of demon hunters, they are more experienced than cleaners, and can immediately tell if something is contaminated. Zhu Ning always watches demon hunter videos with a learning attitude. The team moved forward in the singing. They passed through the woods and past the well. The area of the back mountain was larger than what Zhu Ning saw. Deep in the back mountain, there is a stone mountain made of pure stones. Water ripples are painted on the stones with blood, and the placement is very particular. There are many cloth bags at the edge of the foot of the mountain, like offerings. There is a bamboo pole on the top of the mountain, with a black coat hanging on it, swaying in the wind, like a person dancing in the wind. What is this for? It looks a bit like a sacrifice. "Hey, come and see," someone said. "There is a hole here." The camera turned, and there was a very narrow cave under this artificial stone mountain, leading to the underground. The stone mountain was used to cover the entrance. It looked like the hole of a tomb robber. Someone used a flashlight to take a look. The cave was pointing straight down, and it was found that it could not be illuminated to the end. Only a vague shadow could be seen. There seems to be something below. Who is brave enough to climb down and take a look? I will pull you out if you encounter danger. You are crazy. Just take a look with the machine. No one wanted to get in. They had some detection equipment. Zhu Ning watched as someone took out a small camera that looked like a bee. Demon hunters are treated really well, and their equipment is not even on the same level. The camera flew into the cave, and the perspective switched to the camera perspective. The little bee flew all the way down, and it was almost pitch black all around. Suddenly the scene changed, and the lens hit a hard object. The demon hunter who was operating it slowly moved the camera, and only saw a human face. What is this? The camera zoomed out, and a sculpture was hidden in the shadows, about 1.5 meters tall, and it was hard to tell what kind of statue it was. The statue closed its eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, which looked extremely strange in the dark. But the statue didn't move at all, nor did it attack, as if it was just there to scare people. This village is full of mysteries, come up quickly. Some people were disappointed, just use force to bulldoze it. The demon hunter's force to bulldoze was like a violent demolition team. Xu Ning didn't watch the end of the video. They finally completed the task without any danger. 3 people were injured, one of them seriously. Xu Ning kept frowning, and didn't pay any attention to what was shown in the video. The Maple Forest team didn't take the statue seriously, just as an ordinary item in the polluted area. But Xu Ning had seen that statue before, exactly the same as the one in the deserted village. When she saw it for the first time, she felt that it was a bit evil. Later, she didn't pay attention to it after finding other clues. The second time she saw it, her mood was completely different. This is a kind of repeated mental pollution, which makes you see it more and more, and deepens the mark. Now the statue seems to have penetrated into Xu Ning's brain through the video, burning an indelible mark in it. Xu Ning felt a little tingling in her brain, as if the pollutants parasitic in her brain shrank slightly. Xu Ning took a deep breath, endured her discomfort and said, "There is a problem here." Wensi kept looking at her. Xu Ning rarely showed some unnatural expressions. "I have seen it. It is hidden in the deserted village." Wensi, sure enough. Wensi had seen this video, and her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the statue. Xu Ning needed to experience it, but Wensi only needed intuition. This was an anomaly that appeared in both the Maple Forest team and the cleaner's video. After Xu Ning confirmed it, Wensi posted the photo of the statue on the blank wall. Xu Ning looked at the statue on the wall. She first saw it on the way to the back mountain. She just took a look and was interrupted by Su Ming before she could figure out what it meant. Xu Ning remembered very few details about the statue. He only remembered that it looked very strange. It should be a human, but it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Its eyeballs were bulging, and it looked like it was about to fall out. This time, he had the opportunity to stare at it for a long time, and found more details. Its eyeballs were not bulging, and it was even closed. Its eyes were obviously closed, but there was a smile at the corner of its mouth, which was very creepy. Moreover, there were lines on the statue, which were densely packed with small characters. Xu Ning paused the video and zoomed in. He could only see that it was some kind of text, but he couldn't tell what it was. Wensi took a screenshot of the statue in Xu Ning's helmet video and posted it on the wall. The two are really different after comparing them. One has open eyes, and the other has closed eyes. Why do the two statues move differently? Is it because the style of each polluted area is different? Everyone in the deserted village is under surveillance, so the statue has become part of the surveillance. What is the style of the back mountain? Why does it smile? Wensi, I asked the elders at home, and it is said to be an ancient god. Xu Ning had never received help before. Now it is the first time that he finds that there is a leader like Wensi, who is extremely capable. Basically, he does not need to use his brain. Wensi went to his family to verify. Could the Hua family be a fortune teller? Xu Ning, ancient god? What? Why is it developing towards metaphysics? Although this polluted world is not very scientific, this time it is blatantly unscientific. Wensi looked at Xu Ning without blinking. He thought she would reveal some flaws, but it seems that she really doesn't know. Xu Ning did not deliberately cover up the facts, nor did she deceive herself. Wensi, there is very little information. I am verifying it. Xu Ning couldn't tell whether she really didn't find it or was keeping it a secret, so she asked, is there really a god in this world? She remembered that some people would choose to pray to evil gods after being mentally polluted. Would the evil gods really respond? Wensi, when people are at the end of the rope, they will look for some beliefs. In this world, everyone is under so much pressure, and people who collapse are forming polluted areas. It is normal for people to seek help from some weird and supernatural things. But the so-called god is hard not to be a pollutant. Even the worm claims to be a god. Who knows what this ancient god is? Xu Ning asked, what are you going to do next? Wensi, I will send a team out to investigate again with this statue as a clue. This matter is not something that Xu Ning can solve alone. They really need an investigation team outside the wall to restart the investigation. Zhu Ning has no objection at all. If she can avoid taking action, she will not take action. Don't make her short life worse. Wensi looked at the wall thoughtfully. You can go home now. You need to rest. Wait for my next notice. So Zhu Ning is just a tool, and Wensi is using Zhu Ning's performance to prove his intuition. Wensi was testing Zhu Ning just now, so she has passed the test now. Zhu Ning stood up, still feeling uncomfortable. The two impressions overlapped, and the statue seemed to be really imprinted in her mind. Zhu Ning walked to the door and turned back again. This time she walked farther and looked at the whole wall from a macro perspective. The historical events on it seemed to be connected in series. The transparent man in the mechanical aquarium, the alien species in the ant nest, and the statue outside the wall. Wensi's previous intuition was correct. She always felt that these things could be connected together to restore the whole picture. Wensi stood in front of the wall, thinking with his back to Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning asked, by the way, how is Su Ming? Did you protect her too? Wensi's forehead jumped, feeling that Zhu Ning had been challenging her bottom line. She was not a professional mess cleaner. You don't have to worry about her. Wensi was too lazy to look at Zhu Ning. She has her own ability to survive in the cleaning center. Zhu Ning, so? Why don't these ministers speak clearly? Wensi, someone else is protecting her. Her identity is very special. I can't tell you more. Zhu Ning said meaningfully, it's really a very special identity. Wensi turned around and looked at her quietly. Whether Su Ming has any problems, you know better than me. Zhu Ning's heart skipped a beat, dealing with the little which is really scary. She has a terrifying intuition. Wensi didn't ask about many of her doubts, which doesn't mean she trusts herself, nor does it mean she has let go of her doubts. But there was something more important in front of her, so she put Zhu Ning aside for the time being. Zhu Ning walked out of the cleaning center. Wensi did not put any surveillance equipment on her, nor did he send anyone to follow her. But Zhu Ning did not dare to relax at all. She looked back. The main building of the cleaning center was towering into the clouds, and Wensi's workplace was above the clouds. Was she looking down on her? The next thing should not be Zhu Ning's responsibility. Zhu Ning only needed to wait for Wensi to order her. Zhu Ning opened her secondary brain. This time she earned 30 million Singapore dollars. The 20-fold bonus that Xianqing approved for her last time was 40 million. This time, the salary was approved by Wensi. Maybe there was a part of the hush money in it. The profit from the 2 times is already 70 million. If she continues like this, it may not be a dream for her to achieve the small goal of 100 million. Where does the wealth of the clean center come from? Yongsheng Pharmaceutical is a monopoly pharmaceutical company that controls 90% of the medical care in the Federation. There are a lot of technology companies under Genesis Technology, and they make a lot of money from game development. Moreover, they have monopolized the technology of uploading consciousness, and a large number of rich people give them money. What about the Clean Center? How do they maintain such high salary payments? The Clean Center seems to be doing good things. They solve pollution problems, and the Security Bureau and the garrison troops must cooperate with the Clean Center. If there is a need, they can go to the Clean Center to solve it. They monopolize pollutants? Zhu Ning thinks there is someone who can answer her question. She returned to the Honorable Queen's store. This mission plus the observation period is a total of 4 days. Her perception of time is confused again. If it weren't for the high spirit value, someone else might have gone crazy with this way of working. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Honorable Queen's store is not open yet. It is now closed. Even the electronic stripper male dancers have quit. Zhu Ning had subconsciously thought that this brothel was her territory. Just as she was about to walk into the basement, she suddenly felt something behind her. She frowned, then relaxed her brows. An arm hugged her from behind, and the warm and thin body pressed against her back. Zhu Ning's tense body relaxed instantly. Long time no see, Xiaofeng. This feeling makes people feel very comfortable, as if someone is waiting for you at home, and you don't have to face an empty home. There will always be someone running towards you. Although Lin Xiaofeng was a transparent person, her presence at this time gave Zhu Ning some warmth as a human being. Just hugging herself could make her feel very healed. Zhu Ning was connected to humans. Lin Xiaofeng let go of her hand and asked embarrassedly, "Are you tired?" Zhu Ning shook her head and turned around to see a red hat floating in the air. "How can I be tired? I'm super awesome." Lin Xiaofeng showed a smile that Zhu Ning couldn't see. She had seen Zhu Ning's smile. Zhu Ning was super awesome. Lin Xiaofeng was very obedient, so obedient that she didn't even ask Zhu Ning what she was doing. Zhu Ning asked, "What have you done recently?" She remembered that Lin Xiaofeng was allowed to move freely before, and she could go out cautiously. But Lin Xiaofeng didn't seem to like going out very much. Her tone suddenly became very excited. I'm learning to fight. Uncle Song will help me. Zhu Ning, Lin Xiaofeng finally attacked Song Zhizhong. I don't know if Song Zhizhong's weak body was crippled by Lin Xiaofeng's huge strength. Zhu Ning asked, where is Song Zhizhong? She just wanted to ask him something. Lin Xiaofeng, he is sleeping. I can take you to find him. Lin Xiaofeng is more familiar with Song Zhizhong. To be honest, Zhu Ning doesn't even know where Song Zhizhong lives. During Zhu Ning's absence, Lin Xiaofeng got familiar with the entire Noble Queen store. Song Zhizhong allowed her to walk around the store. If there were outsiders, Lin Xiaofeng would be completely invisible. If not, she would walk around with a red hat on her head. This store actually has 8 floors, and Song Zhizhong lives on the 8th floor. Lin Xiaofeng walked in front, and Zhu Ning followed behind. Each floor had a different theme. Zhu Ning knew without asking that they were all for rich women to spend. But the 6th floor and above seemed to be out of business scope. The 6th and 7th floors were empty, without even a chair. Song Zhizhong lived on the 8th floor. What does this mean? Song Zhizhong was afraid of something happening to him, so he isolated himself in advance? Even if something unfortunate happened, there was a buffer zone with the people below. Zhu Ning arrived at the 8th floor. The high floor was sunny, and it was warm here, which formed a sharp contrast with the dark basement. Lin Xiaofeng said, it's here. Lin Xiaofeng rang the doorbell, and Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng stood at the door of someone's house, like they were asking for candy on Halloween. In less than a minute, the door was open from the inside. Song Zhizhong was probably sleeping, and was a little sleepy. Zhu Ning raised his eyebrows when he saw Song Zhizhong. He didn't wear a purple autumn coat today, but a black home coat. The home coat was very long and made of satin, which made his skin look very white. Even the home coat had a high collar, which tightly wrapped around his neck without exposing any skin. He looked like an abstinent priest or a vampire. Zhu Ning was used to seeing Song Zhizhong wearing purple autumn clothes, and his aesthetic taste was almost distorted by it. He was very uncomfortable at this time. Song Zhizhong was stunned when he saw Zhu Ning, and moved his eyes away uncomfortably. Why are you here? Zhu Ning moved his eyes away from his neck, suppressing the urge to strip his clothes to see what was inside. That was too violent. Zhu Ning, I have something to ask you. Song Zhizhong frowned. Zhu Ning had something to ask him. Is it convenient to go in and talk? Zhu Ning asked. Song Zhizhong hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. The more he tried to cover up, the more suspicious he became, so he opened the door. Zhu Ning was never polite to him. This floor was a whole home, with a simple, wooden home style. Song Zhizhong lived in such a place? Zhu Ning thought Song Zhizhong was dressed like a Barbie, and lived in a Barbie palace. Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng sat on the sofa. Zhu Ning was very relaxed, as if this was her own home. What do you want to drink? Song Zhizhong asked. Zhu Ning, whatever. Song Zhizhong brought 2 cups of hot milk. Zhu Ning should have just finished a mission, so coffee or tea was not suitable. She should rest later, so hot milk was just right. Lin Xiaofeng held the milk and drank it in small sips, like a kitten drinking milk. Zhu Ning held the milk but did not drink it. She just looked at Song Zhizhong, as if her eyes could see through the high collar to the skin on his neck and directly touch his secrets. Song Zhizhong felt like ants were crawling on his back when she looked at him. How about I go change my clothes first? Zhu Ning rarely saw him so embarrassed. He used to be like an elegant little fox, taking care of his hair slowly. Now he looked like someone had peeled off a layer of fox skin, forcing him to expose his soft belly. He was not as calm as before, which made people want to tease him. She suddenly understood why rich women like to come to the Noble Queen store to relieve stress. It's really stress relieving. Zhu Ning, no, be quick. Song Zhizhong leaned against the door frame, sorted out his expression, and asked Zhu Ning in the face, what do you want to ask me? Zhu Ning should have just finished the mission. The first thing he did when he came out of the cleaning center was to find Song Zhizhong. What do you want to ask her? Zhu Ning stopped teasing him and got straight to the point and asked, are contaminated spores an energy source? She had actually been thinking about this question for a long time. Contaminated spores need to be contained. One reason is that they are afraid of secondary infection. But there may be another reason. Contaminated spores are a kind of energy source. This is the only way to explain how the cleaning center works. Song Zhizhong is responsible for recovering civilian contaminated spores, so he can definitely answer this question. Zhu Ning is waiting for his answer. Chapter 119. Are contaminated spores an energy source? Song Zhizhong was stunned, then his brows slowly frowned. Zhu Ning's question was very direct. To be honest, based on his understanding of Zhu Ning, she should have just entered the cleaning center for more than a month, but she has already explored the essence of the operation of the cleaning center. Many employees of the cleaning center don't actually think about this question. Most people join the cleaning center for high salaries, but a small number of employees think they are contributing to humanity. Their work looks very just, killing pollutants, containing contaminated spores, and purifying the land. Of course, this is also the tradition of the cleaning center. They are really protecting human land. If a company only makes money and has no feelings, it will be difficult to survive. Because humans are so strange, in addition to money, they also need to seek the meaning of life to survive. Song Shizhong was silent for a moment, as if he was choosing his words. Yes. He couldn't whitewash this point, it was the fact. Song Shizhong continued, contaminated spores are a kind of energy. After radiation, pollution spreads, and we lose large tracts of land. The coal, oil or metals that humans relied on before cannot be collected. When the disaster occurs, we lose not only land, but also energy. Song Shizhong, initially, humans fell into an energy crisis. A large number of people died due to secondary disasters caused by energy shortages. Later, someone discovered that contaminated spores can be used as energy. As long as they are specially treated, the energy generated by a contaminated spore can supply an ordinary person with 3 years of electricity for daily life. Song Shizhong told the story like he was telling history, and Zhu Ning and Lin Xiaofeng listened. The Clean Center came into being. They are the largest organization dealing with pollution so far. Of course, there are also private organizations, but they are very insignificant because the cost of dealing with contaminated spores is completely unaffordable for ordinary small companies. You can say that the Clean Center has monopolized this area, and their branches are all over the human base. So the 103 area where Zhu Ning is located is just a small part of it. Zhu Ning, who discovered that contaminated spores are energy. Song Shizhong, I don't know, there is no news at all. The fact that contaminated spores are energy cannot be brought to the table. There is no history or record. If you don't ask, no one will take the initiative to tell you. Song Shizhong also realized it at work. Most people know it and tacitly understand it. After all, you can't change the status quo. Zhu Ning still knows too little about this world and has no idea what happened before and after the radiation. Zhu Ning, what's the matter with the Hua family? Song Shizhong smiled bitterly. Your question is too far-fetched. The Hua family is very low-key. I don't know much about it. Completely different from the Liu family, the Hua family has almost no sense of existence. Even if they are in the cleaning center, many people don't know that this is their industry. Zhu Ning thought about it. Hua Wensi is indeed quite mysterious. If Zhu Ning didn't happen to deal with her, he probably wouldn't know that the Hua family was the founder of the cleaning center for his entire working life. Song Shizhong, of course, contamination spores also have benefits. A strong and stable energy supply directly promotes the development of science and technology. Our current technological development speed can be said to be changing with each passing day. The technological progress in the past 100 years is more than dozens of times that of the past. Not only are there contaminated weapons made of contaminated spores, but also the wall shields, city lights, high-speed air, and the so-called A-level program activations that consume a large amount of contaminated spores every day. Humanity has not completely perished because of the energy generated by contaminated spores. Humanity fights against pollutants, extracts contaminated spores from pollutants, and then in turn protects humans. They have entered a cycle. The laws of nature have never changed. Can contaminated spores be understood as a gift from nature? The earth is just nourishing humans in a different way. Zhu Ning asked, ordinary people don't know? Song Shizhong, yes, it should be said that most people don't know. Ordinary people live a normal life, although it may not be very normal. But they have already tried their best to live, and they have no time to care about other things. Zhu Ning asked, once the energy supply is cut off, who will be affected first? This question is a bit difficult. Song Shizhong thought for a while, and gave a cautious answer. The first to be affected should be ordinary people, that is, citizens of the other 4 levels, because the pollution will spread if the protective shield fails, but the supply method of each area is different. It takes time for the contaminated spores to infect. When the whole world loses protection, I think it is actually the first-class citizens who are most affected. Song Shizhong, most first-class citizens live in the kingdom of God. Zhu Ning frowned. The kingdom of God? Yes. Song Shizhong, the popular name of the first area, this is a suspended island, because it is suspended in the air, exceeding the maximum height of the contaminated spores floating, so there is almost no pollution. The island can be suspended in the air because it continuously burns polluted spores. Once the supply is cut off, the entire island may fall directly. Song Zhizhong thinks that ordinary people may have a higher ability to resist risks. The island falls, leaving the first-class citizens, the flowers in the greenhouse, without shelter and facing pollution. First-class citizens and others face the same harsh living environment and start from the same starting line. Their survival rate may not be higher than that of the other 4 types of citizens. Zone 103 is a prosperous city in Zhu Ning's eyes. After all, their world does not have so many high-tech, suspended flying cars, tracks in the air, and skyscrapers. But Zone 103 is just a garbage recycling area. It is not even as good as other normal areas. Technology has created a piece of pure land. The flying polluted spores have a height limit and cannot drift to a certain height, so humans built an artificial island floating in the air. It is called Kingdom of God. If human religions previously set a standard for whether or not to go to heaven, it was based on piety, kindness, and merit. This world is much simpler and more brutal. The rich go to heaven, and the poor go to hell. Below the kingdom of God is all hell. There is no God in the world, but the kingdom where God lives has been artificially demarcated. Jiang Ping protected mankind and dedicated his life, but was finally lost here, preferring to let a bug that claimed to be God take over his body. Zhu Ning has been to so many polluted areas, and it all comes down to poverty. Zhu Ning's fingers holding the milk cup tightened, and she almost crushed the glass. Her idea was right. Ordinary people's wages are not high, but the employees of the cleaning center can earn the money that ordinary people earn in a lifetime in 1 year. The most profitable thing in this world is related to pollutants, and the threshold for being qualified to deal with pollutants is set by the superiors. We are just consumables. Zhu Ning thought of this sentence again, and she suddenly felt that Lin Yinchuan looked not very smart, but he was actually very wise. Lin Yinchuan figured this out a long time ago, so he was very self-consistent. Most citizens in the Wasteland world are just a kind of consumables. There will always be more humans to be created for energy replenishment, because humans in this shitty world have begun to be mass-produced like objects. New humans are constantly produced on the assembly line, and then forced into new pollutants by this high-pressure society. Humans kill humans who have become pollutants, and finally extract resources from them, and then protect the survivors in turn. This series of actions can even be called justice because it is just. If Zhu Ning is allowed to enter the polluted area again, she will repeat this set of procedures. She suddenly understood the cleaning center's policy of protecting talents, and its indifference to the lives of ordinary employees. The center offers high wages, and we tacitly agree to the same rule. The more money you want to get, the more risks you have to pay. I can sacrifice you without hesitation when necessary. Just like the mechanical aquarium, Zhu Ning and the Grey Eagle team are fighting hard, and the center's top management has decided to close the aquarium immediately. Just like outside the wall, containing the contaminated spores is a task, and it must be completed, otherwise you can't lead the way. This rule is recognized by everyone from top to bottom. There is no black or white, it is a chaotic gray. Humans live inside the wall, just like living in a huge polluted area, with gray lines as the background, suppressed emotions that cannot be relieved, and hideous monsters all around. Is the end of the world really coming? Hasn't the end of the world already come? Zhu Ning's hand strength in squeezing the cup is getting stronger and stronger, and the milk is rippled violently because of the force. Lin Xiaofeng and Song Zhizhong looked over at the same time. As long as the force is increased a little more, this fragile glass cup will be crushed by Zhu Ning. But Zhu Ning didn't. She took a deep breath, and her clenched fingers gradually loosened. The milk returned to calm again, and there was no crack on the glass cup. She drank the hot milk very steadily, and her drooping eyelashes blocked her eyes, so that Song Zhizhong could not see what she was thinking, and then Zhu Ning put the empty glass cup on the coffee table. When she raised her eyes were very calm, as if she had not produced any emotional fluctuations because of the words just now. Song Zhizhong was stunned. He thought Zhu Ning would get angry, but she was like a calm lake, and there was infinite energy under the calm surface of the water. He really understood why Zhu Ning had such a high mental value, and a terrifying mental control ability. She could control it within a millimeter. Even if she had emotional fluctuations, she would not spill them. It was like a glass of milk, without a drop of spillage from beginning to end. Zhu Ning leaned on the sofa, and looked at Song Zhizhong. Although Song Zhizhong was in a superior position, he felt that he was the one being looked down upon. What mission did Zhu Ning have this time? Song Zhizhong had not seen Zhu Ning take action, but he could clearly feel that she was stronger than before. Her growth rate was still accelerating. It was very scary because the time was too short. Xu Ning, is this why you left the cleaning center? Song Zhizhong was silent again. Xu Ning was not aggressive, but it was hard to avoid her questioning. Song Zhizhong told the truth, yes. Xu Ning, you used to be in District 103? Song Zhizhong took a deep breath. He was gradually losing his territory under Xu Ning's pressure, and was always ready to surrender. I am a demon hunter in District 2. I came to District 103 after retiring. Song Zhizhong guessed what Xu Ning might want to ask, so he directly stated his identity. I came here because this is a garbage disposal center, known as the Lost Land. If District 1 is the Kingdom of God, then District 103 is the garbage dump. Whether it is good or bad, a place that is extreme enough will attract people to come. Song Zhizhong was in District 2 before, and judging from the numbers, he could guess that it was better than District 103. Who would voluntarily come to the garbage dump? Xu Ning did not continue to ask him why he retired. She blinked and asked, did you just get up? Song Zhizhong was confused by this change. He thought Xu Ning would take advantage of the situation and ask questions. As long as she continued to ask, Song Zhizhong would speak. But Xu Ning preferred Song Zhizhong to speak on his own, and wait until the day he wanted to speak. Xu Ning, are you ready to have breakfast? I'm hungry too. Song Zhizhong, Did Xu Ning treat his place as a canteen? Xu Ning only drank nutritional supplements today, and didn't chew the food. She really wanted to eat, so she asked Lin Xiaofeng again, are you hungry? Lin Xiaofeng was probably thinking about what Song Zhizhong had just said. When she was asked this question, she hesitated for a while. The red hat floated in the air. She looked at Xu Ning, and then at Song Zhizhong, and then nodded. Xu Ning said shamelessly, look, Xiaofeng also said she was hungry. Song Zhizhong, He sighed, I go cook, you guys can do whatever you want. Xu Ning ate a meal that was unclear what it was at Song Zhizhong's place. It was afternoon tea for Xu Ning, breakfast for Song Zhizhong, and a snack for Lin Xiaofeng. Xu Ning asked, what did you teach her? Song Zhizhong, some basic self-defense. Song Zhizhong used to be a demon hunter, so he should know a lot of things. Xu Ning looked at him, because he was wrapped up tightly and his skin was not exposed, so he couldn't tell if he was injured. Xu Ning asked, are you injured? Song Zhizhong recalled that he had a stomachache. No. Xu Ning, oh. Song Zhizhong always felt that Xu Ning didn't believe him. Really not. Xu Ning looked at him with a smile. Okay, I get it. Song Zhizhong, Why does she always tease herself? Song Zhizhong, but I don't know what you want to train her for. Xu Ning just asked Song Zhizhong to help raise Lin Xiaofeng. How should she train her? Xu Ning was also stunned. She initially recruited Lin Xiaofeng because she felt that she needed a team member, but she never considered taking Lin Xiaofeng out during several missions. Because she always felt that she was a child subconsciously. What did Xu Ning want her to do? Enter the contaminated area with him as a demon hunter? When a cleaner went in and faced a pile of rotten meat to contain contaminated spores, she was too young. Xu Ning always had a little fantasy that the children in this world could be happier, at least happier than adults. Don't be so desperate that children can't choose their own future. Theoretically, Lin Xiaofeng can choose to lie down. She should have the right to be an ordinary person. Song Zhizhong did not avoid Lin Xiaofeng in his conversation with Xu Ning. Contaminated spores are a kind of energy. If this is the background of the world, then Lin Xiaofeng needs to know the truth. After Song Zhizhong finished speaking, Lin Xiaofeng did not speak. She seemed a little depressed. Xu Ning, let's talk about it later. How long has it been? It has been less than a month since Lin Xiaofeng came out of the mechanical oceanarium. There is still time. Think about it slowly. Xu Ning did not want to be a shooting athlete overnight. Xu Ning can wait for Lin Xiaofeng to grow up for a few more years. She does not need help now. That? Lin Xiaofeng suddenly asked timidly, can I be a demon hunter? Lin Xiaofeng wants to be a demon hunter. She does not want to be under the wings of others all her life. Her progress has been very rapid. From a little girl who dared not even express that she was hungry, she mustered up the courage to say that she was not full for the first time. In the past, she couldn't even choose a pair of socks freely, but with Song Zhizhong's encouragement, she chose a red hat to represent herself. She used to only need to practice a harmless and innocent smile, but now she can easily hurt Song Zhizhong. From an internet celebrity, who was forced to express innocence and cuteness, she said what she wanted to do for the first time. In the past, her father helped her choose that path, and she had never thought about this issue since the day she was born. Now she has her own choice. She said she wanted to be a demon hunter, and one day she would go into the contaminated area with Zhu Ning. It was no longer Zhu Ning's mission when she waited at home, forced to wait like a kitten. Revenge is not Zhu Ning's mission, it is Lin Xiaofeng's mission. This process may be long and difficult to adapt to, but Lin Xiaofeng is willing to adapt. Lin Xiaofeng is just an ordinary little girl. She can only understand half of what Song Zhizhong said, but she can understand it. If you are destined to be a consumable, then be a powerful consumable. When the flood comes, she can climb higher and die slower. She cannot be dragged down by others, she can protect herself, and maybe protect others. So Lin Xiaofeng said firmly, I want to be a demon hunter. Zhu Ning was stunned, and then quickly smiled, great. She did not ask why, just said it was great. Lin Xiaofeng's face turned red, a little uncomfortable. It turns out that speaking your own ideas will not be denied, nor will it be ridiculed. Zhu Ning will only say, great, it is safe around Zhu Ning, not personal safety, but a safe environment for expression. You don't have to worry about being laughed at for anything you say. Lin Xiaofeng said again, I want to be a demon hunter. She repeated it once, and her tone became more relaxed the second time, as if the stone that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time was removed, and she felt a sense of relief. Lin Xiaofeng, I will help you in the future, I just need to learn. Zhu Ning touched Lin Xiaofeng's head, and she could only see a little red hat, so she could only rub the little red hat. Zhu Ning, before I find a better teacher, you can only learn from Song Zhizhong with grievance. Song Zhizhong, hey, are you going too far? Zhu Ning, you teach first, and I will change if it doesn't work. Song Zhizhong, is this a competitive job? Song Zhizhong gritted his teeth. Ms. Zhu, are you taking advantage of me for free? Zhu Ning, then give me a price? Any price. Song Zhizhong was a demon hunter in the 2nd district before. He is really capable of teaching, and is definitely more professional than me. The demon hunter course has theoretical courses and basic courses, and the rest is experience. Song Zhizhong is worth the high price. You must have made a fortune again this time. Song Zhizhong supported his chin with one hand, and looked at the red hat floating beside Zhu Ning. I like Xiaofeng more. When she grows up, just buy me a huge medical insurance. Zhu Ning, ? Song Zhizhong didn't lie to me. Can he really not afford to see a doctor? Contaminated spores are also considered to be highly profitable. Is this not okay? Wait, Zhu Ning suddenly had a guess. She looked at Song Zhizhong's high collar. Did he have a disease? Did he use all his money to maintain the status quo? Zhu Ning frowned. Song Zhizhong smiled very gently, stretched out his hand in front of Lin Xiaofeng, and clenched it into a fist in the air. I will be your teacher for the time being. Lin Xiaofeng lowered his head, and then stretched out his hand. The transparent little fist gently touched Song Zhizhong's big fist. Lin Xiaofeng, I will work hard to earn money to buy you medical insurance. Song Zhizhong, you don't have to shout it out so loudly. Lin Xiaofeng thought Song Zhizhong had lost face in front of Zhu Ning, and immediately understood, whispering, then I will buy it for you secretly. Zhu Ning chuckled. Zhu Ning went back to rest. After eating a meal, he seemed to have relieved the pressure, and his whole state was very relaxed. Other trivial matters were taken care of by someone else, so she didn't need to worry too much. She fell asleep on her bed, and slept carefully for 2 days before she felt that her fatigue disappeared. Her work and rest schedule was completely disrupted from that of ordinary people. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Normal people work from 9 to 5, and can rest on weekends, but Zhu Ning entered the polluted area with day and night reversed. She always felt that she had survived in the Wasteland world for more than 2 months, not just 2 months, but many years. Because she entered the polluted area too many times? Sometimes she slept too much and often felt that she was a little out of touch with the long river of time. It seemed that she was a human drifting outside the timeline. Zhu Ning didn't get up after waking up. She fell on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Not long ago, black mucus was flowing on the ceiling, trying to swallow Zhu Ning whole. Just a few days have passed. It has only been 2 weeks since she got the alien species. If we look at the efficiency of obtaining resources, she is really efficient. Wensi was responsible for the affairs of the deserted village. With a more powerful boss in front, Zhu Ning could take a breath and think about the trivial things that happened to her. Why was Prometheus so sure that Zhu Ning would come out alive every time he assigned her a task? What about this time? Did Prometheus know in advance that Zhu Ning would succeed? Zhu Ning didn't dare to guarantee that she would survive every time. It was so dangerous outside the wall that she almost didn't survive. She couldn't figure this out, but she knew even less about Prometheus. How could she have a chance to contact Prometheus? Xu Ning took out a blank card, and after releasing it, Zheng Mafei's employee bracelet lay quietly in her hand. After Xu Ning gained the ability to manipulate data, she tried to crack Zheng Mafei's bracelet, but it was useless. It seemed that a data wall had been erected inside, blocking Xu Ning directly. Is the employee bracelet a system managed by Prometheus? Xu Ning is already an experimental product, but her data manipulation ability can't break through Prometheus's defenses. She still needs to enter a password. What is the password? What did Zheng Mafei investigate? Xu Ning thought it was an investigation of her own experimental products, but now it seems more like it happened in Area 103. Is it related to the statue? Is it related to the pollution source outside the wall? Su Ming must have a connection with this bracelet. Maybe she knows the power on password. After leaving the deserted village, Xu Ning had many unresolved problems, and the first one to be solved was Su Ming. Su Ming just temporarily put aside her hostility towards her. Since Hua Wensi said she was safe, she might come to her. What will Su Ming do? Which faction does she belong to? Ding ding ding, Xu Ning's sub-brain lit up. It was Lin Yinchuan who sent the message. He added Xu Ning, Su Ming, and the other two to a small group. Lin Yinchuan, I'm discharged. Xu Ning, Su Ming, congratulations. This time, Lin Yinchuan was discharged very quickly. Xu Ning thought about it, and sent him a red rose as a reward. This time, he could only send an electronic version of the burning flower. Lin Yinchuan thought of the burning wings he asked for last time, and sent a speechless expression. If Lin Yinchuan can be discharged smoothly, it means Su Ming is also safe. They should have signed a confidentiality agreement. I don't know how they will deal with it now. Xu Ning, you are not crazy? Lin Yinchuan, I have made progress, okay? Xu Ning, congratulations. Lin Yinchuan has been making progress. It is hard to retire like this. Lin Yinchuan, I have completed the resignation procedures. How about we go out for dinner together? I will treat you to dinner. I want to thank you, and you can see me off. Lin Yinchuan is very grateful to Xu Ning and Su Ming. He can really open a restaurant. He really wants to invite them to dinner to thank them in person, and he can feel that there seems to be a gap between Xu Ning and Su Ming. I don't know what the conflict between these two is. After sending the message, Lin Yinchuan was a little nervous, worried that the conflict between Xu Ning and Su Ming could not be reconciled, and the two did not want to meet each other anymore. But soon, the next second, Su Ming, of course I will go. Xu Ning followed closely. Of course I will go, I miss you too much. Lin Yinchuan, ? They were all so happy. Why did he feel something was wrong? Lin Yinchuan picked a restaurant and agreed with them on a specific time. They would be there on time. Su Ming and Xu Ning were going to meet. Cleaning Center, Cleaning Department. The director of the cleaning department was named Xie. He rarely appeared in front of people, and was called the most lazy employee in the center. Xian Qing and Lu Qiyuan both thought that his work style was problematic. Because he was too casual, Xu Ning, as his employee, had never met Xie himself. Xie appeared twice. Once when Xu Ning and Lin Yinchuan mistakenly entered the contaminated area, he held a meeting with Xian Qing to let the cleaners train. The second time was this time. He had just returned from another meeting and opened his office. Someone was waiting for him in the office. Su Ming sat on the chair with her back to the door. Her secondary brain was on, as if she was sending a message to someone. And Su Ming was actually smiling. She was typing while smiling. Xie rarely saw her with such an obvious expression, so he asked, "Who are you chatting with so happily?" Su Ming frowned when he saw Xie. "What does it have to do with you? If someone else came here, they would probably be very surprised." Xie was a minister, and Su Ming was just a small cleaner, and he didn't even show any respect when talking. Xie didn't get angry when he heard it, and sat opposite Su Ming. "Why are you the same as before?" Xie is almost 40 years old this year, wearing a suit and combing his hair back, with an elite look on his face. Su Ming turned off the sub-brain and asked, "Have I dealt with my affairs?" Xie, "It's simpler than I thought. Hua Wensi made a mission report." Xie still felt very strange when he thought about this. Why did Hua Wensi issue a mission report? And that report was obviously problematic, but he couldn't question it. Su Ming would have been investigated for exposing her superpowers, but her problem could actually be solved. She used to be a demon hunter, and her superpowers had been registered. Now Su Ming's information has been locked by Hua Wensi. Xie originally wanted to rescue Su Ming, but later found that it was unnecessary, and there was no room for him to operate. After confirming that Su Ming was safe, Xie Jiazu got Su Ming out of the medical center. Xie Jiazu looked at Su Ming and asked, "Is Huowenzi protecting you? When you are in the workplace, it is best to understand the relationship between each other." Su Ming frowned. It must not be. She has never dealt with Huowenzi, and Huowenzi may think that there is something wrong with her. It is a mercy that he did not investigate her inside and out. It is estimated that Zhu Ning did something. Zhu Ning is really capable. She can cover up such a big thing directly. If Huowenzi helps Zhu Ning, then Zhu Ning is holding a thigh that Su Ming can't afford to offend. Zhu Ning and Huowenzi have a personal relationship? No, Su Ming guessed that Zhu Ning might be making a fuss about the bug. If what the bug said is true, something might happen in District 103. Is this related to the matter he investigated? Su Ming was immersed in his own thoughts and said casually, "Forget it." Her answer was ambiguous, which was a kind of protection for herself. Anyway, Huowenzi was not here. Xie Jiazu was even more curious and continued to ask, "What happened outside the wall?" Su Ming, "I signed a confidentiality agreement." Su Ming stopped Xie Jiazu before he continued to ask, "I think Huowenzi will kill me if I violate the confidentiality agreement." Huowenzi can definitely do it. Signing a confidentiality agreement with Huowenzi is tantamount to making a deal with the devil. Once you betray, the hunting order will chase you to the ends of the earth. Xie Jiazu spread his hands, just asking casually. Xie Jiazu quickly changed the subject, as if he was not interested in the topic at all, and really just asked casually, "How have you been recently?" Su Ming, "Not bad." Xie Jiazu, very perfunctory. Su Ming always hides her edge outside, but she is very strong in front of Xie Jiazu. "What about you? How does it feel to be a minister?" This question is a bit ironic. Xie Jiazu is not angry at all, not bad. Su Ming looked out the window, thought of some things in the past, and said, "Among the few of us back then, you are the one who got along the best." Xie Jiazu, "Not bad." Su Ming sneered. Silence is more powerful than words, and contempt has overflowed without saying a word. Xie Jiazu, "I thought you would thank me. After all, I helped you a lot." Xie Jiazu was reminding Su Ming that Su Ming needed an identity at that time, and it was Xie Jiazu who took the trouble to operate it. He gave Su Ming a perfect identity, and let her continue to be a cleaner in the cleaning center. No one would suspect a cleaner. She was hidden among many employees, and was very inconspicuous. Otherwise, she should be like everyone else, either liquidated or sent to a branch in another area. She is still here because of me. Su Ming retracted her gaze to the window, and smiled at Xie Jiazu. "Thank you." Although she was smiling, her tone was not smiling, and it was very cold. Xie Jiazu didn't care about Su Ming's tone. "You're welcome, Captain." Chapter 120. The red oil hot pot was bubbling, and Lin Yinchuan was watching their expressions while rinsing his tripe. Su Ming had just come out of the cleaning center today. She looked the same as before, eating slowly, and not even having a strong presence when eating. Zhu Ning had a poor appetite, and had not moved her chopsticks much. Lin Yinchuan asked carefully, "Zhu Ning, don't you like hot pot? This is a popular online restaurant." Lin Yinchuan paid extra for a scalper ticket to get in. Zhu Ning smelled the red oil pot inside. "I liked it before, but now I don't like it anymore." Lin Yinchuan, question mark. "Give up? Why?" Zhu Ning sighed again, with a look of nostalgia. "I used to be a cashier in a hot pot restaurant. The configuration of hot pot restaurants is similar." Zhu Ning sat by the pot to eat, and there was a lot of noise and bustle around her. For a moment, she felt that all the customers were pollutants, and the cash register was full of fingers. She had some conditioned reflexes after working at the hot pot restaurant. Now she can help serve dishes in the restaurant by diving into the back kitchen. Lin Yinchuan has something. He is really good at choosing restaurants. Lin Yinchuan, "What, little sister? You are still working part-time outside? Don't you have enough money? How about I lend you some?" No, Zhu Ning should be richer than Lin Yinchuan. Zhu Ning looked at the tripe and couldn't lift the chopsticks. She was a little uninterested. "I had a mission before, and it was also a popular hot pot restaurant." She was obviously talking to Lin Yinchuan, but this sentence was for Su Ming. Lin Yinchuan listened for a long time, but didn't understand. "When did you go there?" He counted with his fingers. Zhu Ning was a newcomer. She only had 3 missions, right? There was no hot pot restaurant in the mission. Su Ming put down his chopsticks. She should have said the Grey Post mission. "Grey Post?" Lin Yinchuan exclaimed. "You can actually get a Grey Post." Lin Yinchuan's voice was a little loud, but luckily this was a hot pot restaurant, and it was noisy around. "Zhu Ning, keep your voice down, ancestor." Lin Yinchuan glanced around and lowered his voice. Boss, you can actually be chosen by Prometheus? Lin Yinchuan once tried it at midnight, but his fingers were broken, and he couldn't get anything. Later, he gave up completely. Zhu Ning looked at Lin Yinchuan deeply, and she suddenly understood a sentence. The more you know about the world, the more painful it is. Lin Yinchuan is so useless that he lives a happy life? For a moment, she envied that kind of happiness, a kind of beauty that has not been contaminated by the dirty world. Zhu Ning deliberately led the topic here and asked, "Where is the captain? Has the captain been brushed?" Lin Yinchuan also looked over excitedly. Su Ming kept looking into Zhu Ning's eyes while talking. "I have brushed it. I am a level 7 user." They had not finished a game on the card table before, and now their positions have not changed, as if the deserted village in the middle is just a pause button. They returned to the card table, and began to show each other their cards. Zhu Ning smiled back at her. "You are worthy of being the captain, very powerful." She remembered that the mountain cat was level 11. Su Ming liked to keep a low profile. She would definitely choose a middle value to maintain her level in the upper middle level, which would not attract attention and unlock more tasks. This is very much like Su Ming's style of doing things. Lin Yinchuan was stunned, then immediately understood. Su Ming had clearly shown his supernatural powers when he was in the deserted village. The situation was dangerous at that time, so Lin Yinchuan did not ask any more questions. Now he had a chance to ask, but Lin Yinchuan didn't dare to ask. He looked at Su Ming first, then at Zhu Ning. Su Ming was a superpower, and he probably hid his strength at ordinary times, like a monk who lived in seclusion in the city. Su Ming suddenly became mysterious in Lin Yinchuan's mind. And Zhu Ning was the strongest newcomer this year, and there was no one more outstanding than her. She not only did the work of a cleaner and a demon hunter, but this time when she went outside the wall, Zhu Ning proved that she was good enough even if she went outside the wall as an investigator. Lin Yinchuan sighed. He seemed to understand why he had lived so long, and it had nothing to do with his own strength. A garbage sweeping team with 2 big guys, he could survive only because of his teammates. Lin Yinchuan didn't even want to ask what happened to them, because he couldn't participate. The only thing he could do was to keep the secret. How does one say this? This is a life of lying flat? Zhu Ning, if you are interested, I will call you when I need to contain contaminated spores in the future. Lin Yinchuan's eyes lit up, and he held Zhu Ning's hand. "Hello, Boss Zhu." Zhu Ning was very pleased and recognized him as his younger brother on the spot. Su Ming's eyes never left Zhu Ning. "I remember the task at the hot pot restaurant. It was quite an interesting task." Zhu Ning also looked back. "You are paying attention to such a small task? My level is not as good as yours. I guess I am only level 4 now." She didn't log into the tomb post after the last task, and I don't know what level of user she is now. Su Ming asked with a smile, "Are you the sweetest girl in the universe?" Zhu Ning was not ashamed of such a socially dead nickname, and asked with one hand supporting her chin, "Isn't it sweet?" Zhu Ning's appearance was comfortable to begin with, and the steam from the hot pot restaurant surged up, and she was supporting her chin and smiling at herself. She has an indescribable temperament. Sometimes she smiles, but you always feel that she is dangerous. Su Ming said sincerely, "Very sweet." The last trump card was played. Zhu Ning admitted that Cheng Mafei's bracelet was really in her hand, which was Su Ming's purpose. Lin Yinchuan was eating hot pot while listening to the conversation between the bosses. He couldn't understand it at all. Did they meet online? Lin Yinchuan originally wanted to arrange other entertainment activities after eating hot pot, but Zhu Ning and Su Ming refused, saying that they wanted to take a walk to digest food and talk about some topics between sisters, and Lin Yinchuan couldn't participate. Lin Yinchuan thought to himself, "You two didn't eat. How can you digest food?" Before leaving, Zhu Ning and Su Ming formally wished Lin Yinchuan a smooth opening of the store, and wished him to fulfill his dream. Lin Yinchuan was still doubting where Zhu Ning and Su Ming were going to take a walk, but he smiled so much that his mouth almost reached his ears when he heard this, and his smile didn't fall on the way home. This is the blessing of the bosses. Zhu Ning and Su Ming watched Lin Yinchuan get in the car. "Do you think he can open a shop successfully?" Zhu Ning asked lazily. "Su Ming, I think he will be more successful if he stays away from us." Zhu Ning laughed. If it was just a simple cleaning team, they might not be assigned these bizarre tasks. After she finished laughing, she found that Su Ming had no expression on her face. After Lin Yinchuan left, Su Ming didn't even pretend. They were both enemies and friends now. It was hard to say who was more of an enemy or a friend. Su Ming said she wanted to take a walk with Zhu Ning. She was obviously more familiar with Area 103. She walked in front, and Zhu Ning followed behind. She didn't mind where Su Ming took her. Su Ming chatted with her, Are you going to take more tombstones next? Zhu Ning, yes, I go home and see later, I'm not full. Zhu Ning really wasn't full. She found that she couldn't feel full after eating. Since the black mucus parasitized on her body, her food source has become a pollution source. She was hungry again. After dealing with Su Ming, she might enter a polluted area and find something to eat first. Su Ming frowned. What did Zhu Ning mean? She could devour? Su Ming knew that Zhu Ning's ability was metal manipulation, but it might not be this at all. Metal manipulation couldn't kill the queen insect at all. Zhu Ning was indeed more difficult to deal with than she thought. They walked more and more remotely, and there were fewer and fewer people on the road. There were no streetlights, and they relied purely on the high-speed light sources in the air for lighting. This was a group of unfinished buildings. The developer ran away halfway through the construction of the house, leaving only a building skeleton. An orange-yellow cordon was drawn at the entrance, and a warning sign was written inside the passage. Federal warning contains serious pollution, no entry. But there are still a lot of graffiti on the wall. Someone wrote on it to vent his anger, "Go to hell. Go to hell with the world." Someone else splashed red paint, "Give me back my hard-earned money." Zhu Ning's forehead jumped. This place must have experienced a lot of history. It was obviously an abandoned, unfinished building. Su Ming seemed to have returned home. He lifted the cordon at the door, and took Zhu Ning up one level at a time. There was a high-speed belt in the air for freight. There was no silent system installed. The train made a rumbling sound when passing by. Su Ming stopped. This was the 25th floor. The unfinished building had no doors or windows. If Su Ming wanted to kill someone, he could just push her down from here. It was very convenient. There is absolutely no surveillance in this place. Is this where Su Ming wants to deal with me? Su Ming threw out 2 sharp knives from behind. These were also Su Ming's weapons. Zhu Ning had tried before. They were not made of metal, so metal manipulation was completely useless. Su Ming went straight to the point. Is Cheng Mafei's bracelet on you? Zhu Ning's voice sounded very calm. I always carry it with me. If Su Ming is in combat mode, then Zhu Ning is just taking a walk. She is too relaxed, which makes people worry whether she has any backup plan. Su Ming, do you plan to hand it over yourself, or do you want me to snatch it? This matter should have been handled by Shan Mao, but Su Ming thought of the friendship between him and Zhu Ning, and maybe he could let Zhu Ning leave safely. Zhu Ning, still the previous condition, I want to see the content of the bracelet. She suspected that Su Ming and Shan Mao were in the same group, so she repeated her conditions. This was a condition that Su Ming would never accept. This mission no longer needed more people to know. Her intuition told her that Zhu Ning was very dangerous, and now Zhu Ning was Wenxi's man, which directly cut off Su Ming's possibility of winning over Zhu Ning. She couldn't compete with the leader of the investigation team for him. The mission lasted for 9 years, and too many people had died. They couldn't stand any tossing. Yo Sheng Pharmaceutical was hunting Zhu Ning, and Wenxi was protecting Zhu Ning. She completed the deserted village mission in a very mysterious way. No one knew how she did it so far. She was a dangerous person no matter how you looked at it. If you want to choose someone to cooperate with, Zhu Ning is definitely not a good partner. Su Ming, I don't agree. Zhu Ning was a little disappointed. No one gave in, so she had to rob him in the next life. She had thought that she could solve this problem with the art of language, but now it seems that there is no chance. Zhu Ning asked, You are from the cheetah team. Zhu Ning used an affirmative sentence. She was sure that Su Ming was definitely from the cheetah team. Su Ming frowned. If Zhu Ning's previous words just made her unhappy, then now, she was almost madly testing the edge of Su Ming's patience. Zhu Ning knew about the cheetah team, and she might have seen the bracelet. Su Ming did not answer this question, but only said, This is your last chance. As long as Zhu Ning gave in now, it would still be in time. Zhu Ning was very strong. I want to see the content of the bracelet. Su Ming did not say anything and took action directly. Zhu Ning only saw Su Ming use a knife last time, but at that time, he should have considered hiding his strength, and Zhu Ning did not see it clearly. This time she could see it clearly, the long knife cut. Zhu Ning could instantly feel the pressure coming to her face, and even heard the buzzing sound of the blade. At that moment, Zhu Ning's instinctive reaction was to block. A steel bar suddenly appeared in her hand. There were a lot of waste metals in the unfinished building, and the steel bar faced Su Ming's blade. Swish, the long knife cut through the steel bar, and it was like cutting tofu. There was a momentary obstruction, but it didn't get stuck at all. Zhu Ning had been prepared for a long time. The next second, her figure flashed. She obviously chose the highest speed of movement, but Su Ming was not slow either. The blade just barely brushed Zhu Ning's shoulder. So fast, It turned out that this was Su Ming's real speed, which was almost the same as the highest gear of the acceleration prop. Su Ming was very efficient in doing things. At this point, there was no need to hide it, or maybe Zhu Ning had worn out Su Ming's patience. So Su Ming didn't show any mercy at all. Zhu Ning just dodged. Su Ming wanted to know where Zhu Ning's real strength was. Zhu Ning's movement speed was faster than that of an ordinary person, and Su Ming's speed was not slow either. She could flash quickly like a flowing shadow. So no matter how Zhu Ning dodged, Su Ming would bite tightly behind her. Bang, 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 the wall suddenly exploded, and the steel bars broke through the wall's skin, like a person's bones breaking through the skin. The building's steel bars bent into an arc in the air. Zhu Ning was inside the building, and had absolute control over the metal inside. The exploding steel bars were like the claws of a monster, and like a cage. In the blink of an eye, they reached Su Ming's back, and her body was cut into pieces by the shadow of the steel bars. Zhu Ning was very interested in how Su Ming would respond. Dodge? Or turn around and split? But Su Ming did not do either. The sharp steel bars approached Su Ming's back, and had pierced her clothes. As long as there was one more second, Su Ming would be pierced through by dozens of steel bars. The moment the steel bar touched Su Ming's skin, she suddenly turned into a black shadow. Silently, the steel bar pierced the shadow. The air froze, and dozens of holes were pierced in the dark shadow, as if poking a piece of tattered cloth. The next moment, the tattered shadow seemed to melt, dripping to the ground, gathering and flowing on the ground, and unexpectedly formed a new Su Ming. What a strange ability! She can't be killed by physical force. Su Ming raised her eyes, and the black pupils dissipated, and it was a pair of golden vertical pupils, like a cheetah in the mountains. After rebirth, Su Ming seemed to have finally revealed his true face, changing from the previous gentle and low-key, becoming very tough, and the killing intent spread. If it were Li Nianchuan here, he might be surprised that his own gentle and low-key captain turned into another person in the blink of an eye, as if a cat turned into a cheetah and showed its sharp claws. Su Ming's eyes looked very dangerous in the dark. That was the look of a large cat before hunting. She took a step forward. You won't do it? Su Ming tried to test Zhu Ning's true strength several times, but Zhu Ning didn't resist until now. Why? Faced with Su Ming's murderous intent, Zhu Ning didn't move. I don't think it's necessary. Su Ming's posture was extremely elegant. She didn't even make a sound when she came over. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhu Ning, no. Su Ming raised the knife. Give me a reason. Zhu Ning didn't say that because she was her team member. The friendship between Su Ming and Zhu Ning was not that close. Zhu Ning's eyelashes didn't tremble when facing the knife light. Zhu Ning always felt that Su Ming looked murderous and wanted to chop her with a knife, but he would definitely not kill her. She had a better reason, because I might be the subject of Cheng Mafei's investigation. Swish! Su Ming's long knife deviated abruptly when it was still a palm away from Zhu Ning. The blade of the knife slashed through the wall with an unstoppable force, exploding a bright spark. The freight train rumbled past, and the whole unfinished building was shaking. Su Ming looked at Zhu Ning coldly. What was she talking about? Zhu Ning continued expressionlessly. I am a test subject of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Chapter 121. Boom boom, freight trains roared past, and the unfinished building fell into silence again. Zhu Ning's attitude did not change from beginning to end. She seemed to be just here for a walk, and then calmly threw out a thunderbolt. Su Ming was the one who was bombarded by her. Zhu Ning, I am a defective experimental product. How could someone say this so easily? Su Ming frowned. Her first reaction was that this was Zhu Ning's plan to confuse herself or delay time. Zhu Ning, so far, I haven't figured out what the meaning of their creation of me is. For simple research purposes? Want to find a way to purify the world in Zhu Ning? Or is this the ultimate goal of human evolution? Zhu Ning, I think there is information in Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet, so I must see it. Zhu Ning stated her reasons, and she did not give an inch on this condition. Su Ming held the handle of the knife tightly, and it took a long time to fully digest it. How do you prove it? Zhu Ning has no evidence, and Su Ming can also say that she is an experimental product of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Zhu Ning thought about it, as if thinking about how to prove that she was an experiment. Zhu Ning could not use various props to show Su Ming, because her life points would be burned out after she used them up. Zhu Ning, how about this? Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, black mucus spread from the back of her neck. Zhu Ning was wearing a very simple white sweater today, so the black mucus was very conspicuous on her body. The black mucus spread downward along Zhu Ning's skin, came out from the cuffs of the white sweater, and gradually wrapped around the back of Zhu Ning's hand. This thing made people feel a chill when it flowed, as if the surrounding air suddenly dropped several degrees. Cats have a certain premonition of danger. The moment they saw the black slime, the warning lights on Su Ming's body went off like crazy, as if they saw something different. This is definitely not an ordinary psychic. This is not a human being at all. She always thought Zhu Ning was a metal psychic, and might have other abilities, such as teleportation. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Is there a parasite on her? Is this thing a part of Zhu Ning? Zhu Ning tilted her head slightly. This is the secret of how I killed the queen worm. The black slime was still crawling on her body, wrapping around her entire right arm from her neck. She looked like a monster, but Zhu Ning's expression was very comfortable, and she smiled sweetly to herself. This is the secret of how I killed the queen worm. What's the difference between this sentence and a threat? If she can devour the queen worm, maybe she can also eat Su Ming. This is the confidence that Zhu Ning can negotiate. She showed her weapons. The so-called peaceful negotiations are when both sides are equally powerful. Su Ming gritted her teeth and asked, "Why tell me?" Zhu Ning moved her palms, and the black mucus seemed to have heard the call of its master, moving on her fingertips like a toy. Zhu Ning raised her eyes and looked at her. I think sincerity is the basis of negotiation, and maybe we can cooperate. How does that sentence go? Sincerity is the ultimate move. If sincerity doesn't work, then use the real ultimate move. Zhu Ning, and you are the first one to share this secret. Zhu Ning has never told anyone that Song Zhizhong and Lin Xiaofeng don't know the truth. Su Ming is the first to know. Zhu Ning's tone is like that of a good girlfriend. I have the best relationship with you, and you are the only one who knows this. This tone is strangely innocent and strangely fitting here. What is he doing? Being good friends with her? Su Ming gritted her teeth. What if we can't cooperate? Zhu Ning felt a little pity. Then I can only take action. The worst result is that Zhu Ning and Su Ming fight to the death, and then Zhu Ning reads Su Ming's memory to get the password and leaves. But she doesn't want to go to this step. It hurts her feelings and burns her life value. Zhu Ning has not taken action much. The first is that she will burn her life value if she takes action. She has always tried not to move if she can. The second is that she thinks Su Ming can cooperate. Su Ming looked at Zhu Ning, and her eyes could even poke 2 holes in Zhu Ning, and Zhu Ning showed it to her openly. Su Ming, why are you so confident that I won't hurt you? If it were Su Ming, she was an experimental product of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and she would never expose herself. For safety reasons, she would never take the initiative to tell others in this life. Once it is known, it is equivalent to handing over the weakness to others. It is very simple for Su Ming to betray Zhu Ning. She only needs to contact Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Su Ming does not need to do it. Those who want to attack Zhu Ning may have an organization. Zhu Ning, because I think you are a good person? Su Ming sneered, as if he heard something funny. How many people have you deceived with this sentence? Su Ming is not a hot-blooded middle school student with a second-year disease. He is no longer old enough to believe this sentence. Zhu Ning thought about it. Song Zhizhong also likes this. People like them can only go along with it. Zhu Ning, Captain, I am so sad. How can it be called a lie if it can be solved with words? She came here sincerely to seek cooperation. With a click, Su Ming put away the 2 swords. Su Ming, I know how Hua Wensi was convinced by you. At that time, Su Ming thought about how to get out of the cleaning center, but Zhu Ning just talked to Hua Wensi, and Hua Wensi directly made a task report for the deserted village. Why didn't Zhu Ning go to fraud? If she didn't enter the cleaning center, she would definitely be the leader of the fraud company. Zhu Ning, I think this is very efficient. We exchange information with each other, and both sides win. Su Ming can get Zhu Ning's information, and Zhu Ning can get the clues found by Su Ming. Su Ming didn't say anything, and Zhu Ning took it as her acquiescence. Su Ming didn't speak all the time, so Zhu Ning had to share the information himself. I can talk first. Zhu Ning was very generous. Listen to me, and then you can consider whether to cooperate. She could feel that Su Ming was very wary of her, and breaking people's vigilance is a very long process. So far, Zhu Ning has only knocked a corner in Su Ming's heart. Zhu Ning thought for a while, and said, I was short of money, so I saw the recruitment information of the cleaning center in District 103 on the internet. The salary was very high, so I came to try. This is a normal choice. Most people enter the cleaning center because of the high salary. Zhu Ning, after I entered the company, Fang Ying said that Prometheus chose me. Zhu Ning seemed to be reviewing his life. Su Ming, it's normal. Everyone was chosen by Prometheus. Prometheus can select suitable employees from the vast crowd, and Su Ming also followed this process. Zhu Ning, what happened to the other member of the 3-member cleaning team before I came? Su Ming frowned when she heard this. She had never considered this issue before, and thought that Zhu Ning was randomly assigned. But since Zhu Ning came to their team, Zhu Ning has been very high profile, and Su Ming can only accompany her to be high profile. Su Ming, the last team member, was called Zhang Ruo. He retired after a mission with serious mental pollution. Our team was vacant for a month, and we didn't receive any missions for a month. There was nothing strange about this matter. Su Ming worked as a cleaner to hide his identity. He couldn't go on a mission without the team members. Su Ming thought it was a good thing at the time. Zhu Ning, I suspect that Prometheus deliberately assigned me to you. Prometheus must have considered this team in advance, otherwise it would be so coincidental that their captain happened to be investigating Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. In addition to Zhu Ning and Su Ming, Lin Yinchuan's personality is easy to figure out. He doesn't have any bad intentions, and his personality is not extreme. What he thinks is almost written on his face. It takes a long time for such a person to notice the abnormality of Zhu Ning and Su Ming. Su Ming, if it weren't for you, our team wouldn't be so eye-catching. Su Ming became a cleaner in order to hide in the city. She has always been low-key and never does anything beyond the ability of a cleaner. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan were trapped in the contaminated area of the fishmen, and Su Ming didn't even think about going to help. Zhu Ning, I just think you're praising me. Believe in the big data algorithm. We are teammates made in heaven. Su Ming, Prometheus recommended them to form a team, so Zhu Ning said it was made in heaven. Zhu Ning, I encountered an error in the rating of the contaminated area on my first mission. It may be related to Prometheus. I don't care about this matter. Then I went home and brushed the grave post mission. I entered the 777th experimental subject in the second grave post mission. Experimental subject number 777, Zhu Ning hit the key point. This is the origin of everything. The final place where Cheng Mafei died. Zhu Ning, I didn't know it was an experimental subject at the time. I went in confused, and was almost exhausted to death by the haunted house, because number 777 is a man-made pollutant, and there is not even a traditional pollution source in it. If I didn't have the talent for metal manipulation, I would have died in it. This is why Su Ming has not taken action. The pollution concentration of experimental subject number 777 is not high, but it is very strange, and this experimental subject belongs to Chu Qing. Once you take action, it is equivalent to being exposed to the cleaning center. Except for Zhu Ning, who accidentally entered under the guidance of Prometheus, no one wants to die. And Zhu Ning can come out alive, based on Prometheus's judgment in advance that she has the absolute talent of metal manipulation. Zhu Ning took out Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet from her pocket. The cold bracelet exudes a metallic luster. She has studied this bracelet many times, and it is almost polished by her. Su Ming was stunned when she saw the bracelet, as if she was trying to resist the urge to snatch it from Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, I got Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet from subject number 777. I don't know the password, but he turned on the visitor mode, so I can see a video. Zhu Ning's finger was close to the edge of the bracelet, a light came on, and the employee bracelet opened. Hello. Cheng Mafei's voice sounded, I don't know who you are, I hope you are from the cleaning center. Zhu Ning opened the video unexpectedly, and Su Ming's first reaction was to turn her head away. She didn't dare to watch. The fist hanging at her side was clenched, and she used so much force that it seemed like she was going to break her fingers. She hadn't heard Cheng Mafei's voice for too long. Zhu Ning and Su Ming didn't speak. In the video, Cheng Mafei had blood on his abdomen and was avoiding being hunted down. This was the voice of her teammate 9 years ago. Zhu Ning had listened to every last word of his many times, and now the listener became Su Ming. Zhu Ning saw Su Ming trembling. Please deal with the relevant information by yourself if you find the bracelet. It belongs to you. Good luck. After Cheng Mafei finished his last words, there were gunshots, the screen went out, and the video ended. The shadow of death pressed down heavily, and no one spoke for a long time, as if they had experienced Cheng Mafei's death again. How did he end up? Su Ming took a deep breath. This was the first time Su Ming showed some personal emotions since Zhu Ning told the story. Zhu Ning was the last person to see Cheng Mafei. Zhu Ning paused and decided to tell the truth. Not good, he has become a snail man. Zhu Ning still remembers what Cheng Mafei looked like. He was carrying a snail shell on his back. The heavy snail shell pressed him, so that he couldn't stand up. His originally round face was swollen, like a swollen corpse, with sticky water stains on it. It was because Zhu Ning later saw what Cheng Mafei looked like in person that he felt sorry for him. Zhu Ning just felt sorry for him, But Su Ming should be more sad, because Su Ming was the one who got along with Cheng Mafei. They may have been on many missions, going through life and death, understanding each other, and cleaning up each other's messes. They may also have a private friendship. The whole cheetah team would go out for dinner, and they also had a good time in private, and knew each other's private lives. Whoever gets rich today will treat everyone, and whoever gets into trouble today will be helped out by the rest of the people. The 5 members of the cheetah team are as close as brothers and sisters. The cheetah team is the elite team of the Clean Center, and has been ranked first in the standings for many years. They have been in and out of pollution areas above Class A, setting a record for the Clean Center and breaking all kinds of conventions. If Zhu Ning is now a little star, then the cheetah team was a star team back then. Everyone knows them, and everyone also knows that the captain of the cheetah team is Su Ming, with a very cute name, very fierce fighting, and a very cold personality. Only with Su Ming's leadership can the team be ranked first in the standings. Xie Jiazu sometimes likes to joke about Su Ming's name, Captain Ming Ming. Get lost? Su Ming thinks Xie Jiazu is particularly annoying. At that time, Su Ming was not so low-key, but she was not naturally talkative. But Su Ming would be very comfortable in the cheetah team, and she would show more, which is completely different from now. Captain. Su Ming remembered Cheng Mafei standing in front of her. He was obviously tall and strong, more than 1.9 meters tall, like a big fool. He was vigorous and decisive when he was on a mission, but he was very shy when he met Su Ming. Cheng Mafei lowered his head, his ears were red, and he called her softly, Captain. Su Ming could think of these 2 words with her eyes closed. He didn't say anything out of line, he only said, Captain. Why do you always call me Captain? If you have something to say, just say it. Xie Jiazu was not kind enough to add fuel to the fire. Cheng Mafei was speechless, and couldn't say a word. Later, the cheetah team received a mission to investigate a certain incident. I don't know why it was not handed over to the investigation team, but to the cheetah team instead. This mission was so special that the confidentiality index was very high. At the beginning, the other team members didn't know the content of the mission at all. They only knew that the mission would last for 1 month, but the mission reward was very high. In addition to personal rewards, the team's points would be multiplied tenfold regardless of success or failure. They all felt that if the mission was completed, Cheng Mafei would either become rich overnight or be promoted to a leader. All the team members were looking forward to Cheng Mafei's career going to the next level. 9 years ago, they were so naive. They didn't know anything, and were played around by their superiors. Before leaving, Cheng Mafei said to himself, Captain, wait for me to come back. Su Ming said yes. She was a little aware of the problem at that time, and her intuition was ringing wildly. She didn't know what was wrong. She wanted to shout loudly for Cheng Mafei to come back, but she opened her mouth and didn't say a word. It was as if something was strangling her throat. Later, Su Ming could only watch Cheng Mafei get on the car. That was the last time she saw Cheng Mafei. 9 years have passed, and the cleaning center has undergone a major change. No one knows the cheetah team anymore. The cheetah team that Su Ming led has not even left a team name. Su Ming lowered his head, and another truck passed by overhead, and the rumbling sound drowned out the unfinished building. Su Ming's expression was hidden in the shadows. Zhu Ning couldn't guess what Su Ming was thinking. He only saw the golden pupils flickering, and finally like a bright light slowly extinguished. Su Ming didn't cry, she just extinguished the light in her pupils. Chapter 122. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to avoid her, and leave Su Ming alone for a while. The truck rumbled overhead, and Zhu Ning silently walked to the side. Zhu Ning had demolished most of the area, and the entire unfinished building looked like it was about to collapse. Su Ming was always quiet, as were all cats, doing everything very quietly. After about 3 minutes, Su Ming calmed down and turned around to find Zhu Ning standing in the corner, with her back to her, not knowing what she was doing. Isn't this a negotiation? Why was she so strong before? Zhu Ning's black mucus was completely removed, and from the back he looked like a little kid. Su Ming asked, "Why are you going there?" Su Ming's voice was a little muffled. "Zhu Ning, I thought you needed some quiet time. I'm not very good at comforting people." Su Ming was not Lin Xiaofeng, and didn't need a hug. Any words of comfort seemed false, and handing her a tissue seemed redundant. Su Ming, Zhu Ning was just like a villain, first showing a body of black slime, then appealing to his emotions and reasoning, and now he is starting to be a mushroom in the corner. Su Ming was originally thinking about Cheng Mafei, but was inexplicably distracted by Zhu Ning. "Su Ming, what are you doing?" "Zhu Ning, I'm thinking about what to eat for dinner." Prometheus has not finished planning for herself. She wants to see what the great post task is today. Su Ming, eh? Su Ming chuckled. No matter what Ju Ning looks like, he is really a little brat in Su Ming's eyes. The little brat was dragged along by Prometheus all the way, hunted by Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and now knows that he is an experiment. Ju Ning should not feel well either. Su Ming frowned when she thought of this, feeling sorry for the enemy who usually had bad luck at the beginning, and this time she was really led astray. Su Ming stood side by side with Ju Ning, looking into the distance, and asked softly, "You haven't finished your story, so you have been hunted by the people of Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals because you touched Chu Qing's experimental body?" If the previous conversation was tense, it was now very relaxed, and the tone of their conversation was very relaxed, as if ordinary friends were chatting. Ju Ning felt that Su Ming should not feel bad, so she said, "Yes." Su Ming asked, "How do you know you are an experimental subject?" This question is a bit complicated. Ju Ning thought about it, and said, "I have a great post mission in the ant nest. The father of the pollution source is a researcher of Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals." I picked up his notes. Su Ming frowned. Ant nest? Ju Ning was actually related to the ant nest incident. It's really a bold person with great skills, which is in line with Ju Ning's style. Ju Ning, I have been led by Prometheus without knowing what is going on, and I have only discovered part of the truth so far. Su Ming, then do you still dare to accept his mission? Ju Ning, I have no choice. I have already embarked on this path, so I can only go to the end. From the day she entered the cleaning center, there was no way back. Su Ming tilted her head and glanced at her. It was over. She actually felt that Ju Ning was a little pitiful. Just a little. Su Ming, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't know the password of Cheng Mafei's bracelet. Su Ming was not Cheng Mafei's superior in this mission, and she had never opened Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet. The relationship between them was not that close. Ju Ning had this worry, but she was not disappointed. She felt that Su Ming could guess the password. Teammates who had been together day and night might be able to guess a few sets of numbers. Su Ming knew Cheng Mafei better than she thought. Ju Ning, I think you can try. Ju Ning handed the bracelet to Su Ming. Su Ming was stunned. Cheng Mafei's relics were right in front of her, but Su Ming did not move. Do you trust me so much? Ju Ning could not open the bracelet. It was meaningless to keep it in her hands. It was more valuable in Su Ming's hands. Ju Ning, just show me the information after opening it. Besides, this thing was originally yours. The content of the transaction was like this. The bracelet belonged to Su Ming, and Ju Ning wanted to see the content of the bracelet. Su Ming took over Cheng Mafei's bracelet. After 9 years, this bracelet finally returned to the right person. Ju Ning felt like the original owner had returned to him. Su Ming held the bracelet tightly. The metal texture was a bit uncomfortable. Ju Ning, happy cooperation? At this point, Su Ming had no reason not to cooperate with Ju Ning. Ju Ning was right. Cooperation was the only way out. Su Ming, happy cooperation. My story is like this. Su Ming spoke. Ju Ning had finished her part. As an exchange of information, Su Ming should tell her own. Ju Ning listened attentively. Su Ming looked into the distance. Cheng Mafei was chosen to take on a secret mission. After he left, our entire team was forced to rest. There was no news for a month. Everyone thought it was normal at the time. After all, it was a secret mission, and it was agreed before that there would be no contact. A month later, I asked about Cheng Mafei's whereabouts for the first time, but I didn't get any answer. At this time, everyone felt something was wrong. We asked around, but there was no news. We knew nothing about the mission he had taken on, and we couldn't even help. Ju Ning listened quietly. Su Ming spoke in a very gentle voice. During this period, our entire team was suspended and waited for news at home. I asked many times but got no results. 3 months after Cheng Mafei left, we received the first message from the center, which was his death information. Cheng Mafei was confirmed dead. Su Ming, we didn't believe it at first, but the data showed that Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet had not detected any vital signs for a month. Cheng Mafei was posthumously awarded the 3rd-class military merit. He has no family members. Regardless of the success or failure of the mission, there will be a bonus. Therefore, the bonus and pension will be divided equally among all our team members according to the agreement signed by Cheng Mafei before. Ju Ning was stunned. Even if the bonus for this level of mission is divided equally among 4 people, it is an astronomical figure. It is equivalent to the other team members doing nothing, and then taking a sum of money for nothing. Su Ming guessed what Ju Ning was thinking. Not only that, the points of all members of our cheetah team have increased tenfold. Every employee in the cleaning center has points, and the year-end bonus is calculated by the point index. Points are an important indicator for promotion. So the other members of the Cheetah team not only got the money, but also got the opportunity to be promoted. Su Meng, I have proposed to investigate the truth of Cheng Mafei's death many times, but it was rejected. The company's meaning is very straightforward, and we must accept it. We can't judge whether this news is true or false, and the team members have different opinions. Link thinks Cheng Mafei must not be dead, and proposes to continue the search privately. Because the points of the whole team have doubled, all members are eligible for promotion to management. These 10 times points are exchanged for Cheng Mafei's life. No one wants to be a manager, except Xie Jiazu. Zhu Ning had guessed that Shan Mao should be a member of the Cheetah team before, and he was not shocked to hear Shan Mao, but Xie Jiazu, it took Zhu Ning a long time to realize that this was his own department head. He was a member of the Cheetah team. Su Ming, Xie Jiazu got a promotion opportunity and joined the cleaning center management department. He started as an assistant to the cleaning department head. The former head promoted him, and he worked hard. In addition, there was a huge personnel change at that time. He took 3 years to climb to the position of department head. Zhu Ning felt uncomfortable when she heard this. A teammate died, and someone could take the money with a clear conscience, get promoted and make money. This path originally belonged to Cheng Mafei. Her intuition told her that Su Ming should not have a good relationship with Xie Jiazu now. Su Ming, later, there were only 3 people left in the Cheetah team, and all the members were dismissed. It was more like a liquidation than a dismissal. I was forced to retire, and the other team members were transferred out of Area 103. Su Ming, I didn't accept this fact at the time, but I couldn't find any relevant clues. I thought about retiring. Anyway, I didn't lack money. Su Ming paused and smiled bitterly. On the day I went through the retirement procedures, I had handed over all the weapons and information. My last step was to change into my own clothes and walk out of the cleaning center. But when I opened the closet, there was a note in the closet. Su Ming looked into Zhu Ning's eyes and said slowly, there was only one sentence on it. He is investigating Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. No one was named, but Su Ming knew it was Cheng Mafei. Zhu Ning asked, who gave the note? Su Ming shook his head, I don't know. Later, I asked someone to help watch the surveillance. The surveillance showed that no one approached my locker room. No one approached, and the note appeared out of thin air. Zhu Ning's first reaction, Prometheus? Only artificial intelligence can modify monitoring. Su Ming, not sure, Prometheus is strictly controlled by the cleaning center and cannot communicate with employees privately. If it is him, it proves that someone is helping him. The disadvantage of artificial intelligence is that it has only one mind, no hands or feet, and must use the human body. If someone is helping him, who is that person? Su Ming, I shared this matter privately, and the remaining 2 team members investigated with me. We spent 3 years barely finding some clues. The secret mission, plus the investigation target is Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. Their team had almost no gains at the beginning, and soon encountered obstacles. The mountain cat attracted the attention of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, and someone has been chasing him, so he had to hide everywhere. Su Ming, I don't know who Cheng Mafei's direct superior is. This task was handed over directly to Cheng Mafei. Yes, Cheng Mafei's story is missing a link. Cheng Mafei's superior has never appeared. Before his death, Cheng Mafei sent the task information to his superior, who also knew the password of the bracelet. Su Ming, in order to find out who my superior was, I returned to the cleaning center and entered the cleaning department with the help of Xie Jiazu. I wanted to investigate privately, and then I met you. Zhu Ning and Su Ming met. Su Ming's story was almost consistent with Zhu Ning's. They filled in each other's missing information, but there were many details that were not shared, and their investigation progress was not mentioned. Zhu Ning didn't ask too much in detail. She asked, what happened to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation that day? Zhu Ning originally wanted to go to the foundation to look for clues. She saw Su Ming at the scene, and then Su Ming disappeared. The 2 were transferred by the cleaning center, and appeared at the mission site of the Mechanical Oceanarium. Su Ming, after 9 years, I received the same note again. The words on the note were also very simple. He said that if you want to know the truth about Cheng Mafei's death, go to the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation on that day. This behavior is so familiar. Zhu Ning was led by Prometheus's tomb sticker, and Su Ming was led by a note passed by a stranger. It took 9 years, and the 2 people were led to the same location by 2 clues. Su Ming, I chose to believe him, because he also gave me information about Cheng Mafei 9 years ago. Su Ming, I started the investigation after I arrived, but I received the mission message from the cleaning center halfway. Juning also received it at the same time, and they were transferred together. Su Ming, at that time, I was hesitating whether to continue the investigation or participate in the mechanical oceanarium mission. Later, Su Ming chose the latter. Compared with the false news, she wanted to preserve her identity and find out who Cheng Mafei's superior was. Juning felt something was not right. She had previously speculated that the mechanical oceanarium might be intended to divert the target of the Yongsheng Pharmaceutical Foundation. This meant that something more valuable happened to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical that day. Xu Ning, that's it? No, there's more. Su Ming, I immediately sent a message to Bobcat and asked him to keep watching. Xu Ning was alone, and Su Ming had a team of 3. Bobcat took over the follow-up work. After the foundation was over, and after we were all transferred, some people left the foundation with a box, and it seemed that they had transported something away. Su Ming showed Xu Ning a few pictures, which were very blurry. Bobcat must have taken them secretly from a long distance. There were about 5 or 6 people in the photo. They were wearing black cloaks and anti-peeping devices on their faces. Their faces could not be seen clearly. The photo was automatically blurred into a circle of light when it was taken. High-tech directly coded it. 2 people were carrying a black box in their hands. It was also very blurry, and no details could be seen clearly. Later, this group of people got on the flying car. Xu Ning looked very cultish at first glance. Su Ming, they disappeared near the dense forest. I am still investigating what happened next. If Xu Ning had never been on a mission outside the wall, this information would be considered normal, but knowing the background of this world, it is hard not to think too much. Was the person who appeared at the foundation that day Xu Ning's kind? Chapter 123. Su Ming and Xu Ning looked at each other, and Su Ming immediately opened Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet and tried to enter the password. Wrong password. She tried Cheng Mafei's birthday, the time when their cheetah team was established, the time when Cheng Mafei joined the cheetah team, and even shamelessly entered her own birthday. Wrong password. These words kept showing on the screen. Su Ming really didn't know the password, and she showed a helpless expression to Xu Ning. Xu Ning, I think the password he said should not be easy to guess, but there must be a pattern. It's not such a simple birthday anniversary, otherwise it would be easy to guess if it fell into the hands of the enemy. The worst result is a string of meaningless numbers, and they can't figure it out no matter how hard they try. There is also a possibility that Cheng Mafei's bracelet password follows a certain pattern, and people who really know him can guess it. Xu Ning has had the bracelet for a long time, and has long been stuck at the password level, so her mentality is okay. Xu Ning, would you go back and think about it? After all, it happened 9 years ago, and Su Ming had no clue for a while. She needed an environment to think carefully. She knew Cheng Mafei very well, but it would take some time. Su Ming, I show you when I open it. The problem between them was solved. This time they really reached a cooperation. For a while, the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. Su Ming put away her double swords and her golden pupils. She looked like the tepid captain again. Xu Ning felt that Su Ming was really suitable to be an undercover agent. Her disguise was impeccable. Su Ming, if there is anything I can help with, you can tell me. Su Ming was the first to bring up the issue. He was an old employee, and he was older, so he had more resources than Xu Ning. Xu Ning thought about it, and actually asked bluntly, do you know where to find the human-machine joint device? If Xie Jiazu was a member of the Cheetah team, as a senior executive of the company, he might have a channel to get it. Xu Ning felt that he needed to talk to Prometheus. Su Ming did not answer the question rashly, and was a little hesitant. Su Ming still asked, why do you think the cleaning center wants to restrict Prometheus? Xu Ning thought about it, because they are afraid that he will rule over humans one day? Isn't that the case in science fiction movies? When artificial intelligence awakens, it wants to destroy humans. Su Ming nodded. We old employees all think that Prometheus is not artificial intelligence, but a pollutant. Xu Ning frowned. She had guessed it before. Artificial intelligence does not have hyphae that can penetrate into people's brains, nor does it have the ability to control living people. Ever since Xu Ning knew that he was a combination of machinery and pollutants, he has been wondering if Prometheus is similar. We did have artificial intelligence at first, and named it Prometheus, which means to bring fire to humans. After radiation, organisms undergo large-scale mutations and pollution. At first, humans had no experience in fighting pollutants, and real artificial intelligence had already been infected. Su Ming said. This is also a very easy to understand logic. Ordinary robots will be infected by polluted spores, and ordinary channels will have their signals cut off after entering the polluted area. Prometheus can still guarantee human signals in the polluted area, and the only thing it can fight against pollutants is pollutants, which proves that it is not a serious AI. Su Ming. The current Prometheus is definitely not a simple intelligence, but he has been imitating the behavioral logic of artificial intelligence, just like the contaminated area must abide by its own internal logic. We rely on his protection of communication, but we are also very afraid of his ability. There is a saying in the cleaning center that when the 103 area is infected, the human-machine joint device will be issued to every employee. Under the control of Prometheus, all of us are indiscriminate warriors. This is the real consumables. Your body is taken over by artificial intelligence. He will make the most reasonable arrangement to preserve the overall situation and reduce losses. Su Ming sincerely advised, I will help you find the device. I don't know how your relationship with him is, but I will give you a piece of advice. No matter how kind he pretends to be, don't believe his words easily, and don't make deals with the devil. And it is very dangerous to contact Prometheus privately. Without the official supervision of the cleaning center, it is hard to imagine what he will do. Zhu Ning felt very uncomfortable when she first connected to Prometheus. In fact, she didn't understand why Song Zhizhang was willing to connect. Zhu Ning certainly didn't want to be led by the nose, but at present, it seemed that this was the only way to go. She was placed on a specific track, and could not deviate from it at all. No one knew the consequences of deviation. Zhu Ning had a guess that Prometheus seemed to be activating her by doing all this. What after activation? What was needed from her? Su Ming really cared about Zhu Ning, so he gave her some advice from seniors. If it were someone else, she wouldn't say so much. After working with Su Ming, Zhu Ning knew a lot of inside information that only old employees knew. I know, thank you, Captain. Zhu Ning is smart. Su Ming has nothing to say. Su Ming went back to try to crack the password of the bracelet, and would find the content and tell Zhu Ning as soon as possible. Before Su Ming left, she told Zhu Ning that no matter what task she took, she should remember to send her a message before entering the contaminated area to let her know Zhu Ning's whereabouts. Zhu Ning agreed, and finally she didn't have to send a timed message every time she entered the contaminated area, but someone could really know her whereabouts. Zhu Ning and Su Ming separated. The luxury car was parked at the door of the hot pot restaurant. There was a cleaning backpack and a brand new set of protective clothing behind the car, ready to enter the contaminated area anytime and anywhere. Now that the weather is cold, the moment Zhu Ning saw the luxury car, she thought that one day she must buy a four-wheeler. After approaching the luxury car, the car system made a sound. Hello, Zhu Ning. The voice of the car system was very different from Prometheus, as if reminding her that a truly harmless artificial intelligence should be like a luxury car. Zhu Ning leaned against the car and said, Hello, luxury car. She felt less depressed when she said these two words. At least she was so poor that she only had money left, and she still had a luxury car. Zhu Ning sat for a while, then opened the cleaning center's tomb post forum, ready to make another deal with the devil. She was not only making a deal with the devil, but also repeatedly testing the boundary on the edge of the deal, getting the prop she wanted, but trying not to be manipulated by him. It was a very dangerous move, and it was easy to get herself into a ditch. The doomsday clock had already rung, and Zhu Ning's life countdown was also ringing. The cost of her getting out of Prometheus' control at this point was so high that she couldn't imagine it. And she was really hungry. What clues did Prometheus want to give her this time? At 12 o'clock, a great post popped up on the page. What should I do? I suspect my company is plotting against me. Every time Zhu Ning opened the Tomb Post forum, he felt like, let me see what everyone is going crazy about again. I actually resonated with this post. Coincidentally, I also felt that Prometheus was plotting against me. This page is a work exchange group, and the name of the group is I Want to Quit Again Today. Generally, everyone shares weird things about work, someone wants to quit, and most people advise not to quit without a job. There are also some latest industry news, and the highest floor of the group is everyone's evaluation of the company in each region. Employees give each company a score, and list the companies that need to be avoided. Many graduates will dive in and read the comments and make a careful strategy before looking for a job. To put it bluntly, it is a gathering place for social animals. There is no boss here, and it is a pure land for social animals to complain. Main post. My company seems to be plotting against me. I'm stuck in the same day. How can I get out? When Zhu Ning saw this kind of post before, most netizens ridiculed and questioned it, asking in a sarcastic way whether it was paranoid delusions. This time, everyone supported the post. I also feel that I'm stuck in the same day. doing the same work every day. Can someone please help me? I suspect my company has been plotting against me for 3 years. I can't stand it. I really want to quit, but I'm so poor. Hug the person above, same thing. Zhu Ning, It seems that everyone is tortured by work. This is simply the most united and friendly forum that Zhu Ning has ever visited. There is no attack or abuse, and everyone is just trying to keep each other warm. OP, no kidding, I am really stuck on the same day. It's not an exaggeration. I have evidence. Every day when I come to work, I find that my workstation is exactly the same. I don't know if the poster is a man or a woman. Then he posted a picture of an ordinary and tidy workstation. There is no personal belongings except a computer and necessary office supplies. Someone replied, "Isn't this a normal workstation? Wow, your company's workstations are so clean, and the administration is so strict?" The original poster, "No, look carefully, I never felt anything wrong. One day after get off work, I accidentally dropped the sticky note on the ground, but I was in a hurry to leave that day, so I didn't pick it up. But when I went to work the next day, the sticky note returned to its original position." The reply below, "Did someone pick it up for you?" The original poster, "No, I thought so the same the first time, but then I started to want to take photos to record it. I didn't pay attention to it before. From that day on, I often messed up my workstation, but it would become the same the next day. These are the photos I took for a week in a row, all posted below, exactly the same." Zhu Ning opened these photos one by one. If you don't know, you might think it was copied and pasted. The furnishings on this workstation have not been moved from beginning to end, not even a pin. But the workstation is next to the window. The weather and light outside the window will change accordingly, but the workstation will not. It seems that this workstation will automatically reset to 0. No matter what you do the night before, it will definitely return to the same the next day. The following reply, "It's a bit weird, are other colleagues like this too? Does your company's cleaning staff help clean up the tables? I don't think so. Even if they help clean up, it's hard to make sure they don't deviate by even a centimeter." Original poster, "I've only been in this company for 10 days. I asked the old employees, and they all said I was overthinking it, but I have evidence. When I first started working, an employee in our park jumped off the building. When I got off work, I heard a bang, and when I got downstairs, they had already collected the body. But I would meet this person committing suicide the next day after get off work, the 3rd day, and the 4th day. It's been 10 days in a row. It's impossible for someone to commit suicide every day in our park, right?" The following reply, original poster, "How much money does your company pay you? You saw it on the first day. Seeing an employee commit suicide, you can still go to work the next day? You have such a strong mental quality. If it were me, I would have collapsed on the first day." Yes, the original poster is a bit strange. If you really can't stand it, why don't you resign? The original poster, "This company makes about 150,000 yuan a month, and there's a bonus at the end of the year. I don't want to leave. I have a mortgage to pay off. I have been looking for this job for a month. It would be a loss if I don't get the year-end bonus." The reply below, "What company? I want to go too. Are you still hiring? I'm not afraid of ghosts. Let me do it." "Me too. I only need 100,000 yuan a month." You are crazy. It is obvious that what the original poster encountered is a bit supernatural. "Are you eager to die? I make 80,000 yuan a month and work for you until I die. Sell this job to me, I will help you do it, and you don't have to go to work." The poster, "I actually thought about quitting. I thought at the time that I had only worked for less than a month, so it was not too late to quit now. I would immediately look for a job and hide this period of experience, and there would be no record. But our company does not allow resignation, saying that you must work for a full year, otherwise it will be illegal. I have to pay compensation of 5 million before I can leave, and I don't have so much money." The reply below, "What a weird company, you signed an agreement? There is nothing I can do, just do your job well. No wonder the salary is so high and the penalty is so expensive. Did you sell it to the company? Don't quit, the overall environment is not good now, and it is difficult to find a job. You have to fleece the company to death. It is really a loss if you don't take the year-end bonus. Be patient and try to work until the end of the year." Netizens basically couldn't give a specific solution, so they thought this job was weird and wanted the poster to post the company name to avoid spoilers, but he didn't reveal any information. Later, the host did not update for a long time, and many people thought he was fine, but this post was very popular in the group and became a post for praying to Buddha. Other social animals used it as a wishing pool. The replies below were all the same, praying for a high-paying job. About a year later, the owner of this post suddenly sent another message, but did not send text, but uploaded a voice. The voice bar lay alone in the middle of the post, very eye-catching. Someone replied below, "The owner of the quit post is back?" Someone listened to the voice in advance. "I just finished listening, so strange, what is this? High energy ahead, don't click it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This should be the key to the supernatural." Zhu Ning clicked on the voice. The sound was very low. Zhu Ning put his ear close to listen. Chilla, 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 like the sound of the wind. No one spoke in it. At first it was all chilla, chilla noise. What is this sound? Then there was a loud bang. Zhu Ning froze. In fact, she didn't understand what was said at all the first time. She played the audio back and listened to it again, trying to eliminate the extra noise. Chilla, bang. The sound was extremely shocking, as if a corpse hit the ground, and the brain and blood exploded. Chapter 124. Did he jump off the building? This voice message lasted a total of 30 seconds. Zhu Ning went back and listened to it several times. He was sure that it was the sound of a person falling from a high altitude and hitting the ground. Why? Did he really jump off the building and commit suicide because he couldn't bear it, or was he thrown down by force? The gray post did not mark the specific time, and Zhu Ning could not tell when it happened. Ding, the system prompts. Congratulations on triggering the random task, a company that cannot be left. The task goal is to become an excellent employee, successfully leave the company, assist in finding the truth of death, and purify the company. This task is a random task, not a mandatory task. Please choose whether to accept it. This task will be automatically closed before dawn. Please make a decision carefully. Sure enough, this task also contains clues to Zhu Ning's death. The grave post tasks given by Prometheus are not simple. Will Zhu Ning find anything here? The task is accepted successfully. Please complete it before dawn. Zhu Ning chose to accept the task. There is an address under the grave post, and the name is Hengxing Machinery Company. Before leaving, Zhu Ning searched on the secondary brain. He didn't have much hope, because many grave post tasks are in very old polluted areas, and there is little information on the internet. But this time he really found it. This place seems to be a popular horror adventure site, and many people know it. Hengxing Machinery Company used to be a key project in District 103. The related industries in District 103 are all garbage disposal, and only this company can do machinery well. They are famous for their super high work efficiency, and many people dream of entering the big factory. If you enter this company, your resume will be very good. Not only can you get in touch with cutting-edge technology, but you can also jump to small companies at will in the future. Although this company often requires overtime, many people feel that they should work overtime while they are young, otherwise they will not have the opportunity to work overtime in the future. Later, for unknown reasons, this company went bankrupt 10 years ago. There are many different opinions about the inside story of the bankruptcy. Some people speculate that it was merged by a large table, and some speculate that there was a problem with the company's internal management. Others said that it was because of a vicious murder case inside, and people on one floor died. In short, the main building of Hengxing Machinery Company was abandoned and listed as a heavily polluted area by the federal government. Some people saw the lights on inside when they passed by, as if there were still employees working overtime late at night. I passed by once and could hear their typing from a distance. It's too much. Even ghosts have to work overtime. Did you see anyone jumping off the building over there? No, please tell me more. I was drunk that day and passed by that area. I was dazed and heard a bang. Something fell down. I looked carefully and saw a body lying on the ground. He stared at me with his big eyes. I was so scared that I woke up and ran away. Zhu Ning searched a lot of relevant information on big data. It was difficult to tell whether the information was true or false. A celebrity expedition team had also gone there for live broadcasting, and they never came out after entering. Someone else went in and came out with an infectious disease, and they have been sick ever since. There is unknown pollution inside Hengxing Machinery Company. After this information was released, the number of people coming to explore has obviously decreased. The Federation does not have the financial resources to block all polluted areas. The cost of the A-level procedure is too high to stop those who want to die. Zhu Ning checked and found that this contaminated area was also in the queue, currently Q37. The assessment given by the cleaning center was that it was far away from the downtown area. The core was stable and currently harmless. The contaminated areas that were not very urgent were all queued up. It was not that the higher the concentration, the higher the priority of treatment. According to this Q process, even if Zhu Ning did not care, there would be a demon hunter in a month. Zhu Ning summarized the information she found, and something was wrong. She had found so much, but there was no formal media reporting, and she had not interviewed the company's employees. It was all gossip. Why? The Chable blocked the facts. It was because of insufficient information that rumors spread and all kinds of speculations were made. Zhu Ning stored all the information she could find in her mind. This was the advantage of the experimental subject. She could store it in her main brain without a secondary brain. After entering the contaminated area, the signal would disappear. Get the information in advance, and then judge which information in it was true by responding to the situation. After entering and leaving the contaminated area several times, she summarized her own experience. Before entering the contaminated area, some arrangements should be made, and how to contain the contaminated spores should be planned in advance. Zhu Ning used to look for Lun Yinyan, but this time he felt that the contaminated area was relatively large, and Lun Yinyan might not be able to handle it. Originally he wanted to look for Lin Yinchuan, but then he thought that he had just finished eating hot pot, so he should go and have a rest. Zhu Ning thought about it, and opened Su Ming's dialogue box, and sent a message to Su Ming, saying that he wanted to join Hengxing Machinery Company. Su Ming replied, "You are really looking for death." Zhu Ning, Su Ming had just got in the car, and was holding Cheng Mafei's employee bracelet and thinking about the password, and then he received Zhu Ning's message. She frowned after seeing the news. She knew that the pollution concentration in that polluted area was very high, and it was currently registered as above Class A. Zhu Ning was really good at seeking death, but then she thought that Prometheus might be leading her to seek death. As an old senior, Su Ming still wanted to give her some advice. "Su Ming, at least a team of people have to do the work, and you go alone?" Zhu Ning didn't know what gift Prometheus wanted to give her, so she did all the work she could do by herself. "Zhu Ning, because I'm awesome." Su Ming, Zhu Ning's shamelessness refreshed Su Ming's cognition. Others are all reserved and low-key, but Zhu Ning is always arrogant, saying that she is the best. Has she never been beaten in her life? Su Ming has seen the alien species in her body, and thinks that Zhu Ning may not be in trouble. Zhu Ning entered the polluted area alone, because she didn't want anyone to interfere with the process. Su Ming originally wanted to go home directly, but then she thought that Zhu Ning would definitely not be able to clean up the mess. Such a large-scale mission to contain the contaminated spores requires at least 2 cleaning teams. Su Ming, it is dangerous inside, the pollution concentration is high, you should be careful. Zhu Ning felt very warm when she saw this reply. Su Ming did not ask her for details, but just asked her to be careful. "Su Ming, notify me after the mission is over. I will wait near Hengxing Machinery Company and contact the cleaning team of the tomb post to help you contain the contaminated spores." Zhu Ning no longer has to worry about no one following up to help her clean up after the work is done. Zhu Ning set an expression, "Captain, I love you." Su Ming, stop being a spoiled child. Zhu Ning turned off the subbrain. Su Ming was really very arrogant. Zhu Ning's protective suit was in the car. It was different from the protective suit in the cleaning center, and had higher defensiveness. Zhu Ning found a bathroom, without surveillance, and changed into a protective suit. As soon as she got on the motorcycle, she suddenly felt very strange. Chu Qing hadn't monitored her for a long time. When she came out of the ant hole, she could still feel someone's surveillance, but it disappeared after the ant hole. I don't know if Chu Qing gave up, or what happened to him. It's not that Zhu Ning has Stockholm Syndrome, but the gaze that has been staring has disappeared. The perverted doctor suddenly became so quiet, which made people feel weird. Chu Qing wouldn't be holding back some big move, right? At present, Zhu Ning was too lazy to care about him. After making all the preparations, Zhu Ning put on her helmet, and told the luxury car the address. The motorcycle turned on the speeding mode. Passers-by only saw a residual image, and she had disappeared. Hengxing Machinery Company. The luxury car stopped quietly at the door of the company. The federal no-passing sign was erected at the door, and an orange-yellow cordon was pulled. The extent of the federal warning is so great. The company was originally remote, and now that it has been abandoned, the buildings next to it have also been abandoned. This area is like a ghost town, with no living people. How did the drunk netizen manage to come to such a place in the middle of the night? How drunk must he be? Zhu Ning had never worked as a clerk in an office building in her previous life, and later she entered the cleaning center, which was only the size of a building. She had no idea about the size of a large company, and now she realized that she was naive. This is not a company park, it is simply a university campus. Entering the company gate, there is a bulletin board with the company's internal navigation drawn on it. There are 6 main buildings in the park, and even a theater, a large conference room, 2 cafeterias, and a shopping mall. Zhu Ning has survived in the zombie world before. If this complex encounters a doomsday crisis, the gate can be closed, and the inside can become an independent country. With a crash, Zhu Ning smashed the glass of the bulletin board with her elbow, and directly pulled out the paper map inside. Electronic products in the polluted area are a bit unreliable, and paper documents are the best. Zhu Ning was confused for a moment holding the map. She didn't even know where to start entering. Is this place too big? Demon hunters usually search the scene first. Zhu Ning scanned the 6 main buildings in front of her. She thought that she might be exhausted after searching these 6 buildings. Sure enough, Su Ming was right. This should be a job that at least one team can do. Each building has a building number marked on it. Building 3 in the middle is the tallest, with more than 200 floors. The 103 area is for technological development. It is said that the main building of the cleaning center is not the tallest building. It is normal for the mechanical company to have a high floor. Zhu Ning stopped in front of building 3. When she saw it, her first reaction was, it is very suitable for jumping off the building. If a person falls freely from the top floor, from the moment he jumps to the ground, he could quietly enjoy the process of falling. His body was descending, but his soul was floating upwards. After a loud bang, all the bones in his body were shattered. Then he watched his brain and blood burst out, white and red mixed together. He wanted to struggle but was powerless, and couldn't even lift a finger. Zhu Ning frowned because of this thought. Was she affected by the polluted area? It was as if she had seen a corpse on this open space with her own eyes. Tick-tock, there was a sound in the empty company park, like some liquid dripping down. She smelled a bloody smell, not very obvious, faint in the air. It came from the main entrance of the building. She walked quickly towards the steps, only to see something black swaying in the air. There was a black rooster hanging at the entrance of the building, with its feet tied to the horizontal bar by a thin rope, and it swayed with the wind. The black rooster's throat was cut, and dripping black and red blood fell to the ground. There were traces of burning at the entrance of the building. 3 apples were placed on the ground, and 3 incense sticks were stuck on a bowl of white rice, and the incense sticks were only half burned. What is this for? Memorial service, summoning souls, or warding off evil spirits. Such a high-tech building, and the traces of burning form a sharp contrast, and the two should not appear in the same space. And it seems that it should not have been burned for a long time, as if there were still people here 5 minutes ago. Where are they? Did they leave? There was white glutinous rice scattered all over the ground at the door, and boots would make a disgusting sound when stepped on. The glass door was locked and dusty for a long time, and it was blurry, and I couldn't see what was inside. Zhu Ning carefully walked around the pile of offerings on the ground, and lay down in front of the door. Because it was covered with a layer of dirt, people had to get close to see what was inside. The glass door was like a not very clear mirror, reflecting a woman wearing a black helmet, and the black helmet was also like a mirror in the night. The surface of the helmet reflected the glass door, like 2 mirrors shining on each other, forming an infinite reflection space. Zhu Ning wiped the surface of the glass door with her hand, and looked inside. She was prepared to see an eye or something, but she only saw a cabinet at the company's front desk, and a gate for swiping a card to enter the company building. There was a thick layer of dust inside, and no one was there. Just an ordinary abandoned company? Zhu Ning wanted to take a step back and prepare to observe the exterior of the building again. If there were no unexpected situations, she would directly use the master key to open the door and go in to take a look. But before she could move, she suddenly froze and her whole body tensed up. There was someone inside. A woman was lying on the glass door. The person inside was also wearing a black protective suit, and her movements were exactly the same as Zhu Ning's. They were like 2 clones created in the same space, observing each other through a dirty glass door. That was another self? The person inside the glass door moved in the same way as her, and came to the door. Zhu Ning looked at the inside from the outside, while she looked at the outside from the inside. What is this? Spirit value decreased by 1%. When a person suddenly sees another self, the first reaction is fear. She is you but not you. Zhu Ning has a very strange idea. She wants to escape, and the other self wants to escape. Zhu Ning's mind is full of this sentence. Like a reminder, she is madly trying to escape. Why? What did she encounter inside? Zhu Ning remained stiff and took a deep breath. Do you want to use the master key? The system mechanical prompt sounded. Zhu Ning stared at the movements of the people inside and moved carefully. She was afraid of alarming the people inside with any small movements. She didn't know whether the person inside imitated her movements or they all used the master key at that moment. With a click, the glass door opened to both sides. The dazzling light suddenly lit up, and Zhu Ning instinctively squinted her eyes. When she looked at the position just now again, the other self had disappeared. Where are the people? Have they escaped? The hall was empty, the white light was a bit dazzling, and the floor was so clean that people's shadows could be reflected. A pen rolled down. This pen was very abrupt on the floor. I don't know where it rolled from. The creaking sound attracted her attention, making you want to stare at it unconsciously. There is an extra pen on the floor. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to pick it up. She successfully touched the side of the pen. Whose pen is this? The moment she raised her head, people suddenly appeared in the empty company. Countless feet appeared around, walking past her in a hurry. Men wore full suits, and women wore professional suits or loose suits. Looking from the bottom up, they all had work badges on their chests. Everyone was very delicate, holding either coffee or a tablet in their hands. It's just that the position of their heads is different from that of ordinary office workers. They have a sheep's head on their necks. Sheep-headed people? Zhu Ning had seen fish-headed people, pig-headed people, and jellyfish-headed people, but this was the first time he saw a sheep-headed person. Sheep are very docile animals, and you wouldn't feel scared if you saw them alone, but these sheep have expressions on their faces, and most of them have tired smiles. They gathered together so densely that it was hard to tell whether they were people or animals. She is now. In the flock of sheep, some sheep-headed people were chatting and socializing with their colleagues. They swiped their cards to enter the gate in an orderly manner. A man with a sheep's head in a suit was anxious to get into the elevator and shouted, "Wait, wait for me." The elevator door closed mercilessly, and the man in the suit could only lower his head in anger and curse softly. If you ignore the sheep's heads on their necks, and the countless squirming gray and black lines around them, this place is just like an ordinary Monday morning for office workers to go to work. It took less than a second to go from an abandoned and decaying company to a bustling city. The helmet's internal system broadcast. It has been confirmed that cleaner Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area. The pollution level is roughly estimated to be S level. Please choose whether to report to the technical department of the cleaning center. The current pollution concentration has reached a maximum of 250%. The contaminated area is beyond the detection range, and there are living pollutants inside. The contaminated area is growing, and the pollution concentration is constantly changing. Please pay attention to safety. It's confirmed that she has entered the contaminated area. S level, worthy of the company. So many complaints from office workers? This should be the highest level contaminated area that Zhu Ning has been to. If she can come out alive, her record will be the same as that of the mountain cat. But is this contaminated area so large? It is directly beyond the detection range of the helmet. If she wants to know the exact value, she may have to contact the technical department of the cleaning center. Where did the self who wanted to escape from the door go? Zhu Ning glanced around and didn't see her shadow at all. Zhu Ning arrived at work. The sheep-headed people all had their own goals, but Zhu Ning was the only one who didn't fit in. The front desk lady looked at her with a smile on her face. Although her smile was normal, Zhu Ning always felt that she was weird because she was a sheep-headed person. "Is there anything I can help you with?" the front desk lady asked. Zhu Ning immediately responded, "I go through the entry procedures. To enter the contaminated area, you need to find a suitable identity. This time, her identity is a new employee, which is very suitable for her current status." The front desk lady, "Can you show me the relevant information?" Zhu Ning had no documents on her. She wanted to make up a lie, but as soon as she moved, she found that she didn't know when she was carrying a commuter tote bag, and the pen she just picked up was gone. When did she carry it on her back? There were a dozen resumes and documents in the bag, and the pen Zhu Ning picked up was lying at the bottom. So this pen actually belonged to her? She just picked up her own pen? How weird. Zhu Ning handed the documents to the front desk. The front desk took a look, swiped the card, and took Zhu Ning to the gate. "Please follow me." Zhu Ning carried the bag, and for some reason, she had worked in the cleaning center before, but now her mentality was no different from that of a college graduate. The front desk lady took Zhu Ning into the elevator. There were many people in the elevator. All of them were sheep-headed people, and everyone's shoulders touched shoulders, like bread neatly stacked on supermarket shelves. No one played the subbrain, and no one bowed their heads. The sheep-headed people looked forward with empty eyes. Zhu Ning glanced at it. The button of this building was only marked with the 50th floor, and the ones above were hidden. Similar to the setting of the cleaning center, the upper floors are private floors. The elevator stopped at the 19th floor, and the receptionist led Zhu Ning, "Miss Zhu, this way." She easily reminded Zhu Ning of Fang Ying, but she didn't have the neat feeling of Fang Ying at all, and she looked very gentle. When they arrived at the designated department, there was a sign hanging at the door, Mechanical Design Department. Zhu Ning just remembered that he seemed to have studied mechanics in college, which is a major that is easiest for people at the bottom to find jobs. As soon as he opened the door, the sound of typing came one after another. Obviously, this world already has base keyboards, but I don't know why they are still using the oldest keyboards here. Did he like the sound of keyboards? Or was he trying to monitor which employees were not working? There were hundreds of workstations in the room, and hundreds of sheep-headed people were typing with their heads down. When Zhu Ning entered, it seemed that they were startled. They stopped typing at the same time and looked up at him. Because their movements were too uniform, the sound of keyboards stopped in an instant. The workshop fell into a strange silence. Hundreds of eyes fell on Zhu Ning, and she was forced to accept everyone's scrutiny, like a new sheep about to join the flock. She felt pressure for the first time in a long time. She obviously didn't care about the eyes. In the past, there would be countless spectators watching the shooting competition, and Zhu Ning would not feel the pressure of the eyes. At this time, she felt that the weight of everyone's eyes seemed to be able to crush people. "Zhu Ning, right?" Zhu Ning was startled by this voice, and a man in a blue suit suddenly appeared next to him. He was very thin and handsome, and it seemed that he had just graduated not long ago. A new mechanical designer? Zhu Ning didn't know if he could understand mechanics, so he said shamelessly, "Yes. Get the job first, and then you can learn it." The front desk lady handed Zhu Ning over to the man. "I am the assistant of this department. Just call me Hope. Put your bag at the workstation first, and come with me to complete the entry procedures." Hope should be a nickname. He led him to an empty seat. This position was exactly the same as other workstations, with a computer, a keyboard, a notebook, and nothing extra. Zhu Ning put his bag on the empty seat, and was about to get up and leave. Hope stood motionless beside her workstation, showing a professional smile, and said, "Remember your workstation, don't get lost." Zhu Ning was stunned, and looked back. There were indeed hundreds of workstations here, and each position was the same. The other colleagues were all sheep-headed people, and it was easy to get lost when they left. Zhu Ning wrote down her position. Her work was just by the window, and there was a pot of spider plant next to her. Wish handed her a list. The company must use flower names, because there are many employees in the company, many names have been chosen, and this is the remaining one, you choose one you like. Zhu Ning took a look, and there was nothing good left in it. Even the meaningful name like Hope was gone, and there were only the names of items such as typewriters, toilets, and water dispensers. Zhu Ning picked one at random roll paper. Choosing a not-so-rotten peach from a pile of rotten peaches is at least better than a toilet. Hope, hello roll paper, come and enter your face. Zhu Ning went to the time clock to enter her information. She thought the facial recognition might fail, but it was successful. A photo of a woman in a black helmet appeared on the time clock. The printer next to her was buzzing. Hope handed her a work card and door card, which also had a head of a woman in a black helmet on it, and her new name, roll paper, below. Zhu Ning, It was quite abrupt. A woman wearing a black helmet sat among a bunch of sheep-headed people. Her photo looked like a robber. Wish led her to a small office and pushed 2 contracts in front of her, roll paper, come and sign the employment agreement. Zhu Ning dreamed of her first day at the cleaning center, and she also signed a contract on the first day. In contrast, the cleaning center is a conscientious enterprise that cares about employees and protects their rights. The terms of this contract are very strange. 1. Female employees are not allowed to wear short skirts and shorts, which must be below the knee. 2. Due to the company's special beliefs, employees are prohibited from celebrating any traditional festivals in the company. 3. You must work for a full year before you can resign. 4. The probation period is 3 months. If you fail to pass the regularization, you will remain in the probationary period until the 1-year period expires. 5. The regularization report must recite the chairman's quotations. 6. All permissions of the social circle must be open for review by the leader. 7. All social accounts on all platforms must be uniformly changed to real names, and the avatar must use a real 1-inch white background photo. 8. A performance meeting must be held every Monday, and those who are late or absent will be severely punished. 9. You are not allowed to enter the top floor of the company without permission. 10. It is forbidden to eat colleagues. The company regulations were 10 pages long, some of which were very bizarre, but Zhu Ning read them very carefully. She always felt that violating the company regulations might lead to serious consequences. What does it mean to prohibit eating colleagues? Hope, if there is no problem, just sign below. Zhu Ning had to come to work if she wanted to integrate into this polluted area. The system said that she had to sign if she wanted to be an excellent employee. She read it carefully and felt that there was no problem. She was about to sign her name. Run! A voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Zhu Ning frowned, feeling that the voice was very familiar. Hope was waiting for her signature on the other side, but he didn't speak. There was no one else in the office except Hope and herself. Who was talking? Zhu Ning lowered her head, and her shadow was reflected on the black glass table, reflecting a woman wearing a black helmet. She seemed to be trapped under the glass table, slapping from the bottom up, trying to struggle out. Run! Someone shouted to her in her ear, Zhu Ning, run! Chapter 125. Toilet paper? Xiang Wang was calling her, toilet paper? Zhu Ning came back to her senses and looked carefully at the black glass tabletop. There was nothing underneath. The self trapped under the glass just now disappeared. Is it an illusion? Signature, Xiang Wang said. Zhu Ning looked at the signature and was not sure what Xiang Wang wanted her to sign. Would signing her real name be equivalent to making a deal with the devil? But if she signed the name of the toilet paper, would it be equivalent to abandoning her original name and completely becoming a toilet paper? Zhu Ning thought of Ms. Zhu's profession, imitated Ms. Zhu's usual medical records, signed 2 words, and then handed the contract to Xiang Wang. Xiang Wang frowned after receiving the contract. Zhu Ning's handwriting was too ugly, just like ghost paintings, and it was impossible to recognize what it was. Zhu Ning, my handwriting is ugly. Xiang Wang fell silent after looking at the contract. He probably had never seen such handwriting. Okay. Xi Wang took one contract and gave the other to Zhu Ning, handing her a brown paper bag. This is your new employee gift. Go back to your workstation. Your department manager will come to take you later. Xi Wang opened the door and smiled at Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning walked out of the office with the documents. The hundreds of workstations outside were like empty spaces, with a group of sheep sitting inside. Zhu Ning only saw a white field with sheep-headed people typing. It's really easy to get lost, and after looking at it for a long time, these sheep-headed people gathered together like a mosaic of flower screens. This time the sheep-headed people didn't look at her. Zhu Ning found her workstation through the crackling typing sound, and then opened the new employee gift bag Xi Wang handed her. Zhu Ning also received a gift from a new employee of the cleaning center, which was a whole box of standard weapons. This gift was much more reliable, with a guidebook for new employees, a notebook, a thermos cup, toothpaste, toothbrush and towel. What? Do you hope she won't go home and work here until she dies? Zhu Ning flipped through the new employee gift bag, and suddenly stopped. She touched a cold metal object, and a fountain pen was lying at the bottom of the craft paper bag. The black pen shell had a golden pattern on it. This was the pen she had just picked up. Zhu Ning took out the fountain pen from the tote bag. The 2 fountain pens were placed on the workstation exactly the same. They were obviously just 2 pens, but for some reason, they looked weird when put together. It was so strange. In theory, this was the first time she got the fountain pen. But now she had 2 identical fountain pens? Zhu Ning didn't understand who the bag belonged to, and why it appeared out of thin air. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary tote bag commonly used by commuters. Is this the bag of the owner of the tomb post? Is this workstation also the workstation of the owner of the tomb post? On the first day of employment, you usually don't need to work, you just need to get familiar with the office environment. The supervisor hasn't come to see you yet, so Zhu Ning has the opportunity to slowly explore. When you enter an environment, you have to get along well with the people around you. Zhu Ning has always liked making friends, and originally wanted to get familiar with his deskmate. Hello? As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, the sheep-headed man next door turned his head suddenly, like a frightened sheep. Quiet. The deskmate glanced at Zhu Ning, then quickly turned his head away, and continued to type on the keyboard. It seemed that there was a bomb under the keyboard, which would explode immediately if you didn't type. Zhu Ning was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. Is it not allowed to talk to people in this place? For some reason, she felt that she had done something wrong. She was surrounded by pure white sheep, and she was the only one wearing a black helmet, which was very out of place. She turned on the computer, and the computer wallpaper showed Monday. Generally, there is a date in the computer, but Zhu Ning flipped through it and found that there was no date. This computer only recorded the day of the week, and it was Monday. There were some design documents in the computer. Her position was to make mechanical massage chairs, and she needed to design the overall appearance. Zhu Ning thought she couldn't understand it, but she didn't expect that she could really understand it. Not only could she understand it, she seemed to be able to draw it. The gear size here was wrong, and Zhu Ning had this idea inexplicably in her mind. Does she really know mechanical knowledge? Because of the original owner's memory? Or is the contaminated area at work? Everyone around her was typing, no one assigned her tasks, and no one talked to her, so Zhu Ning could only look out the window. It was pitch black outside the window, and the night sky looked very fake, like cheap special effects. Zhu Ning stared out the window for a while. There was a cloud in the sky. If you stare at it for a long time, it seems to be spinning, but you keep wanting to keep looking. Suddenly, Zhu Ning saw a sheep-headed man in the reflection of the glass. He didn't know when he appeared, but his head was just behind her head. The glass window reflected a sheep's head. Zhu Ning was looking at him through the glass. She had never stared at the eyes of a sheep for so long. Those were rectangular pupils. Sheep's eyes are rectangular, which allows sheep to see enemies on both sides clearly. This is obviously common sense for creatures, but it looks very strange at this time. If the goat-headed people also have this characteristic, it means that their vision is wider than that of ordinary humans, and it is easy to find your clues. Now a pair of rectangular pupils are looking at her. Toilet paper? Zhu Ning turned around, and saw a goat-headed man in a red suit standing in front of him. He was pot-bellied, and was bending over to look at him. Are you the new toilet paper? Zhu Ning couldn't help but take a closer look at his abdomen. His shirt was tied around his belly, as if it was about to burst out at any time. Judging from the shape of his belly, this should be a management level. Supervisor? Zhu Ning reacted. Just call me Guangming. We are on the same level here, and we are all equal friends. Don't call me supervisor or something. It sounds so ugly. Guangming straightened up and leaned against Zhu Ning's workstation. Zhu Ning thought, your name is Guangming, and my name is Paper Roll. How are we equal? Paper Roll? Guangming said, don't just sit there and be in a daze, young people, get moving. Zhu Ning was an athlete in her previous life, and sweeping garbage in this life is a physical job. She is not used to working in a cubicle. After thinking for a while, she asked, do you have any tasks for me? Guangming said, look at the project information and learn about our project. Zhu Ning, okay. Guangming looked at her with a smile. There's really no work for you today. It's mainly to get familiar with the environment, but you have to get busy. Zhu Ning understood what he meant, but she was going to give up. Zhu Ning didn't move, so Guangming had to poke, keyboard, start typing. Zhu Ning, but I don't have a job. Guangming narrowed his eyes, and patted Zhu Ning's shoulder. Zhu Ning only felt a fat palm fall on her shoulder, and patted it heavily. Be sociable, toilet paper. Guangming said in a tone that he was doing it for her own good. Here it comes again. Zhu Ning felt the pressure of Guangming's gaze. So the sheep-headed people who type on the keyboard may not have a job. They just want to be sociable. Zhu Ning compromised under Guangming's gaze, and tapped the keyboard with her index finger, and the mechanical keyboard made a slight click. Guangming, very good, very talented. Zhu Ning had a blank document in front of her. She just typed a meaningless letter, but Guangming looked very happy. If Zhu Ning didn't follow his idea, he might stare at her to death. Zhu Ning had to put both hands on the keyboard, imitated the rhythm of others, and began to type. Guangming patted Zhu Ning's shoulder again, and she felt that her right shoulder was sinking all the time, and that piece of skin was dirty from his touch. Toilet paper, I am very optimistic about you, Guangming said. You have a bright future. Zhu Ning smiled awkwardly, thank you. Guangming put his hands behind his back, with a big belly, and walked in front of everyone's workstation as if patrolling the land. Where Guangming passed by, other sheep-headed people heard his footsteps, and whether it was for show or to show loyalty, they sped up their typing frequency to prove their efficiency. After Guangming left, Zhu Ning slowed down the frequency of typing on the keyboard. For the first time, she realized clearly what it meant to waste her life. You know that what you do is meaningless, but you can't leave this position. Your time has been bought out. During this period of time, everything you have belongs to this workstation. Zhu Ning's eyes were a little empty. How long will this life last? Death? She sat among this group of sheep-headed people. Sooner or later, all her personalities would be smoothed out, and she would become a brand new sheep. Zhu Ning's fingers were tapping on the keyboard, and her mind was reviewing the clues she had obtained. Fortunately, she still had a computer in her mind. She could do two things at the same time. This place was very strange. If the house where people were chased played with the concept of space, then this place played with the concept of time. Two identical pins, the identical self inside the glass door, and the voice that told her to run when signing. Are these things happening now? Or is her future self reminding her, if this is a reincarnation, how should she find the key to breaking through? The company that she couldn't leave. The owner of the grave said that she was trapped on the same day. So far, Juning has been in the company for less than a morning, and she hasn't experienced a complete day. Ding dong, the bell rang suddenly, and the brisk sound echoed throughout the cubicle. Juning hadn't reacted yet, and only saw everyone stop typing at the same time. More than 100 sheep-headed people stood up in unison. One sheep-headed person would not scare people, but more than 100 people moving at the same time would make people feel creepy. Their movements were exactly the same, like robots with set programs. What are they doing? Some sheep-headed people began to move, and they walked towards the elevator in an orderly manner. Juning glanced at the screen, which showed noon. It was lunchtime, and they needed to go to lunch. The work manual stated the work instructions, and they needed to go to the cafeteria at the specified time. Juning originally wanted to take advantage of them all leaving to look for clues here. But then she thought that the system made her an excellent employee, and excellent employees are generally sociable, right? Juning followed the crowd. They lined up to get off the elevator, and stood neatly in the elevator, going all the way down to the basement. There was a conveyor belt in the basement. All employees walked on it. This belt could take you directly to the cafeteria. Because the lunch break was only 1 hour, this way of eating was very efficient. Juning walked towards the conveyor belt. He felt that he was not going to eat, but like a food being transported. No one talked on the conveyor belt. Everyone just stood quietly. Ding dong sounded. The conveyor belt ended, and a cafeteria appeared in front of him. It was decorated very gorgeously, and played comfortable music. It was a buffet style. Employees could eat for free, and the food was dazzling, but there was no fragrance at all. The sheep-headed people went down one after another. Juning was very quiet all the way just now, but the cafeteria was bustling. The moment the sheep-headed people walked off the conveyor belt, it seemed that some seal had been unlocked, and they began to socialize with the people around them. Hey, what are you having for lunch? I don't know, I'm tired of it. Let's have clay pot rice. Juning stood at the end of the line, watching their faces change in a second. Look, the one behind, the newcomer. Two people were whispering to each other. What's your name? Toilet paper, right? What an ugly name. It's so unlucky to choose toilet paper. Hey, keep your voice down. I heard Guangming praising her today. Juning followed them with a blank expression, holding a plate. Juning was the popular one in any group, and her personality had never suffered in social occasions. But for the first time, she felt as if she was excluded. Evidently, Juning was right in front of them, but they chose not to talk to her. Juning felt a subtle difference. She knew in her heart that this was a polluted area, so she wouldn't feel too much discomfort. If she were a real employee, she would definitely want to integrate into the group and get along well with her colleagues. The pattern of this polluted area polluting people seems to be collective pressure. You must integrate into the group. In order to integrate into the group, you have to type on the keyboard even if you don't have work. In order to integrate into the group, you must go when everyone is eating. You can't not come to the cafeteria. You must change your social network nickname and photo to a unified background and keep it consistent with everyone so that the leader can review it. Even if you do all this, it's not enough. You need to accept the collective's inspection. They will use strict standards to examine you to see if you are qualified to be a new sheep. This is the meaning of the probation period. If you don't pass the probation period, you will continue to be on probation. The terrible thing is that you can't escape because there is a 1-year deadline. Even if you want to run, you have to work for the whole year. Did the owner of the tomb post also experience all this? Why did the person who jumped off the building do it? Juning originally thought that she could find out through her colleagues, but now it seems that these people are not even willing to talk to her. After finishing their meal, they returned to the office building via the conveyor belt and lined up to go to the workroom. They have been quiet since they got on the conveyor belt. Today is Monday, and there will be a performance appraisal meeting in the afternoon. Juning finally didn't have to type meaninglessly on the keyboard. They walked into a conference room where everyone sat together in a dense crowd. The host of the meeting was Guangming. He stood on the podium and his voice was particularly exciting and powerful. Today is the performance appraisal meeting of the mechanical design department once a week. The person with the best performance will receive a bonus of 200,000. Wow! The employees next to her clapped crazily, and the frequency of clapping was almost the same, as if a robot had received an order and turned on a certain switch. Juning hesitated for a second, and then clapped along. If she wanted to be an excellent employee, she had to be sociable. Before the award ceremony, I would like to introduce our new colleague, The toilet paper roll, Guangming said into the microphone. For a moment, everyone looked at her. Zhu Ning was clapping, like a primary school student who was suddenly called by the teacher for not doing homework. The applause was thunderous, and everyone was welcoming her. Zhu Ning had heard applause and praise, but never heard such a weird one. She walked up with an embarrassed look on her face and stood next to Guangming. Guangming put the microphone to her mouth, say a few words. Zhu Ning looked at the group of sheep-headed people in the audience, feeling uncomfortable, as if she was an object being scrutinized. Introduce yourself. Guangming's topic went straight to Zhu Ning's helmet. Hello everyone, I'm Paper Roll. Zhu Ning simply said, please give me your advice. Welcome Paper Roll, Guangming shouted. The people below followed and shouted, welcome Paper Roll. Zhu Ning, I have never experienced such an embarrassing situation in my life. Guangming took back the microphone and was very satisfied with Zhu Ning's performance. Let new colleagues witness our performance conference. I always think this is the most suitable way to integrate into the group and can immediately understand our team style. This time, Paper Roll will be the guest of honor. What do you think? The applause from the audience was intense. Good. Zhu Ning, who became the guest of honor for some reason, said, Why didn't anyone ask her if she was willing? Someone handed her a trophy and a certificate, which said excellent employee. This should be what the system let Zhu Ning get. Zhu Ning was holding the trophy with envy. So why did the system let Zhu Ning get the excellent employee? Guangming shouted. Congratulations to Keyboard for winning the first place in last week's performance assessment. Keyboard, come up and receive the award. A sheep-headed man came forward. Zhu Ning took the trophy out, and Keyboard said some words of thanks to the microphone. It was nothing more than thanking the leader, thanking the company for cultivating, and thanking for giving Keyboard the opportunity to achieve himself. This speech lasted for 5 minutes. Zhu Ning stood like a lady of etiquette, watching them play House Awards. At that time, she didn't take this performance meeting seriously at all. Normal people would not regard a group of sheep awarding awards as a serious meeting. The next is my most painful moment. Guangming's voice sank, who was the worst performer last week. After Guangming finished this sentence, the applause and smile disappeared in an instant. The sheep-headed people fell into silence, and endless pressure spread. They seemed to be saying in their hearts, don't call me, don't call me. Guangming read out a name. Zhu Ning had just arrived, and these sheep-headed people looked the same in her eyes. She didn't know who Cardboard was. But the sheep-headed people seemed to have some kind of facial recognition installed in their minds. They all turned their heads and looked at the last row of the conference room, where a little sheep kept his head down. Cardboard, Guangming said, come up. Cardboard buried his head and tightly grasped the notebook on his knees. Cardboard, Guangming's voice was obviously unhappy, I asked you to come up. Countless eyes fell on the cardboard box, as if they were going to crush her to death. She had to stand up, and Zhu Ning could see her appearance clearly, because all the sheep-headed people were similar, and Zhu Ning judged who the person was by the clothes. She wore a black suit, which looked like the first outfit that a graduate bought for herself, and wore black-framed glasses. She was very shy. Cardboard box was shaking all over when she walked. It took her 5 minutes to walk such a short road. Supervisor. She raised her head carefully, and her voice was full of begging. Don't call me supervisor. Guangming's voice was cold, and he was very unhappy. Guangming. Xixiang changed his words, his lips trembling. Give me another chance. I just didn't perform well last week. I really tried hard. I drew a lot of drawings, but the customer was not satisfied. I worked overtime until midnight every day. I had no choice, please. Guangming looked down at her. I gave you a chance. You have been at the bottom of the performance for 2 consecutive weeks. Please, I will definitely be better next week. Just once, just one chance. If kneeling down would help, Xixiang would probably kneel down. Guangming turned a deaf ear and turned away. I beg you, please. She started to ask Guangming for help, but later found it was meaningless, so she said to Zhu Ning, please save me. Xixiang's eyes were wet. Zhu Ning had only seen it in the eyes of sheep to be slaughtered. She seemed to be asking for help from him. This looked too pitiful. Zhu Ning stood on the stage like an outsider, and just wanted to ask what was going on, but he didn't have time to move a finger. Suddenly, there was a bang. A bullet passed through Zhu Ning's side, and hit the forehead of the cardboard box. The blood exploded and sprayed all over Zhu Ning, and his helmet was soaked with smelly blood. This was too sudden, and Zhu Ning didn't react at all. The cardboard box's body fell limply to the ground, and the blood instantly soaked the carpet. There was a gun beside Zhu Ning, still smoking, and Guangming stood behind him expressionlessly, with rectangular pupils looking very cold. Guangming. Killed her? The last place in the performance appraisal will die? Chapter 126. Zhu Ning's first reaction was to look at the sheep-headed people in the stands. They didn't even show any special expression when they saw the cardboard box being killed. Their eyes were dull, and hundreds of rectangular pupils looked at the podium in unison, as if the one who died was not one of their kind. The tiny terror of the group was magnified in an instant. It is easy for you to infer your own fate. Even if you die one day, they will only look at your corpse expressionlessly. Guangming clapped vigorously. I declare that this performance appraisal meeting has been successfully completed. The sheep-headed people below followed suit and applauded. After the applause ended, they stood up together and lined up to leave the meeting room. Zhu Ning watched them leave expressionlessly, thinking that he was one of them and should leave together. Snap, roll of paper. Guangming's fat, oily hands clapped up. How is it? Zhu Ning, what do you mean? Guangming looked at Zhu Ning with interest and asked, were you scared by the cardboard box? Zhu Ning, no. She had seen many corpses and murders. If she was scared by something, it was indifference. Guangming was very satisfied with Zhu Ning's performance. Very good, you adapt quickly. I give you a chance to show your ability. Help deal with the cardboard box. Guangming left after saying this, leaving Zhu Ning in the entire meeting room. Guangming asked her to help deal with the corpse. Isn't this a ritual for every new employee joining the company? After the meeting, Shi Wang pushed a cart and smiled when he saw Zhu Ning. Roll of paper. Are you adapting to the company culture? Zhu Ning, not bad. Shi Wang smiled. Zhu Ning is really a good employee. He walked to the corpse of the cardboard box, first touched the carotid artery, and confirmed that she was dead. It's a pity. She was about to report on her job, and she had been preparing for a long time. Zhu Ning asked, she has been here for 3 months? More than 2 months, but less than 3 months. Shi Wang skillfully took off the cardboard's work card and took away her door card. He sighed, I have another name. Zhu Ning clenched his fist. The names are recycled. The names of the dead will be given to the next newcomer. Zhu Ning must not be the first roll of paper. Shi Wang, come and help. Coincidentally, Zhu Ning is a professional corpse collection team. He has to collect corpses when he comes to work in the contaminated area. Zhu Ning and Shi Wang lifted the corpse onto the cart together. The body of the cardboard box was very soft. Because it was not long after death, the body temperature could still be felt. Her eyes were wide open, and she looked miserable. Zhu Ning helped her close her eyes. Seeing Zhu Ning's action, Shi Wang frowned. Don't make unnecessary movements. Zhu Ning had to withdraw her hand and push the cart. The cardboard box with closed eyes bounced up and down in the basket. Shi Wang led the way in front of her. Zhu Ning asked, what is her original name? Original name? Shi Wang's footsteps suddenly stopped. They just walked into the corridor at this time. Shi Wang only left her with a back view. After Zhu Ning asked this question, there was silence. Silence is also powerful. It implies that you asked the wrong question, and you did something wrong. Shi Wang turned around and looked at Zhu Ning with a rectangular eye. I give you a piece of advice. Don't ask people's original names here. It is a taboo to ask for original names here, but it is not written in the employee handbook. Zhu Ning did not ask any more questions. She followed Shi Wang with the cart. Shi Wang took her into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement. She was familiar with this road. She saw the conveyor belt again. They had walked this road when they had dinner before. Where was Shi Wang taking her? The end point was the cafeteria, but Shi Wang took her to the other side of the conveyor belt. It was pitch black over there, with a blue light flickering. The door was marked with storage freezer. This way. Shi Wang opened the door. Zhu Ning frowned when she saw the scene behind the door. She had helped in the kitchen of a hot pot restaurant before, but this freezer was even more terrifying. It was full of corpses. The corpses were piled up like a mountain, with sheep-headed men piled on top of each other. Because of freezing, their eyelashes and hair were covered with a thick layer of white frost. Roll paper? Shi Wang told her. Just put it here. Zhu Ning felt like a criminal helping to deal with the corpses. She numbly lifted the cart, and the corpses in the cardboard boxes fell on the pile of corpses with a bang. All the sheep are reserved for meat, and Zhu Ning is one of them. Zhu Ning asked, what is this? Xiang Wang's voice sounded indifferent. Even if they die, they can still create value for the company. Xiang Wang didn't say it clearly, but the uses of corpses are nothing more than two. One is to be used as reserve meat, and the other is to be used as some kind of material. This is really a model of not letting go even after death, and squeezing dry to the bone. No wonder employees eat in the cafeteria for free. The good guy is directly recycled. Zhu Ning only lost his mental value once after entering this polluted area, and the loss was not much. There are no ghosts here, but it is very depressing. Xiangwang took a closer look at Zhu Ning. You don't seem afraid. Collecting corpses is a test and taming for new employees, judging whether you are qualified to join the company's big family. New employees would all collapse at this time. They would want to leave with fear on their faces and say they would resign immediately. But Zhu Ning didn't. She just came to dump the body with a blank expression. Zhu Ning, because I want to be an excellent employee. Why did the system make Zhu Ning an excellent employee? Because the last one in performance would die. Only those with high performance evaluation have the right to speak here. Maybe only excellent employees can leave. She suspected that Xiwan was the one who could give her performance evaluation. Leaving a good impression on him would help her achieve her goals. Xiwan smiled. You are really ambitious. Let's go, it's freezing. Xiwan closed the door. At the moment of closing the door, Zhu Ning saw the body of the cardboard box lying under the pile of corpses with his eyes wide open. Zhu Ning frowned. She had just closed the eyes of the cardboard box. Why did his eyes open again? Xiwan took her back. The two returned along the same route. The elevator was rising step by step. Zhu Ning hurriedly asked, how is the performance evaluation calculated? She had to understand the rules of this place. Hope, it is divided into 4 sections, your work performance, my daily attendance, department manager's score, and colleague's score. Sure enough, I hope to have the right to score Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning thought for a while, so the cardboard box may not really have a problem at work. For example, if all colleagues exclude her, her performance will be at the bottom. If it is intentional, they will choose one person to die every week, and everyone will follow a tacit understanding and choose the same person. So Zhu Ning only needs to get through one of the links to become an excellent employee. Hope, if you get the excellent employee, you can break the rules of the employee handbook. Sure enough, excellent employees and other employees are 2 different species. Ding dong, the elevator reached the 19th floor. Once she opened the door of the office area and said, the time is just right. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. You can go back and continue to adapt. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Zhu Ning walked into the office area again. There were many sheep-headed people inside. Some people would look up at her when they heard the sound, and then start typing again. Guangming was waiting in the office. After seeing Zhu Ning, he showed an exaggerated smile. Our newcomer is back. I am very optimistic about you. Zhu Ning smiled with a fake smile. If there is a character favorability here, she should have increased Guangming's favorability by collecting the corpse just now. Guangming said, it's a pity for the cardboard box. The work was not completed. So when a colleague died, the supervisor's first reaction was that the work was not completed. You were not here just now, we discussed it. Guangming put his arm around Zhu Ning's shoulders. She wanted to refuse but failed. So she was forced to listen to Guangming. You are capable, we all have high hopes for you. Her task is handed over to you. I will take you to her workstation. Her customer resources and information are all yours. Guangming's tone was similar to, how about it? I found a good project for you. So it is not necessarily that the performance of the cardboard box is poor, but that this place is bullying the weak. They push the most difficult customers to the weakest sheep, which can save themselves from disaster. Zhu Ning is the weak one who was just chosen. Guangming, copying the information is a bit troublesome. You should work at her workstation for the time being. Zhu Ning was led to another position, also by the window, in the innermost corner of the last row. This is the dead carton's workstation, which is still piled with drawings and some unfinished documents. She was still working hard until the performance meeting. Guangming led people here and didn't leave, as if waiting for Zhu Ning to speak. Zhu Ning, thank you, boss, for your appreciation. Guangming laughed. You are a little girl with personality. I like you. You can ask your colleagues more about your work. Guangming greeted several sheep-headed people next door and asked them to take care of the roll of paper. Several colleagues smiled and said they would, but they quickly frowned after Guangming left. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and sat at the carton's workstation. The girl in this position just died. To be an excellent employee, you must work. Zhu Ning sighed and felt that she might get depressed if she continued to work. Why did she often work in the polluted area? This job is not as good as the cashier girl in the hot pot restaurant. The carton's desktop was a bit messy. Zhu Ning sorted it out while looking for clues. With a clatter, Zhu Ning accidentally knocked the folder off, and her first reaction was to bend down to pick it up. Before she raised her head, she suddenly found something under the table. There were scratches on the back of the table, as if someone had scratched it with their fingernails, and there was even blood on it. The longest scratch was 20 centimeters. But this posture is hard to imagine. If there are scratches on the table, it is usually a fight, or someone wants to drag you away by force, and you will scratch the table when you struggle. But why is there a scratch on the back of the table? While working overtime, Cardboard scratched the table with his fingers. How much resentment does it take to scratch so deeply? Juning's fingers touched the scratches. Is there blood in the scratches? She instinctively traced the scratches with her fingers. A table is usually hard. Even if it is scratched, it should be hard inside, but Juning felt soft. She seemed to touch not the table, but meat? Is this workstation alive? Juning kept bending over to look at the scratches, and unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of her eye. The workstation was narrow, and there was no partition between the workstation and the work, so if someone lowered their head, they would see more than a dozen pairs of feet. But she saw a person, a sheep-headed man squatting in the middle of the workstation opposite her. The sheep-headed man was wearing a black suit and squatted between the feet of the colleague opposite, squatting under the workstation, as if he had folded himself, with his head buried in his knees. She kept lowering her head and muttering something silently. Her tone was a little crazy. Juning couldn't understand it at all, but she felt that this person was familiar. What is this? A colleague is under too much pressure and hides under the workstation to vent? Juning was just about to ask the other party what was wrong and if he needed a tissue. Suddenly, the sheep-headed man raised his head, and Juning felt a chill on his back as soon as he took a look. Carden, this person is Carden. Juning had just collected her body and pushed it into the canteen freezer with her own hands. She could even recall Carden's body temperature. Wasn't she dead? Why was she here? Carden showed a horrified expression when she saw Juning, as if she had seen a ghost, and her eyes widened. Juning was in a stalemate with her, and she hadn't figured out what was going on. Obviously Carden was the ghost, so why was she afraid of him? But Carden seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath, took out a pair of scissors from behind, pointed the tip of the knife at Juning, and rushed towards Juning. With a swish, Juning's first reaction was to step back. She was now so skilled that the person on the other side couldn't touch her at all, but her dodging movement hit the chair, making a noise. This strange noise was too abrupt amid the sound of keyboard tapping, and everyone turned to look at her. Especially Juning's desk mate. She frowned and glared at her, probably because she thought Juning was annoying. Juning wanted to explain, but when she looked under the desk, the cardboard box squatting under the desk had disappeared, and there was only a pair of feet of the colleague opposite. It seemed that it was just her hallucination. So her behavior was no different from going crazy in the eyes of her colleagues. Well, the colleague's favorability thing was gone. Juning sat back in her seat with the folder in her arms, and she always felt that it was cold under the desk, as if there was someone hiding there, ready to touch her ankles anytime and anywhere. Juning glanced at the time. After joining the company, attending meetings and dumping corpses, it was not even 3 o'clock yet. As expected of a part-time job, she had never felt that a day was so long. What did she see just now? A ghost? Or another cardboard box? It seemed that there was another time and space in this company. From time to time, the two time and space would overlap and merge. At the moment of fusion, Juning could see another world. Just like she saw herself twice, and she picked up 2 identical pins. To summarize the information she received, the scratches under the table were suspected to be the cardboard box venting anger during overtime work, and the specific reason was unknown. Or it could be the scratches left by a monster. If it was a monster, this thing should be crawling backwards. Second, assuming that what Juning saw just now was a real cardboard box in the past, what was the cardboard box doing squatting under the desk? Venting pressure? Avoiding monsters? Or a way of bullying by colleagues? Combined with the horrified expression of the cardboard box just now, it seems that not only Juning saw her, but she also saw herself. Juning must find a way to figure out what happened to the cardboard box. The contaminated area is the alienation of the real world, and she may encounter the same thing. Juning opened the cardboard box's computer, and the modification plan had been changed to 31 versions. What kind of annoying party A is this? And he actually changed so many? She also specially looked at every plan. The cardboard box was very meticulous and serious in his work. Judging from the mechanical knowledge that Juning had just obtained, these mechanical drawings were at least medium and upper quality. Why is the customer dissatisfied? Juning began to modify the drawings left by the cardboard box. When her neck was a little sore, the clock showed 6 o'clock, and it was time to get off work. But it was clearly time to get off work, but no one moved. Everyone ate on time when eating, and everyone did not get off work on time when getting off work, and they were still typing on the keyboard. Zhu Ning wanted to be an excellent employee, and didn't want to be the first troublemaker to leave work. When someone finally moved at 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhu Ning stood up. When she left, more than half of the people were still working overtime. Zhu Ning followed the sheep-headed man to punch out, and then walked downstairs. Other sheep-headed men dragged their tired bodies to open the gate and leave the company. Zhu Ning hesitated for a while at the door of the building. The name of this polluted area was the company that could not be left. Could Zhu Ning really not leave? The glass door on the first floor opened from both sides. Zhu Ning stepped out carefully. There was no problem, and no monsters were triggered. She walked out. It was still dark outside. The moment she walked out, she seemed to be relieved and breathed the air of freedom. At this time, you are the real you. The inexplicable burden on your body disappeared in an instant. She was liberated. Zhu Ning walked down the stairs and felt unprecedented lightness. She was surrounded by sheep-headed men. She seemed to have completely integrated into this environment. Her steps became faster and faster. When she was walking to the open space in the center, suddenly, her happiness stopped. She heard a loud bang. It was a very familiar sound, which she had heard over and over again for more than 10 or 20 times, the sound of a corpse hitting the ground, bones and flesh shattering, brains and blood exploding. Zhu Ning stiffened his neck and slowly turned around, only to see a black corpse lying on the ground, with black and red blood slowly flowing out. This polluted area was full of white sheep-headed people, and she was the only black one. The black helmet was broken, revealing Zhu Ning's bloody face. She committed suicide? Chapter 127. When you are standing on a high place, have you ever imagined what it would be like if you fell to the ground? Many people have this kind of association. Even if they have watched movies and TV shows to increase their imagination, people's imagination is limited. They can only imagine blood and flesh, and how blurry it is without details. Now Zhu Ning saw it. It was the same face, the Zhu Ning who fell down. Wearing a full set of black protective clothing for cleaners, the black helmet was damaged, and sparks exploded from the edge. Zhu Ning's facial features were distorted, and a pool of red and white liquid flowed out. The helmet fragments pierced into her left eye, and her nose was completely broken. Thanks to the protection of the helmet, her appearance was not too miserable. But that was you, and the completely identical facial features showed that it was you. Spirit value decreased by 3%. Zhu Ning heard the system prompt in his mind. In this polluted area, ghosts are not scary, but seeing yourself is scary. Is that corpse really her? Is it Zhu Ning who has experienced something in the future? The previous owner of the tomb post could see someone jumping off the building every day when he got off work. Was it his own corpse? But this is something that ordinary people can do, but it is very difficult for Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning has a primary talent that ignores gravity. The range of use is 30 meters. Although she has never used it, it is speculated that as long as she activates at 30 meters before landing, she will not fall to death. There are only two possibilities. She was thrown down and all her life points were used up, so she could not activate this ability at all. Second, she really committed suicide. People who commit suicide give up all resistance, and of course, will not activate their talents. So what desperate thing did she encounter that made her commit suicide? No matter how desperate Zhu Ning encountered, her choice would probably be similar to that of the grumpy old lady Xingxin. She would rather burn herself to test her limits than commit suicide. Even if it is more reasonable to commit suicide by shooting yourself, it is more reasonable than jumping off a building. Jumping off a building with a weapon in hand is the worst choice. This is too contrary to Zhu Ning's nature. After the body fell, screams rang out, and the other sheep-headed people retreated in fear. Zhu Ning calmed down and approached the body instead. Zhu Ning was not completely dead yet, blood choked out of her throat. After seeing Zhu Ning, the pupil of her right eye, which was still intact, suddenly contracted. She wanted to move her fingers, but had no strength at all. She wanted to speak but found that her throat was full of blood. She opened her mouth to Zhu Ning. Run! Zhu Ning recognized it. It was a word, run. She warned herself again, asking Zhu Ning to run quickly. Zhu Ning died after saying this sentence, and died completely. Zhu Ning clenched his right hand, as if holding something. It was a piece of paper. Was she sending a message to herself? Hey! Get out of the way! Someone said to herself. Ambulance! Someone shouted, call the doctor. Zhu Ning quietly pried open the corpse's hands, and put the note in his palm. As soon as he finished, he was forcibly pushed away. People in security uniforms surrounded him, and set up a cordon. The security guards communicated with each other, probably to call someone over. The sheep-headed people who were watching were terrified, looking at each other and shaking their heads. After that, they saw Zhu Ning, and then looked at the corpse, retreating in fear, muttering something. Zhu Ning looked exactly like the corpse on the ground, and normal people would feel scared. What a strange reaction. According to normal logic, when a social incident occurs, you should go to the relevant department, but they don't seem to have this operation. Are they planning to deal with it privately? Zhu Ning looked up at the building. Building number 3 had more than 200 floors. Zhu Ning had good eyesight, and her helmet had a telescope function. Zooming in, she saw a figure on the rooftop of building number 3. The other person seemed to have discovered Zhu Ning and quickly retracted. Zhu Ning only saw a black shadow flash by and could not see anything clearly. There was another person on the rooftop. Zhu Ning rushed back to the building immediately after seeing the figure. This company really could not leave. If you enter the contaminated area and do not find the source of pollution, you cannot leave. But this time is different. She suspects that she has fallen into a cycle. The wheels have started, the train is rolling forward, and Zhu Ning can no longer escape. If the person who died was really her future self, her current mission goal is not to leave the contaminated area, but to prevent death. When Zhu Ning went in, she caught up with someone leaving get off work. They saw Zhu Ning rushing back and stepped aside in a hurry, and complained with some dissatisfaction that Zhu Ning prevented them from leaving get off work. Zhu Ning swiped the elevator authority, and her employee card could only reach the 19th floor, and there was no authority above the 19th floor. As long as she was fast enough, she might be able to intercept the person on the rooftop. The elevator showed that no one was taking the elevator down. Without thinking, she immediately chose to take the emergency staircase. No matter whether the person was still there or not, she had to go to the top floor to take a look. After all, it was the first scene of her death, and there must be clues left. The door of the emergency staircase was locked, which was normal. The employee handbook stated that no one was allowed to enter the top floor without permission. Locking the door could effectively prevent employees from entering by mistake. This completely sacrificed the safety of the employees. If a fire or earthquake occurred, they would have nowhere to escape. Zhu Ning had a master key, and she was just about to start it. Hello. A voice suddenly came from behind. Zhu Ning's grip on the door handle froze, and she slowly turned around. Hope was standing behind her, holding a folder and showing a standard smile. When did he appear? What are you doing? Hope stuck her head out, curious about Zhu Ning's behavior. As he said this, the elevator door opened, and the employees inside filed out with faces smoothed by life. The sheep-headed man swiped his card and walked into the office area, waiting to punch in at the door in an orderly manner. Isn't it off work? Why are they back again? Zhu Ning let go of the door handle and said in a very calm tone, I'm just curious. Hope, don't be too curious. Zhu Ning remembered that the employee handbook said she couldn't go to the top floor, and she couldn't go in front of Hope. Shi Wang pushed open the door of the office area and said, Good morning, Monday. Are you a new employee here to register? Good morning, Monday. A new day has begun? Is it still Monday today? Zhu Ning lowered her head and found that she had put on a bag with her resume and information in it. She came to work again. Shi Wang seemed to feel that Zhu Ning's reaction was very strange and asked, Aren't you a new mechanical designer? Zhu Ning felt something was wrong, and Shi Wang didn't seem to know her. Zhu Ning had no choice but to go in. The moment she entered the office area, hundreds of sheep-headed people stopped typing at the same time and looked up at her. Zhu Ning saw that these sheep-headed people looked exactly the same on the first day, and it was easy to be dazzled after looking at them for a long time. This time she could recognize them at a glance. A sheep-headed person in the corner of the last row also raised her head. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses and a very ordinary black suit. Cardboard. Zhu Ning had closed her eyes and collected her body with his own hands, but Cardboard was still alive on this day. Cardboard was really busy with work, so he looked up at Zhu Ning and then lowered his head to organize his drawings. Hope led Zhu Ning to a workstation by the window, next to a pot of spider plant, and the same process as before. Hope took out the roster. The company must use flower names, choose one you like. Zhu Ning absent-mindedly chose one, roll of paper. Hope, hello roll of paper, come and enter your face. Zhu Ning stared at the woman in the time clock, wearing a black helmet, like a robber. She got a new work badge and door card, signed a new employment agreement, and got a new pen. Zhu Ning returned to her workstation, feeling as if she were in another world, and she relived what happened yesterday. How long had she been in the contaminated area? An hour? She had already spent the second day in this world. Zhu Ning returned to her workstation and unfolded the note. This was something she had taken from her own corpse. She had just glanced at it, and found something strange. This was not a blank piece of paper, but a torn corner of a certificate for an outstanding employee. It said, "Find the future." What does this mean? Why did the dead self let him hold such a note? Who is the future? Judging from the name, it must belong to the management. The names of ordinary sheep-headed people are all items. Zhu Ning originally wanted to look through the organizational structure chart, but later found that this company did not have this thing. The leaders could see their information, but they knew nothing about the leadership organizational structure. The sheep-headed people only needed to be screws in peace. The company cannot escape. According to the 1-year deadline, if Zhu Ning works here for another year, she will encounter herself jumping off the building every day after work. Does this mean that she needs to jump off the building 365 times? Zhu Ning looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, and there was a vortex-shaped cloud in the sky. Roll of paper? A sheep-headed man was reflected in the window, and the other party's rectangular eyes were staring at her. Zhu Ning was not scared at all this time. She quickly put away the note, and said her line steadily. "Supervisor?" The pot-bellied Guangming stood behind her, and said the same thing. "Don't call him supervisor, call him Guangming." This time, before Guangming spoke, Zhu Ning had already spoken first. "Okay, Guangming, I will first understand the project information, get familiar with the working environment, and integrate into you as soon as possible, and try not to delay everyone's progress." Zhu Ning put his hands on the keyboard and typed. It was a string of meaningless symbols. Guangming was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and patted Zhu Ning heavily with his fat, oily hands. It was different from the previous impression, and there was a feeling of valuing you. "The newcomer is very good," Guangming said to the colleague next to him. "Take good care of the toilet paper." The colleague nodded and said yes. Guangming said to her again, "If you don't understand anything, ask Yitzi. He is very good. Learn more from the seniors." It turned out that her colleague next to her was Yitzi. Zhu Ning said, "Thank you, Guangming." Guangming was particularly useful. Before leaving, he said to Yitzi, "I gave you the toilet paper. Take good care of it. Things have changed." Guangming only praised her verbally before, and didn't introduce her to other colleagues at all. There are unspoken rules in the workplace. Some clichés are boring, but you have to say them. Saying them out will gain more benefits. This is a way for leaders to determine their power. To put it bluntly, it is to test obedience. Zhu Ning took the initiative to show her obedience this time. The chair said, "Ask me if you don't understand anything." Zhu Ning really had something to ask him, but she was afraid that he would be scared to death after asking, so she just said, "Your tie looks good." "Really?" The chair seemed a little confused, looked down at his red tie, and said nothing else, but was very happy. Very good. Zhu Ning had many opportunities to change on this day, such as Guangming's attitude towards her was good, and she met a new colleague. Guangming's favorability and colleagues' favorability can be improved as long as she works hard. This time she hasn't received that difficult customer. As long as the cardboard box doesn't die, that difficult customer will not fall on her head. Zhu Ning put away the note and looked at her reflection outside the window, which reflected a black helmet shadow. She can change today and the future. She wants to be an excellent employee in her own way. Chapter 128. Monday morning. The time that countless office workers hate the most. Zhu Ning's desk is piled with a lot of documents. Roll, go and connect with these customers. Roll, take a look at this material, it will be helpful to you. Roll, you do the project planning. Roll, I'm too late here, you change this plan, I'm optimistic about you, keep working hard. No, redo it. Zhu Ning can only answer every request with a smile, because she wants to be an excellent employee, so she can't resist. She will be denied again and again, picked on again, and every plan will be sent back for redo. She can't leave the company. If she leaves, she will repeat the same day, and she will have to face her own projects and work. Repeat. This is mental pollution. As long as she follows this logic, she will become an excellent sheep, and maybe the light will really give her an excellent employee in the end. Ta-da! Zhu Ning was thinking and typing away on the keyboard. If it was a reincarnation, then this would be the second Monday. She was in a trance while typing on the keyboard. Could it be that she had been in this polluted area for a long time? She had experienced many reincarnations, but they were repeated every day, so she couldn't perceive it at all. All concepts were confused here. Zhu Ning felt that she was trapped in a strange reincarnation, but she couldn't accurately perceive where she was. It was like the strange vortex in the sky. The owner of the tomb post said that she was trapped on the same day. Her desktop was the same as before. She would meet a suicide every day after get off work. Zhu Ning was experiencing all this but didn't know how it happened. Ta-da-da, she tapped on the keyboard, surrounded by pure white sheep-headed people, but Zhu Ning was not abrupt at all. Her rhythm was exactly the same as everyone else, and she had been completely assimilated by the contaminated area. So far, nothing terrible has appeared. Why? Because Zhu Ning hasn't touched the core point yet. If the contaminated area doesn't take action, can Zhu Ning take action? Zhu Ning has to wait for the performance appraisal meeting on Monday to start. During this period, she was bored. While typing with her left hand, she used her right fingernail to touch a dent on the table. There was a very small scratch on the desk. Some people like to touch things on the desk when they are in a daze. Some behaviors that you usually think are boring and childish, and you find it interesting when you do trivial things while slacking off. A corner of the paint on the surface of the table was removed. Zhu Ning's fingernails were wrapped in black protective clothing gloves, but the sensitive perception system transmitted the sense of touch. Suddenly, Zhu Ning frowned, feeling that this desk was not right. Why is it soft under her fingertips? She raised her finger and saw it more clearly under the light. There was a drop of blood on her fingertips, which was similar to the one found on the carton workstation before. There is blood? Why is there blood on a workstation? Last time, she also found scratches under the carton workstation. At that time, she felt that the blood on it did not seem to flow from someone's fingernails, but seemed to have seeped from the workstation. The sheep-headed people around were typing, and no one noticed the abnormality here. Zhu Ning lowered his head to study the small hole on the table. The touch was very strange, as if touching some hot meat. Zhu Ning carefully peeled off the surface of the table, like peeling an eggshell, and dug the hole deeper. After about a knuckle deep, the original color inside was revealed, and the deep red flesh was exposed. The hole was too small, and it was difficult for people to see the details. Zhu Ning leaned close to the hole and looked carefully. Her helmet was close to the table. No one had noticed her abnormality yet. If the chair looked back at her at this time, they would definitely think she was very strange, and her whole body was stuck to the table. The table was like a layer of camouflage, and when the camouflage was peeled off, its true face was revealed. Zhu Ning turned on the camera of the helmet, which had a macro mode. After adjusting the parameters, she looked inside again. Because of the voyeuristic perspective, there was some distortion. When she first saw it, she didn't even react to what it was. It took her 3 seconds to react, because Zhu Yao was a doctor. Zhu Ning took advantage of her mother's absence when she was a child to flip through many of her professional books and read close-ups of various human organs. Even if she had forgotten that memory, she could still make out a general idea when she looked at it again. That was a layer of flesh. Blood vessels were everywhere, and deep red human flesh was buried under the workstation. Zhu Ning retracted her fingers in an instant. Was it not her illusion before? Was the desk really alive? She had never thought about a question before. When Zhu Ning joined the company, the office was full, and this was the only empty seat. Where did the employee who used to sit in her position go? Did she leave smoothly? What if she didn't leave? Where did she go? On the first floor underground, in the storage freezer corresponding to the cafeteria, there were many sheep-headed corpses. What materials were they used for? Are the desks, drawers, and keyboards in this workstation all made of flesh? Zhu Ning took a deep breath, and her instinctive reaction was to cover the small hole, as if covering this small hole was equivalent to covering the truth. This matter was a bit beyond her understanding. So is the chair she is sitting on now also an employee? She has been sitting on a human chair, lying on a human table, and working with a human keyboard? Every time she hits the keyboard, is there someone calling for help? Are they still breathing? Spirit value decreased by 1%. Zhu Ning discovered that the way this contaminated area infiltrates you silently, she cannot move. If she moves too much, it will attract the attention of others. The chair is sitting next to her, and can immediately detect Zhu Ning's abnormality. Zhu Ning tried not to imagine herself sitting on a human chair, and she readjusted the parameters of the helmet. The audio and video functions of the new helmet have been upgraded, and the parameters she adjusted are close to the stethoscope. This time, Zhu Ning got close to the table again, with the helmet touching the table. The mechanical keyboards around were too loud, and she couldn't hear anything at first. After adjusting the parameters to the limit value, dong, she heard a dong. It was very faint, and she could catch a little bit even in the extreme state. Is this a heartbeat? This table is really alive. Zhu Ning's table is definitely not a special case. Except for her own, all the workstations in this office area should be alive. It seems that there are only hundreds of sheep-headed people typing here. The sound of typing is covered by the heartbeats of hundreds of workstations. Hundreds of souls are trapped here. They can't make any sound or call for help. They can only watch one person after another come to the company to work. The new employees knew nothing about what was going to happen. They were attracted by the high salary and benefits, and then they numbly typed on the keyboard, making the office area look extremely busy forever. Is this what Guangming meant by asking Zhu Ning to type on the keyboard? If a new employee stops for a moment, he may hear a strange sound, and they go to find the source of the abnormality. So everyone must keep typing. If Zhu Ning cannot walk out of the contaminated area alive, her fate will not only be suicide by jumping off the building, but also being made into a workstation after death. This contaminated area is getting more and more perverted. The performance appraisal meeting will be held at 1:30 in the afternoon. When the time came, everyone stood up from their workstations, and their movements were uniform. Today is the performance appraisal meeting of the mechanical design department once a week. Guangming stood in front of the stage. First of all, let us welcome the new employee of our department. She will bring fresh blood to our department. Welcome to the toilet paper. Countless sheep-headed people in the audience applauded in unison, but no one came to the stage after the applause. Toilet paper? Come up with toilet paper. Guangming frowned. Roll of paper? Guangming's voice resounded throughout the conference room, and other sheep-headed people also poked their heads out to search for Zhu Ning's whereabouts. Zhu Ning stood up. She was wearing a black protective suit, and was very conspicuous among a group of sheep. Zhu Ning wore a black helmet with a blood-red smiling face, 2 eyes, and a smiling arc line drawn casually with fingers. It was unknown whether it was blood or some other paint. Now the corner of her mouth was dripping with blood. After seeing the meat at the workstation, Zhu Ning knew that she had to leave here, provided that she became an excellent employee. How to become an excellent employee? Zhu Ning thought about it, and found 4 options. 1. Work hard, get the love of all colleagues, get the appreciation of the supervisor, use your own efforts to influence customers, have perfect attendance, and become an excellent employee. 2. Use the puppet control talent to directly control the light to award the trophy to yourself at the performance award ceremony every Monday. 3. She already knew that the one who won the excellent employee was the keyboard, so she took the keyboard's title and became the keyboard herself. The first one, she suspected that she would be polluted in the process, and she would not be an excellent employee even if she tried to squeeze out all her value. Or when she got it, she would be crazy. The second one, she just got the trophy and certificate. Whether it was really an excellent employee depended on how the system judged. The third one, the idea was similar, and this fooling approach, even if it fooled the system, might not help her situation. After all, her ultimate goal was to kill the pollution source, not to report to the system. So she chose the fourth one, killing her competitors and leaving only one person, who was an excellent employee, and the remaining one was the person with the worst performance. There was a bloody smile on Zhu Ning's black helmet. Zhu Ning took out a gun and loaded it with a click. She said that her ID card avatar looked like a criminal. Then be a criminal. The company is an S-level polluted area, and Zhu Ning is an S-level pollutant. Since nothing terrible has happened in this polluted area, then be the most terrifying person in the polluted area. All established rules are for later generations to break. Zhu Ning guessed that there was another world in this polluted area, and he would never find it without taking action. And Guangming could kill the cardboard box with a gun to prove that guns might be useful in this place. Is the system asking her to be an excellent employee implying that she can use violence? The sheep-headed man saw Zhu Ning's face stiffen, and Guangming was also stunned. He frowned and looked at Zhu Ning. Roll paper, what are you going to do? His tone was very stern, as if he was on the verge of anger. Finally not going to pretend. Zhu Ning really wanted to see what Guangming was going to do. I'm sorry, you guys are driving me crazy. Zhu Ning's tone was very polite, as if she really felt that she had caused trouble to others. In short, she looked like a pervert. Zhu Ning tilted her head, and the bloody smile on her helmet looked extremely scary. I want to be an excellent employee. Bang! She fired a shot into the air, and the bullet hit the ceiling, not like it hit any building, but like it hit the flesh. The ceiling was also made of flesh. This company might have been built with the flesh and blood of its employees, every steel bar, every floor, and every workstation inside. The bullet was deeply embedded in it, and blood gushed out, as if a shower full of blood had been turned on, and the blood rain instantly enveloped the entire conference room. Chapter 129. Zhu Ning seemed to have pierced the aorta of the ceiling. Blood fell from the sky, dyeing the pure white lamb blood red. Zhu Ning stood in the middle wearing a black protective suit, with a smile drawn by blood on her face. She had watched so many combat videos of demon hunters, and the advanced experience she learned was to violently flatten. This time, Su Ming was outside to cover her, and she didn't even bring cleaning tools, and her entire backpack was full of standard weapons. The reactions of these sheep-headed people were also strange enough. They were stunned in place, like a stuck NPC. Guangming took out the communication tool. Hey, security department, another employee is crazy, call someone over. Huh? Again, it seems that Zhu Ning is not the only one who chose to shut down the company. There are predecessors who have done this, and they even have their own response system. Zhu Ning did such an extraordinary thing, but it was still in line with the logic of this polluted area. It was indeed perverted enough. Zhu Ning, those who don't participate in this performance appraisal competition can leave. Although they are all pollutants, Zhu Ning doesn't want to increase his workload. Bang! Guangming shot at Zhu Ning, but the bullet did not pass through Zhu Ning's helmet, but stopped 1 meter in front of Zhu Ning. This should not even be a small boss. It was really a bit clumsy. Zhu Ning, don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I still want you to give me an award. Bang bang bang. Guangming fired several shots in a row until the bullets were used up, and he didn't even touch Zhu Ning. Hearing this, he shouted, whoever killed the roll of paper will get the first place in the year-end performance appraisal. Zhu Ning, she doesn't like to eat pancakes. The year-end performance appraisal is too far away for her, and when she encounters such pancakes, she usually chooses to play badly. Just because Zhu Ning didn't eat the cake didn't mean that others wouldn't eat it. Guangming had a microphone on him, and this sentence mixed with noise instantly spread throughout the conference room. The other blood-stained, sheep-headed people seemed to be activated in an instant, as if their wolf nature was stimulated. Hearing this, they rushed towards Zhu Ning. They used everything they could use. Some moved chairs, some took out utility knives, and some opened their mouths wide to bite Zhu Ning. Guangming had already run out of the back door. Zhu Ning sighed. Was he too hard for the year-end bonus? Zhu Ning had also encountered the human wave tactics in the dentist's office before. Those people at least had some combat power. In contrast, the sheep-headed people who had been sitting in the office for a long time were like scum. But there were too many people, and more than 100 people showing up at the same time was troublesome enough. She didn't even bother to use a gun to save her bullets, and she didn't want to kill the sheep-headed people. They were all colleagues. Zhu Ning smiled. When Zhu Ning came out of the conference room, the office area was quiet. Zhu Ning had not heard the sound of the door opening. The door was too far from the conference room, proving that the light might still be here. The only place to hide in this area was under the workstations. Zhu Ning searched one by one. If she was seen from the perspective of the sheep-headed man, she must be like a pervert. The people hiding under the table would try to sneak attack, and every sneak attack was easily kicked away by Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning slowly walked to a desk, bent down, and saw the cardboard box below. The cardboard box hugged its knees, and huddled under the workstation, as if it had folded itself up, and kept muttering. Zhu Ning was very familiar with this scene. The cardboard box raised its head, and was wearing black glasses. When she saw Zhu Ning, she showed a horrified expression. Cardboard didn't dare to look at first. She only saw someone walking in the office area. Seeing Zhu Ning getting closer and closer to her, she rushed toward Zhu Ning with scissors in hand. With a bang, Zhu Ning dodged sideways, and cardboard kicked hard on the back, and the whole person fell limply against the opposite wall. So this is what Zhu Ning meant by the cardboard she saw before. She seemed to really be able to see the future and the present intersected for the first time. Sure enough, this polluted area is very strange. The S-level polluted area must be not simple, proving that the person who collapsed that year had a very deep resentment and his mental strength had reached the S level. What happened to the source of pollution? And Zhu Ning had a feeling that this polluted area did not seem to stop her from finding the truth, but instead tried to make her experience the truth again. Bang! Someone behind her tried to sneak attack her with an axe, but was kicked out by Zhu Ning with a roundhouse kick. She picked up the axe on the ground. This thing is very useful. She had used it before with the fishmen. Zhu Ning searched one by one with a fire axe in hand, and finally found Guangming in the utility room. The other party had not had time to escape, and his fat belly was stuck in the middle of the cabinet. He was very frightened when he saw Zhu Ning. Guangming. Zhu Ning smiled. Why are you so naughty? Guangming was trembling all over, and was dragged out by Zhu Ning's collar. She had injected genetic drugs, and dragging a fat middle-aged man was like dragging a chicken. When Guangming was pulled out by her, he didn't dare to look around. The sheep-headed man fell to the ground crookedly. Zhu Ning didn't shoot much, just kicked whenever he could. Is the pollutant alive? Zhu Ning has never dared to define this question. These things live according to a grudge, and they have their own logic. Zhu Ning dragged Guangming by the neck and swung him into the conference room. The conference room looked much more terrifying than the outside, because the shot Zhu Ning fired at the ceiling caused the entire conference room to be covered in blood. Monday was a terrifying workday. Zhu Ning threw Guangming on the podium and said impatiently, "Award. Award, award?" Guangming was stuttering. "Zhu Ning, I let you award." The only ones who could move in the conference room were Zhu Ning and Guangming, and there were no other competitors. Guangming rolled and crawled to his feet, and he stood trembling in front of the microphone. It is the weekly performance appraisal meeting of the mechanical design department. Guangming was too nervous. He had never experienced such a terrifying appraisal meeting. The first place will receive a bonus of 200,000 yuan. Congratulations. Congratulations to the roll of paper for winning the first place in this week's performance appraisal. After Guangming finished speaking, no one applauded, and the only sound in the conference room was the sound of blood dripping from the ceiling. Guangming found the trophy and certificate on the podium, and stuffed them into Zhu Ning's hands. It went smoothly. It went more smoothly than Zhu Ning had imagined. The behavior of this polluted area was very strange, which meant that Zhu Ning did such an extraordinary thing without violating the bottom line of the pollution source. She was still doing normal things. It was normal for an employee to go crazy at work. Zhu Ning, thank you, Guangming. Guangming even wanted to vomit after hearing this. He couldn't help but retching, feeling that Zhu Ning was threatening him. The first thing Zhu Ning did when he got the certificate was to compare the note. The note found on the corpse was really in the lower right corner of the certificate. Zhu Ning, why did you write this sentence on the certificate? Is it to tell yourself that excellent employees will also die, or is he sure that Zhu Ning must get this certificate? In any case, Zhu Ning completed the system task. Hope said that as long as she won the excellent employee title, she could break the employee code and go to the top floor. Zhu Ning was worried, so she took Guangming's door card and work badge before leaving. The pollution area was too large, and the pollution source might not be in this department at all. Zhu Ning originally wanted to go directly to the top floor, but she stopped before leaving and walked to Hope's office. Xiang had disappeared, so he was more cautious. He probably ran away the first thing he did when he heard the gunshot. Hope's office was empty. As a department assistant, his office must be able to get more information. Zhu Ning began to look through the employee files. All of the resumes were highly educated talents, with graduate students and doctoral students running everywhere. Zhu Ning flipped through the resume files casually, and didn't find any useful information, but printed every resume in his mind for easy retrieval later. She put the axe on the table. She wanted to sit on the desk, but then she thought that this thing might be an employee. She wanted to lean against the wall, but then she thought that the wall was also an employee. Finally, Zhu Ning stared at the ground, feeling uncomfortable all over. Zhu Ning found a special folder on the bookcase, Special Accident Handling. Special Accident, combined with Guangming's shout, he went crazy again, proving that this kind of thing is not the first time, so he hopes to run faster than anyone else. Zhu Ning opened the file. If the office area was already bloody enough after her tossing just now, then this file is more like hell. Employee number 1, nicknamed Jingzi, in the 52nd year of the new calendar, had an accident at work. Employee number 2, nicknamed Fountain Pen, born in 1956, had an accident at work. Employee number 3, nicknamed Ruler, born in 1957, had an accident at work. Zhu Ning flipped through the files and found a total of 18 victims, but the cause of death was not detailed. It was all written as an accident, but no specific details were given. The attached picture is their inspection report. There are no panoramic photos, but only partial close-ups, with some scattered pieces of meat. One person's jaw was broken off, leaving only empty bloody bone fragments. Zhu Ning is well informed and has seen many corpses, but he can't tell what happened to them. What are these? So many people died in this company. No one has ever found out. The compensation plan is given below. The compensation amount for the employees who have died is about 3 million. Zhu Ning thought the amount was very small at the time, but most of the family members signed the consent form, and they reconciled. There is a survivor named Wang Qingqian, who received free assistance at a medical institution affiliated with Hengxing Machinery Company. There are also many photos taken during treatment below, with patients and flowers placed together. It is estimated that these pictures were originally used for publicity. To promote the company's humanistic care, even if you are injured, our company will support you for life. I don't know whether the publicity pictures were used later. Wang Qingqian is the only survivor. Is she still in the contaminated area now? Zhu Ning didn't understand the information. It's mainly a mechanical design department that draws pictures. I don't understand how to get involved in some dangerous operations. Do you need to inspect the site? Or do you need to go to the workshop to watch? Zhu Ning thought of the storage freezer downstairs. What is that place used for? Sure enough, the map of this company is very large, and she needs to continue exploring. Zhu Ning just closed the information and suddenly heard a bang at the door. Her body froze. Did Guangming call the security team just now? Chapter 130. Ding-ling-ling. Zhu Ning wanted to leave before the security came in, but the phone rang without warning, which was very discordant inside the contaminated area. There was a phone on Shi Wang's desk that was ringing frantically, and the footsteps of the security guard outside were like a death warrant. Zhu Ning picked up the phone without hesitation. Hello? Chilla, dida. No one spoke, only constant chilla sounds, different from last time. This time there were also dida sounds. It seemed like someone was knocking on something. Couldn't this person make a sound? She felt that this phone call must be the key. Zhu Ning was on guard against the movement outside the door, and lowered her voice and asked, Hello? What's wrong with you? Chilla. Zhu Ning heard a gust of wind. Shi Wang's office had a window. Zhu Ning kept looking out the window while calling, and suddenly, she saw a shadow. That moment seemed to be deliberately slowed down, and Zhu Ning was forced to look at someone, who jumped down headfirst, and his eyes briefly met with Zhu Ning's. Bang! A loud noise came from the phone, followed by a busy tone. Zhu Ning's body was stiff, and she approached the window cautiously. She only saw a figure downstairs. Because the floor was too high, she couldn't see the details clearly, but she saw it clearly just now. A person in black clothes was lying downstairs, and then people gathered around. She just looked at herself. Her helmet had a hole, and when she jumped down headfirst, one eye looked at Zhu Ning coldly. She died again? Why? It was 2:40 in the afternoon, less than 3 o'clock, and Zhu Ning didn't even try to leave the company. What did she trigger? Or was this a warning from the polluted area? Because Zhu Ning violently broke the situation and got the title of excellent employee, if it is a reincarnation time, is it too random? It was 8 p.m. before, but now it has been advanced to more than 2 p.m. Has the reincarnation time been shortened? Or is this not reincarnation at all? Quick! Someone's voice came. An employee has gone crazy. The door to the office area was opened, and people filed in. Judging from the footsteps, there may be dozens of people. This should be the security guard called by Guangming. The first scene the security guards searched was the conference room. They all moved in one direction. Zhu Ning heard someone say, Search the scene and find her. Zhu Ning put down the phone and didn't look at the body downstairs again. This thing was scary the first time, but it didn't feel anything afterwards. Zhu Ning really couldn't empathize with the person downstairs. Zhu Ning took the information she had just found in the Office of Hope and her own Excellent Employee Award, which was considered a full load. She looked through the crack in the door and saw that everyone was walking towards the conference room. She took this opportunity to open the door and leave. Hope's office was closer to the main door, so she didn't use the transparent skill. Her health was low, so she used everything sparingly. Zhu Ning was very fast, but it would make a noise when the main door was opened. A nearby security guard spotted him, and Zhu Ning looked back. The man was wearing a security uniform, but he didn't have a sheep's head on his head. It was obviously a normal human head, but he had no face. Faceless man. He looked like a rubber man made by a naughty child, with only a rough outline and no time to install the facial features. Stop! He shouted loudly. I found her, catch her. Mingming didn't have a mouth, but he could make a sound. After this person shouted, the other security guards turned around together, and 16 faces without facial features were aimed at Zhu Ning. Catch her. Zhu Ning had already walked out of the office area at this time. There was an elevator in front of him, but the stairs were always safer than the elevator. Zhu Ning had one hand on the door of the safety passage. She wanted to use the key, but she didn't know if it was because she had won the excellent employee and was recognized by this contaminated area. This time, the door was not locked, and she could open the door directly. Zhu Ning pushed the door open without hesitation. Her route was very simple. After coming out of the Hope office, she went straight to the rooftop. She wanted to see what was on the rooftop, but she stopped as soon as she stepped into the safety passage. Human faces stretched out on both sides of the stairwell. They seemed to be trapped under the white plastic film and were squeezing out. They rushed to the limit, and the people on the left squeezed the people on the right. Human faces appeared on the handrails of the stairs, and faces squeezed out on the steps of the stairs. There were faces on both walls. The entire stairwell became very soft, as if entering a human throat, and the throat of this person was squeezed by countless little people. Like the desk, the entire company is made of the flesh and blood of employees, and the employees who made the stairwell wanted to get out. The way to the rooftop was blocked. Juning originally wanted to go back the same way, but the security guards caught up with her outside the safe passage. The only way she could choose was to go down. If each contaminated area was a game, then the previous one was a horror book, and this one was an escape and pursuit game. This is too weird. Is this something a normal company should have? If Juning had chosen to take the elevator just now, would she have been crushed by the elevator man? Some things you can see at a glance cannot be solved with firearms. When the stairs are blocked, you can't blast a way out even if you shoot to death. There is only one option left: run. Is this the tip given to me by Juning I saw before? Run. It doesn't mean to leave here, but to run in the literal sense. The safety passage is like a spreading infectious disease. Juning's running speed barely keeps up with the speed of mutation. As soon as Juning raised his heel, the step under his feet turned into a mouth, and the mouth opened wide to bite Juning's heel. Bang! Juning opened a door, and hit the door of the safety passage with his face. There was a sound of nails scratching the door from behind. It seems that they can only survive in the safety passage and cannot climb out. Juning breathed in shock. He had been to so many contaminated areas, and this was the most incredible one. He had no idea of the way. A person entering such a large contaminated area has no one to help him, not even to discuss with. Next time, even if she brings Lin Yinchuan, she has to bring someone in. This is the underground floor. Juning is familiar with it. She has been here twice. On one side is the restaurant, and on the other side is the frozen storage room. But what is at the end of the freezer is something Juning has never seen. The helmet system prompts. The temperature is detected to be dropping, and has dropped to 0 degrees. The warming mode has been automatically turned on. The maximum maintenance time of this mode is 3 days. Please pay attention to safety. Juning was wrapped in a layer of protective clothing, which was separated from the outside world by a layer, and did not feel anything wrong at the first time. She found that the only system that could prompt her was the cold helmet system. Juning went back to try to connect the luxury car to her helmet. Although the luxury car could not communicate, there would be someone to talk to her even if she was alone in the future. However, why did the temperature drop? The door of the freezer was open. Juning didn't know which way to go, but now she was sure to go to the freezer. She was gradually approaching the freezer, and her steps were getting slower and slower. Something was wrong. The temperature displayed on the helmet panel was getting lower and lower, and now it was only -5 degrees. Sure enough, when she reached the door of the freezer, the door had been opened. If the door was opened and there was enough energy, the whole company would become a huge refrigerator. There was a wisp of cold air coming out of the freezer door. Juning felt that the protective suit might not be very heat insulating, because she really felt very cold, the kind of cold that made her shiver. The freezer was empty. Juning personally delivered the corpses in the cardboard boxes. The piles of corpses could have accumulated to the ceiling, but now there was none. The empty freezer was like a freezer with frost inside. Juning was 5 meters away from the freezer, but she was afraid to stand at the door. If someone suddenly appeared from behind and pushed her, and then locked her in the freezer. She was cautious enough, but at this time, her back felt cold, and the hair on her back was all standing. So many bodies of sheep-headed people disappeared. So where are they now? Juning's back was getting colder and colder, as if countless people's faces were pressed against her back, blowing cold air. Juning's body was stiff, motionless, and it would be easy to die if she moved. The smart helmet can extend a person's perspective. She slowly adjusted her sight, and opened the left rearview mirror. For the first time, she saw only darkness. So dark. What is that? Juning had adjusted the magnifying glass mode when she looked at the cave on the workstation before. Now the parameters are still the same as before. Maybe it's a bit too close. She slowly adjusted the value, and the black thing behind her slowly took shape, a long rectangular strip, and if it was magnified a little more, it would be an eyeball. The eyes of a goat-headed man. The rectangular eyes were staring at Juning. Judging from the direction, this person was closely behind Juning, standing close to her heels. Sure enough, there was someone behind her. Looking at the eyes was too scary. Juning chose to adjust her perspective. She turned on the wide-angle lens and kept moving downwards. She saw countless pairs of feet. There were people standing behind her, not just one person, but densely packed goat-headed corpses. They didn't know when they appeared, and they were behind Juning. Because they were frozen, their bodies were all covered with frost, and the exposed skin was iron blue. They stood very densely, feet to feet, and there was cold air coming out of their bodies. The cold air seemed to penetrate Zhu Ning's body, drilling into her bone marrow through every pore of her body, freezing her into a corpse. She had already become an excellent employee, and this was the treatment of an excellent employee. Being stared at by a bunch of corpses behind her, there were two choices. The first was to walk quickly to the freezer, lock the door, and be safe for a while. But Zhu Ning might be trapped to death, as the protective suit could only last for 3 days in extreme conditions. The second option was to fight hard. Zhu Ning selected talents and props on her system panel, but none of them could break the situation quickly. At this point, Zhu Ning chose to break the situation quickly. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. A rash move would disturb the enemy, so it was important to have a good timing. Zhu Ning seemed to be participating in a sprint race. They often participated in internal competitions during internal training. Every time they competed, they had to pay attention to the starting gun. When the gun sounded, it was time for her to act, and she had to race against time. The rear-view lens of the helmet was a little distorted, and the corpse behind her stretched out her hand. Now, Zhu Ning ran quickly at the moment when the other party stretched out his hand, and the corpse's hand was empty. Countless corpses stretched out their hands at the same time, and their arms were frozen, and their movements were very stiff. They adjusted their positions in unison, as if they wanted to catch Zhu Ning, the black sheep of the group. Their postures were very strange, and countless pairs of rectangular eyes stared at Zhu Ning. Join us. Their voices were mechanical and stiff. Join us. The corpses' voices were very penetrating, and you would be inexplicably lured by them. When people are helpless, joining the crowd is the easiest choice. You don't need to think, just stand with the crowd to feel safe. Being part of a group is more attractive than fighting alone. This desire is engraved in people's genes, and they have no resistance to the crowd and the sense of security. This is just like a pyramid scheme. Zhu Ning simply turned off the sound receiving system of the helmet, so that she could not hear anything. She ran all the way, no one caught up with her, and the frozen corpse was far behind her. Zhu Ning looked back, and could only see the corpse of the sheep-headed man standing quietly in the same place, blocking her retreat like a wall. Zhu Ning frowned. This polluted area has not attacked her, but it seems to be driving her away. Zhu Ning tried to enter the rooftop, so she drove herself downstairs. Zhu Ning passed by the corpse of the sheep-headed man. They blocked the retreat, and wanted to lure her to this place. Zhu Ning didn't even have time to go out and look at the body he had just smashed down. When there is only one road left in the world, you can only take this road. She entered a new corridor, which was decorated very warmly, with many flowers hanging on it, and the whole corridor was a warm light yellow. The Public Welfare Corridor of Hengsheng Machinery Company. Many companies have such publicity corners, which are generally used to display some heartwarming deeds of the company, so that employees can feel that they are part of the company. Zhu Ning looked at the photo above carefully. This is not a publicity corner at all. This is simply a bloody exhibition hall. The photo above is the picture that Zhu Ning had seen before. An employee had an accident at work, but the company provided warm assistance. The company contracted all medical expenses and treated him in the company's medical center. The company promises lifelong responsibility, worry-free life. The real publicity corner will definitely not put such bloody photos. It should be exaggerated by the contaminated area. The survivor Wang Qinqian, she was wrapped in bandages all over her body, lying on the bed dying, surrounded by flowers, and many people came to see her. Doctors and department leaders took photos with her, and the caption below was, "The Hang Seng family will not give up any employee." Department employees volunteered to accompany Wang Qinqi, and professional psychologists provided her with psychological counseling. This publicity corner is shit, with many people's speeches, leaders' speeches, department employees' feelings, and doctors being interviewed. There is no voice of the victim herself. There is also a subtitle below. This is simply a miracle of life. Zhu Ning felt very uncomfortable. What is the difference between this victim and a publicity prop? She can't even make her own voice. The propaganda corridor came to an end, the warm yellow wallpaper disappeared, and in front of her was a black door. This might be the place where the pollution area wanted to expel her. The door was like a mirror, reflecting Zhu Ning's helmet with a blood-red smile on it. Why did she feel that she couldn't smile once she entered? On the employee door was written, "Special channel for excellent employees. Other employees are prohibited from entering." Is there such a place in this company? Is this the honor of an excellent employee? However, if Zhu Ning worked for a few more days, she might know what an excellent employee can do. She was anxious at work at the time, and violently seized the excellent employee medal. I hope that before I can show her the benefits of an excellent employee, Zhu Ning will just quit. Zhu Ning's employee card easily swiped open the door, and she was recognized by this door. Whether it was obtained through hard work or crazy, at least it proved that this employee was eager to join the company's big family. The company doesn't just want your personal value, they want absolute obedience and recognition of the company culture from the bottom of their hearts. Only those who highly recognize it can access the core company secrets. This door may be a trap, but Zhu Ning felt that she might be approaching the truth. She pushed the door open and was stunned. In front of her was a huge gear, about 50 meters high. The gears were engaged with human bodies. The human body was pushed to a height by the gears, and then when the two gears collided, the human body was crushed into a bloody mess. Bones were broken, blood flowed, and finally crushed into a thin piece of paper, as if it had turned into some kind of material. Did she accidentally walk into the manufacturing room? An assembly line unfolded in front of her, with densely packed people standing on both sides. They should be here to visit. They all wore full sets of protective clothing, and had their own nameplates on their chests. Beautiful, blessing, top, excellent. Zhu Ning scanned them one by one. Their nicknames were all high-level nicknames, proving that these people were all management. No future. There is no future at all among so many people. When Zhu Ning entered, they were supposed to be visiting, but they all stopped at this time. A new person is here. A new person is here? Their mechanical voices were very joyful, and there was a sense of cruelty. They didn't care how Zhu Ning got the excellent employee. They just needed Zhu Ning to be an excellent employee. The excellent employee is here, someone said. Congratulations on getting the excellent employee and being qualified to contact our core technology. A sheep-headed man in a white coat suddenly came over and shook Zhu Ning's hand. Zhu Ning glanced at him. This person's nickname was Beautiful. Beautiful was very strong, as if expressing his satisfaction. Zhu Ning was completely confused. The other party had already begun to paint a great blueprint. Only excellent employees can get in touch. This is the future hope of our Hengqin mechanical department. We are going to make a fortune. The beautiful voice was very excited and became louder and louder. If this project can be successfully implemented, you can achieve financial freedom. Work hard. You will enjoy a comfortable life in the second half of your life after making this money. The company will give you shares. There were many beautiful words, and the words of pie in the sky floated into Zhu Ning's ears. Generally, the pie in the sky of a company is to make you unable to leave the company. Every time I tried to leave, I would think, I have come to this point, why not bear it? Come here. He waved to himself. The people on both sides of the assembly line looked at her eagerly, as if an honorable group was looking at a part of their future. Come and see. Mei Hao said, this is our future. The future? Zhu Ning who jumped off the building. The future she was looking for was this thing? After Mei Hao finished speaking, he shook his head violently. No, no, no. It's not the future of our company. It's the future of our human beings. It can replace contaminated spores and become a new energy source. You are one of the first humans to come into contact with it. Come here. Mei Hao smiled and said, this is an honor that belongs to a few people. This is really a cult company, right? Then he stuffed something into Zhu Ning's hand. Zhu Ning's heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. It was not her instinctive reaction, but the internal system of the helmet began to flash a warning suddenly. Contacting harmful substances. Reminder, contacting harmful substances. Please do not approach. Warning, contacting harmful substances. Radiation will damage organs. Warning, Zhu Ning was stunned, and something was stuffed into her hand. It was an unknown black object, with an irregular shape, like a piece of coal. It was unknown whether it was a crystal or a living thing. It was beating like a heart. Bang, 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 the black unknown object was beating in her hand, contracting violently like a heart, and soon corroded her protective clothing gloves and directly contacted her skin. This thing seemed to have some kind of radiation, or a strong corrosive ability, and had penetrated her whole body. Zhu Ning felt a pain in her chest, and a bloody taste in her mouth. She had a strong tolerance, and usually did not cry out in pain. But this time she felt the pain of a needle prick, as if she had swallowed a bunch of steel needles, and she couldn't bear it at all, so she suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. She was wearing a helmet, and the blood spit inside the helmet, instantly dyeing the panel red, and even including some broken meat inside. She felt that her organs were corroding rapidly, probably like swallowing a bottle of sulfuric acid, and her organs were melted. The bones became extremely fragile, and they broke with a slight pinch. Her skin began to sore, and countless tiny bubbles spread on her body. After being punctured, pus would slowly flow out. But no matter how you puncture, You can't stop new pus from growing. Then her limbs and facial features will be quickly dissolved, and her nose will fall off with a slight touch, and her tongue will separate from her mouth with a slight pull. She tried to pick up her nose and press it back, but she couldn't, because as soon as she stretched out her hand, her fingers broke inch by inch. She would become fragile, like a part that can be spliced at will. She couldn't stop spitting blood, and the blood instantly wet the helmet, and the helmet panel was full of blood spots. Spirit value decreased by 5%. Juning suddenly woke up. She was still holding an unknown substance in her hand, and her gloves were still intact. Bang! The black unknown substance was jumping. Regardless of whether this thing is the future, the only thing that can be confirmed is that it is extremely corrosive. The pollution source wants Juning to experience what she has experienced. Is this the problem encountered by this group of employees? A very ordinary employee may have a name that is a worthless item, called a cardboard box, a keyboard, or a curtain. After layers of selection, they dare not slack off every day and make absolute efforts. Finally, they got the title of excellent employees. They received the highest honor and were allowed by the company's top management to visit the company's core secrets and get in touch with the most core projects. They walked into the radiation zone without knowing anything and came into contact with an unknown object. The management described this thing as the future, and it was the future of mankind. It soon began to corrode the human body, and the soft organs of the human body had no resistance to the strong corrosion. At first, people had some small problems of difficulty breathing, but thinking of the promised shares and the blueprint for the future, these small problems were tolerable. The company was responsible for treating employees. The medical expenses outside were so expensive, and the company was already so good, what more could they ask for? At this point, it seemed that the future was right in front of them, and they could no longer leave the company. The employees encountered accidents one by one. There were 18 victims in the mechanical design department alone, but there was only a light sentence written on the document. An accident occurred at work. Their families received $3 million in compensation, which was a huge sum of money for ordinary people, and no one wanted to pursue it. Juning took a deep breath and returned the unknown substance. She felt that if she continued to contact it, her whole body would really fall apart. Run! Juning's whole body was telling her to run away immediately. Juning had only been in contact with it for 5 seconds, but something was wrong. She felt weak all over, and something unknown had invaded her body. She seemed a little unstable. Hello? Someone waved his hand in front of her eyes. Juning instinctively wanted to run away, but there was no way to escape. She could only watch them gather around her. Someone needs help here. Meihao shouted, Doctor? Doctor? Call a doctor. Juning's eyelids began to fight, and the last words she heard were, Don't worry, we will not give up anyone in our big family. We will save you. Meihao, Zhu Yuan, Cooperation, Win-Win and others surrounded Juning in the middle, and they all said, We will save you.